from our guy on the inside when the Op 4 was arriving to man the space, and as such, we ignored the time window and the rules of engagement. The night before, we sneaked into the base that would be hitting tomorrow. We would be hitting tomorrow and siphoned out the gas of the generators, leaving just enough for maybe 10 to 15 minutes tops. We knew they just filled them yesterday and would not be thinking about fuel. When the time actually hits, we aren't dressed as normal. We go in full MacGyver ninja mode. We cover our faces and hands with axle grease and cover our uniforms with charcoal. We're as black as night, and there isn't a lot of illumination from the moon. There we are, completely blacked out. Wait, the Op 4 turned the generators on to light up the night, so we are easy to spot. We see the cadre standing around bullshitting, waiting for the mission below. We wait. The time is on our side. The generators start to cough. One by one, they go dark. We move, but not to hit the Op 4. We move the vehicle. We steal everything that isn't bolted to the ground, and even then, we check the bolts to see if they're loose. We were on the objective for a total of 6 minutes. No one saw or heard anything. The next morning, the cadre show up, part pissed, part amused. I am wearing a black diamond headlamp that belongs to one of them when they arrive. We would like all of our shit back, including but not limited to my black diamond headlamp, he says, looking at his headlamp on my head, our Sunto watches, a Casio G-Shock watch, our Surefire flashlights, our beef jerky food dip, and the teddy bear that belongs to one of our kids, he finishes with a look of amused judgment. This will have to be negotiated, my team says to him. Indeed it will, I add, smirking.
Oh, this one's my favorite one, actually. So, for people who haven't been throughout the stage, it is a at times a low-vis, very creative exercise. In order for that to happen, they give you very strict movement time windows because they want to make sure they know when you're gone, when you're here. We've had people killed at Robin Sage. That's a whole long story, but that's true. And so they're very definitive about control. You can't have guys with fake guns just moving around. And there's several teams like in this area. You know, they're all working independently, but you can't have just guys with guns, M4s, like rolling around looking like a roving gang and not having some sort of oversight on this. A good way to get kicked out of Robin's Age would be to, I don't know, leave your G-base the night before the mission just to go do these shenanigans. This alone would get you kicked out of Robin's Age. Your team leader, the whole team, like your team leader would lose his opportunity to be in a Green Beret because this happened under your watch. Like it's so dangerous, one, and so unheard of that anyone would be like, yeah, I'm willing to lose the Green Beret I've worked so hard to get just so we can go F with the cadre. Just right off the bat, you're either wildly retarded and don't deserve the Green Beret, or it's a lie. Part of the things I have to address: charcoal and axle grease. What is this, the dirty dozen? What are you doing? How about the face paint you brought to the exercise? You brought face paint. I guarantee they brought face paint. Why are you putting axle grease on your hands and face? Just use the face paint that's in your 120-pound rucksack. So we'll just go ahead. I'm going to go out on a limb. I wasn't there. We're going to go on a limb, call that lie number one. And instead of messing and doing your job, which is what you're there to do, like the sabotage mission, you're like, all right, we're going to go out the night before, completely unauthorized. But when we go do this, we're not going to do it so we can make our sabotage mission even better. What we're going to do is, as students, we're going to go steal from the cadre. This will be fun. And the things they steal are G-Shock watches, a Sunto watch. Where do you think their watches were? On their hands. You think the watches were pretty important to the cadre at the time because they're looking for hit times, they're looking for exfil times to do the AR.
Also, Tim doesn't value this, but they probably value their flashlights.
It's at the dark, They steal flashlights. Where do you think their flashlights were? Autumn. But it's at night. Like, so everything they need to be a cadre and to do they gotta do their job. They left in the truck during hit time, and you stole it from them, including a teddy bear, like one of their kids' teddy bears. And then, let me tell you, these Green Beret cadre, they're not your friends. They're there to make hardened Green Berets. This is during wartime, Mike. Like, you know, I mean, there are 2 wars going on this time: Afghanistan and Iraq. I went to Cape Force just a few years before Tim. They were very, very serious about their jobs, because you might go to one of their teams or
the flag in summer camp. That's what he makes it sound like.
Absolutely.
You beat the cadre at summer camp.
Yeah, that's right. That's not what this is. This is a very serious war game that the Green Berets play. They consider everything real, as close to real as they can make this. That's why Robin Sage is so great. That's why everyone remembers Robin Sage. Why Robin Sage is so important. And you're treating this like summer camp, capture the flag, and the cadre find it amusing. Get out of here. I can just, I don't say this lightly, but if these are your lies or what you did, either way, you didn't deserve to be a Green Beret. Pull your tab. Pull your tab. This is absolutely insane, and they haven't done it yet. And I don't have a lot of confidence that the Army's going to do the right thing. But don't worry, our case for this isn't done. That's just Robin Sage. The last thing he has to do is go to SEER. And so let's talk about his SEER experience. Page 130. And SEER, while you're looking up that, it's survive, escape, resist, and evade. It's an exercise that all Green Berets have to go to for that type of survival, resistance, evasion training.
We came out here before the course started and buried mules ready to eat. They buried them at various places along the course. I hid enough MREs so that our 12-person team should have 2 meals per day. That's a glorious 5,000 calories per man, and it nullifies the purpose of the entire invasion. But fuck it. Cheating got us this far, and we are not quitting it now. My goal isn't just to graduate SEER school, but to graduate as the fattest SEER squad in the history of the entire school. When our 12-man group clears the tree line and is no longer visible to the cadre, I clap forth my first hidden bundle of joy under the giant log. We move out at a good clip, and in less than an hour we are there. I dig out our MREs. I still remember exactly where it was, 251 meters from an intersection at the edge of the drop zone under a fallen tree. 15 years later, I think I can still navigate to that exact spot.
That's so crazy that you either have zero confidence in your abilities, which means you don't deserve to be a Green Beret and to pass this course, or you're just another proud cheater and you're going to bury MREs instead of doing the right thing. So you're either a liar or you have no integrity. Either way, you're back into a corner. It's not a cool story. It's just not a cool story, Tim. Don't put that in your book.
I mean, maybe from campfire, a beer, and another Green Beret, dude.
Right. Oh, for sure. That'll be their stories. So, I'm not saying stories like this don't exist, but I will say this from talking to a SEER cadre. He was, I posed this to a SEER cadre. He goes, well, here's part of the problem with that story. Because different teams get different evasion lanes. He goes, and we don't assign teams to their evasion lanes until that part of SEER. You get a training block, it's like the very first week of it, then the evasion block and the POW block. He's like, so how would you know your team is in that evasion lane? So he's like, that makes no sense to me. That goes, plus I'm a SEER instructor. He goes, we'll figure out this later. it'd be one thing if you got away with it and no one knew. Just pretend somehow you were lucky enough to put it somewhere close enough that you could get to it. Later on in the book, he talks about how they got caught. I don't want to disclose too much, but anyway, it becomes a very big deal in Sear that some cheating has gone on, and they have to see who did it. They kind of lie their way out and get away with it. He goes, "Here's my bigger problem. If they got caught doing it, like, I would know about it, because that would be a huge story about, that'd be a Sear cadre, like full war training thing, and it'd be part of us to go there and make sure that this never happens again." So if anyone ever got away with it and did get caught, maybe, but to get caught like they did, where they just outsmarted the cadre again and got away with it, it would change the way they did Sear to ensure that there are no loopholes and that this never happens again.
It would be very memorable.
Very memorable. And it'd be memorable to the whole class and for classes after that. Let's go to page. What page number was that?
That was 130.
Let's go to 131.
We avoid capture for the entire 7 days, which is a huge win.
It would be a huge win if you were there for 7 days. Sear evasion's 3 days long. Keep going. So that's a lot. 3 days. So that's what you get.
Once we arrive, they immediately start beating the crap out of us. And you need to understand, while they aren't trying to murder us, this isn't light slapping. They beat you up pretty damn good. As soon as the pain infliction kicks off, guess who starts singing like a motherfucking canary and harasses the fuck out? Mr. Honest Air Force. And caveat, the Air Force guy he's talking about was the one that said, "Hey, Tim, I think this is an integrity violation for the MREs."
So there's absolutely. So there's an Air Force guy on his evasion team. I called many green berets. I caught a lot of green berets. So I was like, okay, for starters, Sear School of Camp McCall is very focused. It's Air Force Special Forces. It's run by SWIG. It's Air Force Special Forces. 98% of the guys that go through during this time were Green Berets, just Green Berets. There's a few people that also get slots to this school. It's usually like a standby slot. So if they don't fill up the school, they'll make sure some slots are used. And it goes to the 160th. So like the 160th crew chiefs and gunners, like those guys will be able to go to our Sear. I'm not saying like just dogmatically that this didn't happen, but just right off the bat, the chance of an Air Force guy being in your evasion team is 0.0000001. Never heard of it. So I don't even know what an Air Force guy is doing in your Sear school. Anyway, but this supposed Air Force guy, let's say somehow this gets through. You're telling me this Air Force guy is the only one with integrity? Because and according to his story, when he pulls it out, they all start eating. He's like, "This isn't right. I'm not doing it. I won't eat. You're cheating food." So you're telling me, out of all these Green Berets, the only person with integrity is the Air Force guy? Get out of here. It sounds like the only future Green Beret part of the group was the Air Force guy, if he was there. And then he blames him for singing like a canary for having continuous integrity and telling the truth. And it's just, he'll go on to say, that's how the cadre ended up finding out about this, because the Air Force guy tells on him. And now he goes in the book to say, hey, Sear just got real for us because we have to maintain this lie and use these Sear techniques that they just taught us to get away with this real life lie. Talked to other guys that were in that Sear course. I didn't talk to anyone on his Sear evasion team. The other guys, again, if they're all getting hammered for this event, the whole Sear school, like all your Green Beret buddies would have known. They'd be like, oh man, like they're really, like, it's a big story. Like it just doesn't go unheard of or unnoticed. And everyone I talked to that Sear class was like, news to me. News to me. Never heard it. So And I probably spoke too soon, because before that, I was like, you don't deserve your green beret. So you cheated in selection. You cheated in Robin Sage. Now you cheated in Seer. You think you deserve your green beret? I'll pull a Jameson Travels. What do you think about that? Leave a comment. That sums up his Q course debacle. I'm going to stay in training, even though this happens after his Iraq deployment. I'm just going to stay in training mode here in a second. We're going to talk about his sniper school experience. This one, go to page 181, and let's talk about Tim and sniper school. While you're looking at that, another one of Tim's lies. This I can't confirm, but Tim said it, so sure. For whatever reason, I'll give it to you. In his rebuttal, he's like, I never failed sniper school. The only time I failed sniper school was when I failed to shoot it because I wanted to go get married. So, although we haven't really got you telling the truth a whole lot, against my better judgment, I'm going to give you that. So that's one time he failed sniper school intentionally. But he fails to... He omits, but that's not the only time you went to sniper school and failed. You went to SODIC after that again, and you failed the very first stress shoot, which is a week into the course. You failed it. You don't just fail. You failed it. You get a retest, and you failed that one too. You always get a retest, and then you'll get a retest here in this story. You failed that too. What's supposed to happen, is when you fail SODIC, you have to sit out a class before coming to another class. They want like a cool down period. Seventh group calls and says, hey, we really want Tim to get, he's a SIF guy. We really want Tim to get into SODIC. Will you bend the rules and allow him to roll into the very next course? Very good friend of mine, so I know this is a true story, was running SODIC at the time, takes this phone call, and he goes, well, the rule is he has to sit out of class. Those are the rules. And Brew is like, hey, but we're asking, will you please let him into the very next course? My buddy, against his better judgment, he thinks to himself, says, hey, at the end of the day, my job is to produce snipers for the regiment. If they're asking me, like, there's no real reason, like, he needs to sit out another one, other than rules are rules, and other guys had to do it, so he should have done it. He says, all right, I will let him come back to sniper school a third time. But I assure you, I'll let him back in, but he has to earn it. So I will be watching him. Won't do anything bad to him, but I'm not going to give it to him. I'll let him back in, but he has to pass it. I'll be watching. They said that's fair. It's a fair deal. He regrets making that deal. But that's how it, so he's back at SODIC now for the third time. Failed it twice. One he admits to, one he doesn't, but I know. And now he's back in SODIC again. Let's pick up this story. Page 181.
In SODIC, you pass or fail as a team, not as an individual. I have the highest individual score in the class.
Sorry, just word it out. That's a lie. Go ahead.
My partner has the lowest. He's a great guy, but he is absolutely not a natural sniper. Doesn't have the right temperament to train himself to be one, and is dealing with some post-traumatic stress. In 2008, these things are not talked about in the way they are to be later. So he likely is in a very bad place, worrying about some people mentioning his week, with the additional stress of the schoolhouse stacked on top of it. We walk, crawl, and drag ourselves into position, inch by inch, quietly over a matter of hours. I have an easy shot ahead of me. I can virtually hit this blindfold. I call the shot, meaning I tell him we're taking it, and as for a read, meaning he estimates the range and reports the wind speed and direction. He takes a moment and gives me the read. I look at him. It's a terrible fucking read. I know it's not completely wrong. The range is long, and he has called the wind in exactly the wrong direction. If I fail to hit the target, we fail. I cannot take the shot without that read. I whisper, hey, brother, can you check that again? I think the wind is in the wrong direction. His eyes fidget. He looks at the target and looks at me and says, you're right. I'm freaking the fuck out. He stands up and walks away, announcing to the cadre he is quitting sniper school, while simultaneously giving up our position. what the actual fuck is happening. The cadre are about as shocked as I am, but are also greatly amused, whereas I am not. Looks like you failed. Your partner quit, Kennedy. Hell no, Sergeant, I replied. I'm not quitting. I still have a shot to take. They messed with me for a while, taunting me for running my partner out of the course. I am the last guy left to shoot. When I'm done, everyone gets to go home for the day. Everyone else has passed, and they're all sitting in the bleachers watching and waiting. Finally, given that we are at an impasse, one of the cadre walks off to the bleachers. Does anyone want a spot for Kennedy? There are two caveats. I'm only giving you one round to hit the target, and I get to pick it. Given those conditions, who wants Kennedy's pass-fail to be on your shoulders? I scan the bleachers. I know my chances are not good. Who would want to do that? But I don't wait long. A burly Asian on the far left side stands up immediately. Picture the Batman costume, but Asian. And that's basically Mike Glover. This dude isn't worried at all. He walks over like he's about to choose a salad dressing at the salad bar, not making the decision that will affect whether I pass or fail. What if I put my graduation on the line, Glover? What if I put your graduation on the line, Glover? The sergeant asked. I'm making the same decision, Sergeant, Glover responds.
That's a crazy story. And it's just that. It's a story.
Not true?
It's not true. But this is one of those ones, wait till you find out about this. It's worse than not true. It's a lie. He goes, sniper school is not an individual event. It's a team event. Nope. Say yourself, you have having a bad sniper and a good sniper go to two different teams. Like it's insane. Of course it's an individual event. What he's talking about, what he's describing is stalking up to a target, which is called the stalk lane, like your classic. You're in a ghillie suit and you crawl, as slow as you can. And undetected, you have to take a shot at a guy that's just sitting there in the field. But the shot is a fake shot. It's a blank, because you can't take a real live shot at the guy. What you're really getting graded on is stock, not your shot. So for him to say this is a team event, the stalking is an individual event. Now let me take a step back. Could somehow at some point during any time did they have a team stalk in SODIC? I didn't go to every SODIC class, so maybe they did. But traditionally, it's an individual event, as it should be. I don't even know how you could do it as a team for SODIC. We want to thank our sponsors. SODIC is a pretty, I hate to say it, I don't know if I say easy course. It's not a physically demanding course like that. No one quits SODIC. Nobody quits SODIC. Why would you quit SODIC? Like you shoot, and if you don't meet the score, it's a little stressful if you feel like you're not doing well. But nobody just quits SODIC. These guys are Green Berets. So I know Marine sniper schools, like a rite of passage, they treat them like crap. Maybe someone quits that. This isn't that. You've already done the hard stuff. They're here to make sure you can shoot. So to say this guy is just mentally weak and quits. He doesn't say it in the book, but he does say it in other podcasts. I know the guy he's talking about. The guy's name is Bradley Keys. Go back to the beginning of that and read how flattering and on page 181, how unflattering he talks about Bradley Keys and why he's the best sniper shot, the best sniper in the school, which is a lie. But Bradley Keys is the worst sniper in the school, and these are the reasons. Just remind people.
I have the highest individual score in the class. My partner's the lowest. He's a great guy, but he is absolutely not a natural sniper. Doesn't have the right temperament to train himself to be one, and is dealing with post-traumatic stress.
What a crappy thing to say about a guy, and then to say that a guy quit. You want to know what happened to Bradley Keys? You think he quit? You think a Green Beret quit sniper school? No, he didn't quit sniper school. He graduated that sniper school. But here's the reason. You want to know what happened when I tried to reach out to Bradley Keys to see what really happened in this story?
The same MO as all of the stories.
What do you think happened to Bradley Keys?
Not with us anymore.
He died in a training Halo accident.
I mean, how did I get? I mean, I'm just saying. I went to that because of all of his stories can't be,
or if there's no rebuttal to it,
yeah,
then you can't.
the other person can't.
So it gets weirder. So when he talks about the stock lane and then having to take this really long shot, I have to explain to you, you can't take an 800-meter shot in the stock lane because that means you'd be 8 football fields away from your target. If you tried to take a shot that far, you'd fail. They force you to stop close, within 300 meters usually. That way it forces you to be close to force you to prove that you can move undetected. So him saying he's taking an 800-meter shot in the stalking lane is a lie. You would fail it. Him giving a win call during the stalking lane is you wouldn't give a win call in the stalking lane. You shoot a blank. You shoot a blank round. So the guys who are looking for you can at least hear it like it's a real shot and see if they can find where you're at. So it's a blank shot. When you're done stalking and if you're lucky enough to not be seen after the blank shot, the cadre comes up and he does a laser rangefinder to see how far away you are from target, and then they move back to the sniper range, the live fire range, and they recreate the shot at the distance that you were, and then that's how you get your shooting score. So here's where it gets weird. You would think it was, well, then he just mixed it up, and he just fast forwarded it from the stalking lane to the live fire shoot. But you can't do a live fire shoot at 800 meters. You can't do it. You would fail. If that was your recreation shot, it wouldn't be. You'd fail. So. And then, when you really know what happened, it makes more sense. Tim failed the unknown distance shoot, which is where you don't know the distance of the targets. You have to mill it. You have to figure it out. And that is, him and Bradley Keys would have done that together. They failed it. And so when you get a reshoot, Tim was the shooter, Tim failed. When you get a reshoot, so you can't blame it on your spotter, they give you another person to shoot with. And so my buddy who's in charge of the school at the time says they picked Mike Glover to be his spotter because Mike was his team was doing really well. He goes, if I remember right, his team was the best team. So that's how I know Tim wasn't. Tim, you couldn't have been the best because this is your third time and you're still failing events. So he failed it. They told Mike Glover, hey, you're going to have to be his spotter, and you have to redo the whole course of fire. You don't, when you fail, I believe there's 20 targets for that event. You don't just go pick one target. And the cadre sure as hell doesn't get to pick the target for you. Well, okay, here's the retest. I'm going to give you one bullet. I'm going to pick the farthest one. And I'm going to randomly pick a guy, and if you pass, you pass, and if you fail, you're both out. It's just a crazy lie of a story. And there's hints of truth to the story. Yes, Mike Glover helped him pass because he failed. And Mike Glover did help him do that. That part is true. Mike didn't raise his hand in some Batman moment. He didn't. Mike Keys didn't stand up in the middle of the stock lane and quit. It's just a real embarrassing story.
Mike Keys passed away.
I'm sorry, Bradley.
Did he pass away before or after?
Bradley Keys, I was obituary up here. He died December 13th, 2012. So, way before this. In fact, I knew something was amiss when I went to his obituary. And his military education includes U.S. Army Airborne, Warrior Leaders Course, Special Forces Qualification Course, Jump Master Course, Special Forces Advanced Urban Combat Course, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape, Special Operations Target Interdiction Course. That's what SODIC stands for. Even in his obituary, it says he was a SODIC graduate.
No, Tim Kennedy wrote this book. It made him sound like that after he died.
Correct.
God. There's a low and then there's a low.
That's a tough one. That one really that's a tough one. Stay professional. Let's move on to Iraq because that one gets me. He goes on and does his first tour in Iraq. Let's talk about some of the Sephardic stuff. That's also an issue. And I have to explain this to people because Tim uses people's lack of knowledge of special operations to kind of get away with things. He says he went to Sephardic before. And Sephardic is the advanced CQB school that SIF teams have to go to in order for them to operate on SIF teams. Okay, so he's being assigned to a SIF team, but he's not Sephardic qualified. It happens all the time. That's not unusual. So the SIF team was covering down on South America. That's what SIF team does. Well, they're there in case of an emergency. And strategically, they don't want to let the SIF leave. That's why this is 2006 Iraq, and the SIF team hasn't been to combat yet. They haven't been to combat yet. It's one of the most lethal teams 7th group has because they're tied to South America, so they can't chance something going wrong in South America and the SIF team not be there. They're very tied into a region. So the plan was, hey, let's get these guys combat experience. And so what they did was, we're going to take another SF company, and we're going to put the whole company through Sephardic, and we're going to get them, I'll put this in quotation marks, qualified. So that way, when the real SIF company goes to Iraq, the fill-in SIF company can maintain the same capabilities while they're gone. That was the deal. That was bargained. Here's a problem. Sephardic has an attrition. Not everyone passes Sephardic, so they get a chance. Half the company not making it, not having enough people to do the mission. So what they did was they did an ungraded Sephardic, and they shortened it. So they shortened it, and basically no one failed. So it was more of like a certificate of completion than it was a certificate of graduation there. So that's what Tim went to. And what that meant was, because he wasn't Sephardic qualified, true Sephardic qualified, when he goes to Iraq, he's not allowed. His team, John McPhee, doesn't even let him in the house. He can't assault a single target. Does he go on target? Yes. But he's a blocking position. He stays outside the building and protects the guy's back while the men go in there and clear the rest of the building. And when it's clear, Tim is allowed to come in the building once the men clear the building. That's a little bit of a boring story to some people. That'll clear up some other things to some vets. That's a really important part because there's a lot of stories he tells that he could not have done because he was not an assaulter. He was not qualified to be an assaulter.
Wow, that's impossible because the next chapter in his book talks about he hunted Zarqawi.
From the outside of buildings, he hunted Zarqawi. So hopefully he met him in the street.
Having anybody that was working for the American government, Zarqawi's having his henchmen, they'd drill their hands to the wall, they'd cut off their eyelids, and then they'd rape their family in front of them before they killed them. And you'd walk in, you'd find this raped, murdered family with this dude's hands drilled to the wall. Like, this is fucking peak war. Did you see that? Yeah. You walked in on that. We found every kind of imaginable horror that you can tell he lied right there because he wasn't ready for that question.
He wasn't ready for that question.
Think about the answer.
Hey, I love giving Sean Ryan credit. We're hard on him every now and again. Great question, Sean. Like, hold on. You saw that? Because that's a crazy story. Like, it was more than Sean could fathom. And he's like, yeah, I saw that. And he presses him again about that. Keep going.
Terrorists do to civilians, we found.
let's rewind. I want to go right into that. First time you saw that, what is the just everything from the insertion to walking in that room? Funny, full circle is in Israel just this recent October, and we're into some of the.
All right, real quick. So he is not ready for this. It wasn't in the book, so this isn't rehearsed. So when he's asked to go into details about it, what's the first story he tells? I was in Israel. Watch this stalling tactic that he uses when Sean catches him completely by surprise by asking him to drill down on this line. Go ahead.
Which is adjacent to Gaza, and seeing the same things that I saw back 18, 17 years earlier in Iraq. The inhumane, barbaric things that these radical extremists do are just inhuman. And I think that's the point, is they want to show that anybody that does anything to support not Sharia law, not these radical ideas, isn't human, right? They're infidels, so they can do anything they want to them. This is what month is this? This is early 2006.
That's what
We are going to what we thought was a BBIED target, and Al Vera was like the point guy, and we do a call out initially. So you set up like an L-shaped ambush on the outside of the house, and this was early tactics for 2006, 2005, 2006. Not a lot of only special operations units were still. Combat arms were still doing hard knocks. There's no
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, anything with
the word salad dynamic entries. We're doing as deliberate as we possibly can. After some houses get blown up and there's booby traps involved, so we're trying to do call outs. And we're doing a call out of a target. And when we finally go to assault and clear the building, as we come in through the front door and you find a couple of kids that had been raped and murdered, your brain doesn't process it. You can't. I can't remember. Whether you're planning what you're going to see, but the last thing you plan on seeing is dead kids in a corner. And I have a really good memory, and I journaled the whole entire time that I was deployed in all my deployments.
Okay, so he's able to use like dealing with it, telling the story, like the pauses that you told a story like that. He's able to use to
that one's a crazy one to me, right? Try not to insert too much about my own past, about this other experience. The truth is, I've been to all three combat theaters multiple times: Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. I've seen a lot. If I didn't see it, I know someone who saw something crazy, and so I haven't heard a lot of new stories. And when I heard that, I was like, I've never heard that. That's a crazy story. I've never seen that. None of my friends have ever seen anything like that. And that's straight out of the movies. Straight out of the movies. And I'm not saying that they haven't done terrible things, but for whatever reason, we just think that's crazy to stumble upon that. So that was one of the things I wanted to ask his teammate. And I was like, gosh, I gotta ask you this. Did this happen? I read through it. He's like, same thing as always. Sigh. No, that never happened. Gosh, that never happened. I was like, is there a story close to that maybe like he's exaggerating? He's like, nothing like that ever happened on target. He goes, I'm reaching here, Yes, we had an interpreter that got tortured and killed. Like when he went on leave. I've heard those stories before. They happen. He's like maybe like he took that torture story and like brought it into a mission. I was like, I mean, I get it. I asked you to try to connect it, but I'm not. That's crazy. But it's what he does. He tells these bombastic stories as truth to try to convey the message. What he's really just trying to tell you is how evil Al-Qaeda was. And how evil Zarqawi was. There's plenty of real stories that you could use to convey that are the truth. But he has to convey he wasn't there. But he wasn't there. And he also talks about like they were clearing the house. You weren't clearing the house, Tim. You weren't so far to qualify. So even if this did happen, you didn't see it. They would have had to come out from the house and tell you about it. But the guys that went in the house never saw it because this never happened.
This never happened.
I don't think so. So let's move on his first kill, 144.50.
Do the dynamic entry of the house. And as we're approaching the front door is opened, and a man is standing, a military-age man is standing there. There is an AK on the other side so there's a T intersection of the hallway as from the main entry of the room. I'm stacked on the right-hand side behind the owl. And he and I are on the right-hand side.
It's just weird to me because maybe you can hear it or conceptualize it different. Opens the door to a T intersection hallway. What door to a house goes into and there's a T intersection hallway? Again, like there's like that's not like glaring. It's just an odd thing to me. It's just like that's okay. All right.
Inside the stack, the other side of the stack is on the left. We're kind of like have cross coverage inside of this door. So like once the number one man goes, you kind of just follow, taking opposing directions. And from the right hand side of the door, we could see the gun and we could see the guy. From the left hand side of the door, you could only see the guy, but you couldn't see the gun. So Al and the translator, they're yelling to this guy to get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground. The guy goes to grab the gun, and the right stack shoots him. And military-age man on target as he's trying to grab a weapon, and he literally falls on top of the gun.
Sure. Let's read. So they're split stack on the door. Two on the right, two on the left. The two guys on the right can see him and the gun. The two guys on the left can only see the guy. Okay? That's what he says in this. Put a pause on that for a second. And now go to the book, page 147 to 148.
Four of us walked to the front door as Dave Fredericks, Ben Rios, Mario Montes, and Manny Villalobos.
And real quick, I'm pretty sure they don't appreciate their names being used in the book.
First nail that.
Yeah.
Moved to the back door through the sheep's pen. The rest of the guys were either hitting the other buildings or covering the windows of ours in case the guys transport out. We're set. The number one man, Al, pulls the door open, and I, as the two man, throw a flashbang. John, as the three man, covers the door with his rifle, and in case someone tries to take a shot at me or Al, as his feet do our job. So bam, the flashbang goes off, blow into the room, one behind the other. See a guy straight past the door. Our turf yells.
Hold on. In the Sean Ryan show, they were split stack on the door, and they were calling him to stop, and they shot him from the doorway. Now they're inside the house. They float in the house now.
It's hard for him to keep track, man.
Okay, well, that's different. Okay, we'll go ahead.
Our turf yells. Our turf yells for the guy to get on the ground over and over again. The guy is not going to the ground. He is defiant. My red dot is on his chest as our Al Zujan takes a breath and makes an athletic movement away from us. I hear Al switch his weapon from safe to semi. It's such a small sound, the tiny click of metal on metal, but all veterans know what that sound means for go time. You can always hear it through flashbangs, through flashbangs, through grenades, through artillery. That little click engages the mechanism in your brain that tells you this event is now real. My eyes see where this man is going, and my brain slowly passes that message to my body. He grabs an AK-47 and starts to spin it towards us. Somewhere between the time he grabs for the gun and the time he turns forward and busts with it, I move my weapon I move my weapon to semi, as does John. By the time the man's gun gets 2/3 around a half circle from where he grabbed it to where he's pointing it out, Al squeezes off 1 to 2 rounds. Milliseconds later, I double tap the guy. John shoots at almost the same time I do, also double tapping. The guy falls to the ground lifeless. There are 5, maybe 6 bullets stacked on top of each other through his heart. To be honest, if you don't look carefully, it looks like one bullet. I just killed for the first time, though I think Al's rounds get the actual credit. But at that moment, I'm actually impressed on how good
Good news, Tim. You must worry about that one. If you weren't in the house.
Oh, man.
I mean, I don't know how else to say that, you know. So let's go back for a second. In the interview, they were outside the house, split stack. One stack could see them, him and the gun. One could only see him. He makes a movement for the gun, and they mow him down, and he falls on the gun. Is that what he said on the Sean? Is that what he said on Sean Ryan? And this, they're inside the house, and they wait all the way until he picks up the gun, and he's turning around, and then gets mowed down. Those are two different stories. And it's not like, here's another thing. The split stack is just as crazy.
Welcome, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Guys,
How was your day?
Like me, John, and the third guy's name.
Are you ready for number 100? You think you got me? That's okay. Sounds like a plan. No, that was bad. Oh no! Wow, we both started off badly. There you go. No. No. Barely. Get it. Get it. Thank you. He has to be one. Don't say that. Maybe, maybe tonight, Miss Aquarius. Not too. If you win this one, then we're gonna end on it. Be positive. Get it. This one's yours. Perfect. Perfect. Got it. You're gonna beat this game. Oh, I won't let you win. I have a feeling it's your this is your turn. Get it. What was that? Oh no. Finger slip. Get it. No. Get something. Uh-oh, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Welcome. No. Get it. Thank you, ma'am. Call comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike. Get this there. It's a tough split. Welcome. How are you? Happens. I'm going to ensure you, Havens, all your friends and family become financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? You're muted. Excellent. How long have you been streaming on Kick? Okay, so you're pretty new to it. Do you stream on other platforms? Oh, very cool. That's cool. So that it's all automated. Very cool. Oh, very cool. If I may ask, did you see my messages or did you see the clips that I post? Have Haven, did you see the clips that I post or did you see messages that I sent in the chat? You've got it. So we're playing, man. Well, super intelligence, life extension, and mind uploading technology. Do any of those things interest you? Don't worry about it. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on 33 other platforms. I'm live on everything except Kick. And the reason why I'm not live on Kick is I've been banned on Kick. Sure. I have a bunch of accounts. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild, like my name in here, in Kick or in Twitch, and it'll come up. That's perfect. That's okay. That's it. Took you exactly where I wanted you to come because I wanted to meet you, Havens, and I wanted to be able to talk to you, tell you about what I do. You should know more than making you rich and all the futurology stuff. You should know that I'm just a person here who's very positive. I'm someone who is here to be a positive person in your life, to have an optimistic view on the world, and to just give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining my Discord. I hope you continue to stay in it. In the future, come back whenever you're bored and let's talk some more, okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, please do. You like documentaries? I love documentaries. I'm currently watching Jewish history lectures, and you can long. Do you? If you want, you can play bowling with us. Okay, we don't want to. But yeah. So I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Miss Aquarius, you want one more? Absolutely. And yeah, Havens, to your point, you're always welcome here. I mean, I'm always live, so there, like Miss Aquarius, she'll sleep in here tonight. I'll get people who come in throughout the entire world who come in here, and they stay for as long as sometimes 48 hours to sometimes just people pop in, just depending on how they feel. So yeah, you're consider this place your new home, Havens. I'm a certified project management professional. If you would take a look on the left part of this Discord, and you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that? Put that link in your browser and see how many live streams I have currently going. It'll blow your mind. Absolutely. So, yeah, do you have any questions about technology, or what are your goals? You've got a documentary channel. What's your goal for that? Just to educate the world? Absolutely. What's your favorite documentary that you show? No, you're not going to be able to chat. The reason why you can't chat is because people spam me with really nasty stuff. So, if you want, if you want to send me something, um, I you're gonna win, Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, you're gonna win. Don't you worry. You're gonna get it. Don't you worry. Excellent, Miss. You can show it. You can show it if you want. Let's watch it. That's very cool. Yeah, data is Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine. So that means basically a lot of people think we're in a race to whomever can either store the most amount of data or create the most amount of content. And I do my best to be able to do both. Well, I mean, it's generally the story of my life, but I watch things on history, I watch things on sports, I watch things on music and singing, and just basically everything that encompasses a human's life. I eat on camera, I sleep on camera, I do just about everything that a human does on camera. Yeah, I do have that. Yeah. So a lot of those are documentaries and just videos of myself. Exactly. As I consider it, hundreds of years ago, I would have been a diarist or a journalist, and in 2025, I'm a vlogger. Actually, do whatever you need to do. I'll see you in a bit. Excellent. I'm going to have these Jewish history lectures. Feel free to listen.
Or a daughter in combat, then you feel that your daughter or son did something valuable, their death was not in vain. But I'm hard pressed to imagine any Jewish mother or grandmother saying it will make them happy. You can come to terms with it, you can accept it perhaps, but to say it makes you happy is beyond me. And here's one from just yesterday. This is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking in Kuwait. And he goes on and says, if you are a nation of 100 million people and 10,000 people die, it's meaningless. And he pushes further on this. He says, really, we shouldn't be worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. And so even if we have a reasonable narrator to explain to us what's going on, we don't know if we're going to get a handle on it because it's beyond, philosophically beyond human understanding. He goes on, by the way, to say, and this is just a bizarre point, why is every single person is so precious for the Israelis, meaning Jews? Why do we care so much about every single person? He offers this crazy answer. It's because we spent so much money to bring them to Israel. And he has it completely backwards. We may spend a lot of money on individuals, but that's because we care about individuals. We're not trying to win some kind of geopolitical point. This is the reason there is a war, because they've captured our children. Okay, so that's it. Believe me, that was actually the introduction. That was the first bubble. We have a few more bubbles left. If it becomes overwhelming, I won't be offended if any of you decide you want to walk out. That's okay. Tishba was really long and hard today. But let's now go to the war itself. So here's what the geopolitical environment looked like at the time of the Great Revolt in the year 66. This lighter shaded area is almost all of the Roman Empire. I couldn't squeeze all of it onto this page. It goes up about halfway through the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to this tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways. I mentioned the balsam pine, for example, balsam palm, but also as a point, it's kind of like an ancient flyover country where the great riches of Egypt and the connected it to the both continents of Asia and ultimately Europe. So it had kind of like importance as a place of traverse, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of natural resources, and it was a constant headache for the Romans because the Jews were so foreign to them. They worshipped an invisible God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independent by the time we get to the revolt. Many people seem to think, based on a very sketchy idea of ancient history, that Israel was independent and then the Romans came and conquered them and destroyed the temple. But that's not at all true. In fact, the Romans were there in the year 63 before the Common Era. So in other words, the Romans controlled Judea for 120 years before Jews rebelled and ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. So Jews had more or less come to terms with Roman rule because they had been ruled before that by the Egyptians, by the Syrians, by the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. It was definitely not ideal, and Jews harkened back to the golden age of the Maccabean revolt when they had independence for a short period of time. But basically, the Jews lost their independence as a result of their own infighting. The last great queen of the Jewish people was a woman named Shlomzion, and under her reign, which ended in the year 76 before the Common Era, there was it began in the year 76, ended in the year 67, somewhere around that time. Shlomzion had tremendous relations with all the various groups and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara says that during her reign, things were so good that even the produce were bigger, even the avocados were larger because Shlomzion was such a tremendous queen. However, upon her death, her two sons fought over who was going to be king and who was going to be Kohen Gadol. They ended up in a very nasty civil war, and both of them, independently of each other, reached out to the Romans and said, "Would you please intervene on our side?" The Romans said, "Fine, we'll be happy to help you out." They came in, and in the year 63, under General Pompey, they decided to simply keep Israel for themselves and incorporate it into their empire. This is a scene that's from a 15th century reproduction of Pompey entering the sanctuary. The Gemara also speaks about that. The Romans were curious about what exactly the Jews were worshiping.
There he is.
They simply did not believe that there was no idol in the self in there, and also did some atrocious things as well to defile it.
That's great. What's your favorite kind of pizza?
The Jews had to live under Rome with the being a subject.
What brand is that?
But it was something that the Jews
Oh, very nice. I hope it's really good. Do you get many people who watch you on Kick?
Would send off their second.
Okay.
They would enrich themselves through taxes and various types of. Up to a higher, someone improving their economy. Basically, it was a place where. So we have
Okay.
Strong Jewish period. We do have a Jewish king. The Romans had our murdered his brother was tyrannical time as well.
I don't know who that is, but that's very rude.
He poured all works, building many cities that are in Israel and around the regions. In fact, this guy as an individual, one who renovated the temple, and when we worship at the coast, we're worshiping at stone that Herod's brick there, renovation, which have in a
Okay, if you want to share what's going on in here, is that what you're saying? Okay.
With us, pretty good and very pro in many ways, but died in 44. Successor
Well, certainly.
his son was actually just a Roman with the Romans of the war, and was a complete traitor to the Jewish cause, even though he was the king of Judea. After John, you see, you have this so, not caring at all, public order. So there was a tremendous amount of lawlessness in the north, in particular.
That's correct, but the Jewish-Roman War of 2,000 years ago. Welcome. Oh, was that your friend?
Was especially of
That's okay.
Did not have on them. They might have like that.
That's correct.
But the Roman procurators, no problem, like putting up eagles.
That's okay. No, I'm an actual rabbi.
The procurators were managed.
Thank you.
Especially known for his ineptitude and exactly.
Yep, I'm Orthodox.
And consequent growth of sectarianism. But I mentioned the king of Jewish.
How do you do that?
Completely to quell the growth of Jerusalem. North Jerusalem.
Right.
His actually she used to be here. Days and one of these still come begging to try.
Very cool. Welcome, Rick Sanchez. How are you?
Besides her particular, and even she has the problem.
Rick Sanchez, can you? Hey, how are you? How'd you find out about me, Rick Sanchez? You're amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? All right. Well, I think you're amazing. Okay. Well, I think everybody has a little bit of amazing in them. So you were saying that's correct. That's because I spam people on it. Yeah, but they know who I am. Yeah, it's no big deal. I'm very famous on Kick. Rick Sanchez, are you and Haven friends? Oh, okay, very well. So Rick Sanchez, do you watch Kick streamers? Okay, what do you watch? Okay, I don't know about that. What do you like to watch? Oh, that's tight. I love all the. That's very cool. What else do you like? Do you like Family Guy? I like Family Guy. How don't you like Family Guy? How don't you like Family Guy? What? What's no? What's that about? Very cool. Do you like anime? I don't know a lot about it either. Really, very little. I would probably say Speed Racer because that's like the only one I really know. I have a server channel that's dedicated. What up, Mahidi? How are you, Mahidi Vampire? Is that your friend? Excellent. I'm just checking. Is everybody 18? Yeah, you have to be 18. I have a projection on the wall. I project the Jewish history lectures. Rick Sanchez, you're not Rick Sanchez. You're not 18 years old. No, you didn't. Rick Sanchez, I'm going to ask. I'm going to. Okay. All right. What? What? Mahidi Vampire, you're not coming in very clearly. Can you repeat that, please? Okay, very well. How did you to each their own, whatever makes you happy. So, Rick Sanchez, you saw just the link somewhere. Was it on Kick? That's baller, dude. Thank you so much for telling me. I appreciate that. So, Rick Sanchez, do you stream yourself, or are you just someone who watches streamers? Absolutely. Who are your favorite streamers, if I may ask? Oh, okay, very well. I kind of knew she's a no. She's a nice. She's yeah, it is. It most certainly is. She treats puppies on stream. She travels on stream. Unfortunately, she was recently like robbed at gunpoint for her cryptocurrency, and that was very sad. But fortunately, she was able to get out safely, and I think they arrested the people who did the crime, so that's good. Um, she doesn't do anything on stream that I find inappropriate. Maybe off stream and stuff. I mean, like the worst thing, she games on stream. She's like a pretty big time female gamer. I've spoken to her in her Discord. She's always been nice to me. So that's cool that you like her. Hey, dude, it happens. Absolutely. Do you troll her? Oh, why did she ban you? Hey, it happens. I don't know where Great Neck, New York? No. Well, we were in exile for 40 years and roamed the desert, and that was approximately 1200 BCE. So after that, we entered Canaan. We were led by Joshua, and um, really the battles happened that thereafter, probably about between like 1200 and 1150 BCE. So within a generation or so, and that's covered generally in the book of Yeshua. Not at all. It's the story of our people, but it's the story of the beginning of the world all the way to at least Torah is until we make it to the promised land. It's a beautiful. Well, I mean, it was 3,200 years ago, and we as a people have learned to mature, or in many ways, we're not perfect. We're still not perfect. Uh, the Bible is not a story of a perfect people, it's a story of struggling with God. In fact, that's what Israel means, he who struggles with God. That's okay. Go do your thing. Rick Sanchez, I had asked you who are your favorite streamers. You said Amaranth. Do you have any other favorite streamers? Okay, she's the only. That's a good question. Um, I like a lot of people who like are YouTubers, but they don't necessarily live stream. I'm a big Joe Rogan fan. I like a lot of comedians. So Shane Gillis is funny. Bill Burr is funny. Do you know what Kill Tony is? Oh, okay. Kill Tony's the largest live podcast in the world, and it takes place every Monday night on YouTube, and it's also gone to Netflix now, so that's cool. I'm a big fan of that show. I stream it in here every we stream it in here every Monday. Um, from a streamer perspective, like kick streamers, who do I like? I like Ori. I like X Straight Savage. I like Wappy Flanker. I like Amaranth. I like Aiden Ross. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord. Number one streamer all time in iShow Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord. And the number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. So, from that perspective, I yeah, there's a function that you can see who has spent the most time on camera in their discords, and if you do it in their discords, I show up number one. It's like a ranking. um so yeah, those are good ones. Who else do I like? Sam Bond, he's a good streamer. um who else? Like there are some others. Actually, one of my favorites, um his name is escaping me right now. Just one moment, I'll get it. CX Steve. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I like Ice Poseidon a lot. Um, and I like I forget what the ice games that he does. That's really tight. Um, I'm a fan of. Let me find this person's name. Um, he is. Let's see here. So there's Wappy Flanker. From a girl perspective, I like Violet Brandini and Malibu Bailey. She and I have played chess together on stream. I like Shafed and Orlando Jet. He's great. Odablock is cool. Mike Smalls Jr. I like a lot. Slum, I like him a lot. I don't know where. I mean, there it's just like some of them. I like Shakti G. Shakti G is really great. He does a lot of streaming challenges um for charities, so those are really great. Um, Great question. I really like boating. There are some yeah, that's okay. But streamers who actually live stream while not just the United States, but the world travel are cool. I like desktop streamers as well. People who are just commenting on music and movies and current events. Those are cool streamers. Um, I like people who like do sports streams. Those are a little more difficult to do because a lot of the content is copyrighted, but that's pretty fascinating to me. Um, I just like the connectivity that everyone has as streamers around the world. And when you start to do it, you recognize that a lot of us run into the same issues as other people, like connectivity issues and power issues and device issues. And um, well, it's not just that. I mean, frankly, a cell phone only has so much battery, and then even with a power bank, it only has so much battery. And you get issues where it's difficult to even see when the sun is really bright on a cell phone, and you get issues of overheating on a phone. I mean, all of those things generally even the best tech people can't overcome if it's just a normal phone. That's why at least like Hollywood producers and directors have to use specialized equipment, and that's not something that a normal streamer would have. You also run into issues where you just don't have enough hands, where you're live streaming and you've got your lights and your phone, and you also need to get your wallet out because you need to pay for something or whatever it may be. So those are issues that can occur, and it's just interesting to see all the different people and how they juggle the different problems that come along with streaming. I am a fan of some streamers who like travel the world, and you kind of follow along with them. I think that's cool. If I had unlimited funds, I would like to be a streamer like that someday. And I also like people. I'm independently wealthy, but not wealthy enough to be able to travel the world. Well, you're incorrect on that. Purely for data. That's not important to me. It is. I talk about peace and pacifism, and I talk about future technology and ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. These types of technologies I think could change the world, and I want to bring more awareness to them. Okay. I mean, I get what you're saying. I get that. Yeah, it's best to try to avoid. That is pretty cool. Do you enjoy, or would you say that you are a person who enjoys the freedom that kick or well that just live streaming gives you, or do you feel um like it gives you a do you feel like streaming gives you a voice? How do you plan on growing it? I'm in agreement with you on that. How do you plan on growing your channels? All right. Do you have a Discord? Have you ever thought? I It allows you to build a community. I mean, I wouldn't have the opportunity to speak with you all without one, and it gives people kind of a home base to be able to have discussions about what you do, or just to be able to connect with other people who have similar interests. And then you can promote it. And then, like if you get people who become your fans, then they'll join and accept, like you can have like little alerts to tell people when you've gone live and such, which can be helpful and get you more people viewing you. Do you do other platforms like Twitter and Telegram and that kind of stuff? How do you find treasure on the floor? Okay, that's true. That's true. Yeah, Instagram can be a good place to live stream, but you can run into issues with it too. It uses up a lot of battery and data, and it can cause your phone to overheat. And then there are issues that, like, if the app crashes, it may not save your video. So it's hard to live stream on Instagram while you're moving. I'm not saying that you can't do it, people do, but it's much easier if it's in one location. No. So if anything, he should seek out his local Orthodox rabbi, and if he's interested, perhaps it's our culture. Just it's our culture. We have cultural mores, and that's one of them. Jews are to marry Jews. Most certainly. It it has become the custom to marry for Jews to marry Jews. Now, the reason why I don't say it's necessarily in the Bible, it is, but we do have some of our ancestors who married non-Jews as well for other reasons, perhaps political or perhaps taking concubines. It was a polytheistic society, so it's not as simple as just saying, "Well, yeah, we've been always marrying Jews since the beginning of time. We have, but there have been instances where other people have intermarried as well. But generally, if we were taking a primary wife, that was a Jewish woman, and certainly today, that's how it works. Any other marriage won't be considered legally binding within Judaism, at least not within Orthodox Judaism. That's okay. Things have changed. So basically, it's rabbinical decrees of the last 2,000 years that have and simplified who we can and cannot marry. And the Orthodox view on marriage is that Jews are to marry Jews. Well, it's been recorded in the Talmud, and we generally take our beliefs from the Talmud and Torah, but Talmud is basically the discussions and debates over Torah and the oral Torah. And one of the of oral Torah is that Jews are not to marry non-Jews, and non-Jews are not to marry Jews. If you want, yeah, so it's in the Talmud. If we have a situation where we have a non-Jew who wants to marry a Jew, that non-Jew should see a local Orthodox rabbi for conversion. But that's not generally seen as an ideal situation. People should want to be Jewish on their own accord, not for another person. How did how did you guys meet? You met on Twitch? Very cool. So was he watching your channel or were you watching his channel? Wow, he sounds like he has some issues. What about him specifically do you like? Okay, so he seems genuine. Very well. And do you think he is generally a positive person or no? Well, that's good. So he lost his whole foot? Wow. Well, that's really. So does he have like a wheelchair now or something? Is this person homeless? Oh wow. And he's when you what do you mean by bunker? Wow. That seems like a really difficult situation he's in. So is he in the back in the bunker now? For some reason, is he a Kick streamer or a Twitch streamer? Oh, he's on YouTube. Okay. What happened to him on Twitch? Oh, okay. Why did he get banned? Do you know? Very wow. That sounds like a comic book. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Is he? Yeah, definitely. And you haven't seen him stream recently? Okay, so what'd you say? Oh, uh, that's what you should call me. Why didn't you get an invite to the party? Ash, did you do something to bother them? Okay. Well, very well, guys. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. If you'd like, I'm going to continue watching some Jewish history documentaries, Jewish history lectures, I should say. If you're interested in watching them, and if you need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay? Absolutely, my friends.
But then Tito was the destroyer of the temple and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was forced to enter their way. It's a very tragic story that's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art, this ill-fated romance of the Roman Emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice. Time for another story. At any rate, having no leadership, a whole host of sectarian groups erupted in the Jewish scene. And it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who all agreed that Rome had to be thrown off, but they disagreed on how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other, as we shall see in a moment. We have conflict with pagan communities as well. Don't forget that Israel always has been a multi-ethnic state. There's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews. And frequently we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. During this period, there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel, who are pro-Roman in many of their orientations, especially in cities like Ashkelon and Kizari. Tremendous conflict with the Shomronim, what's the English word for Shomronim? Samaritans. Thank you very much. Why did I skip my mind on this? Must be good at fasting. The Samaritans, who were, how exactly we put them on a Jewish scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of conflict with them as well. And in fact, the Spartans that lived the entire congregation was essentially a real estate dispute in Caesarea between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue. And then finally, Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that is quite active up until the 30s, and has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades, and finally it explodes on the scene in the 2nd century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself mentioned. There are several figures, sometimes named, sometimes simply called the Egyptian, for example, of people who proclaim to the Jews that things are so bad right now. Mashiach is definitely around the corner, and in fact, I am Mashiach, gathering people together, and then ultimately being slaughtered by the Romans or sent, driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of that it's almost the time for Mashiach definitely contributed to the conflagration that would erupt in 66. Let me take you now to our time and try to understand the origins of the war from Gaza. So I know passing around the room because we're very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it would be useful. So Gaza is here, of course, this tiny strip that juts out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the Strip because it is shaped sort of like that. And its fate between 1948 and 1967 was that it belonged to Egypt, located over here. This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the War of Independence. This was 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967, when in the remarkable Six-Day War, Israel decides to launch a preemptive strike because Egypt and Syria in particular are going to attack Israel. And when the United Nations, which has its peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and God, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egyptian attacks from Israel, Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in 6 days, even over in somewhat less because they destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first days. Israel expands dramatically. Israel takes sort of build on heights because since it's annexed, because of its strategic value looking over into Syria, they take over the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, which remains a very contentious area, and they take over the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, Gaza, this huge population, suddenly becomes part of Israel. Things happened
Yo,
in
Pam.
1978 when Camp David, when the president of the United States, Israel, signed a peace treaty, and it is not an especially
Absolutely, 100%, my friend.
Israel, but they never
You've done sufficient.
in return for this. They look happy here. Unfortunately, Anwar Sadat will be assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a public stadium shortly after because he dared to make peace with their neighbor with Israel. The Muslim Brotherhood was one of the forerunners of Hamas ideologically. And so what that means is shortly after, with great contention, Israel ceded the entire Sinai Peninsula to several that had been.
No, all three of you.
Israelis from this region and repatriated them to Israel, and nevertheless, even though it was
Anybody I've met along my journey has been recorded, and they will be rewarded beyond their wildest expectations in the future, God willing.
Then, so Israel now, by the way, one important point, Egypt refused to take back the Gaza. Egypt says, we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we do not want this massive collection of Palestinians. By this time, they were using the name Palestinians to describe themselves. We do not want to incorporate that into our country. They had a terrible reputation for destabilizing the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria all had difficulty with massive Palestinian populations. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian. They suffered a coup in the 1970s that they only barely pushed off. And so Egypt simply said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like the Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians living there, which would create a demographic unbalance and would remove Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggles with two basic values. It's constantly trying to do two things at once, and many times these values clash. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, obviously. It's designed as a refuge for Jews. That's the way Herzl thought of it. And it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, absorb the values of the Enlightenment, very much like America. And that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it could democratically very much vote to no longer be Jewish. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve the other value of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with, and it's really at the crux of the one state versus two state problem. So Israel is forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy, sometimes those have different connotations. And a small number of Jewish settlements are set up. Here you can see the satellite image. The regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them were very successful ventures like the Gush Katif, hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time bomb. There's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially to preserve it. And so, in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza completely in 2005. And so it was a very traumatic moment, much more traumatic than when he pulled out of northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, Sharon said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship. The United Nations will force it upon us. What are we supposed to do with them? We don't want to be jailers. And so that's one aspect. And the other aspect was, maybe if they finally have their own region, with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves, and they will, develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That is kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, it was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like the previous photograph of the American president in the middle, Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yasser Arafat, former terrorist who later became the head of the Palestinian Authority, on the right, for his effort. Much like Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in 1995. But after 2006, when they had their first elections, the Palestinians in Gaza voted for Hamas. It was not the overwhelming result. From this heat map, this is the West Bank here. You can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well on the West Bank, but Fatah, which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they wanted Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza as a city and to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization, so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war. They drove out entirely, so the region was, as a result of that coup, it was entirely controlled by Hamas. And their response to Israel was not the peace-loving, we're going to use all this foreign investment and we're going to build up a society. Rather, they used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war, which is characterized primarily by an incredible number of rockets sent out from Gaza against Israeli civilian targets. Israel is remarkably able to defend against many of those targets with this phenomenal technological achievement of the Iron Dome. And one of the analyses that looks at October 7th, one of the reasons why perhaps the Jews were caught off guard is primarily because they had overly relied on their technological superiority and they were unable to come to terms with the low-tech attack that October 7th represented. So that basically brings us up to the present day, looking at the eve of the war. At this point, I've been speaking for about 45 minutes, so can I take any questions, arguments, any discussions? Yes, please. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the background, this is a sophisticated question. Josephus is able to garner the support of his captors, not killed immediately, because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. first of all, I am a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus, who's the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person. He says, Dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So he put him in chains, and Catava, in a year, Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the emperorship. And at that point, Titus, says, Josephus, you were really a prophet, you were correct, and he unchains him, and then, that's the beginning of his crimes here. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he was able to exfiltrate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kind of thing. And for that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai three things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him Yavne and its sages. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, we need to have a place where the sages can retreat. And there was a third thing, which I forgot what you gave him. Sorry, what was the last one? What was it you wanted from about Rothschild coming out? I forget what it was. That he should survive. Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing about 200 to 250 years later. So, many scholars will certainly say that that Vespasian, that the Talmud plagiarized and changed it to Jewish purposes. We also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is adulterated. There are also arguments to say that maybe Josephus made up the story for himself too. Again, don't forget, he's writing for the Roman audience that doesn't write anything about Rothschild and Zakkai. And if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has a history of doing such things elsewhere. He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist. He never misses a chance to knock down his rivals and to promote himself. He was actually not that people's marriages fall apart for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Titus, and they ran away from him. He was definitely wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I at least give you what major arguments. Yes, Vespasian was not, that was Titus. Yeah, so Vespasian was not a Jerusalem, but Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. There's a great volume set that's called Vein Josephus de Chazal, that goes through every line of Josephus and compares it to any comparable passage of Chazal, and lots of discussion about this. Okay, and this they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948, ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalet, which said basically if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions, because then it'll be better for military advantage and so on. And I think if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People who are very extremely anti-Israel, people who are extremely, pro-Israel without critical thought. Somewhere in the middle is a scholar named Benny Morris, who is one of the more moderates of the new historians, right? In my humble opinion, I think probably has the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also is important to note that one of the things that receives very little attention, but there is some work being done at Bar-Ilan right now on the Jewish Nakba. Because while the Palestinian case is so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Palestinians, there's also almost the same size, something like 820,000 Jews who were expelled between 1948 and 1952 from various Arabic countries in the Middle East and North Africa and so on. And so that aspect of the whole story definitely needs to be brought into the overall historiography as well. Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. I think it doesn't offend me, but yeah, we're not going out for lunch, so just so let's explore the course of the war. This is David Roberts' famous depiction of the destruction of Jerusalem. How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The summer rain, the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war begins in our case in the summer of 66. Decius Florus, who I mentioned earlier, was one of the Roman procurators, was extremely callous about this one particular property dispute that erupted in Caesarea. Jews approached with a bribe to support our position. He said, "I certainly will." He takes the bribe, and then he ignores them. And then violence erupts when some local Greeks set up some avodah zarah in front of the shul. They sacrificed some birds in front of the shul in such a way that the Jews would have to become the Tameh, would have to, it was just basically an insult. It was like spraying a swastika on the door, as it were. And a small fight broke out between Jewish cops, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks. And Decius Florus does not intervene at all. The older Jews, are forced to take the sacred Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Caesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. Word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jerusalemites are extremely incensed with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Decius Florus sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and Jewish citizens there. And then what hurts Decius Florus in particular is that while he is there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small but bizarre amount of 17 talents. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple, taking any kind of money from there, seemed deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Caesarea. So at that point, this is what really got him mad. Some Jewish pranksters walked around the city carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Decius Florus, he needs to build some walls. And this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is the one there, and he's got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down, this is the king, and he's brought troops and says, "Hey, this is not right, you can't insult my colleague." But things are spinning rapidly out of control. Ultimately, what Decius Florus does, he says, "I need to call in some bigger troops because I can't handle this violence here." And he calls out to Antioch for the assistance of Cestius Gallus. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria Polella, which is like what would we say Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch to, well, obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem, and he brings with him the 12th legion, the full Monata region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 troops, that's including the legion itself and lots of ancillary troops. And he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galilee region as he makes his way down from Antioch, which is Turkey, down to Israel. And then finally, he comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus's chronology. I'm following here the analysis of Diamond Plain Rogers and Steve Mason, who argued that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with his massive, terrifying legionnaires, and then he felt at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which would be difficult. It is a well-defended city. It has a small but reliable water source. He doesn't want to get involved in it, and of course, it is October. There's no point in starting to make the siege in October when the rainy season is about to begin. So he decides that he's done enough to maintain his show of force. It is now time for him to return to Antioch. And at that point, he goes through the Beit Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support wagons and so on, he requires him to stretch his way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage train. At this point, some of the rebels, under one Shimon bar Giora, who was incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in a formal execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon bar Giora takes advantage of their knowledge of the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down on the Romans. Ultimately, Cestius Gallus and his vaunted 12 legions completely destroyed. It was hugely humiliating for the Romans that Shimon bar Giora actually captured their eagle standard, which is considered, the symbol of Roman might. In fact, the Jewish rebel, so it's considered a huge humiliation. Augustus Gallus himself survived and fled first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch until later he disappears from the story. He was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels in the fall of 66 have a sudden massive win. They get a huge influx of weapons, like all the things they captured from the Romans, including lots of striking and piercing weapons, but also things like siege engines and catapults and things like that. And they're feeling really good about themselves. They're feeling that maybe they can actually, fend off the Roman might, which, if you recall the map before, was ridiculous. It's kind of like, Westchester County thinking it would hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's not going to happen. But nevertheless, there was a moment of euphoria when the perhaps they would be leading towards the in Jerusalem, and I put this in a different part of time, alternate between what the Romans doing and the Jews are doing. The rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is more moderate than anything they ever had. They still have a lot of aristocracy in Jerusalem, the wealthier classes who are associated particularly with Restream. They still have some of the early rabbis involved in the Restream. This is before the period of Yochanan ben Zakkai's escape, for example. And there's this idea of like, okay, look, we did this. What's going to happen now? Oh my gosh, there are rebels who are claiming that we've won, that's it, Roman doesn't be back, it's just a pipe dream. And others are saying, wait a minute, we've got to prepare, they are definitely coming back, we have to deal with it. But they still have a certain level of communication with the in the spring of 67, Emperor Nero, hearing about Augustus Gallus's horrible defeat, says, okay, we've got to send someone else out there. Augustus Gallus was known as essentially an administrator. He was not battle hardened. He never had the command troops before. Nero said, I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader. Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not like Cestius Gallus, a nobleman. He was a low-born person who had risen through the ranks as a warrior and had proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero because Nero was a strange individual. I'm sure you've heard stories about him, but at this time in the spring of 67, he was doing his so-called cultural tour, where he was going to the various outposts of the Roman Empire and proclaiming and performing as a singer and a poet. He regarded himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply offended because Vespasian fell asleep during one of his concerts and was actually snoring. And so that may have added to his motivation to send Vespasian out, but it was obviously the right choice militarily from a church perspective. Vespasian assembles his troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very brutal campaign in the Galilee region. Methodically going town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there, which you will recall was commanded this time by Josephus. Josephus describes his extremely heroic and intelligent defense of the towns, which, if we take it at face value, was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at Yotapata, where it would ultimately be his downfall, in order to convince the Romans besieging the city that he, in fact, had plenty of water, at the time, he ordered that people do laundry and then hang their wet laundry over the city wall. The water dripping in those walls, the water source in there, to see if it's like harder than possible. But it is at this point when Vespasian basically is overwhelmed. He has something like 60,000 troops with us. That's including several legions and all kinds of auxiliaries, including those donated by other client kings, who are only very happy to fight against their rivals in Israel. At this point, Josephus is deeply in a fight with one John of Iscala, and Vespasian decimates all these cities. Josephus surrenders, and John of Iscala makes him down to Jerusalem, so he is the head of the major rebels after that time. One of the points that I didn't want to really raise, actually a few of it, but what I find ironic about this story is that in the first century, we had no clear leader that we all basically agreed was going to represent us. And I think there are a lot of similarities, especially with the daily politics, so fractured, and those elections every 6 8 months, but we have to decide what to be done as a people. That's an unfortunate parallel that's not real good. Then in the summer of 68, again, it took me a break because you have to take on everybody into the winter. In the summer of 68, Vespasian hears about the unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and now they declared an insurrection. There are several candidates for the emperor, and he stops the attack because it's waiting to see what's going to happen. So basically, the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they just get their act together. And instead, they do the opposite. They incredible infighting in Jerusalem itself. There's one, a lot of people controlling the sanctuary of the temple. John of Iscala takes over the courtyard. Simon Bar-Kokhba comes in. Judeans come in. And there's horrible street fighting amongst Jews in Israel, in Jerusalem, for a year and a half before the Romans took place. At its worst point, the rebels competing with each other actually burned each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for withstanding the siege that they knew was coming. But in their paroxysm of factional fighting, the Jews simply could not supply a common force of action, and each individual rebel for a section of the city literally fighting with other in the population. At this point, they see the two guys come to bizarre behavior of these rebels, and people were living in tremendous privation. And other groups, because they were stolen the goods, they're living, essentially nightlife with tremendous distraction. It's one of the most interesting stories how the rates took their time, a year and a half. It was this time when the were able to flood the Pella, which was Jordan, they were able to ride out of the motorcycle. In the spring of 70, after the dynastic issues in Rome are resolved, the king's son, now with their people on his side, they raise the that this begins around Pesach time, and then by late fall,
what is the actual bullshit that is?
and the temple is destroyed, and Tisha for thereabouts. And that's basically the war of the three rebels holdouts right at a couple of points. So that's basically the course of the war. The three main stages of the fight. You have to assess the Jewish response to it. Based on the Jews, the Jews definitely fought with humility and with bravery and with chutzpah, but their bravery and their skills not be matched by the tremendous infighting against Jews that completely undermine any of their attempts to resolve the situation. If you look at our time, October 7th, this is one of the most striking photographs I've seen. I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs that unfortunately were there, but this is a satellite photograph that shows you the Mediterranean here. Here's the Gaza Strip. See, there's tremendous congestion about it. And this is on October 7th, the fire is burning in the Gaza as they were attacked on that horrible day. It was, of course, a Torah, and I don't need to go over the basics of what happened because we're all still living. The IDF was invaded 20 days later after a bunch of bombing campaigns. And there will be one brief pause from the 24th of November to 1st of December where 155 hostages will be released, but there's still well over 100 still living in Gaza. There's over 100 in Gaza, of whom about 60 are still alive. Looking at it from a broader perspective, it's recall, however, this is not like a one-front war. This is a war where Israel has been attacked wildly from several sources. Not only the violence that erupted on October 7th in Gaza, but this problem, because all of us, I haven't checked my news since we began talking, but everyone's worried about what's going to happen in North Hezbollah. There are 9,000 rockets at Israel. Many of you experience that same kind of strict reality where I look at my phone and I will look at how Israel or something else. Okay, 30 rockets against Israel.
There's nobody.
It's not important.
It's not where we're here. It's not where we're here. I mean,
of course, we had the dramatic
it's some shit, man.
attack from Yemen.
What are y'all here?
Counterattack by Israel on their coast. And of course, what we're all worried about today is that will Iran to save Iraq from I also have a small personal reflection. We're all involved in so much.
Kind of the same, man.
One of my sons was in Israel at the time. We wanted to bring him home for Passover, and his flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And, you know, it just seems so weird to me that my life intersects with world history because Iran bombed
Connections are
Israel.
nothing right now. It has nothing to do with me. My connection is clear as day. I have a browser right now showing my connection. It's so it has nothing to do with me or rebooting my life. So I would really appreciate if you guys cannot properly hear me. I cannot do anything. I'm a woman of solutions, and when I cannot do a solution, there's no way to bring it up. Okay? Yeah, leave the live and come back in. Tell them, Stan. I appreciate it. Thank you, Monica. Thank you.
The tremendous disregard and ridiculous level of violence perpetrated on each other because we simply could not appreciate our common humanity and our common Jewishness. That's exactly what common Jewishness is. And I think that's why the Talmud's analysis is so perceptive, because that's ultimately the message, the takeaway message. Not Cestus Gallus and not Vespasian, but Celestina. Thank you for coming. Yes, sir. Distancing themselves from all of these leaders working there so, as best as we can tell, you'll see the himself that he's one of the creators. And you can't always trust those people because of that way you have to follow which is probably the same as the other and he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it is not necessarily valuable as what the time had to say about it. So we can say, for example, if you look at the Rabbi episode, his main family members were among the rebels. Like the Syrians, who tried to stop him from going out of the city, were one of them was his nephew. So this is very much a family origin. Individual families were divided on many different lines. You can have the younger people who are attracted to the concept of rebels and various rights. And the character that Justice Hell meant to be a populist country were largely activists. Not activists necessarily a principle level, but on a more pragmatic level, the benefits like this, we have to deal with health. We are not trying to push off land. Any kind of, open intelligence is going to result in disaster. So, my best assessment is that these things is that there's this part of the people who still have great empathy people who are not able to come up and decide to see where they got them. And this is where they have some guys that definitely have connections with the rebel groups. But they want to cool the jets of the hotheads who want to fight against Rome. And that's why the strategy, as articulated by Yochanan Zakkai, is give us a place. We're going to leave, and we're going to establish ourselves there because we can't win this war. That's my. Yes.
I said I'm so bored this day.
Yeah, good argument. So this is the question was, this may have been, at least my assessment of the reason at this time. But 60 years later, you get to the third Roman Jewish war led by Bar Kokhba in 135, and that had a lot of support from the Perusian later. Rabbi Akiva, of course, famously argued that Bar Kokhba was going to be the Messiah. This is going to be it. So, the Jewish Muslims, how come they could support Bar Kokhba? They did it. I would only argue that it was certainly not a uniform support for the Bar Kokhba. Yosef Bar Kokhba, for example, the Talmud says to Akiva, says to him, Akiva, laugh will grow from your cheeks before our Kokhba is Mashiach. So there definitely were lots of Tanaim who were not in favor of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Rabbi Akiva was. However, the fact is, we have the 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva who died, according to the Gemara, of a plague, but according to the Chai Gaon, of a persecution. There's not an extreme argument to say that those 24,000 followers of Rabbi Akiva who died in that revolt. They were supporting Bar Kokhba. So, what's the difference between them? I don't know. It's a good argument. Good question. I think the main difference would be that Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, since letters of which were discovered in the Qumran region, he was a Frummy. I mean, he was pro-evolution. He was pro-Jewish welfare. He was definitely a very kind of like aggressive leader, and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold up 7 Roman legions for 2 years, which is unbelievable. Rome had to bring legions from England to fight against Bar Kokhba. So it was really a pitched battle. It was far more threatening for Roman than the first Roman revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination, that he was Mashiach. But it's a good question. There is a lot longer discussion. I think I saw a question in the back. Did you have a question? No? Yes. So these are probably not Greeks like from the Peloponnesian region, but local populations that may have originally been ethnically Arab and so on who adopted Greek culture. There are certain cities like Caesarea, for example, which is a Greek stronghold, and the south of Ashkelon also. And they were populated more by Greek Celtic culture, where Greek was the lingua franca, and they had athletic games, they had idols in the streets, things like that. Not tolerated all Jews, but they were more like Greek oriented. They could be some Jews involved in those as well. So those Greeks weren't even Greek, they were Syrians. So that would be the same kind of example where Greek was so overwhelming a culture that lots of populations call themselves Greek, though ethnically they look at them, just like America, which I said, an overwhelming culture that lots of people, well, maybe that's not a good example. I'm getting off topic. Let's go back to okay. So here we go in the Diana. So if we go to the ancient period, this was not a diaspora story by and large because Israel didn't have a huge diaspora population. There was a population specifically in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved in the revolt we suffered after from massive pogroms directed against them as a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Carthage, which is where you had the masses of Talmudic Jews, this is the period where you've got an expulsion of Jews there. In the 6th century before the Common Era, and a very large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet, but they largely stayed out of it. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about is like, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down is because what happens here, because then Rome ends here, right? The Roman Empire, this was the Parthian over here. Rome is worried, what happens if all those Jews over here use their imagined muscle and get the Parthians to attack Rome? Never happened, but it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Parthian Jews thought about this rebellion at the time. We don't have any sources. The only real ally that Israel had for an ally at the time was tiny Avi Abene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous queen, Hilni Hamalka, who converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s. And this is the 40s, not the 1940s. And she said, she was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support, using her throne for the people of Jerusalem. She actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And Avi Abene sent troops down to help the Jews in their fight against the Romans. Otherwise, it was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. Looking at our times, however, and I'd like to go a little bit slower now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so relevant. This is really a multi-front war besides the fronts that are described, the violence that's occurring, weapons, and so on. And we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away, across the river at Columbia University. I'd like to show you some of these statistics from the Harvard Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken every month. It's a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing.
You want some happy hippo? You want some happy hippo? You want some happy hippo to get your mind right? All right, well, let's get everybody's mind right with a little happy hippo to help you get that brain right. All right? I'm telling you right now, it's like they're enjoying mode. You want to be like a champion, you got some enjoyment mode. Podcasting, you're just chilling with the kids. I'm like Kratom. I don't do Kratom. Okay, what is the deal with Kratom? I think it's she didn't take it from here. It's been out for thousands of years. You want some happy hippo? You want some happy hippo to get your mind right? All right, well, let's get everybody's mind right with a little happy hippo to help you get that brain right. All right? I'm telling you right now, it's like they're enjoying mode. You want to be like a champion, you got some enjoyment mode. Podcasting, you're just chilling with the kids. I'm like Kratom. I don't do Kratom. Okay, what is the deal with Kratom? I think it's she didn't take it from here. It's been out for thousands of years. You want some happy hippo? You want some happy hippo to get your mind right? All right, well, let's get everybody's mind right with a little happy hippo to help you get that brain right. All right? I'm telling you right now, it's like they're enjoying mode. You want to be like a champion, you got some enjoyment mode. Podcasting, you're just chilling.
But that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this would be very important in the next few slides. When you look at
I'm like Kratom. I'm too Kratom.
ages of Americans are following, it's fairly evenly divided among all the ages. So it means that across the board, you talk to any American today over the age of 18, there is like a 20% chance that that person will be following more closely, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of the vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large thing. Now, what exactly do they think? This is a question they've asked me many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support more Israel or Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It's not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, we see terrible demonstrations, and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that, it's a minority of Americans. They're 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number even to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is a scary part. When you break it down by age, and this has been constant as well since October, the younger you are as an American, more likely it is to support Hamas. You look at this initial age group, 18 to 24, 46% of children, young adults, 46% of them support Hamas over Israel. That's a terrifying, terrifying number. 1 in 2 Americans under the age of 24 think that Hamas has the right to this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're over 90% correct. 65 or 93% correct, more of them. But this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are going to get older, and their values are going to be spread up along this side as well. Right now, this is just millennials. They're not power, they're the future, and it's deeply troubling. Over here, is this you are trying to avoid casualties? 54% the millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about civilian casualties. These are really scary numbers. And this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in politics today. And, I can tell you that at Touro University, like every federally sponsored university, we have to report our crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0% of anti-Semitism on our campuses. I hear there's another university in New York that also has similar statistics. I forget. But I fear for kids on regular campuses. One of my sons, who is studying to be a marine biologist, is not one of Touro University's strongest majors. Therefore, he's gone to a college that has a strong marine biology program, and he describes horrendous things. Like people who are his friends on Instagram suddenly writing the most vile, horrific, anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies as a Jew. And, encampments and boycotts. I myself, I was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the second floor, which has windows all around it, in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind, can they close all the windows there? And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said, because when they see there's a speaker here, they gather around and they chant and they shout obscenities around the building. And I've never experienced anything like that before. That you can have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because there's a Jewish speaker in the Hillel house. And by the way, the Hillel at UBC is like extremely, a liberal conflict as well. So these numbers are terrifying. This is a real front, and it's not us who are facing it. We are, most of us in this room are older, we have our circles of friends, maybe we see people at work, but going into college campuses, this is a terrifying conversation. Here's another one. 7 in 10 voters say they only favor a conditional ceasefire with Hamas based on the release of hostages. Also, a fairly comforting number that Americans get it. That the hostages are at the center of this, and if there's no hostage deal, there's no ceasefire. But again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire, and let the hostages sit where they are. It's incredible. But this is. Oh, no, the other way. Sorry, thank you. 46%. Just rewind that part. 46. It's still a scary number. 46%. So this is really a front that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments that experienced something like this. This is something that happened actually just last night. This is an ad that appeared in Jewish Standard this past week. And it's Bob Magan class, and look at this here. Learn essential skills for college life. Now, as a university administrator, I think essential skills for college life, I think, okay, math literacy, you've got the English composition skills, but no, it's self-defense as essential skills for college life. This is the environment that we're living in today. It's pretty dramatic. They had it on the pair of tissue rock, but seriously. Anti-Semitic love, it's not a joke either. I don't have to bring this to you, but the level, it's so bizarre that you would think that after Jews are attacked, there would be kind of like a backlash of sympathy. There would be kind of like people saying, no, you shouldn't be attacking civilians like this. But on Iraq, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of anti-Semitic attacks, this is just until the end of 2023, skyrocketed after October. As I'm sure many of you have experienced directly. But what I find, I think, most frightening about all this phenomenon, and I'll speak a little bit more about it in the next slide, is this bizarre as-a-Jew phenomenon that has really gained tremendous prominence, although I doubt that it has logistical depth. The as-a-Jew term was coined by a scholar whose name escapes me right now. It basically points to the fact that there are many, many Jews looking at this conflict begin the statement of their opinion with the phrase "as a Jew." And the next part of the sentence is going to be, I condemn the actions of the state of Israel and Gaza and so on, whatever it is. They feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow, gives them special authority to opine on this deeply complex conflict that has gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightened me very much. This is Jacob Carngill is a journalist. He works for the Court right now, and he covered this. It was actually a video. You can watch if you like. Go to his Twitter feed to find it. But it's this young sophomore, I think, at George Washington University in Miriam, and she's at this presser at the Capitol House, with the videos and things like that. And she described her experience at the quad at George Washington, which they have renamed Shahada Square. Shahada, of course, is the Islamic proclamation. The faith is also associated with suicide bombers, and it is actually the emblem of the Hamas flag. So they named their quad after the Hamas flag. Anyways, this girl, Miriam, talks about how she's so grateful for the protest in the encampment at her college because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience in life. Growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. I think that's a weird term. I guess she didn't live in Williamsburg. But, she says, I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like virtually impossible to happen. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when a certain rabbi came and brought a sacred Torah and on Shabbos in the encampment, and she was able to have her bar mitzvah, bas mitzvah, right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming how she said a wonderful experience where you have to connect with her Jewishness. And she identifies her protest over Gaza with her Jewish identity. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that you can see the holiness of the Neshama really coming out there, because it's no, I don't mean it facetiously, but she identifies with the suffering of him. She identifies with the social goals of the prophets, the blood of the Nevi'im running through her veins, Amos and Yirmiyahu, and they're all in her. They're all saying Tzedek, Tzedek, Amos, and absolutely, there's no question. But the thing is, it's so close, it's so mixed up, it's so confused, it's so divorced from what actual Jewish values are, that you cannot feel but sadness. It's an excellent question. The question is, what do I attribute it to? There's a rabbi who's on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch. She has spoken publicly about this. Very, very powerful. And he takes an all-faith approach. Because basically, in some of the more liberal identifications of Judaism, we have sacrificed too much Jewish particularism to the concept of universalism. We have really doubled down on teaching our kids that we have to respect all humanity. They have to it's not like that's wrong. That's absolutely part of our tradition as well. But we're also a family. We have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own special parts. And he says that it's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly. We have not taught our children. And I think we all have to take a piece of this. It's not just because of his denomination. We all have to take a piece of this. We're not taught our kids enough about what specifically is the value of being Jewish. What is in Judaism per se that we don't share with the rest of us. Kind of like the Shmini Aseres moment as opposed to a super moment. Okay, but I will return to this in 1 second because it's not all bad. Okay, I'm in my concluding bubble. Thank you for your patience and endurance. I'm surprised so many of you lasted this long. Here's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. This is a Haggadah printed illness in 1859. And this is a period of time when the Tsarist government in Russia was deeply involved in Jewish life. And I actually have a few volumes in my own home that have at the beginning a little stamp that says approved by this censor, who was usually a Jewish guy who was employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel is offensive. And so this one particularly zealous censor was looking at the Haggadah, and he said, it's going to offend the Tsar, so please make some small changes. So the printed version, as the year 1939, this is a famous passage, I'm sure we're all familiar with. God who stands for us and the fathers. It's not only once in our history that people have tried to destroy us. Rather, in every generation, there are people who rise up and try to destroy us. And the Holy One rescues us from their hands. The censor said it's not going to fly, so therefore he made a small change, add this word "hayu," and change the mem to a hey, so that instead it reads, in every generation they used to rise up. No longer we live in the Tsarist golden age, where we're so happy to live under Russian rule, and no one's going to hurt us anymore. They used to rise up against the destroyers, and the Holy One rescued us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescuing because we live in this, Soviet or Russian paradise. And although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, I felt like this about America. I felt like all that stuff I studied, here it is. Look at my keynotes, right? We were just reading from this, and it's hardcover. It's like solid because it's not going to change. It's great. It has all the past things we've gone through in a conveniently located spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why a hardcover is so useful, because it'll stay on my shelf forever. And I think we've all been accused of that. We've all kind of had a wake-up moment. It's October 7th. That what happened in this generation is very much real to us today. So I'm going to step out on a limb here. I've been doing this for most of the last hour and a half, but I step out on a limb and go past my historian, boundaries, and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just my personal reflections. They're not bound in any rabbinic authority, anything like that. But I think that if you go back to the courses, this is actually also from a Russian printed oxide. The advice we have is Tshuva, Mechila, Uzdaka, we're in Israel. We have a threefold plan that we have relied upon for millennia: repentance, prayer, and charity. And that will ameliorate the situation. So if you look at three things in our context, and I'll point out three things. So about tshuva. This is an amazing story that I just read about just a couple of days ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Anna Levy Leon, who was a very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents, who come from Jersey, were survivors. They hid totally from her the fact that she was Jewish. She didn't grow up with the name Levy, which I think would be a giveaway, but she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her parents tried to shield her from her past. But at that point, she also met a Jewish guy, and she married him. They bonded over the shared Jewish tradition, and immediately joined the Unitarian Church. The thing is, she was successful. She wrote a great book, and she was very religiously oriented. But after October 7th, despite having a large congregation, very important congregation, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza, and she was offended by the text and disturbed by them. She had to get them to include some reference to the hostages later on, and it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she eventually had an October 7th wake-up moment. And she said, I can't stay here anymore. And so she quit the church, and now she is in rabbinical school. Maybe not, it's probably not an open deal for her yet, right? But nevertheless, there is a phenomenon that even though we have seen with the as a Jew phenomenon, we've seen that there is a centrifugal force. Now, when there is pressure on the Jewish people, there are some Jews who have been pushed away. They're not attached firmly enough to the core of our values that when there's pressure, they will disappear. But there's also a centrifugal force. There's also a force where, we saw this on Instagram. A friend of mine, Naomi Nassim, who's a culinary individual, she says, right after October 7th, there's all kinds of people piling on their Instagram trying to find out recipes for challah. Everybody wants to get back in there, even though they'd be so far away. When we are under attack, there's something that draws us together as well. And I think we should welcome that, and we should encourage that. And when we meet Miriam, whose Jewish experience at Shahada Square gets just a little bit more interested in Judaism, I think that's an opening for a conversation. And I think that's also a small tool for the tremendous disunity that we demonstrated in the first round of Jewish war. Secondly, it's feeling. We read this upstairs just a couple hours ago. I referred to my keynotes as being a hardcover. And now I have to awkwardly add a photocopy into it because I know that this is new history. This is history in creation. That all of these keynotes that we read commemorating the disasters of the past, they're not the last. And we will be creating. This is the Tina of our generation. This is the Tina that, previous keynotes I've read, and occasionally I've been more moved or less moved. But who can read this Tina by Rabbi and not be moved? You cannot feel, you cannot see the images of fear bibas, the Chatufim, and be moved. So our tefillah has a new opportunity for energy. Finally, tzedakah. So I began this lecture with a poem. And obviously, tzedakah doesn't need any more information. In 1958, the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion collection. And so an artist whose name I unfortunately don't know created a modern version of the Judea Kapta poem. You recognize it from the first one we began with, right? Judea Kapta, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent woman representing Judea, and it says here, Gulf of Yehuda, the exile of Yehuda, the exile of Judea. But coins obviously have two sides. This is the obverse. This is Israel liberata, Israel liberated. And this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we really are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man, a chalutz, playing all those kids' hats, planting a tree with confidence. And this is, I think, what really represents us. And let us hope that next time for Tisha B'Av, we'll be in Yerushalayim or Kodesh. Thank you very much. There's some dispute over what exactly it stands for.
Opposite of white. Black. Okay. Precipitation. The opposite of no, just wait. Just it's cloudy. It looks like it's going to rain. Put them together. Participation. No. Rain. Participation. I don't know. Opposite not getting it.
Thank you all for coming. My goal tonight is to provide a brief historical overview leading up to the events of October 7th. A very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we have all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history, to look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis. And I hope to complete this within 20 minutes, so that we will have plenty of time for the great historians and the Yeshiva, now Rabbi. This is a point that I find very emblematic of the not only the situation that we experience right now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of Gullus exile. This is one of the 24 Judeo-Catholic coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes the coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea Capta. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which is one of Israel's greatest exports at the time. And then on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despondent Jewish woman who represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins, which circulated widely in the ancient Near East, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This was not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or to be defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century some examples from Germany, Rothschild after World War I. Joseph First
I'm only for 2 weeks for the what's the catch? No catch. That's the best part. We live in virtual coins instead of cash. But here's the thing. Huge price. They have super high return of rates, so these odds are stupid good. So I don't have to deposit anything. Now, they give me 3 sweep coins and 500 gold coins just for signing. All right, I'm all in at sweep sum.
Nobody can do it There's no people on the face of this planet that has experienced more tragedy and has yet come back from that tragedy with renewed strength and vigor. There are no people that can be compared to
There we go. Ding, 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 Rob, to get started. I bleed, UFC. Cut my veins fucking as real as it gets. Cut my veins fucking Bill O'Reilly song comes out. I love the UFC. I have no issue with it. We're in a teenage now where the internet can remain unanimous about all the shit, all that stuff, repercussions. So part of me goes, plays too many games with stupid prizes at least.
So back to UFC. So yeah, Neil Magny,
Of course, here's a map on the left. You see the armistice lines after the war.
Just a couple of hip-wise.
49. Israel is the green.
Just 5 and 2, you said 5 and 2. What's a 2-year-old? Bruiser. Yeah, the famous Bruiser. Oh no, his name's Austin.
You know the guy from Mike Tyson's White Tiger? They knocked out Zach Galifianakis.
And there's 100 other guys just like Mark that are fucking chomping at the dip. I'm not gonna make my shit. And I was like, that's my time. That was a real good.
Steve Ethan Hawke, what happens when we die? It's his question. That's the question. What happens when we die? Bring up Ethan Hawke's answer. It's pretty cool.
It was awesome. I would say, yeah, I definitely saw it.
I fucking love. Did you know the Robot Boys? Yo, dude, you know the Men Up Here? You know the Jags of Night? The Department Jags of Night? They do the Jags of Night. Man, this thing's probably one of the best things. I think it makes it up. Jack comes up. Now we have Epic Damage. Now we have Epic Damage. Epic Damage. It's not Epic Damage. It's Epic Damage. Give the guy kudos because he's the smartest tool in the shed. Sharpest tool, I say. Smartest tool in the shed. The tools are smart too. Dude, give me BGs.
Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt, and they were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of Egypt itself. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements. As you can see here, the blue sections in this satellite photograph are the Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005, but it was a tiny population, about 5,000 Jews inside of the population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on the earth. and huge unemployment, an inverted age pyramid where almost half of the population is under the age
Stacked
of 18.
bullets. It looks like one bullet hole.
Difficult to
If you're outside the building, you ever try to get 3 guys outside of the door shooting into one door? In kit, large men, that ain't happening. No, not happening. I can pick this apart 17 different ways, but I don't think I have to. Because the only thing I have to say is it didn't happen this way because Tim wasn't allowed to be on the assault. He wasn't so far qualified. What he did was steal a story. This story absolutely happened. There was a 15-6 investigation about it. The problem is you are allowed to have an AK-47 in Iraq. You can have one personal protection weapon. And I don't want to give the details about it, but and what really happened, because I don't know. Only the team knows. But 15-6 was happened, and what they were upset about was like, it's an investigation. It's a formal investigation that's probably happening to Tim right now. And what they're saying is, well, if he's allowed to have that weapon, if he didn't reach for that weapon, like, he's good. And so they were trying to figure out, was the weapon he was supposed to have, was it a justified kill that he was moving with intent, things like that. So 15-6 happened. This story happened. Just was your first kill, Tim, and you weren't there. Or we weren't close to there. But the next one, which is, don't worry, it gets crazier from there. The night Zarqawi dies is an epic night in Tim's mind. Let's go to 158 to 159.
We roll out with all the ammo that we can possibly pack on the truck. We are not going out for just any mission. In the words of William Wallace from the movie Braveheart, we're going to pick a fight. Yeah, we do, all of us, all night. The more fights we get in, the more Al-Qaeda resources are leveraged to try and save these assholes, and the more bad guys come out of the woodwork. It's awesome. Target 1 is a letdown. It's a giant house in downtown Baghdad that looks like it's going to be packed to the gills with baddies. We're approaching it to the
Surreptitious.
It's just entry because we believe there's a 30% chance he is here. So we're all blacked out, silent, moving under night vision, throwing ladders over walls, and even ninja crawling up on this bad foot. Then we hit it all at once and find nothing. No furniture, no people, no worries though, because we still had 5 other named targets to hit. CAG had more luck in their first hit, and the radio was hopping. Everyone was on the net. Company Commander Major Jimmy Hester and Sergeant Major O'Brendo are even out that night. Things are happening so fast, they're reported so quickly, it sounds like they're speaking in chunks on the net. On targets, our targets keep changing throughout the night. ICTF gets intel from the interrogation that this other house is a high priority. CAG flexes to that house, and we flex to the target CAG was going to hit. This day and that night is still one of the wildest nights of my life. It is like the world's most dangerous 4th of July. Everyone is shooting. We even hear a Bradley fighting vehicle off with the main 25mm cannon. The targets are all close enough to hear it, even the rounds hitting the buildings. All of Baghdad is being lit up. For the rest of the night, we are non-stop gunfight. I have no idea how many times I've reloaded my rifle. I have no idea how many times I've refreshed all my mags from the go bags I pre-packed before the mission. I have no idea how many men were killed that night. I just didn't have time to think about it.
Good news, Tim. I can help with your memory. You changed mags 0 time that night. You went to your go bag for extra mags 0 times that night, and you killed 0 people that night. So let me help put a number to it. Just like when he's like, what he's saying, I have countless deployments. I can put a number to that too. When Afghanistan, when Iraq, this has a problem with large numbers. But that's, don't worry, we're here to help.
I just know the sound of things when it kills me.
I thought that was a massive like type of operation that night. Things were going. He's trying to replay. This wasn't Black Hawk Down. It wasn't Black Hawk Down. There was a bomb dropped on Zarqawi. Dad went out there to do a BDA on it. He came back. That was how Zarqawi died. It's well documented how Zarqawi died. You want to know where Tim was when Zarqawi died? At the base. Didn't even leave the wire. Dual source reports from teammates and other SIF guys. And here's a quote. I asked him specifically if they were out that night as part of the op, or maybe even on a different objective. He said no. All we did was have QRF ready and an assault force ready in case things popped off. And when they announced they had PID'd and were going to drop, the squadron went out and recovered the body. We were just QRF and a ready force, but never left the wire that night.
That's from Tim's mouth?
No, that's not. That's from the 7th SIF guy's mouth. So, and that's the second time that I heard that. So it's not just one guy told me. It'd be pretty wild to be that wrong. But that's the same story someone else told me. So that's why I can be so over the top with how many guys he killed that night and how many times he reloaded his mask. That's how I know the exact number. The exact number is 0. This episode's been long enough. We haven't even gotten to the Afghan evacuation, which I intended to. It was 3 hours of lies, and that's what it was. I've tried to maintain what we always want to do, which is be professional, calling people out, holding people accountable, but being professional about it. I would almost say this episode is even more important because it continues to show, hey, it's not just what we uncovered the first time. It's so much more. It's a lifelong, it's a career-long and lifelong of embellishment and lies. And the Maryland National Guard is doing an investigation right now to say, hey, what are we going to do with this guy? Swick, who has the power of pulling tabs, better be doing an investigation right now. What are we going to do about this guy? The Army better be doing an investigation right now because everyone knows it's been all over the news. And now we're here to give you the evacuation, and we'll get into that next week, that it has ties to the military. You can't be a Green Beret, a current Green Beret of the National Guard, and willingly and purposely bypass military checkpoints because you deem who gets to come in this base and who doesn't. So that still has weight to that investigation, but we're uncovering more lies and more integrity violations from a guy who's supposed to be the spokesman for the National Guard. He's used as a spokesman for Special Forces. Is this your spokesman? United States Army, SWIC, Maryland National Guard. Is this your spokesman? Is this guy worthy of putting a Green Beret on his head? Is he worthy of putting a long tab on his shoulder? SWIC, how can you punish anyone right now who's done anything wrong when you have this guy that's done as much damage to our reputation as Green Berets as he's done? How can you punish any Green Beret right now as long as this guy goes unpunished? If I was under any sort of investigation of SWIC or getting a DUI, like, whoa, don't worry about that. This guy's done all of this, and he's gonna check. So how can you punish me? It's insane. I mean this. And guess what? I don't have to do the Afghanistan evacuation. I don't. The same thing still applies. Tim, we can continue doing this dance. You can come clean. You can come clean with everything we've covered now in 2 podcasts. You can come clean about the Afghan evacuation before we cover it. You can actually apologize about things before you get put into a corner. Come completely clean, and people will forgive this. People will accept you. It doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't.
You got a week to do it, though.
But it does have to be this way if nothing changes. If nothing changes, we have an obligation to continue pressing as long as there's things that need to be said. And there's been no change of heart and no change of course.
We'll pay for your plane ticket.
This is my Teshuvah relates to songs, fasting, feel prayer relates to whole voice, and tzedakah, charity relates obviously to money. So if you take a minute and look at each of these three, if you think about the great destruction after the first Roman-Jewish war that I began this presentation, how did Jews react to that? First of all, they came back to this night. They came back to center, and they sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get the Yavne the Chachameh, and that's what we have to do. This is always the meaning for us at Tshuva.
You know, if you read about Army Special Forces doing something,
people joining, online classes, all kinds of things. It's not just, the learning the least who are already learning at very high levels, like here at LCM.
you know, if you read about Army Special Forces doing something, we have done messed up. You know, this is not the Navy SEALs. We're not writing books. You know, we're not talking about our exploits. We didn't kill Bin Laden. This is us just doing our work, and nobody's supposed to know about it. I'm Tim Kennedy. I'm the author and narrator of my new book, Scars and Stripes. This is a retelling of my life, but my life is extraordinary. And it was extraordinary, and it is extraordinary, and you are in for a wild ride.
And they're very upset about this. They want to pull his tab. Again, that's not me being vindictive about it. If you're going to write this type of book with these amount of lives, and you're going to have stolen valor, you're going to say you got injured when you didn't, you say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't, Valor medals when you don't.
There's stolen valor. I've never said anything about having a Purple Heart or a Bronze Star with a B device, fighting multiple titles, going overseas multiple times, earning medals for valor.
In the Special Forces, he deployed in Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, multiple times. Among his multiple awards from the Army are the Bronze Star Medal and the B device awarded for valor under fire.
It only takes one lapse in integrity or judgment to ruin a decade of success and be ostracized from a community. People do bad things for good reasons, and people do good things for bad reasons. Whether you agree with someone's choice or not, understanding their motivation and the context always gives a more rounded opinion of a person. I had never heard of Tim Kaine until a few months ago, but when his name started to trickle into the peripheral of my feed, I wondered if he was a victim of his own success, or there was something more nefarious about his story. Al Jaffa, thank you very much for pointing me in the direction of this strange story, and thank you for your tremendous service. This video will hopefully serve as a comprehensive timeline of Tim Kaine's stolen valor accusations or offenses, depending on what side of the fence you're on. After reading his book and watching hundreds of hours of podcasts and reading articles that go back to 2009, I want to give you the critical information and help provide an unbiased synopsis of everything you need to know about Tim's story to make your own decision as well. Hopefully after watching this video, you'll have the information you need to feel comfortable to say whether or not Tim is an inspiration or if he's a dishonest salesman trying to expand his reach. All the chapters will be timestamped below if you want to skip what led up to Tim being called out and go straight to a specific accusation. With that, let's go down the rabbit hole of the stolen valor story that's polarized the military and civilian communities. Before we start going over Tim's more unsavory and questionable points, it is important to give him credit where credit is due. Unbelievably successful individual. He is a master sergeant in the National Guard that served as an active duty Green Beret sniper that was Ranger qualified and deployed to Iraq and Theaters of War. He had a successful career in the MMA with 18 wins against 7 losses. He is an entrepreneur, such as being part owner of Ranger, the military clothing company. He is a founder and CEO of Sheepdog Response, a self-defense company, the Apogee School and Mentorship Companies, and is a co-founder of Save Our Allies, a humanitarian company. He has been on several TV shows such as Hunting Hitler and Hard to Kill. He also is a New York Times best-selling author of his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. Now, whether you're a veteran or not, I'm sure you're well aware of the exponential growth of special operations service members coming out with books. This has been an interesting trend in the last 10-ish years. Obviously, the book is successful and it's respectful of military service and doesn't mislead civilians and gets the veteran where the train goes as a stepping stone. Hey, more power to you. Now, as more and more operators do it, there's more and more competition. So that only leaves a few options for people in that space who about following to get that initial push into the limelight. 1. Stay genuine and network for organic traction and growth. 2. Have a strong marketing campaign. 3. Embellish or lie to gain attention. Well, in 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes, which did amazing. He became a New York Times bestseller and sold just shy of 15,000 copies the first week. If you look at it on Amazon, it has a 4.8 with over 3,000 reviews. This book, however, would be the catalyst of Tim's fall from grace and ignite the spark that has turned the military community against him. Before we do a deep dive into the book, I think it's important to understand what the general perception of Tim was before the book actually came out. From what I can see, it was pretty neutral. There were negative comments, which are expected for any individual of a decent-sized following, but I couldn't find anything that really stood out. He was doing interviews with people like Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, and Jocko Willink, and was on TV shows as he built his brand. Something I found interesting while doing research for this video is the first time he was on Joe Rogan, he actually talked about how he did some writing before. He wrote a couple of blogs called Letters from a Foreign Land.
I love writing, like even, creative writing too. Like I love. Do you write a blog? Do you keep a blog? Yeah, for me. Just for you? Yeah. You gonna publish it someday? Maybe. There are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs when I was deployed, Letters from a Foreign Land, and like people love. Like I'm an okay writer. I'm not that. Like anyways, everybody's the worst critic.
Of course, now the context of Scars and Stripes, I wanted to find these to see where he started his writing and compare it to the book. I found it listed in multiple places, but couldn't find the actual post. Well, this caused me to learn how to use the Wayback Machine, which proved to be invaluable later. After some digging, it looks like it was posted on Raindrop's website around 2009, January. I don't think it's been intentionally scrubbed away, but it does give us a good insight on what's to come. Part 1 is dated from 14 October 2008. In this story, he tells a half-comedic, half-poetic story sprinkled with dramatic effect about getting rid of flies in his barracks while deployed to a foreign land. Part 2 is dated 28 October 2008. This post is fairly generic. Again, a humorous tone as he explains to civilians what it's like to be deployed and how to get a good workout in with what you got. Part 3 is dated 27 November 2008. This is the most interesting letter. On this one, he talks about how he stopped a patrol war convoy in the Valley of Murderers to take a pomegranate tree so he could plant it as fob. He then refers to himself as a big guy with too many guns, wearing a peace sign, hopping out of vehicles while blasting Prince or Madonna. He also stated how he got the green light to go fight in the MMA, and it feels like he implies it came from his leadership. But overall, the tone definitely feels like it's a prelude to Scars and Stripes. From the mouth, also stated pomegranate tree so he could plant it as fob. He then refers to himself as a big guy with too many guns, wearing a peace sign, hopping out vehicles while blasting Prince or Madonna. He also stated how he got the green light to go fight in the MMA, and it feels like he implies it came from his leadership. But overall, the tone definitely feels like it's a prelude to Scars and Stripes. From the amount of detail of minute things to injecting humor and a cowboy attitude while deployed in dangerous areas, this prequel to his book was an interesting insight on what's to come. There would be a change in the tides of his public perception after he did an interview with Lance Armstrong on the 21st of March 2018. They would talk about a variety of things during this interview, but he made a comment about gun ownership, and that would be something that really upset a lot of people.
Like, everybody does not have the right to have a gun. Because that right, if that right is negatively affecting other people, you don't get that. It's not a privilege. It definitely has to be earned. It has to be shown and demonstrated that you have the right to own it, and that you earn the right, which is background checks and legitimate, not background checks that we have right now, which don't really do anything, like real background checks.
Now, obviously, everyone has the right to an opinion, but the reason that this upset so many people is, first, he is still a military member that loves guns and uses them quite a bit recreationally. The argument is, since he is a military member, he swore to uphold the Constitution. It's an argument, but not the strongest. The second argument point is that he had his self-defense company Sheepdog in 2018. Now, I don't want to make baseless accusations, so for transparency, I can't find the historical pages to reference what the criteria was to participate in Sheepdog training in 2018, but supposedly the minimum age criteria was the same as it is now, being 15 years or older. Again, he didn't say anything about age, just the right needs to be earned and isn't given.
Well, the third argument point is that Tim has acknowledged committing crimes that could have been or should have been felonies, which, as a majority of people know, makes it illegal to own firearms. It also makes it virtually impossible to join the military. Now, there are a lot of dumb felonies out there, so him wanting to increase the scrutiny of background checks was an interesting take. But Tim tells us some stories in Scars and Stripes that could have easily slapped a felony on him, such as a story about him breaking into a hardware store or running up to a car and shooting at people inside of it with a paintball gun as a police cadet. But Tim had taken this stance as well before.
Safe gun laws save lives. I don't want to have a felon, an MS-13 guy, an illegal immigrant, somebody that's been dishonorably discharged from the military to get their hands on a gun. We have those laws. Those are forms of gun control, in my opinion.
So leading up to the book release, there was some controversy, but not a ton. Still, there were people that thought he was overly boastful and not consistent in his takes, but there wasn't a consensus opinion in the communities that he was an overall negative representation of military service, or more importantly, the Green Berets. However, that would not last forever. So without further ado, let's look at the catalyst of Tim's downfall, Scars and Stripes. On June 7, 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. I read it, I have to say, I think it was a great book. The best way I can describe it is, imagine you're at a bar with a bunch of infantrymen. As the night goes on, the drinks keep flowing, the stories get wilder and wilder, and people get more and more open. The tone was definitely unique. I also don't think I've ever read a book with so much profanity, but it created that humorous locker room talk tone that's inviting and unfiltered to the reader. I hadn't watched any of his interviews before reading the book, but how I imagined Tim talked and how his mannerisms would be fit exactly the same as I imagined they would by reading his words. Tim has explained that his book is a collection of failures on display as growth. That is a component of it. However, his humble bragging about being honor graduate and everything he's ever attempted, or how no one can hold a candle to his performance, did become obnoxious. Also, his clear inability to follow rules and be a team player and constantly justifying his actions was an interesting insight and foreshadowing. But the most important piece would be the military claims. Even though I'm a non-deployed infantryman, there were quite a few stories where I had to stop and reread what was on the page. The majority of people I served with and I'm friends with have had deployment time and have shared what happens overseas. Comparing those stories with other books, documentaries, and common sense tactic stuff from a slick-sleeve infantryman perspective at least raised the eyebrow suspicion to wonder how much of it was at least embellished. But overall, by the end, I had a lot of respect for Tim and was very impressed with what he had accomplished. The book definitely hit smart and made me a Tim Kennedy fan. As I prepared to start digging on all the accusations, I almost didn't follow through this video, but I'm very glad I did. Because from reading the book to now filming this video, I can say there's been a 180 degrees shift of my perception of Tim Kennedy. While as Scars and Stripes was making its rounds, Tim was continuing his trajectory upward. He was still working on his entrepreneurial endeavors and networking the digital media space with all the biggest names in the industry. But a little over 2 years later, the podcast that has forever altered Tim's image as a soldier and credibility as a role model would be released.
Chance against teams they don't like.
To be as fair as unbiased as possible, I wanted a brief overview of the two channels that are the reason we know what we do know today about Tim, and they're the ones that initially broke the case. First, the Anti-Hero podcast were the ones to initially break down the book. The two gentlemen that are the hosts are Brent Tucker, who is a retired Delta Force operator that also was a Special Forces Green Beret. Then we have Tyler Hoover, who is an 82nd Airborne veteran that is also a police officer. The first time I saw a point where Tim was mentioned on their channel was July 7th, 2023. In this video, Tyler was interviewing his guests, and they were talking about how Russia and China's goals are to divide us.
That's every day. I'm not a big fan about how
the next time that Tim is mentioned on their podcast is October 23rd, 2023.
What's your thoughts on American?
Taxi drivers will see as the investigation goes on exactly how this came to pass.
So, he did a lot more harm than good in Afghanistan. But didn't stop him from basically trying to get clicks and stay relevant and famous off of it.
There would be a couple more mentions of Tim scattered through their episodes leading to the notorious episode 101. The most relevant one would be from March 11, 2024, episode 64, where they were critical of his deployment claims and his intentions and actions when he was at the Kabul airport during the evacuation.
So they're talking to Joe Rogan and says, in my 20 deployments, And I was saying, man, Tim Kennedy's got 20 deployments. That's impressive.
Yeah, with 20-something deployments overseas, I've never seen anything like Afghanistan during the fall of Afghanistan. That was the initial promise. And 10 days later, we moved 12,000 people out of Afghanistan. 11% of everybody that left the country during the evacuation, me and 3 of my friends on the ground, and 12 of us total in the Middle East moved.
Didn't stop there. He continues to go on and talk about the Pineapple Express, and he says, I gotta make sure I get all these numbers right.
3 friends.
Him and 3 friends, of the 120,000 people the military or the United States government got out, he claims to have got out 12,000 people. That is 10%. 12,000 people. That's a lot. Where they get, based off that information alone, I can't question or naysay him. But then he goes on, Joe Rogan goes, how long were you there for? He goes, 10 days. Well, I was homeschooled, but now I got to do a little bit of math. You were there for 10 days and got out 12,000 people. That's 1,200 people a day. And that's assuming your first day was just as productive as your last day. And we all know that's not how it works. You gotta. It takes you a few days to get your bearing. And then, of course, I'm thinking, well, how'd you get out 12,000 people? Now, just not time-wise do I have to question you. Logistically, how did you do that?
The most important thing I took away from that episode is that they invited Tim to be on to explain his side.
And I will say this, in the same offer I've given Rob O'Neill, you can, and it's an honest offer. Tim Kennedy, please come on this show and say, hey, I'm glad you asked. This is how we did it. And anyone has nothing to hide. And I'm glad you come over here. I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you exactly how I did it.
Now, there is an argument that their platform wasn't large enough to reach Tim's ears, but this episode has over 40,000 views, which is definitely decent for a podcast. But the important piece is that their audience is primarily veterans, with a good amount of them being involved in the SOF, Special Operations Forces community, which makes me believe there is a good possibility Tim was aware but didn't care enough to take the claim seriously to respond in any way. So it was clear that they both were big fans of Tim before they exposed him. But although there might have been a slight bias, I think their accusations were justified leading up to the Book of Lies episode, and that they did it professionally and didn't make groundless claims. Next, we have Nate from Valhalla VFT. Nate was also Special Forces in the Army like Tim, but served a full career on active duty. The first mention I could find to Tim was a comment from one of his subscribers calling Tim annoying. The video was about Special Forces stereotypes and had no mention of Tim. I did notice that Nate responded and liked a good amount of comments from this video, but didn't interact with this specific comment. The first time Nate actually mentioned Tim in a video was when he said that Tim could fight in his Navy SEALs Fight Club video from November 13, 2024.
I mean, and, they're definitely, and I want to preface this, there is definitely SOF operators that can't fight. I mean, we have Tim Kennedy, there's representations of them.
The first time Nate would be critical of Tim was after the Anti-Hero podcast when they exposed the lies in his book. Valhalla VFT would post why these famous special operators can't stop lying about fake war stories on November 29, 2024, 4 days after the Anti-Hero podcast. Nate would share his thoughts on Tim and other veteran influencer situations being exposed.
All right, the stories, Tim Kennedy, I couldn't get too deep, but it started to look like pretty much all of them. Other people's stories were so far embellished that they're no longer even close to reality of what's true, which is sad because he's got a career and had a career that was good enough.
Later, Nate would drop one of the most damning videos about Tim, but more on that later. From what I saw, Nate was extremely fair and unbiased, even when being critical of Tim. Nate is also an owner of a firearms training company. Supposedly, there were talks about his company and Sheepdog, Tim's company, working together. But Nate chose to speak out in the situation since he prioritizes the integrity of the Green Berets over business. Both these platforms have received a lot of criticism for exposing Tim. So I want to do my due diligence, give you the context, to see if there is some questionable intentions. But I don't think there were. Overall, I'm convinced that these platforms covered the situation in a fair way and weren't slanderous or disingenuous for attention. But again, I wanted to include this section for context, since both these platforms are as important as Tim himself in the story.
And then in the ninth
There are a lot of ways I want to cover all the stolen valor accusations against him, but to maintain the integrity of the timeline, I decided we'll just start with the Anti-Hero Podcast, episode 101, The Book of Lies. There is a lot to unpack in this episode, but we'll start with the 4 most relevant claims in terms of egregiousness and what was important enough for Tim to respond to. Also, it's important to note that they reached out to Tim's teammates before making this episode to gain as much information as possible.
He named real names in the books, which gave me an opportunity to call all these people. And I never called and said, "Hey, I just said, "Hey, I'm just looking for the truth. If it lines up with the book, that's fine. But here's what the book says. Is this what happened in real life?" And 9 times out of 10, it just wasn't.
The first major claim that was brought up is the title of the book.
The name of the book.
The book is titled Scars and Stripes.
Show it to me. If you didn't know, there it is. Scars and Stripes. Let me show you another book called Scars and Stripes. Are you kidding me?
Your copy's dim in the mind.
The true story of one man's courage and facing death as a Vietnam POW. Are you kidding me?
So this isn't a great look, but Tim did say at the end of his book that his co-author came up with the name for Scars and Stripes. Also, when he was asked about it on Jack Hart, he explained how the stripes come from the Army uniform, where he had stripes for service, deployments, and his rank.
Because you talk about it at the end of the book, but for those who start off with Scars and Stripes here just as the title, where did that come from? And what does that mean?
So, the stripes were, as you're kind of earning your time in, you're getting your stripes. So in the military, I just had to a couple of days ago as I'm going to Nick Palmisano, my co-author of that book. His son is graduating from ROTC, so I had to go update my uniform because I'm going to go do his first salute. So on my sleeve are stripes. The stripes, the number of years of service that I have, the number of months I have in combat zone, and obviously my stripes of my rank. And then behind me over my shoulder you have stripes of flag that I love so much. Over your left shoulder I see it. I've seen it forwarded in hand to widows. I've carried it as I've lost friends back to the places where they died. And so stripes alone are so powerful in so many different layers of ways. It's not just red, white, and blue stripes. There's also the military level of stripes.
For the scars, some of them are physical scars from his fight career, infrared shells falling in his shirt, but there are the unseen scars mentally from his deployments.
And then the scars, it's not just, obviously my face is covered in them from 17, 18 years of being a professional fighter. If I take my shirt off, you'll see where bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings getting stuck in my body armor. I'm sure you have them. Every one of us do on our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see burn marks on my arms. This is, I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life. And those two things, the scars and stripes, are the things that shape us. Those are the things that create and make who we are as a person and our perspective as a human.
This interview about scars will be important later. Now, he can claim that he didn't know about the original book, which is 100% possible. Since the original by Eugene McDaniel from 1975, where he details his stories of POW in Vietnam, is much less known, as we can see from the 33 reviews. But Tim's book is published by Simon & Schuster, which is one of the 5 largest publishers in the United States. So I would like to think that they did their due diligence and brought up to Tim. Something that does make me question whether he knew or not is how passionately he talks about his fight song Rooster by Alice in Chains.
Is that why you come out to the Rooster?
I come out to the Rooster because it's a badass song.
It is a badass song. And roosters like to fight.
They do like to fight, but the song's about Vietnam. It's about Vietnam. That's the 101st. They used to call the tail gunners or the machine gunners the Rooster on the team.
Is that Alice in Chains?
Yeah. So like POWs, MIA, Vietnam vets, all of them. That song, the song was written
by lead singer about his father, who kind of disenchanted. They grew apart, and he kind of resented him for being in the war, and then he kind of had this revelation that he had to, and the choice drafted. So he wrote that song to reconnect with his father, who's a Vietnam vet. So that song has a lot of meaning to me and my community, veterans.
He seems to be very interested in Vietnam and POWs, but there are only so many titles left in the world to be original, so for this claim we'll just never know. One of the most obnoxious parts of Scars and Stripes is that he's passed every school he's ever gone to without any trouble. It started in his adolescence during the Royal Ranger test with his partners and culminated at the world's hardest leadership training, Army Ranger School. He supposedly was also supposed to be the valedictorian of his police academy, but since he failed a test by doing it too efficiently and not following instructions, he lost it. He also was supposedly the honor grad in Special Forces training as well. In the book, he tells how his boss, John, did tell him he needed to go to Ranger School and to be the honor graduate to gain some maturity, or he'd be off his SIF team after his first deployment to Iraq. In Ranger School, there are 3 top graduates. There is a distinguished honor graduate, officer honor graduate, and then enlisted honor graduate. Tim claimed that he was an enlisted honor graduate. Any of these awards is very significant. Only the best make it through Ranger School, and in order to make it, you're judged by your competencies and your Ranger skills and your ability to work with the team as a leader and a follower.
So I go to Ranger School. My team sergeant, John, says, hey, if you're going to go to Ranger School, you can't come back to this team unless you're honor graduate. And so you have no choice but to go to Ranger School because you're immature, you don't understand leadership, you don't understand the Army. So go to Ranger School, and if you're not honor graduate, you can't come back to this team. So I go, I'm honor graduate, I come back to this team, but then I still have a chip on my shoulder because I'm a prick, and I still haven't learned humility, evidently. So fuck this team, then I'm gonna, I'll go to the Hell Sniper team.
On the anti-hero, they claimed that he was not an honor grad for Ranger School, and he also initially failed Sniper and Safari School.
Again, because he always says he's the best in everything he does. He says, he was the best at Sniper School. He never mentions in the book that he failed Sniper School the first time. Talks about how great he is as an assaulter. Never talks about how he failed Safari. And here he is saying that he was the best at Ranger School. Tim, you don't think I can't call someone and find out if you were the distinguished honor grad of your class? Of course I can, and I did. You were not the distinguished honor grad of your class. In fact, your peers were so low in mountain phase, you almost got recycled over peers. So, quit saying things that you want to be true that are, because people are going to find out. And if you lie about being distinguished honor grad at Ranger School, what else are you willing to lie about?
Now, yes, it's shade to lie about being an honor graduate and also leave out that you had those failures, especially when the premise of your book is supposed to be about failure and learning from it. But in the grand scheme of things, this wouldn't be a main point if it wasn't so important to Tim, which he will cover in his response. On a side note, Safari is a top-tier close-quarters combat school that seems to be reserved for tenured Special Forces and Delta Force operators. Ranger and Sniper School are pretty well known, but I'd never heard of Safari before researching this, so I hope that gives a little clarity. The most controversial chapter in this book is by far the value. It is a story where he was a part of a convoy to a foreign operating base in Anaconda, where his unit and other forces were going to strategically resupply the base for a year. There's a lot to unpack, but the initial gist is Tim was very junior and didn't understand the logistics of the convoy.
So there we were, an 18 and me with RGs and up-armored Humvees, the Czechs and the unarmored gun trucks, the Afghans and up-armored Humvees, and 80 jingle trucks full of a year's worth of supplies. We've talked about this kind of you would learn this in the book, but how many jingle trucks, how many trucks in the convoy were there?
Good question. Let me tell you how junior Tim is in this convoy. He's still a junior E6. He's not even a part of an ODA. He's an L&O that gets attached to this thing, so he's not even a part of the ODA. He's attached to this, and he knows so little about what's going on. So, he has no extra insight into Iranian fighters that are apparently everywhere. He knows so little about what's going on. He doesn't even know that of all the things that he supersizes and makes these exaggerated claims, he doesn't even know how many trucks are in the convoy. There's almost 2
mainly from America, but also from Canada, the UK, and other places.
Verified by several people, almost just short of 200 trucks.
Returning
That's
to
one
the
of the
United
biggest
States
convoys I've ever heard of, and that's
while I
what the
was there,
story
I
should
had
be.
a
Liaison for a
wonderful
multinational
experience
mission
of seeing
involving U.S. Special
my son
Forces, ODA.
now live in the land of Israel. And
Well, he says 7118.
while we were traveling on one particular
Which
highway,
is not the right
I was
one. It's not even the right ODA
on
number.
the
So he doesn't know the ODA number.
of the
Or if he
yellow
wants to say, well, that was sensitive information, I don't want to put in the ODA number.
in monumental forms,
You
like
put
this
in
example here, where
everyone's real
they
name.
have all over the state of
Into
Israel
this.
these yellow
Combat
ribbons.
veteran he is.
While I was
ODA
speaking with my
Sergeant
sons in the car, it came up that they really didn't know the backstory of the yellow
and the
ribbon.
guys out.
So
And the guys
I
out of
take
a lot
a
of fire.
minute to talk to all of you about it in case
ODA
there's
Sergeant
people
Major, he says.
who were born, let's say, after
Let me tell you how junior
1970
Tim
may
Kennedy
not be
is.
familiar
Not only
with
does
the
he not know
famous
how many
song
vehicles
associated with
are in this convoy,
and the
he doesn't know the rank structure of an ODA
So,
because he's never been on one to
as the
this
state
point.
of Israel,
He was on a
this
15
yellow
before
ribbon
this, and
symbolizes
he's attached to an ODA.
a
He's still not
national
part of an ODA.
solidarity
And he
with
calls
the
it the
Hutsi
ODA Sergeant Major.
kidnapped ones.
Sergeant Major's an
The
E9.
100
The
odd
team's
people
ODA
still
team
remain
sergeant is an E8, which is a
trapped
master
in
sergeant,
Gaza
which
by
is
Hamas
crazy to
after
me.
their
You
attack
wrote,
on
you had all this time, and you
These
wrote in the
people,
book,
many
like,
of whom
I expect that from Hollywood to get ranked from. I don't expect that from Green Briggs who are writing, doing research
So
and
as a symbol
writing
of
books.
solidarity,
The next significant event is when the vehicle from him is hit by an IED, and they are unable to make back and have pace on those a part of the convoy.
Anyone who's been in deployments, then that's what happens. You run over IEDs,
that are
and when someone gets hit with an IED, you go recover. But that's not good enough. Like at some point, like he has to come out like Rambo style, shooting from the hip with his sniper weapon. It's crazy that he's shooting from the hip with his sniper weapon. That makes no sense. No one can verify that story. Jumped out at me. I've never had an issue evacuating a wounded Afghan.
And it seems to revolve around
So I asked who again took the idea, essentially the ground force commander. He's the one that's
yellow
going to call on those
ribbons
things
as a
and coordinate
reminder
that.
of
And when I talked to him about that, he goes, we never had a problem medevacating anyone. I don't know what Tim's talking about.
The next point, which will prove to be the most significant, is how he wrote that he trusts out his commander.
In 1917 in particular, by a song
for not doing it. I added much more colorful insults about his height, weight, hair color,
yellow
and anything else I can think of.
Tim, you're the most junior guy on this convoy. And if you think for a second that he went up to the ground force commander and called him a pussy, and made fun of his height, his hair, his size, and all that, dressed him down. That, I couldn't wait to talk to Travis. We began the episode with this about, we're gonna, we'll talk about Travis. We're talking about Travis right now. And at some point, when your eyes get personal, you went too far, and this is what really got him in trouble.
Again, this follows the theme of his book, Questioning Authority, when they're supposedly wrong for compromise and pumping his chest out. We saw it with the lobster incident with the boat captain, his fire chief, and his drill sergeant in basic training. But there are many other instances where Tim conveys his dislike of officers. The next accusation is heaviest. There's a gentleman named Sergeant First Class Goble who was with Tim during intense moments from that mission. The first being that in the interviews versus the book, Tim talks about how like Goble and him are on a door and Mike pushes Tim away, saving his life.
He's in that vehicle that is getting released apart as Mike Goble and I are going up this other door. And there's shotgun barrels sticking out of this tiny little window. And I lob a grenade through that window. And of course, the bad guy barricades himself with an shot.
One of my friends, Mike, he died in 2019 in Afghanistan. He was with me. He saved my life that day. Mike Goble. I walked up to a door. I don't know how he did this. Because I walk up and I'm about to push the door open. And as soon as I touch the handle of the door, it's a push door, he shoves it. He and I always like, kind of physical. Like we're almost always going to fight over something stupid. I got mad at him because he was carrying a pistol through a village. He wanted a pistol kill. And I was like, oh, you're sitting on a machine gun. Why would you be holding a pistol? Put a pistol away. And we ended up fist fighting. The team sergeant team already separated. It's like we're always like really rough. So he shoves me, and I like fall back, and I'm like getting ready, like we're in the middle of a gunfight, and I'm about to like start a fist fight with him because he shoves me, and the whole door starts getting shredded by machine gun fire. And as soon as I go to reach for the handle of the door, Mike and I, we always had like some friction. We'd been in a couple of fights over some dumb stuff. He was in a machine gun position. He had a pistol out. I was like, why are you on your machine gun? He's like, well, I want a pistol kill. Like, you're a stupid idiot. I went fist fight. So like, fast forward to the second one, I had a phone conversation. I put my hand on this door, and he hits me so hard and shoves me, and I stumble back and fall over as this door gets shredded with machine gun fire.
But Brian brings up the inconsistencies from other podcasts where he has told this story.
Engineer saw that Killer and I are at the front door.
I don't see a ribbon around the
There are two approaches. A large wooden door that can fit the RG, and a smaller Gardner's door hidden away to the right. My first instinct is to hit the large door so we can get the RG. But Keller, my Keller, motions towards the smaller door. We are 3 paces
now
from
to
the
the bus
entrance to the large door.
says, bus driver, please
We had just turned away from when the door starts splintering from thousands of rounds getting pumped through it from a PK machine gun on the other end. If we had been a little slower,
I love
we'd
she
be dead.
holds the key.
That's interesting because not only did I read his book, I watched almost every podcast I could for to get as much information as I could from Tim's version of the story. This he said that he is that he's with at that game. Who's the person with him in this scenario?
Up to the old oak tree, so he asked the bus driver
Mike Keller.
to please
So Mike Keller
had shared a sign that
so according to his book, Tim
the last verse goes,
and Mike Keller
now the
never in the history of ever was a machine gunner putting his machine gun to the side, taking out his pistol and saying, I want a pistol kill. So I know that's not even what we're talking about here, but even when I hear that, that's crazy. Besides that, did you hear the name? Who's he with now?
He's with Mike Goble.
He's with Mike Goble now. Again, who does the book say he's with?
Mike
the song
Keller.
has
So,
occasionally
And these are 2 to 3 mics
yes,
that are on this mission with him.
yes. So yeah, there's several mics on the mission. So in this book, when he has all the time in the world, he writes what should be the truth, Mike Keller. When he's not constrained by time, there's no time, constraints in this. He can tell the story, I can go into as much detail in the story. Does he ever talk about him being pushed and almost getting into a fist fight in front of this door? No. When he has all the time in the world, he says they're just walking away from the door. Well, they're walking away from the gate, and now they're over at the door, and they're getting into this push. And if it sounds too good to be true, I'm here to tell you it's too good to be true. He even says it. He goes, I don't know how he heard it. I don't know divine intervention. He just must have known right before we walk into this door that the PKM just started opening up. You know why that makes no sense to you, Tim? Because it doesn't make sense to anyone else. Because it didn't happen.
The reason this is the most serious accusation is Sergeant First Class Goble was unfortunately killed in Afghanistan in 2019. Since a lot of the most outlandish stories could be only confirmed by Mike Goble, the dark thought is that this could be intentional. Going back to the door scene with Mike G, Tim would ultimately throw a grenade in the room after seeing a machine gun in the window. The story is told is that he took the initiative and fortunately made a bad call since there was a family inside.
Half a second later, and Mike Goble not been there, I'd be dead. And I see as this door kind of starts swinging that there's a machine gun sticking out of this window, and I take a grenade. I throw this frag grenade through this window. Again, it's not like the movies, right? There's not like this flame. There's not this it's just this thud. And what you want to hear is silence. all I hear is women and children start screaming. This guy barricaded himself and surrounded himself with a bunch of women and children in this rock.
But this story has also been challenged.
When the RG finally breaks into this compound, and it was getting shot up as it was breaking this compound, it's kind of, a lull happens. Because at some point, the bad guys, whoever it was shooting the machine gun, was like, okay, they're here, like, I'm going to die. They never find out. I don't want to spoil the next story, but they never find out where it was shooting at. It stops, and during the slow, Tim runs up the traps and says, hey, I think I know where it's coming from. Can I throw a grenade in the window? He's not this guy that I'll take charge, I'll do what's necessary, I'm going to bring the boys home, it's up to me. That's what he wants you to believe. In reality, what does he do? He goes and asks Dad for permission to throw a grenade. When it's time to throw grenades, you know when it's time to throw grenades. But he just wanted to throw a grenade. And in his want, his need, his desire to throw a grenade, because it wasn't warranted, he screws up. He runs in there and he basically lobs it and he kind of chucks this grenade in the window and runs back out. And then tell us, because he forced the situation, tell us what happens.
I can hear kids screaming. They don't understand why this is happening to them. I can hear mothers screaming. Mothers that are punctured by fragments of metal and can barely hold air in their lungs.
There are other claims that we'll cover later, but those are the main points from this chapter that are covered in the podcast. The next chapter, called Return to the Valley of Death, has a second accusation of Mike Goebel. Tim told the story of how, once they got to Fabakon after battling for 3 days, that he and Mike Goebel went up to a base tower and ultimately engaged 20 enemy combatants. Also, Tim told a story of taking a shot at someone who was watching the convoy as they leave the base. Turns out that story might also belong to Mike Goebel.
Every time we go to and they say we engaged about 20 targets.
By King David, King Hezekiah, Alexander
So, in the matter of just a matter of a few days, he kills 20 guys from this tower. And he has to kill 20 guys because there's no other sniper there, according to him, that could have done this. Like they were crawling all over the space because they had just free range because there were no snipers keeping them at bay. That's so crazy. You would be an SF legend if you got up in a tower and in 2 days killed 20 guys. You would be an SF legend. You would be a special operations legend. Like that hasn't happened. I don't even know if that happened in World War II. That is so outlandish and made for a book. And oh, by the way, again, who would be his only witness to this? Someone who's unfortunately not with us. So if you think right outside the wire, an unarmed person that's just looking at you wrong, you're just going to start sending rounds at innocent people that you just don't like the way they looked at you for those guys in Anaconda to deal with, seems like a questionable move. When I talked about this, they said, well, the first thing is like, no way. He was like, that actually happened. And I was like, oh, fine. It's been a while since I've even heard anything true. He goes, that kind of happened, but it was Mike Goebel who came over the radio and said, hey, we got this guy, he looks suspicious, he's looking at us, I'm going to send a warning shot to him. Whether he did or not, I don't know. But the fact that Tim just took Mike Goebel's story and inserted himself.
That is wild, Brent. That is fucking wild.
On the way back from Anaconda, Tim's convoy would be ambushed. During the battle, Tim writes how he exited his vehicle to engage the enemy while taking heavy contact while throwing grenades everywhere he could. The big claim the Anti-Hero podcast made was the story made no sense and also that he was almost certainly wasn't injured during the ambush.
That I didn't know. I took a bunch of shrapnel in my neck, shoulder, traffic arm, The biggest piece of shrapnel bounced off my 5-11 ballistic calculator watch, destroying it, but probably saved my hand from a fate like Daniel's. The most dangerous piece of shrapnel missed my carotid artery by 3 millimeters, or about the thickness of 2 pennies stacked on top of each other. Later, I was told that the right side of my body looked like it got hit with a birdshot. Honestly, it isn't a big deal to me, but Mike Jones is worried. Despite me telling him to shut the fuck up, he knows to tell him to ginger up.
Tim, I have your DD-214, and let's go over your list of awards. Here we go. You know what metal's not in there?
The armistice, it
Purple Heart. The Purple Heart.
360,000, which is characteristic of the Gaza.
You're damn right my DD-214 has a Purple Heart in it. Everyone that got injured in combat, especially when now the medic knows about it, has a Purple Heart.
And here's the thing, too.
Again, there are a lot of points and accusations in this podcast, but these are the ones I feel are most important and the ones that Tim will respond to. There will be some more that we'll cover later.
Area is plagued by huge unemployment.
The Book of Lies episode came out November 25th, 2024. It immediately started to spread like wildfire in the veteran soft community. 8 days later, on December 3rd, Tim would upload his response video titled Setting the Record Straight. In all fairness to Tim, there were a lot of accusations thrown at him, but some of the points he picked to defend were interesting. Tim started the video of him confirming his resume, which was never questioned.
But this idea that there is some universal truth that is, the opposite of what I said is absolutely absurd. I am a Green Beret. I was a UFC fighter. I am a Special Forces sniper. I went to Florida. I went to graduate. I went to Ranger School. I was part of Afghanistan during evacuation. I went to Ukraine immediately following the Russian invasion. I'm an Iraq and Afghanistan combat veteran, and I didn't see anyone from the podcast in the first place.
Then Tim's first argument was that this was done for monetary gain. We won't go super into this, but this is a non-starter. Yes, they did have a handful of sponsors, which to be fair was distracting in the middle of the episode. But where do you draw the line? Of course, if you invest a lot of time into something, you hope to be rewarded for it. But Tim, the same argument can be made that your whole career is based on you using your military status for notoriety. Which again, I think is dumb, but whether someone has good intentions or not, it boils down to content, which they obviously delivered. It is really important to note that he knew this podcast was coming out.
So before I address the allegations against him, I want you to know that I knew this podcast was coming out. How? Because they contacted every single one of my teammates to try to get dirt on them. Almost everyone told them the same thing, that they weren't interested, and then they called me and let me know.
So if your teammates gave you a heads up, why weren't you more prepared? Out of all the accusations, one that he seemed very upset about was the school accusations.
Number one, did I fail sniper school? And this is the intellectually dishonest thing, where, and super hypocritical, because they're taking things out of context. Yes, I did fail sniper school. You could say that. What happened is, when I got my sniper school date, it was going to be 10 days before my own wedding. So I asked Sergeant Major Fernandez, Conrad Fernandez, if I could go to a different class. Man, and he gave me a tough pill to swallow. He says, yeah, man, but what you have to do is you have to show up on day one, because if you don't show, we will lose our slot to a future course. And show up, you're going to have to fail. So I went 0 for 25 for the Special Forces Sniper School shooting. And then I went to the very next class and graduated. That's what happened. For Rangers, man, that was 20 years ago. And this is just one of the failures of the editing and book process. I knew I was one of the honor graduates. I didn't know what award I got. And Nick, I, and the editor, complete failure and oversight. As an honor graduate, me and getting the tomahawk and getting the award with my team sergeant and my team leader, Ed Wings and Mike Gomez. Love you guys.
In exchange,
20 years removed, being a graduate and immediately going on another trip. I couldn't remember which award I got. So, complete mistake on that one. Then, for another thing that you took out of context Yes, I have been to Sephardic 2 times. I've successfully completed Sephardic 2 times. I consider that a great and a wonderful thing because it has a very high attrition rate. The first time I went to Sephardic, B-17, 7th Group, Bravo Company, 1st Battalion, they were covering down on the C-37 mission in South America, while C-37 went to Iraq. For that mission right there, to go and hunt and be part of the Special Operations Task Force hunting sarcasm. For them to cover down that mission, they had to have the skills that were taught during Sephardic. They've never sent an entire company before. I was already in C-37, but you have to be a Sephardic graduate to be in C-37. So this was my class to go to Sephardic. They didn't issue anybody an identifier for completing that Sephardic class because they taught an entire company. So went to Iraq, came back, and went back to Sephardic and graduated a second time. It's pretty awesome.
So he has a defense for Sephardic and a story for sniper school, which maybe it's true, but maybe it isn't. But I think those stories will have been really relevant in the book or the many podcasts you've done. But the Ranger School one's particularly interesting to me. So you knew this video was coming out and you had time to set up a second camera for B-roll and add transitions to your video. But you weren't able to put that picture in the video so we could actually see it. Again, I know this is a really dumb point, but he chose this hill to defend. I tried very hard to find out who the honor grads were from that Ranger School class of 2007, but I couldn't find anything definitive. But what I did do is go through all 6,000 plus pictures of Tim's Instagram and Facebook to look for the one he showed in the video. I saw his first ever picture from December 11th, 2013. I saw pictures from basic training. I saw pictures from his special forces training. I saw pictures from when he deployed. I saw funny pictures. I saw questionable pictures. I saw a bunch of pictures of spiders, which I feel like is an inside joke I don't understand. But most importantly, I saw pictures from Ranger School. But oddly enough, not the one he showed in his response. So I find it hard to believe that this picture is actually of him in the video of all these other pictures from his Instagram history. Well, if he was an honor grad, show the plaque or certificate, or post a picture if you actually cared. Maybe it's a 3D chess move, so down the road he can prove it is actually real, then he can minimize other accusations. One last hypothesis I have is that the plaque he showed is actually this one I found in a video from October 20th, 2013. What it says is, thank you for presenting awards as a special guest for the Army National Guard 2009 Combatives Tournament, Fort Benning, Georgia. Well, being the co-owner of Ranger Up and lying about Ranger School is definitely an interesting parallel. Next, he tries to explain the injury and Purple Heart claims.
The Nolan Purple Heart. First of all, it's insane that you're using like 2011 to 214 as your document of proof. You know, it's 13 years old now. A lot of things have changed in their career since then. But one of the things that wasn't on that TD214 is a Purple Heart.
What I took from that is that he implies that there is a more accurate version of his TD214. Then why not show that piece to us? Also, he defends his injury claims.
I was injured while I was in combat. You can watch, you can go back to fights in 2003, 4, 5, 6, and you're going to see my neck and my back one way, and then from 2007, 8, 9, until today, whoa, he looks significantly different. And you're going to notice a bunch of brown marks on my shoulder and my neck. What I didn't have is a chain of command, a direct chain of command. I was not on an ODA when I went to Afghanistan in 2008. I didn't have a team leader. I didn't have a team sergeant. I didn't have anyone putting me in for orders. When I came out of the Urdistan Valley, after those ambushes, and then we made it back out of Firebase Anaconda by the grace of God, and by the heroes to my left and to my right. Like, they're 100% the heroes in all of this. There's no one. I just wanted to stay in the fight. There was no one to put me in for any wars. There was no one there to do anything. I was a coalition asset traveling with a NATO allied partner in and out of that place. When I retire, when I'm no longer useful in the military, when I don't get to wear the uniform, the flag, which is like the greatest honor of my life, to have the opportunity to be next to the men and women, the best and brightest in this country. When that day comes, you know, and I'm sure around the bend on it, I'll fix all that. I've never been the great people guy, the great admin guy. I've definitely never been the guy that's going to walk into the med shed to have something get fixed. Like, we're going to fix it with the 18 Delta. And
But yeah, that is not on my records, and that will get fixed.
Well, remember when I said we go back to that Jack Carr interview? Why didn't you share that story with Jack Carr when you were talking about your scars if it actually happened?
If I take my shirt off, you'll see where bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings getting stuck in my body armor. I'm sure you have them. Every one of us do on our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see burn marks on my arms. This is I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life.
As far as I'm explaining the teammate names wrong,
Forgetting the names of former compatriots on podcasts, and I've done hundreds. By 2008, 2009, I couldn't go to the JFK Memorial on Fort Bragg anymore because we were having funerals every single weekend. That sucks. It's like a knife straight to the heart. And when you're having Memorial Day and I can't remember their names, I sit down and try to jot the names. And I'm on a podcast, there's lights on, and then I forget one of those names. Yeah, it freaking sucks. And for you to insinuate that I don't care about them,
I do think that was a completely reasonable answer that I agreed with for confusing Mike Goble and Mike Keller between the book and podcast. But my opinion would be changed later. But most importantly, he talks about the process and accuracy of his book.
War stories are never the same. And ask anyone who's been to combat or review what happens when you interview 5 guys in the same battle. You're going to get 5 different stories. And if there's a feed running, you get a 6th. At the beginning of my book, I literally outlined that fact as clearly as I could. There's no chance that my version is 100% reality and accurate, and that is what I remember. It's reality to the best of my recollection. And that was supported with my journals and supporting interviews of other people throughout the whole entire book.
For the most part, I would agree with this claim, but he has let us know over the years that he has kept detailed journals during his military career.
Very ideas.
I go everywhere with these things. Like I journal, kind of. Like I take little weird notes. And you could go, they're all dated from trips to Iraq to Afghanistan to Niger to Nigeria to Burkina Faso to Mauritania to Morocco to South Africa, like every freaking crazy place that I have to go. And you can look and then like go forward 2 years, 3 years, and look again. And I love writing, like even, creative writing too. Like I love.
Do you write a blog? Do you keep a blog or anything?
Yeah, for me.
Just for you?
Yeah.
You gonna publish it someday?
Maybe there are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs when I was deployed, like letters from a foreign land, and like people love. Like I'm an okay writer. I'm not that. Like, anyways, everybody's source code.
He also says he tried his best to reach out to people. More on that later. But overall, knowing that the podcast was coming and waiting 8 days to respond, I can't imagine a much worse response. On 18 December 2024, a gentleman named Clay Morton posted a video also calling Tim out for failing Sephardic initially twice.
Hey, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Clay Martin. I'm a retired 18 Echo and 18 Fox from 1st Special Forces Group. Reasonably well known. Retired Green Beret myself, written 6 books, did a bunch of gun journalism over the years, all kinds of stuff out there on me. I've personally known Tim for almost 20 years. We were in the Q course together, although not in the same class. We were there, but Dick Couch was writing his book. Kind of made that class, a little bit of a spotlight. It was hard to miss it. So I'm going to address first the thing that I know personally that I saw from Tim's rebuttal video. Tim, you said that you went to Sephardic twice and passed twice. Well, that is absolutely not true. You went to fake Sephardic once. You went to real Sephardic twice. And of those 2 times of real Sephardic, you failed one of them. I know because I was in your class. That would be the class. 26 March 2007 to 11 May 2007. And you failed the stress test. I remember this distinctly because we were both FAGs at the time. You were one of the few guys at the Sephardic course that I knew, besides my brother, that came with me from 3rd group. I was there. You failed the stress test. You were removed from the class. You went back and passed later. And that's an incredibly stupid thing to lie about. I don't know why you would do that. Right? Especially if the title of your book was supposed to be what it was, that failure's not final. when I told the real story, that the redemption arc, I went, I couldn't do this thing, I went back, I passed it later, and I know it's a better story, but it's actually true in this case. So that's kind of unbelievable. There's another reason, actually, that was a stupid thing to make the lie about. That class had another anomaly that anybody who was there will never forget. That is the first, and to my knowledge, only time in the long story history of the Sephardic school that after the failure of having the class on the stress test, which is totally normal, all right, the commanding general of SWIC, General Parker, called down to Range 37, and over the objections of the Range 37 commander, as well as all the Sephardic instructors under him, made them rerun the stress test for everyone that failed. And amazingly, everybody that failed the first time failed the second time too. So not only did you fail Sephardic, you actually managed to fail it twice in one day.
Now, this video is more of a deep dive. I'm not too sure why. From what I can tell, Clay is also a Special Forces soldier and seems to be connected to the right people in that community, but it's just another piece of the giant puzzle in Tim's lies. 17 days after Tim's first response, he made another video on December 20th, 2024, with the commander from his book that he talked about in Afghanistan, Travis Warlock. They started the interview acknowledging that they had not seen each other since the convoy in Afghanistan.
Travis Warlock, last time that we physically saw each other was in Uruzgan Valley of Afghanistan 16 years ago.
The first 15-ish minutes of the video is an interview about Travis's military career. Overall, the tone is very comfortable and positive. Travis looks very happy to be in the video, and Tim is very humble.
And also understanding of you were dealing with things in your seat that I couldn't truly comprehend at that time of my career.
Yeah,
so I even disparaged. I talked shit about you. And when you were doing the one thing that probably kept us all alive, your job. And I'm outside being banging my chest like an ape, thinking I'm the warfighter.
Don't be too hard on yourself. We're designed, we're bred to be that way.
So that did sound like an okay acknowledgement of what happened in the book, and Travis seems okay with it. Then Tim brings up the door incident with Travis.
This is psychology. Mike Goble and I go to a door, and machine gun fire goes through this door, right? Mike Goble, I don't know how he knew this. He pushes me, and he saves my life. If I've been standing in front of the door, just like you just taught me a few minutes in there, I'd be a dead guy on the other side of the door. And I swear I could see a machine gun sticking out of a window, and I throw a grenade in there.
No, Tim, I don't remember that time. Remember I took the RG up and knocked the gate down.
You ran through an entire reinforced gate, and I think Mike K is in a spot raining down hell from. That's right.
Travis doesn't quite remember, but he does remember the grenade incident.
So I jump out real quick and join the guys, the team that's on the stack. They're really on this wall we just pushed down. And there you are, Tim. You're sitting there. And you're like, man, I know I saw a gun coming out of the window. Should I throw a grenade? I was like, hell yeah, man. Absolutely. It's a good throw. That is, hey, if I had one on me, I'd do it too. But your idea, you came up with it, and it was the sweetest throw of a grenade I've ever seen in my life. I was looking over your shoulder, just across the courtyard, and right down through a window. And of course, we stood back behind the wall. Poof. Now, we didn't go in there and clear it, because whatever was in there, whether it was still alive, who cares? But yeah, we had some civilians on the battlefield that came out.
Who was that giant of an 18 Delta you had?
Adam. Yeah, they jumped right to it. So did Daniel B. He came out of the crow's nest of the vehicle we ran the gate with, and it was a tearjerker, wasn't it? It was unbelievable. What we saw coming out with a young child in arms. I remember when we saw the couple come out, the family, that child was held in arms. I did the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. And I saw it, and I let my emotions take over. And I remember just stepping over the wall and going out there, and the courtyard wasn't clear, and grabbed a baby out of her arms. I was stupid. I mean, I could have been lit up And now it could have been, a guy, an American laying there wounded, creating more possible chaos for the team to try to clear and go get me. It was a bad decision. Horrible decision.
So Travis does say that they didn't clear the building, but the civilians came out. So that's pretty different from what was written. Turns out Travis is the one that actually had the baby, which was one of the biggest points in the Anti-Hero podcast.
But again, look into how much detail he goes into, like the smells, the screams, like what walking into this room feels like when he comes across the carnage that he created with a grenade throw. You want to know how they really got the women and children out? Yeah, they called them out. They walked out. Carnage. He goes into crazy detail about clearing the structure, the screams coming down the hall, and him getting closer, and walking into this carnage that he created. Travis just called the hurt people out, and they walked out to them, and that's how they started giving aid to these people from a grenade that should have honestly never been thrown.
After talking about that, they start to talk about the ambush that they hit coming out of Fob Anaconda, but Tim does a hard pivot back to Travis's career.
We leave, immediately get in it, and close, danger close fire missions from A-10s that save our life and get us out. Truly. And so then from 2008, I kind of lose touch. Yeah. You have 8 more years in your career before you retire. That's right. What are these last, the last era of your career?
After a few minutes of talking about Travis's career, they then talk about Travis's company in Tennessee, and that's the end of the interview. Out of the 40-minute video, only about 10 minutes of it was actually about Afghanistan, which is fine. Travis had a very interesting career to hear about, but the flow was interesting. It felt like Tim shoehorned his perspective in and wanted to jump off a bit before going to detail the mission that was being criticized. Well, as you can see from the comments, this did not help Tim's situation at all.
Until the arrival of the Messiah.
Baha'u'llah BFT would post a video on December 21st, 2024 that would start the final chapter of Tim's controversies that is considered the most damning. On his Authentic Speakers page where Tim or his agent set bookings where you can pay a hefty fee to have Tim come speak, he has listed a Bronze Star award for valor.
Okay, so let's put it up on the screen. Take a look. So what is this? What are we looking at? We're looking at Tim Kennedy's speaking agency profile. Now, what this profile is for booking him for speaking engagements. And as you can see there, charges $50,000 to $100,000 to have you come out, or have him come out and tell a bunch of made-up stories on the back of, look at that, what is that? A Bronze Star medal with valor. That's a really high valor award.
Then the next day, Nate would post a treasure trove of pages where Tim's bio lists earning a Bronze Star for valor. One thing that was on those pages is the dates. So here's all the pages from Nate's video, plus a couple more that I found, with the dates included, just to give you a perspective of when all this was posted. Now keep in mind, his book was released on June 7th, 2022. All these pages are dated before then, except for one. I truly believe, after researching this, that he was trying to do the war judo that most do when building a resume, implying that you did something or were something and getting as close to the line as possible without directly crossing it yourself. And hey, if someone says it for you, it doesn't matter since you didn't say it, so you don't have to correct them. Now, to be fair, Tim does have a Bronze Star, but it is not for valor. I was thinking the best way to explain the difference, I came up with this. Say I took an online class at Harvard for one of those generic certification programs. There's no entry qualifications, just pay the money, and then you get the certificate if you take the class. But then I get an MBA at Grand Canyon University. Then I tell you I took classes at Harvard and ultimately got my MBA. That is technically true, but I'm definitely implying that I got my MBA at Harvard. For military awards to have a VETA bias, it's a whole different level than without. I have another example for everyone. I received this while I was in the Army. I met a couple through my parents after graduating infantry school at Fort Benning. They were extremely nice people, and when they found out I went to the Old Guard and was an honor guard company, they had this made for me. I love it and greatly appreciate it, but in over 10 years of me having it, this is the first time it's ever seen a. Why? It has a Tomb Sentinel badge on top of it. I get why they put it there. To the uninitiated, it makes sense. Honor Guard badge for Honor Guard soldiers. But I know better. So even though I would like to have this at my office at work, it would be wrong. I know better, just like Tim does. Which brings us to the next part of the story. On January 6, 2025, the Anti-Hero Podcast released their Book of Lies Part 2 podcast. This one would feature 3 of Tim's former teammates. First, they had a senior communication sergeant from the convoy, Kevin Wolf. Second, they had Matt Jenkins, the K9 handler. But most interestingly, they had Travis Warlock, Tim's commander from the mission that was in the previous video with Tim. Now with how amicable Tim and Travis seemed in the previous video, it is surprising that he would go on Anti-Hero to perpetuate the claims that they were good, right? Well, Travis gives us some context on why.
He released the podcast without the intro filmed, and when I sat back and looked at the context of it, I was just like, oh my gosh, man. And I sent Tim a text. I was like, dude, why didn't you put that on there? Right. And I don't know, he had some ridiculous excuse. He always has excuses. And actually, he's really, when you sit down with Tim Kennedy, he's got a great personality. Very likable individual. Yeah. Still one of the best used car salesmen. Right.
At this point, you feel like you've been bitten twice by it.
Totally. No, was bitten twice.
I feel like you were bitten twice by him.
Yeah, at first it was just this was insult to the injury. And so at that point, I think I got in touch with you. I'm like, man, I've had it with this dude.
So that is true. That would make a lot of sense. With how happy Travis was and how Tim was on more of a quiet, serious tone, I definitely could see it making sense that there was some dialogue before that. The teammates also make it very clear that no one reached out to them to verify what was in Tim's book.
Travis, did he call you about the book? Did he call? Well, of course, because you said you didn't even know he wrote a book, so you would know that. Kevin, just real quick, and I don't know the answer to this. I assume you'd have told me, but did anyone ever reach out to you in regards to the book, just trying to verify the record?
No. Several of the team members that I've talked to since the podcast came out, their phones were silent too.
With that, Travis starts out with correcting Tim on if he really dressed him down or not, like he wrote in the book.
So I mean, to think that Tim would have walked up there and said something like that to me, and I wouldn't have just ruined his career. I mean, you just can't let, I don't care if you're in a leadership position as an E5. You can't let that happen, especially in the intensity of that situation. I would have just killed him. Literally, but he would have been on a Black Hawk. He would have trapped the Anaconda.
Then Travis counters Tim's claims about how the convoy was doomed from the start and there was no sabotage.
This 200 vehicle convoy rolls out into the heart of bad guy country. And he talks about there immediately being problems with screwdriver holes punched in the radiators, and they're already trying to sabotage this convoy. Kevin, do you remember having to stop the convoy at all due to screwdriver holes?
No, I don't remember the sabotage. We did have to stop for other reasons, though. Wear and tear. Running through these mountains of Afghanistan in jingle trucks.
Right. And that's a huge difference. So no sabotage of vehicles.
Then the podcast starts going over the more serious accusations. They transition to covering the IED. The team's recollection is significantly different from Tim's.
The problem is this, is that, he says he runs up there with his SR-25 and he's hip firing it like Rambo, keeping the Iranian horde at bay. And then as he's pulling this, has this legless Afghan that's bleeding all over him, and he's got guts and blood, everything all over his kit, and that he would have died if it wasn't for Mike K. Getting on the 50 cal gun and just red misting, like going right over his head, just red misting the Iranians.
None of that happened. I saw these 4 Afghan National Army soldiers as we made it to like a casualty collection point, just out of Choctaw Pass. Everybody had their legs.
Really?
Everybody had their legs, and it was just the front half of the vehicle was blown off. And the only way somebody would have lost their legs if they had them outside the door, right?
Yeah, but everyone had their legs. He's not covered in blood and guts of a legless Afghan. And the other thing is, it's just like the point he tries to make with you, where he makes up a story and then he uses that story to get like a point across. And what he does on this one is he gets really upset that American aviation medevac would not fly for these Afghans.
Totally false. It's hard to watch and see how drastically different the two stories are. To lie about someone losing their legs and the way Tim told the story in his book is unbelievable. Travis then gives us some insight about Tim supposedly running out of ammo.
Also says at this point, he's sleeping under a Humvee and he's out of ammo. He has no ammo in his M4. He's almost Winchester on his sniper weapon, and he's about to go out and recover, do like a battlefield recovery from AKs because he's so low on ammo. You guys
we were a rolling resupply for the fire base. We had more than enough even for us.
The next major thing is him shooting the dead bodies through his sniper scope after the battle.
The next part would be difficult for it to happen, where he says he was using the crow system of the vehicle to identify the sea of dead bodies, their heat signatures, and using his sniper weapon to just, I believe he said, he said for hours he had to engage either dead bodies or people pretending to be dead or people who were wounded for being off this sea of bodies, because he had to make sure they were all dead in order to protect you guys, so you guys could leave without them jumping up and playing dead and attacking you guys.
This is something that, gosh, Tim, even if you did do that, man, why in the hell would you talk about it? You made us look like idiots. Irregardless of the Geneva Convention, Article 12, 14, 15, 16, and Rule 47, which, Tim, you filleted yourself, brother, when you did that. So I'm doing you a favor by telling everybody that did not happen. So the International Criminal Courts will come after you. It did not happen.
We can't talk about this yet, but they did cover it on the initial episode as well. I think this story is ridiculous and it happened. And even if it did happen, why would you write about it? Because the DOD would probably investigate it. But I don't think it happened because when Tim was on Jocko's podcast and went through his book, that wasn't mentioned. But Tim himself did mention that on Sean Ryan.
Every night, as we moved forward, I would sit there all night long with a thermal imager, and I would splash rounds into every heated body on the battlefield. Holy shit, dude. And I did it every night for 8 hours. A couple hundred rounds a night.
But like what they said in the Anti-Hero podcast and was echoed in the comments, it makes the military look horrible and no one believes it even happened since it doesn't even make logistical sense. Next, they talk about the Mike Global incident and talk about the grenade.
Do you remember like the man door and that there was two guys there? So one was Mike. I'm not 100% certain who's the second one.
Right.
So
Seeing that guy get pushed on the ground?
I do not recall that.
Does he throw the grenade from that walk-in door that Matt remembers, or does he go over to where he's punched a hole?
Yeah, that's right. We punched the hole. He was right at the front of the vehicle. Some of the rubble wall was almost coming down at 45 degrees.
So there's another reason we know he didn't throw it to save your guys' life. Not only because he asked you for permission, but he went to the same hole that you guys were that made. How'd you guys get the family out? Did Tim go in and clear it?
No. Well, I have no idea.
To go find it? Did he go find the family?
No. So we threw the grenade. We both back behind the wall. Boom. Right? Look back. Don't see anything. Not hearing any machine gun fire. I hadn't heard any since I got out of the truck. And so like we came back behind the wall, and for some reason we looked again, and there's the whole family that already come out. They're away from the building, out in the middle of the courtyard, and we can see this woman holding the child in her hands.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I said on Tim's podcast there, the little video we made. I made the dumbest thing ever done in my life, and it was just an emotional decision to run out there and grab the child. It was, the wound was just horrible. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
What my 2 cents is, after reading and hearing all the versions of this, Tim was pumping from adrenaline and made a bad call. And after it happened, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, he lies about the incident or purposely uses this story to rationalize what he did. Either way, he didn't take the time to talk to his teammates before he wrote the book, and it's shameful. After that, they talk about how the sniper tower incident of Michael was also a ridiculous claim.
You guys would have known if anybody really went up into a tower and sniped 20 dudes in 36, 48 hours. Just up there is just a wrecking ball. Do you remember hearing reports that, man, your boy that you guys brought with you, Tim Kennedy, he's up there doing the Lord's work?
You know, there was the fire bases I was on for a couple of deployments. Never at any time or anyone was it commonplace for a security element to just randomly start firing from the tower without getting everybody up in arms.
Kevin, do you remember Tim killing 20 people from the tower while you guys were there?
No.
It's one of the most outlandish of the outlandish, which is hard to do within this book. It's hard to pick up.
Mike Goebel would have been just, he was the kind of guy, if that would have happened, man, he couldn't have stopped talking about it.
Now, the next point, which I'm glad they brought up, is the ambush where Tim supposedly got hurt by taking shrapnel
Drew to his neck, and the medic in our vehicle never mentioned him.
The medic that he talks about in the book, called him yesterday.
Yeah.
And said, hey, man, I'm coming on the show now. He wants nothing to do with this whatsoever. He's still active duty.
He's still active duty, right? Yeah.
So we had 2 medics. I'm just going to say it was one of the 2 of them for his anonymity. So he said there was absolutely, he has no recollection of that whatsoever.
As this all unfolded, I was wondering if anyone had made contact with the medic. What Travis said is completely reasonable, that someone that is still active in the military wouldn't want to be any part of this. We will expand on that later if you're wondering why not more people are speaking up. The last major point is the tree Tim talked about with the hanging body before the beautiful village.
It's the final village. This is a weird story. And basically, the final village you guys go to, and everyone's friendly, and there's a dead guy hanging from the tree, and it sounds like a scene out of 300 where this rotting corpse is there. He goes up to the village elder, and he's like, "Are there any Taliban here?" And he's like, "Nope." He's like, "There's no Taliban here at all?" He's like, "Well, there's one, and he's hanging from that tree." It seems silly, but I gotta ask you, because you guys were there. Do you remember seeing, Kevin, do you remember seeing a dead guy hanging from a noose?
I do not remember gallows.
I gotta ask you, Matt, because maybe you were somewhere else in the village. Do you remember seeing a rotting dead corpse with the skin falling off of it, hanging from a tree in that village, and then Tim getting washed clean from the left-hand girls, all the body parts that were still on him?
No, I don't remember guys swinging from a tree or the local villagers giving us baths. So no.
After going through everything in a weird, twisted way, I feel like that dead, scary tree was born from the pomegranate tree so many years ago. Ironically, trees represent strength and growth in literature. Going from a healthy pomegranate tree to the dark, menacing tree is almost a perfect metaphor for where Tim started in the public eye to where he is now. Now, a lot of people wondered why the claims in this book made so many people in the military community so upset. The first reason is he makes light of cheating during military training. The first time he talks about cheating is in Special Forces selection, when they keep one guy up to make sure no cadre are coming while everyone else is sleeping. That's not too major. You'd probably get smoked, but nothing serious. Then he tells a story of how he cheated in the Robin stage portion of Special Forces selection with his cell phone. I'm not going to pretend I know what the atmosphere is like in that process, but I imagine if you got caught with the cell phone cheating, you'd immediately fail selection and probably be permanently banned from ever participating again. But the most egregious cheating he ever did was during SEER school, where he buried the MREs.
the guy that had been recycled, which was one of my friends and teammates that had gone through all these phases too, he was working with the cadre and was learning like all the different escape and evasion routes. So there were lanes that were designated to each of the teams. He told us which lane we were going to be on, and I went and I stole MRE boxes. Then I went out and I plotted a 10-digit grid coordinates and I buried boxes of MREs during my evasion lane. Totally cheating. Like, this is not allowed. I'm not recommending anybody do this, but this is what we did because we knew, like, we see the guys that were coming out of SEER school. You know, they lose 30, 40, 50 pounds during SEER school. Their cheeks are sunken in, their eyes are sunken in, and they're about to go to a team. It's one of the very last things that you do, and their bodies are broken. We want to go to war. So not only did I want to graduate, but I wanted to graduate physically capable of going to a team to immediately hop on a plane to go overseas. So the motivation was kind of pure, but the route was very unethical.
That sent such a bad message to aspiring soldiers. Very similarly, when I was in infantry OSET, there's a group of guys that got caught stealing MREs. All of them except for one got the company level Article 15s, and one got field grade. I'm very sure he got kicked out of the Army for that. Again, something so stupid, but you don't want to send that message that it's going to slide. Integrity violations are very serious in the military, and it can leave a mark on your entire career or even end it. So having a nonchalant tone is very irritating to say the least. The next reason that this bothers so many people is Tim is setting a fake example of how soldiers act in the battlefield, and he might inspire some service members to do something that could get them injured or killed.
We talked to with Pete Blaber on the episode. Pete Blaber has a huge problem with veteran liars because it's stolen valor. Everyone should have a problem with stolen valor. Yeah. But he has a bigger issue, and he broke it down into two folds. One, you read this book and you think this is how Green Berets act on the battlefield, and one day you hope to be a Green Beret. You become a Green Beret and you emulate things you read. Let me tell you, if you run around the battlefield the way Tim Kennedy says he did, which he didn't, you're going to get killed. So it's a horrible outline for how special operations work on the battlefield, because it's a lie.
I don't think he understands how much influence he has. So to him, it might not be the biggest deal if he exaggerates or lied. But if it's crunch time and a young soldier's point of reference is Tim Kennedy and his grenades, it can have some serious consequences. The last reason why we care so much as a veteran community is that valor words mean something. There are heroes that go above and beyond in battle and lose more than a medal could ever replace. But that's how we honor and recognize their sacrifice. So for someone that knows better to use as a selling point, well, it turns all our stomachs. But if you're still not convinced that he was aware of what he was doing, here's a clip from a podcast that he did in 2018 that'll be linked below, where the host explicitly says he has a Bronze Star AV device and then asks him if there is anything that need to be corrected. And Tim says no.
Joining me today in Manhattan, New York, and headed to Fort Bragg very soon is Tim Kennedy. Tim, thank you so much for joining us on Beyond the Uniform.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Quick background for listeners. Tim is a former UFC middleweight contender who competed in the Octagon while also serving in the U.S. Army as a Green Beret sniper. He started his military career in the Army in 2014 and has served tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq, earning a Bronze Star Medal with device, which was awarded for valor under fire. He works with Restream, a military-themed clothing line, and also leads Sheepdog Response, an organization that trains civilians in self-defense and counter-terrorism skills. He has been featured on television shows, including the Spike TV series Deadliest Warrior, Hunting Hitler on the History Channel, and the 2006 indie film Range 15. He is currently involved in an upcoming Discovery Channel show called Hard to Kill, which launches on Tuesday, July 31st at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on the Discovery Channel. And in April 2017, he re-enlisted and is currently a member of the Special Forces Wing of the Texas National Guard. He is a 3-time winner of the Modern Army Combatives Tournament, a grueling 3-day event that tests mixed martial arts skills, among other things. And so maybe, Tim, before we dive into the questions, anything to add or amend to that intro?
Pretty long. When you just put it all together, we just summarize, be like, stupid and he doesn't ever hold still.
And then there's another audio clip.
Okay, man. Last question about the military, then I want to jump back into combatives a little bit. You, per the source I have here, you have a Bronze Star with a V. Is that correct?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find its origins, and when I reached out to originally post it, I received no response. If anyone sees this and knows where the interview is, please send it to me so I can pin it below in the comments. But I'm convinced at this point the clip is real.
Things that I did in my fighting career, fighting for world titles, going overseas multiple times, earning medals for valor.
Then there are the Silver Star points as well. There's just so much evidence against him, and I'm sure there's so much more out there that's hidden. There's other points I didn't even cover, like him implying that he's Halo qualified.
6 years as a door kicker, a soldier, and then 4 years as a Halo sniper guy.
Halo sniper team, direct action, counterterrorism, hostage rescue.
Kennedy is a soldier, once a Green Beret, a Ranger sniper, awarded the Bronze Star for combat heroism.
Distinction between the two. Okay. So I'm a Green Beret, that is Ranger qualified, that's a Special Forces sniper. That is from a Halo sniper team and 7th Special Forces group.
Okay. Now, when you say Halo, are we talking original or Xbox One? Where are we going with this?
Or some other stories that he told back in the day that seemed to have disappeared that definitely seemed book-worthy.
I did it standing in combat to a guy that tried to grab some stuff off my kids. And the Kimura is like the best technique to defend if somebody's trying to take stuff off of you. Like law enforcement, it's one of the first techniques that they should learn about how to keep their weapon on them, right? Lock their wrist, reach over, grab their own wrist, bring their wrist back behind their head. And in like a snap, I break literally every bone in his whole entire arm and dislocate his shoulder, and his collarbone snaps as his face hits the wall, and it breaks all the bones in his face. I have grenades and flashbangs and knives and gun all on my body armor. So you can't take that stuff.
I know the Shy-Tac sniper is a big deal for a lot of people. It seems he also lied about the weapons he used in Afghanistan. In the grand scheme of things and in the context of stolen valor, we'll save that for another time. But this is just a gist in the context. I think you need to make a decision whether he's guilty or not. There have been a lot of calls for his supporters to make a statement. I think that's very fair. There's too much evidence out there to not accept that he lied. To people like Sean Ryan and Jocko Willink, just so you know, people don't blame you for being tricked, but as veterans, we do feel betrayed that you'd rather sweep this under the rug. It feels like a choice between additional monetary gain or maintaining integrity in your relationship with the veteran community. But hey, who knows? Maybe they're actually not aware of the situation. The person that seems to be getting the most attention is Tim's former boss, John McPhee. John was eager to share his stories in the Sean Ryan show back in September of 2024 before everything came out.
Well, Shrek, I really appreciate you being here. It was an honor to interview you, and all your social media and website and all that stuff will be in the description. And yeah, thanks, man. I just wish you the best of luck. Thanks, man. Hey, you didn't even ask me any serious Timmy Kennedy questions. What's up? I didn't see this coming. Do you want me to? Yeah, you know Timmy. You should be asking me. He talks massive shit, wrote a book. You know, although I thought I was the best 40% of his book. Well, I already interviewed. What do you want me to ask you about? I don't know. You know him. Like, ask me, I don't know anything about him.
Then radio silence. But I did find it interesting that John and Joe didn't discuss Tim at all, even though they both know him on a personal level. Maybe the word's out and people are trying to distance themselves behind closed doors. The V-Device comment has been altered on his IMDb and athlete speaker page. So the question still remains, did Tim commit stolen valor? I think the answer is clearly yes. He claimed military words that he did not have for financial gain. Do I think this can be proven in court? Maybe. It's hard to believe that Tim would be able to explain away all the claims against him at this point. I think the saddest part of this whole story is the Army's response. They know Tim is a great recruitment tool, so they are turning a blind eye. But the question we should all ask the Army is this an example you want to set for future soldiers? This video was intended to give the context of his stolen valor accusations and to give everyone that information, draw their own opinion. But there are so many other layers to peel back. It's very sad. The accusations against him from the Kabul withdrawal to him posing in Ukraine for clips is just disgusting. I know a lot of people wonder why more military members aren't coming forward with first-hand experience, but for those that don't understand, Tim is very well connected. This year, we've seen him start pivoting into the political space, rubbing elbows with the most powerful people in the country and the world. If you're still in the military and speak out, you're risking your career. It's not like the civilian world where you're protected and have the freedom of speech. There are consequences if you pick the wrong side. I hope in the future we will hear more true stories about Tim and give them the attention they deserve. It was talked about on Anti-Hero, but I think Tim's motivations are derived from the following. One, he has served with legends that have the most amazing experiences and felt insecure about his service. But Tim, if you ever see this, we all consider your service legendary, even without the fluff and all the BS attached to it now, which that has been stated on every single platform that's called you out. You were a huge inspiration to the community. I think you thought these white lies were harmless and essentially get your businesses going. And that's the other side of this. Your companies like Apogee and Sheepdog are amazing concepts, are invaluable to society right now. As a veteran and as a consumer, I would love to partake in that and have my friends and family partake. But knowing what I know now, it would feel dishonest of myself to support you because you won't come forward and man up and own what you did. Tim, we all just wish you'd eat some humble pie. Please just go on Anti-Hero, go on Sean Ryan, go on Joe Rogan, go on your own YouTube channel. Just own what you did because it's not going away. And it's weird to see that you're more of a meme in the community than an inspiration. But I think that if you could own up to what you did and make this truly a redemption story, you'd be accepted back in the veteran community. But that's always a question of someone's character. If they're able to choose a harder right over the easier wrong. To Valhalla VFT, to Anti-Hero, I hope I did your video's respect and all your word justice in this video. I hope I covered it the way you'd expect to be covered. To El Chavo, sorry it took so long. I hope this is what you're expecting from me. And to everyone else watching this, there's so much to digest. But I found a clip from way back in the day when you were on Joe Rogan that might give us a little more insight to why Tim made these decisions, why this attention was so important for him to garner. Take a look.
I want the access to the audience, to influence lives. Would my words have enough meaning to draw in enough people?
Of course they would.
I hope so.
They are doing that right now. And right now, millions of people are going to listen to this.
If I jump out of an airplane, into the water, into the ocean with a whole bunch of sharks and go swim with them, like people are going to tune into that. But then, what if you get eaten? I'll survive.
And they're like, this whole thing is fucked now.
But then I get out of the water and I can talk to them. It's like 16 million people watched Tim parachute out of this plane into shark-infested waters, and then rode a motorcycle up on the beach. But then I have them.
But you have them already, man. You don't have to do that. Trust me. You don't have to do that. You've already done enough that you're qualified.
There's 12% involved in crafts.
If you read about Army Special Forces doing something, we have done messed up. This is not the Navy SEALs. We're not writing books. We're not talking about our exploits. We didn't kill Bin Laden. This is us just doing our work, and nobody's supposed to know about it. I'm Tim Kennedy. I'm the author and narrator of my new book, Scars and Stripes. This is a retelling of my life. But my life is extraordinary. And it was extraordinary, and it is extraordinary, and you are in for a wild ride.
And they're very upset about this. They want to pull his tab. Again, that's not me being vindictive about it. If you're going to write this type of book with these amount of lies, and you're going to have stolen valor, you're going to say you got injured when you didn't, and you say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't, Valor medals when you don't.
Understand that, there's stolen valor. I've never said anything about having a Purple Heart or a Bronze Star with a V device, fighting for world titles, going overseas multiple times, earning medals for valor.
In the Special Forces, he deployed in Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, multiple times. Among his multiple awards from the Army are the Bronze Star Medal and the V device awarded for valor under fire.
It only takes one lapse in integrity or judgment to ruin a decade of success and be ostracized from a community. People do bad things for good reasons, and people do good things for bad reasons. Whether you agree with someone's choice or not, understanding their motivation and the context always gives a more rounded opinion of a person. I never heard of Tim Kenny until a few months ago, but when his name started to trickle into the peripheral of my feed, I wondered if he was a victim of his own success, or there's something more nefarious about his story. Al Chavo, thank you very much for pointing me in the direction of this strange story, and thank you for your tremendous service. This video will hopefully serve as a comprehensive timeline of Tim Kenny's stolen valor accusations, or offenses, depending on what side of the fence you're on. After reading his book and watching hundreds of hours of podcasts and reading articles that go back to 2009, I want to give you the critical information and help to provide an unbiased synopsis of everything you need to know about Tim's story to make your own decision as well. Hopefully after watching this video, you'll have the information you need to feel comfortable to say whether or not Tim is an inspiration or if he's a dishonest salesman trying to expand his reach. All the chapters will be timestamped below if you want to skip what led up to Tim being called out and go straight to a specific accusation. With that, let's go down the rabbit hole of a stolen valor story that has polarized the military and civilian communities. Before we start going over Tim's more unsavory and questionable points, it is important to give him credit where credit is due. He is an unbelievably successful individual. He is a master sergeant in the National Guard that served as an active duty Green Beret sniper that was Ranger qualified and deployed to the Iraq and Afghanistan theaters of war. He had a successful career in the MMA with 18 wins against 7 losses. He is an entrepreneur that has numerous businesses, such as being part owner of Ranger Up, the military clothing company. He is a founder and CEO of Sheepdog Response, a self-defense company, the Apogee School and mentorship companies, and is a co-founder of Save Our Allies, a humanitarian company. He has been on several TV shows such as Hunting Hitler and Hard to Kill. He also is a New York Times best-selling author of his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. Now, whether you're a veteran or not, I'm sure you're well aware of the exponential growth of special operations service members coming out with books. This has been an interesting trend in the last 10-ish years. Obviously, the book is successful and it's respectful of military service and doesn't mislead civilians and gets the veteran where they're trying to go as a stepping stone. Hey, more power to you. Now, as more and more operators do it, there's more and more competition. So that only leaves a few options for people in that space without falling to get that initial push into the limelight. 1, stay genuine and network for organic traction and growth. 2, have a strong marketing campaign. 3, embellish or lie to gain attention. Well, in 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes, which did amazing. He became a New York Times bestseller and sold just shy of 15,000 copies the first week. If you look at it on Amazon, it has a 4.8 with over 3,000 reviews. This book, however, would be the catalyst of Tim's fall from grace and ignite the spark that has turned the military community against him. Before we do a deep dive into the book, I think it's important to understand what the general perception of Tim was before the book actually came out. From what I could see, it was pretty neutral. There were negative comments, which are expected for any individual of a decent-sized following, but I couldn't find anything that really stood out. He was doing interviews with people like Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, and Jonathan Willick, and was on TV shows as he built his brand. Something that I found interesting while doing research for this video is the first time he was on Joe Rogan, he actually talked about how he did some writing before. He wrote a couple of blogs called Letters from a Foreign Land.
I love writing, creative writing too. Like I love. Do you write a blog? Do you keep a blog or anything? Yeah, for me. Just for you? Yeah. You gonna publish it someday? Maybe. There are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs when I was deployed, Letters from a Foreign Land, and people love it. Like, I'm an okay writer. I'm not that, anyways, everybody's source credit.
Of course, now with the context of Scars and Stripes, I wanted to find these to see where he started his writing and compare it to the book. I found it listed in multiple places, but couldn't find the actual post. Well, this caused me to learn how to use the Wayback Machine, which proved to be invaluable later. After some digging, it looks like it was posted on Ranger Up's website around 2009 January. I don't think it's been intentionally scrubbed away, but it does give us a good insight of what's to come. Part 1 is dated from 14 October 2008. In this story, he tells a half-comedic, half-poetic story sprinkled with dramatic effect about getting rid of flies in his barracks while deployed to a foreign land. Part 2 is dated 28 October 2008. This post is fairly generic. Again, a humorous tone as he explains to civilians what it's like to be deployed and how to get a good workout in with what you got. Part 3 is dated 27 November 2008. This is the most interesting letter. On this one, he talks about how he stopped a patrol war convoy in the Valley of Murderers to take a pomegranate tree so he could plant it as fob. He then refers to himself as a big guy with too many guns wearing a peace sign, hopping out of vehicles while blasting Prince or Madonna. He also stated how he got the green light to go fight in the MMA, and it feels like he implies it came from his leadership. But overall, the tone definitely feels like it's a prelude to Scars and Stripes. From the amount of detail of minute things to injecting humor and a cowboy attitude while deployed in dangerous areas, this prequel to his book was an interesting insight of what's to come.
Hello, fellas. Some Jewish history.
There would be a change in the tides of his public perception after he did an interview with Lance Armstrong on the 21st of March 2018. They would talk about a variety of things during this interview, but he made a comment about gun ownership, and that would be something that really upset a lot of people.
Like, everybody does not have the right to have a gun, because that right, if that right is negatively affecting other people, you don't get that. It's not a privilege, but it definitely has to be earned. It has to be shown and demonstrated that you have the right to own it, and that you earned the right. Yeah, you've earned the right, which is background checks and legitimate, not background checks that we have right now, which don't really do anything, like real background checks.
Now, obviously, everyone has the right to an opinion, but the reason that this upsets so many people is, first, he is still a military member that loves guns and uses them quite a bit recreationally. The argument is, since he is a military member, he swore to uphold the Constitution. It's an argument, but not the strongest. The second argument point is that he had his self-defense company Sheepdog in 2018. Now, I don't want to make baseless accusations, so for transparency, I can't find the historical pages to reference what the criteria was to participate in Sheepdog training in 2018. But supposedly the minimum age criteria was the same as it is now, being 15 years or older. Again, he didn't say anything about age, just the right needs to be earned and isn't given. Well, the third argument point is that Tim has acknowledged committing crimes that could have been or should have been felonies, which, as a majority of people know, makes it illegal to own firearms. It also makes it virtually impossible to join the military. Now, there are a lot of dumb felonies out there, so him wanting to increase the scrutiny of background checks was an interesting take. But Tim tells us some stories in Scars and Stripes that could have easily slapped a felony on him, such as a story about him breaking into a hardware store or running up to a car and shooting at people inside of it with a paintball gun as a police cadet. But Tim had taken this stance as well before.
Safe gun laws, save lives. I don't want to have a felon, an MS-13 guy, an illegal immigrant, somebody that's been dishonorably discharged from the military to get their hands on a gun. We have those laws. Those are forms of gun control, in my opinion.
So leading up to the book release, there was some controversy, but not a ton. Still, there were people that thought he was overly boastful and not consistent in his takes. But there wasn't a consensus opinion in the communities that he was an overall negative representation of military service, or more importantly, the Green Berets. However, that would not last forever. So without further ado, let's look at the catalyst of Tim's downfall, Scars and Stripes. On June 7, 2022, Tim released his autobiography, Scars and Stripes. I read it, and I have to say, I think it was a great book. The best way I can describe it is, imagine you're at a bar with a bunch of infantrymen. As the night goes on and on, the drinks keep flowing, the stories get wilder and wilder, and people get more and more open. The tone was definitely unique. I also don't think I've ever read a book with so much profanity, but it created that humorous locker room talk tone that's inviting and unfiltered to the reader. I hadn't watched any of his interviews before reading the book, but how I imagined Tim talked and how his mannerisms would be fit exactly the same as I imagined they would by reading his words. Tim has explained this book as a collection of failures on display as growth. That is a component of it. However, his humble bragging about being honor graduate and everything he's ever attempted, or how no one can hold a candle to his performance, did become obnoxious. Also, his clear inability to follow roles and be a team player and constantly justifying his actions was an interesting insight and foreshadowing. But the most important piece would be the military claims. Even though I'm a non-deployed infantryman, there were quite a few stories where I had to stop and really read what was on the page. The majority of people I served with and I am friends with have had deployment time and have shared what happens overseas. Comparing those stories with other books, documentaries, and common sense tactic stuff from a slick sleep infantryman perspective at least raised an eyebrow suspicion to wonder how much of it was at least embellished. But overall, by the end, I had a lot of respect for Tim and was very impressed with what he had accomplished. The book definitely hit its mark and made me a Tim Kennedy fan. As I prepared to start digging on all the accusations, I almost didn't follow through this video, but I'm very glad I did, because from reading the book, To now filming this video, I can say there's been a 180-degree shift of my perception of Tim Kennedy. While as Scars and Stripes was making its rounds, Tim was continuing his trajectory upward. He was still working on his entrepreneurial endeavors and networking the digital media space with all the biggest names in the industry. But a little over 2 years later, the podcast that has forever altered Tim's image as a soldier and credibility as a role model would be released.
Look at the itinerary itself.
To be as fair as unbiased as possible, I want to do a brief overview of the two channels that are the reason we know what we do know today about Tim, and they're the ones that initially broke the case. First, the Anti-Hero podcast were the ones to initially break down the book. The two gentlemen that were the hosts are Brent Tucker, who is a retired Delta Force operator that also was a Special Forces Green Beret. Then we have Tyler Hoover, who is an 82nd Airborne veteran that is also a police officer. The first time I saw a point where Tim was mentioned on their channel was July 7th, 2023. In this video, Tyler was interviewing his guests, and they were talking about how Russia and China's goals are to divide us.
That's every day. I'm not a big Tim Kennedy fan, but he did Professor speech to Joe Rogan about how we're being divided.
The next time that Tim is mentioned on their podcast is October 23rd, 2023.
What's your thoughts on Americans still being your Tim Kennedy and the rest of them right now?
Which is well known in particular to men.
So, he did a lot more harm than good in Afghanistan, but didn't stop him from basically trying to get clicks and stay relevant and famous off of it.
There would be a couple more mentions of Tim scattered through their episodes leading up to the notorious episode 101. The most relevant one would be from March 11, 2024, episode 64. Where their critical of his deployment claims and his intentions and actions when he was at the Kabul airport during the evacuation.
So they're talking to Joe Rogan and says, in my 20 deployments. And I was thinking, man, Tim Kennedy's got 20 deployments. That's impressive.
Yeah, with 20-something deployments overseas, I've never seen anything like Afghanistan during the fall of Afghanistan. That was the initial promise. And 10 days later, we moved 12,000 people out of Afghanistan. 11% of everybody that left the country during the evacuation, me and 3 of my friends on the ground, and 12 of us total in the Middle East moved.
Didn't stop there. He continues to go on and talk about the Pineapple Express, and he says, I gotta make sure I get all these numbers right. 3 friends. Him and 3 friends, of the 120,000 people the military or the United States government got out, he claims to have got out 12,000 people. That is 10%. 12,000 people. That's a lot. But again, based off that information alone, I can't question him or naysay him. But then he goes on, Joe Rogan goes, how long were you there for? He goes, 10 days. Well, I was homeschooled, but now I got to do a little bit of math. You were there for 10 days and got out 12,000 people. That's 1,200 people a day. And that's assuming your first day was just as productive as your last day. And we all know that's not how it works. You gotta. It takes you a few days to get your bearing. But then, of course, I'm thinking, well, how'd you get out 12,000 people? Now, just not time-wise do I have to question you. Logistically, how did you do that?
The most important thing I took away from that episode is that they invited Tim to be on to explain his side.
And I will say this: the same offer I've given Rob O'Neill. You can, and it's an honest offer. Tim Kennedy, please come on this show and say, hey, I'm glad you asked. This is how we did it. And anyone has nothing to hide. And I come over and be, I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you exactly how I did it.
Now, there is an argument that their platform wasn't large enough to reach Tim's ears, but this episode has over 40,000 views, which is definitely decent for a podcast. But the important piece is that their audience is primarily veterans, with a good amount of them being involved in the SOF, Special Operations Forces community, which makes me believe there is a good possibility Tim was aware but didn't care enough to take the claim seriously to respond in any way. So it was clear that they both weren't big fans of Tim before they exposed him, but although there might have been a slight bias, I think their accusations were justified leading up to the Book of Lies episode, and that they did it professionally and didn't make groundless claims. Next, we have Nate from Valhalla VFT. Nate was also Special Forces in the Army like Tim, but served a full career on active duty. The first mention I could find to Tim was a comment from one of his subscribers calling Tim annoying. The video was about Special Forces stereotypes and had no mention of Tim. I did notice that Nate responded and liked a good amount of comments from this video. but didn't interact with this specific comment. The first time Nate actually mentioned him in a video was when he said that Tim could fight in his Navy SEALs Fight Club video from November 13th, 2024.
I mean, and, there definitely, and I want to preface this, there is definitely soft operators that can't fight. I mean, we have Tim Kennedy, there's representations of them.
The first time Nate would be critical of Tim was after the Anti-Hero podcast when they exposed the lies in his book. Baha'u'llah VFT would post why these famous special operators can't stop lying about fake war stories on November 29, 2024, 4 days after the Anti-Hero podcast. Nate would share his thoughts on Tim and other veteran influencer situations being exposed.
All right. The stories, Tim Kennedy, I'm not going to get too into deep, but it's starting to look like pretty much all of them are just other people's stories or so far embellished that they're no longer even close to reality of what's true, which is sad because, he's got a career and had a career that was good enough.
Later, Nate would drop one of the most damning videos about Tim, but more on that later. From what I saw, Nate was extremely fair and unbiased, even when being critical of Tim. Nate is also an owner of a firearms training company. Supposedly, there were talks about his company and Sheepdog, Tim's company, working together. But Nate chose to speak out on the situation since he prioritizes the integrity of the Green Berets over business. Both these platforms have received a lot of criticism for exposing Tim. So I want to do my due diligence, give you the context, to see if there is some questionable intentions. But I don't think there were. Overall, I'm convinced that these platforms covered the situation in a fair way and weren't slanderous or disingenuous for attention. But again, I wanted to include this section for context, since both these platforms are as important as Tim himself in the story. There are a lot of ways I want to cover all the stolen valor accusations against him, but to maintain the integrity of the timeline, I decided we'll just start with the Anti-Hero podcast, episode 101, The Book of Lies. There is a lot to unpack in this episode, but we'll start with the 4 most relevant claims in terms of egregiousness and what was important enough for Tim to respond to. Also, it's important to note that they reached out to Tim's teammates before making this episode to gain as much information as possible.
He named real names in the books, which gave me an opportunity to call all these people. And, I never called and said, hey, I just said, hey, I'm just looking for the truth. If it lines up with the book, that's fine. And, but here's what the book says. Is this what happened in real life? And 9 times out of 10, it just wasn't.
The first major claim that was brought up is the title of the book.
The name of the book.
This book is titled Scars and Stripes.
Show it to him. If you didn't know, there it is. Scars and Stripes.
It's really boring.
Let me show you another book called Scars and Stripes. Are you kidding me?
But important if you're traveling.
Your copy is different than mine.
The true story of one man's courage in facing death as a Vietnam POW. Are you kidding me?
So this isn't a great look, but Tim did say at the end of his book that his co-author came up with the name for Scars and Stripes. Also, when he was asked about Jack Howard, he explained how the stripes come from the Army uniform, where he has stripes for service, deployments, and his rank.
Because you talk about it at the end of the book, but for those who start off with Scars and Stripes here, just as the title, where did that come from, and what was that?
So, the stripes part, as you're kind of earning your time in, you're getting your stripes. So in the military, I just had to a couple of days ago, as I'm going to Nick Palmisano, my co-author of that book, his son is graduating from ROTC, so I had to go update my uniform because I'm going to go do his first salute. So on my sleeve are stripes, the number of years of service that I have, the number of months I have in a combat zone, and obviously my stripes of my rank. And then, behind me over my shoulder, you have stripes of the flag that I love so much. Over your left shoulder, I see it. I've seen it folded in hands to widows. I've carried it as I've lost friends back to the places where they died. And so the stripes alone are so powerful in so many different layers of ways. It's not just red, white, blue stripes. There's also like the military level of stripes.
For the scars, some of them are physical scars from his fight career, impressionals, falling on his shirt. but there are the unseen scars mentally from his deployments.
Scars, it's not just, obviously my face is covered in them from 17, 18 years of being a professional fighter. I take my shirt off, you'll see more bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings getting stuck in my body armor. I'm sure you have them. Every one of us do, on our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see burn marks on my arms. This is, I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life. And those two things, the scars and stripes, are the things that shape us. Those are the things that create and make who we are as a person, and our perspective as human.
This interview about scars will be important later. Now, he can claim that you didn't know about the original book, which is 100% possible. Since the original by Eugene McDaniel from 1975, where he details his stories of POW in Vietnam, is much less known, as we can see from the 33 reviews. But Tim's book is published by Simon & Schuster, which is one of the 5 largest publishers in the United States. So I would like to think that they did their due diligence and brought up to Tim. Something that does make me question whether he knew or not is how passionately he talks about his fight song Rooster by Alice in Chains.
Is that why you come out to the Rooster?
No, I come out to the Rooster because it's a badass song.
It is a badass song.
And
Roosters like to fight.
They do like to fight, but the song's about Vietnam. It's about the Vietnam vets, the 101st. They used to call the tail gunners or the machine gunners the Rooster on the team.
Is that Alice in Chains?
Yeah. So like POWs, MIA, Vietnam vets, all of them. That song, the song was written by the lead singer about his father, who kind of disenchanted. They grew apart, and he kind of resented him for being in the war, and then he kind of had this revelation that it was like he didn't have a choice, drafted. So he wrote that song to reconnect with his father, who's a Vietnam vet. So that song has a lot of meaning to me and my community, veterans.
He seems to be very interested in Vietnam and POWs, but there are only so many titles left in the world to be original, so for this claim we'll just never know. One of the most obnoxious parts of Scars and Stripes is that he's passed every school he's ever gone to without any trouble. It started in his adolescence during the Royal Ranger test with his partners, and culminated at the world's hardest leadership training, Army Ranger School. He supposedly was also supposed to be the valedictorian of his police academy, but since he failed the test by doing it too efficiently and not following instructions, he lost it. He also was supposedly the honor grad in Special Forces training as well. In the book, he tells how his boss John did tell him he needed to go to Ranger School and to be the honor graduate to gain some maturity, or he'd be off his SIF team after his first deployment to Iraq. In Ranger School, there are 3 top graduates. There is a distinguished honor graduate, officer honor graduate, and then enlisted honor graduate. Tim claimed that he was an enlisted honor graduate. Any of these awards is very significant. Only the best make it through Ranger School, and in order to make it, you're judged by your competencies and your Ranger skills and your ability to work with the team as a leader and a follower.
So I go to Ranger School. My team sergeant John says, "Hey, if you're going to go to Ranger School, you can't come back to this team unless you're honor graduate." And so you have no choice but to go to Ranger School because you're immature, you don't understand leadership, you don't understand the Army. So go to Ranger School, and if you're not honor graduate, you can't come back to this team. So I go, I'm an honor graduate, I come back to this team, but then I still have a chip on my shoulder because I'm a prick, and I still haven't learned humility, evidently. So fuck this team, man, I'm gonna I'll go to the hell with sniper team.
On the Anti-Hero, they claimed that he was not an honor grad in Ranger School, and he also initially failed sniper and Safari School.
Again, because he always says he's the best in everything he does. He says, he was the best at sniper school. He never mentions in the book that he failed sniper school the first time. Talks about how great he is as an assaulter. Never talks about how he failed Safari. And here he is saying that he was the best at Ranger School. Tim, you don't think I can't call someone and find out if you were the distinguished honor grad of your class? Of course I can, and I did. You were not the distinguished honor grad of your class. In fact, your peers were so low in mountain phase, you almost got recycled over peers. So, quit saying things that you want to be true that are, because people to find out. And if you lie about being distinguished honor grad at Ranger School, What else are you willing to lie about?
Now, yes, it is shade to lie about being an honor graduate and also leave out that you had those failures, especially when the premise of your book is supposed to be about failure and learning from it. But in the grand scheme of things, this would be a main point if it wasn't so important to Tim, which he will cover in his response. On a side note, Safari is a top-tier close quarters combat school that seems to be reserved for tenured special forces and Delta Force operators. Ranger and Sniper School are pretty well known, but I'd never heard of Safari before researching this, so I hope that gives a little clarity. The most controversial chapter in his book is by far the Valley of Death. It is a story of where he was a part of a convoy to Fort Offering Base in Anaconda, where his unit and other forces were going to strategically resupply the base for a year. There's a lot to unpack, but the initial gist is Tim was very junior and didn't understand the logistics of the convoy.
And there we were, an A-team and me with RGs and up-armored Humvees, the Czechs in the unarmored gun trucks, the Afghans in up-armored Humvees, and 80 jingle trucks full of a year's worth of supplies. We've talked about this kind of like, you would learn this in the book, but how many jingle trucks, how many trucks in the combo with it?
Good question. Let me tell you how junior Tim is in this convoy. He's still a junior E6. He's not even a part of an ODA. He's an L&O that gets attached to this thing. So he's not even a part of the ODA. He gets attached to this, and he knows so little about what's going on. So he has no extra insight into Iranian fighters that are apparently everywhere. He knows so little about what's going on. He doesn't even know that of all the things that he supersizes and makes these exaggerated claims, he doesn't even know how many trucks are in the convoy. There's almost 200 trucks in this convoy.
Verified by people on the ground.
Verified by several people. Almost, just short of 200 trucks. That's one of the biggest convoys I've ever heard of. And that's what the story should be.
Liaison for a multinational mission involving U.S. Special Forces, ODA, blank. Well, he says 7182. Go with it what you will.
Which is not the right one. It's not even the right ODA number. So he doesn't know the ODA number. Or if he wants to say, well, that was sensitive information, I didn't want to put in the ODA number.
Don't put it in.
Yet you put in everyone's real name into this.
Combat veteran he is, the ODA Sergeant Major starts pushing all the units to the high ground to take the fight to them, and the guys out of the line of fire.
So the ODA Sergeant Major, he says. Let me tell you how junior Tim Kennedy is. Not only does he not know how many vehicles are in this convoy, he doesn't know the rank structure of an ODA because he's never been on one at this point. He was on a SIF team before this, and he's attached to an ODA. He's still not part of an ODA, and he calls it the ODA Sergeant Major. Sergeant Major's an E9. The ODA Team Sergeant is E8, which is a Master Sergeant. Which is crazy to me. You had all this time, you wrote in the book, like, I expect that from Hollywood to get ranks wrong. I don't expect that from Green Berets who are doing research and writing books.
The next significant event is when the vehicle from him is hit by an IED, and they are unable to medevac an Afghan soldier that is a part of the convoy.
Anyone who's been in deployments, and that's what happens. You run over IEDs, and when someone gets hit with an IED, you go recover. But that's not good enough. Like at some point, like he has to come out like Rambo style, shooting from the hip with his sniper weapon. It's crazy that he's shooting from the hip with his sniper weapon. That makes no sense. No one can verify that story. Jumped out at me. I've never had an issue evacuating a wounded Afghan. So I asked who would be in charge of that, essentially, the ground force commander. Like he's the one that's going to call on those things and coordinate that. And when I talked to him about that, he goes, we never had a problem medevacing anyone. I don't know what Tim's talking about.
The next point, which will prove to be the most significant, is how he wrote that he trusts down his commander.
Insubordinate as he thought, and I tell you, he's a pussy for not doing it. I had a bunch more colorful insults about his height, hair color, and anything else I can think of.
Tim, you're the most junior guy on this convoy, and if you think for a second that he went up to the ground force commander and called him a pussy and made fun of his height, his hair, his size, and all that, and dressed him down.
land.
I couldn't wait to talk to Travis. We began the episode with this about, you're going to be talking about Travis. He's talking about Travis right now. And at some point, when your lines get personal, you went too far, and this is what really got him in trouble.
Again, this follows the theme of his book questioning authority when they're supposedly wrong or compromised and puffing his chest out. We saw it with the lobster incident with the boat captain, his fire chief, and his drill sergeant in basic training. But there are many other instances where Tim conveys his dislike of officers. The next accusation is heaviest. There's a gentleman named Sergeant First Class Goble who was with Tim during intense moments from the mission. The first being that in the interviews versus the book, Tim talks about how Mike Goble and him are at door, and Mike pushes Tim away, saving his life.
He's in that vehicle that is getting pieced apart as Mike Goble and I are going up to this other door. And there's machine gun barrels sticking out of this tiny little window. And I lob a grenade through that window. And of course, the bad guy barricaded himself with an shot.
One of my friends, Mike, he died in 2019 in Afghanistan. He was with me. He saved my life that day. Mike Goble. I walk up to a door. I don't know how he did this. Because I walk up and I'm about to push the door open. And as soon as I touch the handle of the door, it's a push door, he shoves me. He and I was like, we're kind of physical, like we're almost always going to fight over something stupid. I got mad at him because he was carrying a pistol through a village and he wanted a pistol kill. And I was like, oh, you're sitting on a machine gun, why would you be holding a pistol? Put your pistol away. And we ended up fist fighting. The chief sergeant came over and separated. It's like, we're always like really rough. So he shoves me. I like fall back and I'm like getting ready, like we're in the middle of a gunfight and I'm about to like start a fist fight with him because he shoves me. Like a whole door starts getting shredded by machine gun fire. And as soon as I go to reach for the handle of the door, Mike and I, we always had like some friction. We'd been in a couple of fights over some dumb stuff. He was in a machine gun position. He had a pistol out. I was like, why are you on your machine gun? He's like, well, I want a pistol kill. Like, you're a stupid idiot. I went fist fight. So like, fast forward to the Neanderthal conversation. 100%. I put my hand on this door. And he hits me so hard and shoves me, and I stumble back and fall over as this door gets shredded with machine gun fire.
But Brent brings up the inconsistencies from other podcasts where he has told this story.
Killer and I are at the front door. There are two approaches, a large wooden door that can fit in the arch, and a smaller gardener's door hidden away to the right. My first instinct is to hit the large door so we can get the RG through. But Keller, my Keller, motions towards the smaller door. We are 3 paces from the entrance to the large door.
When we go back to our expulsion
just turned away from when the door starts splintering from thousands of rounds getting pumped through it from a PK machine gun on the other end. If we had been a little slower, we'd be dead.
Swift succession.
Because I not only did I read his book, I watched almost every podcast I could for to get as much information as I could from Tim's version of the story. Who does he say that he is that he's with at that game?
I mean, it doesn't
Who's the person with him
in this case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions
Mike Keller.
were not
So Mike Keller had
implemented.
chosen the
There were orders of expulsion,
So,
but they were really
according
just
to his book, it's him
to extort bribes
and Mike
from
Keller.
the Jewish community to allow them to
never
remain
was
in
a
place.
never in the
This is
history of
another
ever was
illustration
a
of
machine
what
gunner
my students once called the
putting his machine gun to the
fleeing
side
strategy
and taking
of
out his
Jewish
pistol and
survival.
saying, I want a pistol kill.
Confronted with various
So,
threats,
I know that's not even what we're talking about here, but even when I hear that, that's crazy. Besides that, did you hear the name? Who's he with now?
He's with
Mike Goble now. He's with Mike Goble now. Again, who does the book say he's with? Mike Keller. So, and these are two of the three mics. Yes. So, there's several mics on the mission. So, in his book, when he has all the time in the world, he writes what should be the truth, Mike Keller. when he's not constrained by time, there's no time constraints in this. He can tell the story, and go into as much detail in the story.
1096.
Does he ever talk about him being pushed and almost getting into a fist fight in front of his door? No. When he has all the time in the world, he says they're just walking away from the door. Well, they're walking away from the gate, and now they're over at the door, and they're getting into this push. And if it sounds too good to be true, I'm here to tell you it's too good to be true. He even says it. He goes, I don't know how he heard it. I don't know divine intervention. He just must have known right before he walked through this door that the PKM started opening up.
So there was also a class.
You know why that makes no sense to you, Tim? Because it doesn't make sense to anyone else. Because it didn't happen.
The reason this is the most serious accusation is Sergeant First Class Noble was unfortunately killed in Afghanistan in 2019. Since a lot of the most outlandish stories can be only confirmed by Mike Goebel, the dark thought is that this could be intentional. Going back to the door scene of Mike G, Tim would ultimately throw a grenade in the room after seeing a machine gun in the window. The story is told is that he took the initiative and fortunately made a bad call since there was a family inside.
Half a second later, if Mike Goebel not been there, I'd be dead. And I see as this door kind of starts swinging that there's a machine gun sticking out of this window, and I take a grenade. I throw this frag grenade through this window. Again, it's not like the movies, right? There's not like this flame. There's not this. It's just this thud. And what you want to hear is silence. All I hear is women and children start screaming. This guy barricaded himself and surrounded himself with a bunch of women and children in this rock.
But this story has also been challenged.
When the RG finally breaks into this compound, and it was getting shot up as it was breaking this compound, it's kind of a lull happens. Because at some point, whoever was shooting the machine gun was like, okay, they're here, like, I'm going to die. They never find out. I don't want to spoil the next story, but they never find out where he was shooting at. It stops, and during the slow, Tim runs up to Travis and says, hey, I think I know where it's coming from. Can I throw a grenade in the window? He's not this guy that I'll take charge, I'll do what's necessary, I'm going to bring the boys home, it's up to me. That's what he wants you to believe. In reality, what is he do? He goes and asks that for permission to throw a grenade. When it's time to throw a grenade, you know when it's time to throw a grenade. But he just wanted to throw a grenade. And in his want, his need, his desire to throw a grenade, because it wasn't warranted, he screws up. He runs in there and he basically lobs his, and he kind of chucks this grenade in the window and runs back out. And then tell us, because he forced this situation, tell us what happened.
I can hear kids screaming. They don't understand why that's happening. I can hear mothers screaming. Mothers that are punctured by fragments of metal. They can barely hold air in their lungs.
There are other claims that we'll cover later, but those are the main points from this chapter that are covered in the podcast. The next chapter, called Return to the Valley of Death, has a second accusation of Mike Goebel. Tim told the story of how, once they got to Bobacon after battling for 3 days, that he and Mike Goebel went up to a base tower and ultimately engaged 20 enemy combatants. Also, Tim told a story of taking a shot at someone who was watching the convoy as they leave the base. Turns out that story might also belong to Mike Goebel.
Every time we pull the trigger, and they say we engaged about 20 targets.
And that's amazing. So, in a matter of just a few days, he kills 20 guys from this tower. And he has to kill 20 guys because there's no other sniper there, according to him, that could have done this. Like they were crawling all over him, all over the space, because they had free range because there were no snipers keeping them at bay. That's so crazy. You would be an SF legend if you got up in a tower and in 2 days killed 20 guys. You would be an SF legend. You would be a special operations legend. Like that hasn't happened don't even know if that happened in World War II. That is so outlandish and made for a book. And oh, by the way, again, who would be his only witness of this? I mean, someone who's unfortunately not with us. So if you think right outside the wire, an unarmed person that's just looking at you wrong, you're just going to start sending rounds at innocent people or that you just don't like the way they look at you for those guys in Anaconda to deal with, seems like a questionable move. And when I talked about this, they said, one of the first things like, no way. Tim, he was like, that actually happened. And I was like, oh, fine. It's been a while since I've even heard anything true. He goes, that kind of happened, but it was Mike Goebel who came over the radio and said, hey, we got this guy, he looks suspicious, he's looking at us, I'm going to send a warning shot to him. Whether he did or not, I don't know. But the fact that Tim just took Mike Goebel's story and inserted himself.
That is wild, Brent. That is fucking wild.
On the way back from Anaconda, Tim's convoy would be ambushed. During the battle, Tim writes how he exited his vehicle to engage the enemy while taking heavy contact while throwing grenades everywhere he could. The big claim the Anti-Hero podcast made was the story made no sense and also that he was almost certainly wasn't injured during the ambush.
I took a bunch of shrapnel in my neck, shoulder, trap, arm. The biggest piece of shrapnel bounced off my 511 ballistic calculator watch, destroying it, but probably saved my hand from a fate-like dangerous. The most dangerous piece of shrapnel missed my carotid artery by 3 millimeters, or about the thickness of 2 pennies stacked on top of each other. Later, I would be told that the right side of my body looked like it got hit with birdshot. Honestly, it isn't a big deal to me, but Mike G is worried. Despite me telling him to shut the fuck up, he goes and tells the Ginginator on me.
Tim, I have your DD-214, and let's go over your list of awards. Here we go. You know what medal's not in there?
Purple Heart.
The Purple Heart. You didn't.
Does your DD-214 have a Purple Heart on it?
You're damn right my DD-214 has a Purple Heart on it. Everyone that got injured in combat, especially when now the medic knows about it, has a Purple Heart.
And here's the thing, too.
Again, there are a lot of points and accusations in this podcast, but these are the ones I feel are most important and the ones that Tim will respond to. There will be some more that we'll cover later. The Book of Lies episode came out November 25th, 2024. It immediately started to spread like wildfire in the veteran soft community. 8 days later, on December 3rd, Tim would upload his response video titled Setting the Record Straight. In all fairness to Tim, there were a lot of accusations thrown at him, but some of the points he picked to defend were interesting. Tim started the video of him confirming his resume, which was never questioned.
But this idea that there is some universal truth that is the opposite of what I said is absolutely absurd. I am a Green Beret. I was a UFC fighter. I am a Special Forces sniper. I went to Sephardic. I'm a graduate. I went to Ranger School. I was part of Afghanistan during the evacuation. I went to Ukraine immediately following the Russian invasion. I'm an Iraq and Afghanistan combat veteran, and I didn't see anyone from the podcast in any of those places.
Then Tim's first argument was that this was done for monetary gain. We won't go super into this, but this is a non-starter. Yes, they did have a handful of sponsors, which to be fair was distracting in the middle of the episode, but where do you draw the line? Of course, if you invest a lot of time into something, you hope to be rewarded for it. But Tim, the same argument can be made that your whole career is based on you using your military status for notoriety, which again, I think is dumb, but whether someone has good intentions or not, it boils down to content, which they obviously delivered. It is really important to note that he knew this podcast was coming out.
So before I address the allegations against me, I want you to know that I knew this podcast was coming out. How? Because they contacted every single one of my teammates to try to get dirt on me. Almost everyone told them the same thing, that they weren't interested, and then they called me and let me know.
So your teammates gave you a heads up. Why weren't you more prepared? Out of all the accusations, one that you seemed very upset about was the school accusations.
Number one, did I fail sniper school? And this is the intellectually dishonest thing, where, and super hypocritical, because they're taking things out of context. Yes, I did fail sniper school. You could say that. What happened is,
when I got my sniper school date, it was going to be 10 days before my own wedding. So I asked Sergeant Major Fernandez, Conrad Fernandez, if I could go to a different class. Man, he gave me a tough pill to swallow. He says, yeah, man, but what you have to do is you have to show up on day one, because if you no-show, we will lose our slot to a future course. And show up, and you're going to have to fail. So I went 0 for 25 for the Special Forces Sniper School shooting. And then I went to the very next class and graduated. That's what happened for Ranger School. Man, that was 20 years ago. And this is just one of the failures of the editing and book process is I knew I was one of the honor graduates. I didn't know what award I got. And Nick, I, and the editor, complete failure and oversight. As an honor graduate, of me, Sears, getting the tomahawk and getting the award with my team sergeant and my team leader, Ed Wings and Mike Gomez. Love you guys. 20 years removed, being a graduate, and then immediately going on another trip, I couldn't remember which award I got. So, complete mistake on that point. Then, for Sephardic, another thing that you took out of context. Yes, I have been to Sephardic 2 times. I've successfully completed Sephardic 2 times. I consider that a great and a wonderful thing because it has a very high attrition rate. The first time I went to Sephardic, B-17, 7th Group, Bravo Company, 1st Battalion. They were covering down on the C-37 mission in South America, while C-37 went to Iraq. For that mission right there, to go and hunt and be part of a Special Operations Task Force hunting Zarqawi. For them to cover down on that mission, they had to have the skills that were taught during Sephardic. They'd never sent an entire company before. I was already in C-37, but you have to be a Sephardic graduate to be in C-37. So this was my class to go to Sephardic. They didn't issue anybody an identifier for completing that Sephardic class because they taught an entire company. So went to Iraq, came back, and went back to Sephardic and graduated a second time. It's pretty awesome.
So he has a defense for Sephardic and a story for Sniper School, which maybe it's true, but maybe it isn't. But I think those stories would have been really relevant in the book or the many podcasts you've done. But the Ranger School one is particularly interesting to me. So you knew this video was coming out and you had time to set up a second camera for B-roll and add transitions to your video. But you weren't able to put that picture in the video so we could actually see it. Again, I know this is a really dumb point, but he chose this hill to defend. I tried very hard to find out who the honor grads were from that Ranger School class of 2007, but I couldn't find anything definitive. But what I did do is go through all 6,000 plus pictures of Tim's Instagram and Facebook to look for that one he showed in the video. I saw his first ever picture from December 11th, 2013. I saw pictures from basic training. I saw pictures from his special forces training. I saw pictures from when he deployed. I saw funny pictures. I saw questionable pictures. I saw a bunch of pictures of spiders, which I feel like is an inside joke I don't understand. But most importantly, I saw pictures from Ranger School. But oddly enough, not the one he showed in his response. So I find it hard to believe that this picture is actually of him in the video with all these other pictures throughout his Instagram history. Well, if he was an honor grad, show the plaque or certificate, or post a picture if you actually cared. Maybe it's a 3D chess move, so down the road he can prove it is actually real and he can minimize other accusations. One last hypothesis I have is that the plaque he showed is actually this one I found in a video from October 20th, 2013. What it says is, thank you for presenting awards as a special guest for the Army National Guard 2009 Combatives Tournament, Fort Benning, Georgia. Well, being the co-owner of Ranger Up and lying about Ranger School is definitely an interesting parallel. Next, he tries to explain the injury and Purple Heart claims.
The non-Purple Heart. First of all, it's insane that you're using like a 2011 DD-214 as your document of proof. You know, it's 13 years old now. A lot of things have changed in the career since then. But one of the things that wasn't on that DD-214 is a Purple Heart.
What I took from that is that he implies that there is a more accurate version of his DD-214. Then why not show that piece to us? Also, he defends his injury claims.
I was injured while I was in combat. You can watch. You can go back to fights in 2003, 4, 5, 6, and you're going to see my neck and my back one way, and then from 2007, 8, 9, and until today, you're like, whoa, he looks significantly different. And you're going to notice a bunch of brown marks on my shoulder and my neck. What I didn't have is a chain of command, a direct chain of command. I was not on an OTA when I went to Afghanistan in 2008. I didn't have a team leader. I didn't have a team sergeant. I didn't have anyone putting me in for orders. When I came out of the Ernestine Valley, after those ambushes, and then we made it back out of Firebase Anaconda by the grace of God, by the heroes to my left and to my right. Like, they're 100% the heroes in all of this. There's no one. I just wanted to stay in the fight. There was no one to put me in for any wars. There was no one there to do anything. I was a coalition asset traveling with a NATO allied partner in and out of that place. When I retire, when I'm no longer useful in the military, when I don't get to wear the uniform, the flag, which is like the greatest honor of my life, to have the opportunity to be next to the men and women, the best and the brightest in this country. When that day comes, and I'm sure I'm rounding the bend on it, I'll fix all that. I've never been the great people guy, the great admin guy. I've definitely never been the guy that's going to walk into the med shed to have something get fixed. Like, we're going to fix it with the 18 Delta. But yeah, that is not on my records, and that will get fixed.
Well, remember when I said we go back to that Jack Carr interview? Why didn't you share that story with Jack Carr when you're talking about your scars if it actually happened?
If I take my shirt off, you'll see more bullets melted onto my flesh from brass casings being stuck in my body armor. I'm sure you have them. Every one of us do, on our back and our shoulders. Brass casings literally just melt our flesh. You can see burn marks on my arms. This is, I carry inside and outside all of the scars from what I've done my entire life.
As far as I'm explaining the teammate names wrong,
you're forgetting the names of foreign compatriots on podcasts, and I've done hundreds. By 2008, 2009, I couldn't go to the JFK Memorial on Fort Bragg anymore because we were having funerals every single weekend. That sucks, man. It's like a knife straight to the heart. And when you're having Memorial Day and I can't remember their names, I sit down and try to jot their names. And I'm on a podcast, there's lights on, and then I forget what those names. Yeah, it freaking sucks. And for you to insinuate that I don't care about them,
I do think that was a completely reasonable answer that I agree with for confusing Mike Goble and Mike Keller between the bug and podcast. But my opinion would be changed later. But most importantly, he talks about the process and accuracy of his book.
War stories are never the same. And ask anyone who's been to combat or review board what happens when you interview 5 guys in the same battle. You're going to get 5 different stories. And if there's a feed running, you get a 6th. At the beginning of my book, I literally outlined that fact as clearly as I could. There's no chance that my version is 100% reality and accurate, but that is what I remember. It's reality to the best of my recollection. And that was supported with my journals and supporting interviews of other people throughout the whole entire book.
For the most part, I would agree with this claim, but he has let us know over the years that he has kept detailed journals during his military career.
Very ideas. I go everywhere with these things. Like, I journal, kind of. Like, I take little weird notes, and you could go, they're all dated. From trips to Iraq to Afghanistan to Niger to Nigeria to Burkina Faso to Mauritania to Morocco to South Africa, like every freaking crazy place that I have to go. And you could look and then like go forward 2 years, 3 years, and look again. Be like, what? I love writing, like even, creative writing too. Like I love.
Do you write a blog? Do you keep a blog or anything?
Yeah, for me.
Just for you?
Yeah.
You gonna publish it someday?
Maybe there are a couple of times where I wrote some blogs when I was deployed. I think letters from a foreign land, and like people love. Like, I'm an okay writer. I'm not that. Like, anyways, everybody's the worst critic.
He also says he tried his best to reach out to people. More on that later. But overall, knowing that the podcast was coming and waiting 8 days to respond, I can't imagine a much worse response.
I'm really interested in looking.
On 18 December 2024, a gentleman named Clay Martin posted a video also calling Tim out for failing Safari initially twice.
of you that don't know me, my name is Clay Martin. I'm a retired 18 Echo and 18 Fox First Special Forces group. Reasonably well known. Retired Green Beret myself, written 6 books, did a bunch of gun journalism over the years, all kinds of stuff out there. I've personally known Tim for almost 20 years. We were in the Q course together, although not the same class. We were there, but Dick Out was writing his book. Kind of made that class, a little bit of a spotlight. It's hard to miss that. So I'm going to address first the thing that I know personally that I saw from Tim's rebuttal video. Tim, you said that you went to Sephardic twice and passed once. Well, that is absolutely not true. You went to fake Sephardic once, you went to real Sephardic twice, and on those 2 times of real Sephardic, you failed one of them. I know because I was in your class, and that would be the class. Years before the revolution. 26 March 2007 to 11 May 2007, and you failed the stress test. I remember this distinctly because we were both FGs at the time. You were one of the few guys at the Sephardic course that I knew, besides my brother, that came with me from the 3rd grade. I was there. You failed the stress test. You were removed from the class. You went back and passed it. And that's an incredibly stupid thing to lie about. I don't know why you would do that. Especially if the title of your book was supposed to be what it was in Failure's Not Final. When I told the real story, all right, the redemption of I went, I couldn't do this thing. I went back and I passed it later. And I know there's another story, but it's actually true in this case. So that's kind of there's another reason actually that was a stupid thing to make a lie about. That class had another anomaly that anybody who was there will never forget. That's the first, and to my knowledge, only time in the long storied history of the Sephardic school that after the failure of half the class on the stress test, which is totally normal, right? The commanding General Swig, General Parker, called down to Range 37, and over the objections of the Range 37 commander, as well as all the Sephardic instructors under him, made them rerun the stress test for everyone to fail. And amazingly, everybody failed the first time, failed the second time too. So not only did you fail Sephardic, you actually managed to fail it twice in one day.
Now, this video is more of a deep dive. I'm not too sure why. From what I can tell, Clay is also a Special Forces soldier and seems to be connected to the right people in that community, but it's just another piece of the giant puzzle in Tim's lies. 17 days after Tim's first response, he made another video on December 20th, 2024 with the commander from his book that he talked about in Afghanistan, Travis Warlock. They started the interview acknowledging that they had not seen each other since the convoy in Afghanistan.
Travis Warlock, last time that we physically saw each other was in Uruzgan Valley of Afghanistan 16 years ago.
The first 15-ish minutes of the video is an interview about Travis's military career. Overall, the tone is very comfortable and positive. Travis looks very happy to be in the video, and Tim is very humble.
And also understanding of you were dealing with things in your seat that I couldn't truly comprehend at that time of my career. Yeah, so I even disparaged. I talked shit about you. And when you were doing the one thing that probably kept us all alive, your job. And I'm outside being banging my chest like an ape, thinking I'm the warfighter. Don't be too hard on yourself. We're designed, we're bred to be that way.
So that did sound like an okay acknowledgement of what happened in the book. And Travis seems okay with it. Then Tim brings up the door incident with Travis.
This is psychology. Mike Goble and I go to a door, and the machine gun fire goes through the door. Right? Mike Goble, I don't know how he did this. He pushes me, and he saves my life. If I've been standing in front of the door, just like you just taught me a few minutes in there, I'll be a dead guy on the other side of the door. And I swear I can see a machine gun sticking out of a window, and I throw a grenade in there. No, Tim, I remember that time. Remember I took the RG up and knocked the gate down. You ran through an entire reinforced gate, and my keg in a spot raining down hell from. That's right.
Travis doesn't quite remember, but he does remember the grenade incident.
So I jump out real quick and join the guys, the team that's on the stack there, really on this wall, we're just pushed down. And there you are, Tim, you're sitting there. And you're like, man, I know I saw a gun coming out of that window. Should I throw a grenade? I was like, hell yeah, man. Absolutely. It's a good throw. That is, hey, if I had one on me, I'd do it too. But your idea, you came up with it, and it was the sweetest throw of a grenade I've ever seen in my life. I was looking over your shoulder, just across the courtyard, and right down through a window. And of course, we stood back behind the wall. Poof. Now, we didn't go in there and clear it because whatever was in there, whether it was still alive, who cares? But yeah, we had some civilians on the battlefield that came out.
Who was that giant of an 18 Delta you had?
Adam. Yeah, they jumped right to it. So did Daniel B. He came out of the crow's nest of the vehicle we rammed the gate with. And it was just a tearjerker, wasn't it? It was unbelievable what we saw coming out with a young child in arms. I remember when we saw the couple come out, the family, that child was held in arms. I did the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. And I saw it, and I let my emotions take over. And I remember just stepping over the wall and going out there, the courtyard, the one clear, and grabbed a baby out of her arms. That was stupid. I mean, I could have been lit up, and now it could have been, a guy, an American laying there wounded, creating more possible chaos for the team to try to clear and come get it. It was a bad decision, horrible decision.
So Travis does say that they didn't clear the building, but the civilians came out. So that's pretty different from what was written. Turns out Travis is the one that actually had the baby, which was one of the biggest points in the Anti-Hero podcast.
But again, look at how much detail he goes into, like the smells, the screams, and like what walking into this room feels like when he comes across the carnage that he created with a grenade throw. You want to know how they really got the women and children out? Yeah, they called them out and they walked out.
Carnage.
He goes into crazy detail about clearing the structure, the screams coming down the hall, and him getting closer and walking into this carnage that he created. No, Travis just called the hurt people out. They walked out to them, and that's how they started giving aid to these people from a grenade that should have honestly never been thrown.
After talking about that, they started to talk about the ambush that they hit coming out of Bomb Anaconda, but Tim does a hard pivot back in Travis's career.
We leave, immediately get in it, and close, danger close fire missions from A-10s that save our life. Truly. So then from 2008, I kind of lose touch. Yeah. You have 8 more years in your career before you retire. That's right. What are these last, the last era of your career?
After a few minutes of talking about Travis's career, they then talk about Travis's company in Tennessee, and that's the end of the interview. Out of the 40-minute video, only about 10 minutes of it was actually about Afghanistan, which is fine. Travis had a very interesting career to hear about, but the flow was interesting. It felt like Tim shoehorned his perspective in and wanted to jump off a bit before going to detail the mission that was being criticized. Well, as you can see from the comments, this did not help Tim's situation at all. Baha'u'llah VFT would post a video on December 21st, 2024 that would start the final chapter of Tim's controversies that is considered the most damning. On his authentic speakers page where Tim or his agent set bookings where you can pay a hefty fee to have Tim come speak, he has listed a Bronze Star Award for Valor.
Okay, so let's put it up on the screen, take a little look. So what is this? What are we looking at? We're looking at Tim Kennedy's speaking agency profile. Now what this profile is for booking him for speaking engagements. As you can see there, charges $50,000 to $100,000 to have you come out, or have him come out and tell a bunch of made-up stories on the back of, look at that, what is that? A Bronze Star medal with Valor. That's a really high Valor award.
Then the next day, Nate would post a treasure trove of pages where Tim's bio lists earning a Bronze Star for valor. One thing that wasn't on those pages is the dates. So here's all the pages from Nate's video, plus a couple more that I found with the dates included, just to give you a perspective when all this was posted. Now keep in mind, his book was released on June 7th, 2022. All these pages are dated before then, except for one. I truly believe, after researching this, that he was trying to do the war judo that most do when building a resume, implying that you did something or were something and getting as close to the line as possible without directly crossing it yourself. And hey, if someone says it for you, it doesn't matter since you didn't say it, so you don't have to correct them. Now, to be fair, Tim does have a Bronze Star, but it is not for valor. I was thinking the best way to explain the difference. I came up with this. Say I took an online class at Harvard for one of those generic certification programs. There's no entry qualifications, just pay the money, and then you get the certificate if you take the class. But then I get an MBA at Grand Canyon University. Then I tell you, I took classes at Harvard and ultimately got my MBA. That is technically true. I'm definitely implying that I got my MBA at Harvard. For military work, some of the advice is a whole different level than without. I have another example for everyone. I received this while I was in the Army. I met a couple through my parents after graduating infantry school at Fort Benning. They were extremely nice people, and when they found out I went to the Old Guard and was an honor guard company, they had this made for me. I love it and greatly appreciate it, but in over 10 years of me having it, this is the first time it's ever seen a camera. Why? It has a Tomb Sentinel badge on top of it. I get why they put it there. To the uninitiated, it makes sense. Honor guard badge for honor guard soldiers. But I know better. So even though I would like to have this at my office at work, it would be wrong. I know better, just like Tim does. Which brings us to the next part of the story. On January 6, 2025, the Anti-Hero Podcast released their Book of Lies Part 2 podcast. This one would feature 3 of Tim's former teammates. First, they had a senior communication sergeant from the convoy, Kevin Wolf. Second, they had Matt Jenkins, the K-9 handler. But most interestingly, they had Travis Warlock, Tim's commander from the mission that was in the previous video with Tim. Now, with how amicable Tim and Travis seemed in the previous video, it is surprising that he would go on Anti-Hero to perpetuate the claims if they were good, right? Well, Travis gives us some context on why.
He released the podcast without the intro filmed, and when I sat back and looked at the context of it, I was just like, oh my gosh, man. And I sent Tim a text. I was like, dude, why didn't you put that on there? Right. And I don't know, he had some ridiculous excuse. He always has excuses. And actually, he's really, when you sit down with him, he's got a great personality. Very likable individual. Yeah. So are the best used car salesmen. Right.
At this point, you feel like you've been bitten twice by it.
Totally. No, it was bitten twice.
Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, you were bitten twice by it.
Yeah, first it was just this was insult to the injury. And so at that point, I think I got in touch with you. I'm like, man, I've had it with this dude.
So if that is true, that would make a lot of sense. With how happy Travis was and how Tim was on more of a quiet, serious tone, I definitely could see it making sense that there was some dialogue before that. The teammates also make it very clear that no one reached out to them to verify what was in Tim's book.
Travis, did he call you about the book? Did he call?
No.
Well, of course he did, because you said you didn't even know he wrote a book. So you would know that. Kevin, just real quick, and I don't know the answer to this. I assumed you'd have told me, but did anyone ever reach out to you in regards to the book, just trying to verify the record?
No. Several of the team members that I've talked to since the podcast came out, their phones were silent too.
With that, Travis starts out with correcting Tim on if he really dressed him down or not, like he wrote in the book.
So, I mean, to think that Tim would have walked up there and said something like that to me, and I wouldn't have just ruined his career. I mean, you just can't let, I don't care if you're in a leadership position as an E5. You can't let that happen, especially in the intensity of that situation. I would have just killed him, literally, but he would have been on a Black Hawk. He would have trapped an Anaconda.
Then Travis counters Tim's claims about how the convoy was doomed from the start and there was no sabotage.
This 200 vehicle convoy rolls out into the heart of Baghdad country. He talks about there immediately being problems with screwdriver holes punched in the radiators that they're already trying to sabotage this convoy. Kevin, do you remember having to stop the convoy at all due to screwdriver holes?
No, I don't remember any sabotage. We did have to stop for other reasons, though. A lot of wear and tear. Running through these mountains of Afghanistan in jingle trucks.
Right. And that's a huge difference. So no sabotage of vehicles.
Then the podcast starts going over the more serious accusations. They transition to covering the IED. The team's recollection is significantly different from Tim's.
The problem is this, is that, he says he runs up there with his SR-25 and he's hip firing it like Rambo, keeping the Iranian horde at bay. And then as he's pulling this, has this legless Afghan that's bleeding all over him, and he's got guts and blood and everything all over his kit, and that he would have died if it wasn't for Mike K getting on the 50 cal gun and just red misting, like going right over his head, just red misting the Iranians.
None of that happened. I saw these 4 Afghan National Army soldiers as we made it to like a casualty collection point, just out of Chalk as we passed. Everybody had their legs.
Really?
Everybody had their legs, and it was just the front half of the vehicle was blown off. And the only way that somebody would have lost their legs if they had them outside the door. Right?
Yeah. But everyone had their legs. He's not covered in blood and guts of a legless Afghan. And the other thing is, it's just like the point he tries to make with you, where he makes up a story and then he uses that story to get like a point across. And what he does on this one is he gets really upset that American aviation medevac would not fly for these Afghans.
Totally false.
It's hard to watch and see how drastically different the two stories are. To lie about someone losing their legs and the way Tim told the story in his book is unbelievable. Travis then gives us some insight about Tim supposedly running out of ammo.
He also says at this point he's sleeping under a Humvee and he's out of ammo. He has no ammo in his M4. He's almost Winchester on his sniper weapon, and he's about to go out and recover, do like a battlefield recovery from AKs because he's so low on ammo. You guys from this?
We were a rolling resupply for the fire base. We had more than enough even for us.
The next major thing is him shooting the dead bodies through his sniper scope after the battle.
The next part would be difficult for it to happen, where he says he was using the crow system of the vehicle to identify the sea of dead bodies, their heat signatures, and using his sniper weapon to just, I believe he said, he said for hours he had to engage either dead bodies or people pretending to be dead or people who were wounded for on this sea of bodies, because he had to make sure they were all dead in order to protect you guys, so you guys could leave without them jumping up and playing dead and attacking you guys.
This is something that, gosh, even if you did do that, man, why in the hell would you talk about it? You made us look like idiots. Irregardless of the Geneva Convention, Article 14, 15, 16, and Rule 47, which, Tim, you filleted yourself when you did that. So I'm doing you a favor by telling everybody what happened, so the international won't come after you. It did not happen.
We can't talk about this yet, but they did cover it on the initial episode as well. I think this story is ridiculous and it didn't happen. And even if it did happen, why would you write about it? Because the DoD would probably investigate it. But I don't think it. Amazon job and went through his book. That wasn't mentioned. But Tim himself on Sean Ryan.
Every night, I would sit there all night long, thermal imager, and I would splash bullets into every heated body on the battlefield. Holy shit. I did it every night for 8 hours. A couple hundred rounds a night.
But like what they said in the anti-hero podcast, comments, it makes the military look more paranormal, and no one believes it even happened, since it doesn't even make legit. So you talk about the Mike Global incident. Talk about
like the man, two guys. So I know one was Mike. I'm not 100% certain who was the second one, but I do not recall that. We punched the hole right off the vehicle. You guys is like, no. Yeah. Hey, how'd you guys clear it?
No. Well, I have no idea.
Did you go find the family?
No. So we threw the grenade. We both behind the wall. Boom. Right. Don't see anything.
Wait, building out.
We can see. And I think that's what the little video we made. I mean, it's just an emotional decision. It's just horrible. I've never seen anything like it.
What Mike says is after reading and hearing all versions of this, after it happened, consciously or subconsciously, he lies about the incident or purposely uses this. Either way, he didn't take the time to talk to his teammates before he wrote the book, and it's shameful. After that, they talk about how the sniper bubbles also.
Guys, anybody know? And you remember the report and your boy that you got? He's work.
Deployments. Anytime was a security element to just randomly start firing from the tower without everybody.
Do you remember Tim killing 20 over there? No. On the north out. Yeah, within this book. It's hard to pick up.
Mike would he was the kind of guy, if that would have happened, man, he couldn't have stopped talking.
Now, the next point, which I'm glad they brought up, is the ambush where Tim supposedly got hurt by taking shrapnel
to his neck, and the medic in our vehicle never mentioned him.
That he talks about in the book. Right. I called him yesterday. Yeah. I said, "Hey man, I'm coming on the show now. You to do with this? What's still active duty? So we had two medics. I'm just going to say it was one of the two. His hand and
major point.
$300. It seems silly, but I gotta ask you. You remember seeing Kevin? You remember seeing the guy hanging from the beast?
I do not remember gallows.
A rotting dead corpse off of it. The last one, so we're still on.
I don't remember, guy swinging from a tree or the local military giving us bass. So no. Going through everything in a weird twisted way. I feel like the dead scary tree was born from the pomeranian tree so many years ago. Ironically, trees are going from a healthy pomeranian tree to the dark menacing tree is almost a perfect guy. Now, a lot of people wonder why the military community still exists. The first reason is the first time forces selection. Recycled, which was he was like this is not anybody. Guys that were coming out of surgery, 50 pounds during surgery, their teeth are so they're about to go to a team for the last institute. Their bodies are broken. We want to go. So not only did I want to graduate, but I wanted to graduate from capable playing to go overseas. I was kind of curious what the route was. Very similarly, when I was in there's a group of guys who got on similar armies, except for one guy, I'm very sure you got kicked out of the army for that. Again, something so stupid, but it lost that message that's going to slow you. Integrity violations are very serious in the military. Reason that this bothered so many people is Tim is setting a fake example of how soldiers get in the battlefield in any way soldiers and service members do something that they get killed.
This is how you run around the battlefield. You're gonna outline. Last reason why we care so much
Dislocated his collarbone snapped. The wall, I told him in his face. I've got grenades, flashbangs, and knives. So,
Eli, people like Sean Ryan and John Llewellyn, for being veterans, it feels like a choice between additional monitoring or maintaining integrity in your relationship with the veteran community. But hey, who knows? Tension is tense for my boss, John McPhee. John worked for years on the Sean Ryan show back in September 2024 before everything came out. I really appreciate you being here to interview you and all your social media. Website, all that stuff will be in the description. And yeah, thanks, man. I just wish you the best of luck. Thanks, man. Thanks. You didn't even ask me any serious Timmy Kennedy questions. What's up? I didn't see this coming. Do you want me to? Yeah, you know Timmy. You know, I was the best 50% of his book. Well, I already iterated. What do you want? No, you know him. Like, ask me, all right. Once, but I did. John and Joe did discuss him at all, even though they both know him. Maybe check this out. People are trying to distance themselves behind closed doors. Price comment has been altered on his IMDb and athlete speaker page. So the question is, did Tim commit stolen valor? I think the answer is yes. He claimed military words that he did not have for financial gain. It's hard to believe that Tim would be able to explain claims against him at this point. I think the saddest part of this whole story is the Army's response. Tim is a player turning a blind eye. The question is this an example of soldiers? This video was intended to give the context of his stolen valor accusations, give everyone the information on him, but there are so many other layers to peel back. It's very sad. The accusation posing Ukraine for clips is just disgusting. I know a lot of people wonder why more military members aren't coming forward first. For those who don't understand, it's very well connected. You're into the political space, roaming up people in the country and the world. If you're still helping to speak out, you're risking your career. It's not like a world where you're protected and have a freedom of speech. Pick the wrong side. I hope in the future we will hear more true stories about Tim. I think his motivations are derived from the following. One, he has served with legends that had the most amazing experiences and felt insecure about his service. But Tim, if you ever see this, we all consider your service legendary, even without the fun and all the BS attached to it now, which that's been stated on every single platform that's called you out. You are a huge inspiration to the community. I think you thought these white lives were harmless and essentially get your businesses going. And that's the other side of this. Your companies like Apogee and Sheepdog are amazing concepts that are invaluable to society right now. As a veteran and as a consumer, I would love to partake in that and have my friends and family partake. But knowing what I know now, it feels dishonest of myself to support you because you won't come forward and man up and own what you did. Tim, we all just wish you eat some humble pie. Please just go on Anti-Hero, go on Sean Ryan, go on Joe Rogan, go on your own YouTube channel. Just own what you did because it's not going away. It's weird to see that you're more of a meme in the community than an inspiration. But I think that if you could own up to what you did and make this truly a redemption story, you'd be accepted back in the veteran community. But that's always the question to ask characters. If they're able to choose a harder right or the easier wrong, to all of VMT, to Anti-Hero, I hope I did your videos respect all your award justice in this video. I hope I covered the way you expect to be covered. Joe Chavo, sorry it took so long. I hope this is what you're expecting from me. And to everyone else watching this, there's so much digest. I found a clip from way back in the day when I wanted Joe Rogan. It might give us a little insight to why you make these decisions, why this attention was so important to garner. Take a look.
I want that the access to the audience, to influence lives. Would my words have enough meaning to draw in enough people? Of course they would. I hope so. They are doing that right now. Right now, millions of people are going to listen. If I jump out of an airplane, water, into the ocean with a whole bunch of sharks, and go swim with them, people are going to tune into that. What if you get and they're like, this whole thing is fucked now. But then I get out of the water and I can talk to them. It's like 16 million people watching him parachute out of his plane into shark-infested waters and then rode a motorcycle up onto the beach. And I have them. But you have them already, man. You don't have to do that. Trust me. You don't have to do that. You've already done enough. If you read about Army Special Forces doing something we have done messed up. This is not the Navy SEALs. We're not writing books. We're not talking about our exploits. We didn't kill Bin Laden. This is us just doing our work, and nobody's supposed to know about it. I'm Tim Kennedy. I'm the author and narrator of my new book, Scars and Stripes. This is a retelling of my life, but my life is extraordinary, and it was extraordinary, and it is extraordinary, and you are in for a wild ride.
And they're very upset about this. They want to pull his tab. as they can, again, that's not me being vindictive about it. If you're going to write this type of book with these amount of lives, and you're going to have stolen valor, you're going to say you got injured when you didn't, you say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't, Valor medals when you don't.
Or saying that, like, there's stolen valor. I've never said anything about having a Purple Heart or a Bronze Star with a V device, fighting world titles, going overseas multiple times, or any medals for valor.
The law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to names that were recognized from antiquity, ancient Roman and Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that had been adopted during the Revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who may later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year on the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and Napoleon said, no more use of those names, you got to focus only on the list of names, which apparently was never actually published. That the idea was that by giving people names that people recognize, this would develop stability. This would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past and things like that. But it left a gap, because what about the Jews? The Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with that? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Germinal did on the French population as a whole. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who was a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne, and he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that was effected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Gidel or Gidel became Julie, Rachel became Regine. All kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law. And it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall project. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century. Jews adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we really begin to see the reversal of this trend as Jews begin to wonder, was emancipation really a success overall? I hope you found this as fascinating as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. Really excited to see this place. It has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I'm not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old. Well, that's part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. it's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers in Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine on a significant level in Christian Europe already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades, blood libel, and host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onward, owning land actually became a very poor investment, because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your investment. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vintners, and it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Agobard of Lyon complained about in around 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open, and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher. For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher type of food, shellfish, not kosher types of food. And then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which could make it non-kosher with Pesach, and water, like how does it become non-kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual in purpose. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of like a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. And that's why Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine would be kosher in the end. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. Now, this is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia. I really should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, You've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and in alcohol. Now, if we look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who are settled in the region from the 15th century and onward. But there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the barons of Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clark, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, which you realize is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm even using that word right. But still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux. And so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews of Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish history in particular. And today I'd like to look at something that I really didn't understand until I started delving much more deeply into the sources, in particular Gerard Mahon's amazing book, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which has a fantastic section on this. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews played in founding the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which was the most important and the longest lasting, and I believe the first international Jewish organizations defending specifically Jewish rights all around the world. So let's have a look at the story. It's actually an amazing thing. Alliance Israélite Universelle, which let's just call it the Alliance in translation, just like it sounds in French, the Alliance of Israelites, that is universal Israelite Alliance. And Israelite is like sort of like another term for Jew. In some languages, particularly in the late 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite or Hebrew. We see that, for example, in Russian, the term Jid is definitely derogatory, not necessarily so in Polish or Ukrainian. And so they prefer the term Yavrei, which means like Hebrew. In French, the term Juif is not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israelite, meaning member of the house of Israel. So anyways, this organization, we'll call the Alliance in English, was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was, Kol Israel, all Israel are colleagues, all Israel are comrades. It also has a very famous passage on top that says, Kol Israel arevim, not chaverim, but arevim, which is part of a larger sentence that says all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this particular organization, which, as I mentioned, is, I believe, the oldest international organization currently still in existence that is dedicated to Jewish causes worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, things like that, and it had some diplomatic efforts, especially until the Second World War, when it was severely Here is a look at the logo of the Alliance. You see it has the gold that captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law and the red cod, which means God is one. Are fascinating kind of establishing statement here. I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea for the Alliance, which was born by particularly one individual, Jean Carvalho, who's shown here, was born in 1829, the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Bordeaux. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews need an international organization to defend them. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus affair and the Rothschild affair, 1840 and 1858 respectively. The Damascus affair was this terrible story where in Damascus, a Capuchin monk and his Muslim servant disappeared February 1840. And this crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for the disappearance as a recrudescence of that bizarre medieval myth called the blood libel. This is something that first appeared in England in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe. This insane notion that Jews somehow needed to save their blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes and absolutely ridiculous rival lie that had been perpetrated through much of our medieval history and has no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to let go of these things. The Nazis made a big deal of it. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid the torture, and the remaining 4 issued a false confession, much like the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Thomas and his servant Tamar, and no information is ever found. Absolutely horrific, awful medieval revival in the 19th century. This era already of the telegraph and things like that. The Jewish war was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 1940s. Now, what happened was one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen, and so this helped a lot of European powers get involved and say to the Ottoman Empire what they were doing. Moses Montefiore, a very important, wealthy British citizen, traveled to the police and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Adolphe Bernard, a very important French Jew, that the case be transferred out of the popular judicial center of Damascus to the much more advanced Alexandria, where the case would be tried properly, and of course they would end up being released. In fact, what happened when Moses Montefiore pressed on this, Damascus ultimately had to admit that this was just a sham, and they released the prisoners, and so they were able to shamble out of prison after this horrific event, and the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it was a tremendous example of horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international effort, particularly from wealthy and more powerful nations that had Jewish populations in them, like France and England, was a resolution able to be sought. So this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe Jews should establish some kind of organization that can dedicate themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major event, absolutely horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that created the Alliance. Specifically, we have first got to terrible story of the kidnapping of Mortara. Basically, what happened was in Bologna, Italy, which was part of the Papal States at this time, there was a young child named Edgardo Mortada, a Jewish child. The Mortada family employed a Christian maidservant named Anna Maurici, and when the child Edgardo was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill, some kind of scarlet fever, and Maurici worried for the eternal life of this unbaptized child, and so she secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now officially a part of the church, albeit now, later on, when I was about 6 years old, Maurici happened to mention that she had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1858, so really quite late. And the church is following medieval doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes a Christian. Even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on, the church insisted on taking him within their shore. Here's a horrific painting of that event by Rothschild that really captures the horrible the family must have experienced.
Let's go gas, kids.
Was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and it took young Edgardo from the London to and despite the protests worldwide, including
George Norrie.
York, and including the prodigious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, were highest the name. Refused to release the child back to his family. Incomprehensibly tragic. Young Edgardo ended up growing up and becoming he specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews. Only as an adult was he finally reunited with his family, as you can see here on the right, which is Margaret.
Fuck you, Ben. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I gotta act like a fucking individual.
The Nazis would certainly consider him a Jew regardless of his Christian.
Fuck you, Ben. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I gotta act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I didn't take my, listen, I was with my wife 15 years.
Never took her?
That's where I'm from. Never fucking took her? Never. I'm not no more. I only go out back to do comedy. I don't go back to the dilly-dally when I go back to New York. I fly in, I go to my favorite Chinese restaurant, I do radio. The next day after fucking radio, I go to the cemetery, I put flowers on my mom's grave. And I do my 4 fucking shows. I get the fuck out of the first flight on Sunday, just like I do every other goddamn city.
That's it.
I try to see some people in between, you know. A school teacher or two, you know, something.
Really?
Yeah, I still talk to my school teachers, 2 of them. I was going to go to dinner with the one, but he had to take his grandkid out of the house, but he wanted to meet me later on, but we were leaving early, so I couldn't meet him at 10.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
So, you know, we never really took a break from the broadcast. And we did last Monday and last Wednesday. I took off Monday. We were going to do last night. But I tell you, I hate fucking doing podcasts when I'm tired. I don't want to give nobody, as Jimmy Schumer says, the short shrift. You follow me? I was just out of it last night. The 5.5-hour flight with the fucking...
Oh, that's miserable, dude.
See, by myself, I'll eat a fucking pot cookie. Right. And I get stoned, I fall asleep for half. When you have the family, you gotta be... I got caught smoking vapor on the fucking pen. I had one of those vapor pens. I just filled it up. It's just brand new. I took the inhaler with me. They have an asthma inhaler now. So I took for the pot, for the reefer. Oh, it stabs. It fucks you up. So I took that with me to New York, and I sprayed it twice, a couple times on the plane. And it kept me there, and I hit it when I was in New York, and I hit it with Ari when I went over to see the tree and the fucking Saks Fifth Avenue and all that shit. And I ran out, so I had this brand new 2-gram oil from Perennial, and I opened it up before I got on the plane. I charged it up. The first 10 hits, it's like fucking death hits, like they're just fucking clouds of smoke. So I hit it 2 times. Then I got on the plane, like 2 hours into the flight. I look at my daughter, and every time I would hit it, it would go by my daughter because she had the window seat. So I go, I can't let her have it. So I go, let me go to the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom with the fucking iPod on, listening to Pink Floyd. No, you're not. That's how fucking crazy I am. I'm not listening. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the album I'm listening to because it was like Shine On You Crazy Diamond and Have a Cigar. I ate edibles. I had like 3 or 4 Red Stars.
Well, so you had a little magic in your system.
Oh, I was fucked. I was fucked up for the first 2.5 hours because I didn't get fucked up on the way there. It made a big difference. I got agitated at the 2-hour mark. At the 2.5-hour mark, if you don't have something, once Mad Max is finished, right, you're ready to kill a motherfucker on the flight. Mad Max is not the movie to watch on a fucking plane because there you are sitting there, everybody's driving, jumping over people and shit, shooting motherfuckers, and you're sitting there next to like some fucking politician or some shit.
You want to get up.
So I said, fuck that. So I dosed myself on the way out. I had Virgin, I had main cabin select. It's the one behind first class, so we could all sit together because in first class, we couldn't all sit together. I would have to sit by myself, and she'd be fucking crawling back and forth. So we're like, fuck that. Just get the main cabin select.
How tall is the child you have?
She's a fucking midget. She's 3, She's just a little bit.
How tall do you think she is?
She's up to...
Oh, that's not very tall.
No, she's a little baby.
Oh, that's not very tall.
I got up, I go to the bathroom, I close the fucking door, and I'm in this bed, and I see clouds, Theo, and I'm like, wow.
What color was that?
Fucking clouds of smoke, and I'm hitting this vapor, and I'm hitting this fucking sap. With the iPod on, listen to fucking Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and all of a sudden I hear, and I see the little red light going, and they're like, open up, are you smoking in there? And I put the thing in my pocket, and I take this out, and I blow a couple clouds of this shit. And I go, hold on. I can put my dick in my pants, which I really did this. And then I fucking wash my hands. And I'm like, what's the problem? And she goes, were you smoking in here? I go, no. Wow. Really? I was smoking in here. Look, when she goes up, she goes, does it smell like smoke? She told me, they take everything out of the garbage. They do everything. They look for the cigarette. Yeah, wow.
And now, what were you doing the whole time? Just standing there?
I'm standing there going, I don't know what happened. When I came in, the plane shifted and I hit the wall. And that's the next thing you know, you people were knocking on my thing. And they're like, we don't smell no smoke. I wonder what made it go off. Then I'm sitting there going, they fucking know, they're just playing.
Oh, really?
But then they were cool the rest of the flight.
Espionage, bro.
I sat there, they were cool. At the end, I gave my wife the keys. I told my wife to go listen, they called me in the bathroom. I got arrested, so take the car keys, I'll see you at the house.
What did she say?
She just fucking looked the other way, like shook her head. Why my wife gonna fucking say at this age? I'm 50, what are you gonna say to me? I walked off the fucking plane like I owned LA. Nobody said anything to me.
Now, did you think though somewhere in your head that whenever you got to LA there was gonna be people?
Oh fuck yeah! They've been before. I've been approaching at the plane one time on the way to Columbus.
Is it kind of cool or is it just fucking not cool?
If you're getting off a plane, you got an ounce of weed in your nutsack. Yes, man, ain't fucking cool. But if you get off the plane and you're cool, you don't wait. The one time I was in Columbus, I had weed in me, and some guy said, I didn't do nothing. He leaned back and hold on one second. He turned around and he goes, fuck you. So I said, fuck you. So I kicked the chair and he went and told the stewardess. So I was the bad guy the rest of the fucking flight.
Oh, and then you start to feel like the fucking bad guy too. Like, oh, you're the bad guy. You're shit. You're the fucking bad guy.
We cocksucker, put that seat back in there. And here's what happened. We went to Columbus. They got us off the plane. They got statements from both of us and they let us go. Then a year later, got on the plane. That same fucking guy's on the plane. Like, how you doing? I just sat there the whole time like a little fucking...
Really cool.
So in all your head of being on the plane and like having weed under your nut and all that, you never once smoked a cigarette on the plane?
No. Wow. 1983, I was flying back.
You able to, didn't you?
Yeah, you could smoke in the flight.
In Russia, you can't hurt.
Really?
Do anything in Russia? But I heard that you can.
You can smoke in like certain areas. You can smoke on a plane. But I tell you what, I did see one fucking time though.
Smoking on a plane. Russia never once smoked on a plane.
No, but in 1984, February 1984, I got on the plane in Aspen. It was Aspen, Denver, Jersey. On the way back from Denver to Jersey, there was a soldier next to me that had a brown bowl and weed. And I'm like, we get high, that's when you can smoke cigarettes on a plane. He's like, let's go do it. We went to the back fucking other thing. Me and this guy had a wooden fucking bowl. I put the weed in there. Weeds took 2 puffs. The fucking whole plane smelled like weed.
Wow.
They were pissed. Who's smoking marijuana on the plane? We're
salute the cops. You gotta take a chance from time to time.
For a soldier, you got to, bro. I'd get a soldier high, I'd get him doped out of his brain. I'd get him dope for him.
They fucking press heavy duty charges with me one night, I got so fucked up at the airport. I had 12 ounces of blow on me, and I was coming from New Jersey.
No. People from New Jersey get busted for coke more often than others.
I don't fucking know. I was a fucking criminal, and I was living in Aspen, and coke was $1,800 and $1,800.
Right.
And I'm like, hey, fucking people getting me, and I'm paying $800, and they're fucking beautiful ounces, and I can cut it and still make money. I go, fuck it. So I started getting guns and bringing them to the East Coast, and started bringing coke back. But this was the problem, that I would take the 1 o'clock flight from New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock, which would get me in there like at 7, and then it would start snowing. I started taking connecting flight from Denver to Aspen. That flight would always get canceled. Here I am in Denver Airport with 12 ounces of blow out of my face at the fucking bar. I remember one night I was at the bar just drinking, fucking doing mine in the bathroom. I kept putting the coke in the locker. And I kept spending all my money in quarters taking the coke out. And I became friends with a guy at a bar. Me and him started snorting. We got fucking lit at 6 a.m. I stayed in the airport all night getting fucking coked up, jerking off in the men's store, in the fucking bathroom.
That is dark and
That's
awesome.
fucking, yeah.
That's the dark side.
Oh my God.
That's the worst, bro. You just up with your fucking ideas, feeling your fucking pulse.
What's up, Lisa? Yeah, it's been a week without an edible.
I know, I'm just glad I
You're
never
back
got
from outer space. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm pretty high, man.
Oh, no, fuck you. We don't fuck around.
Oh, yeah.
My boy joined jiu-jitsu 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and he had his first fucking tournament. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for 20 fucking years, and I'm still scared to go to the tournament. Lee went Saturday.
It's so much more fun than
He took third fucking place.
Out of 3 people.
That's tough, bro. You know what place I took? No fucking place. I wasn't there. I was walking around the fucking Central Park with ducks. And here you are fucking choking motherfuckers. My heart goes out to you, bro. You're a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, it's commendable, bro. You could have
Commendable, bro.
You could have been 4th place, right? You could have got disqualified.
That's true. Showed up.
I had a little bit of a bronchitis right now, so I wanted to quit, but I knew if I didn't do it, you, John Butt, and everyone would kill me. So I'll just go.
See, I would have killed you. I understand.
What was the match like?
I wanted to see you play out the handling.
I was never scared of it. Like I said, I wrestled in high school. It was never good, but I knew I wasn't gonna like physically die. Or occasionally someone breaks an arm or something, but that's not even the end of the world. It really, I've been losing weight for the past couple of years, and it really kicked it into gear that I need to finish losing the weight because because it was a smaller tournament. I'm 228 right now. I was going against people who were like 290, 280. So it wasn't an ideal situation for me. Were you pretty
If you would like to say
did you smoke first? No, God, people ask me that, man. I can't imagine doing that high.
That makes her
When Javier was choking me that night and I was stoned out of my mind, I was like, I checked the laugh.
It's a different world.
Is it? Oh, can you be high and do it?
No, I tried a couple times. I almost had heart attack.
Damn.
Because when you start breathing heavy, your mind takes you away.
Yeah.
So, like when you're on an edible and you breathe heavy, like when I go to jiu-jitsu this morning, I would breathe heavy. Like I was having a hard time.
Yeah.
So if I was on an edible, the edible takes your mind away. And all of a sudden the edible tells your mind you're about to have a heart attack. And your fucking heart starts pounding just listening to your mind.
That's not true. Sometimes just here I'll start having like a little bit of a panic attack.
Yeah, the edibles. I'll take some edibles. Don't put copacetic for everybody. They create a lot of anxiety. A lot of people say, you know what? I like smoking pot, but for me it gives me anxiety. Yeah, it's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. If you get that uncomfortable feeling, there's times we eat fucking 8,000 milligrams of edible. And it's an uncomfortable feeling. You go through an hour of like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
I feel pretty uncomfortable right now. I feel pretty high. Because I don't ever smoke, so I feel fucking.
Why don't you start comedy?
Pretty high, man.
I've been around that life for like 10 years.
Yeah. I started like 12, 13 years ago.
Okay, because I know you were not like you were really young, like 2005. You were doing something.
I was young, man. Do you ever miss the weight? You ever miss the weight, bro?
I miss eating what I want to eat. I miss, like, I didn't care.
Like, how much you eat? You just eat the fuck out of something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I worked nice.
I worked.
Yeah, just fucking get whatever you want.
Oh, it's great. It's like, even football, like, it's depressing for me. I don't watch football. Like, I used to watch football all day, and I would get a large pizza and 12 wings, fucking 6 Diet Cokes. Oh, wow. Just great. Just not even worrying about it. Just not even worrying about it at all.
Did you ever sleep on a fucking like piece of crust or something? Like you were just eating like a fucking monster.
Not normally. Like we used to do this podcast at 6 a.m. and I would work nights. Yeah, we did it for like a year for like at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
And I was working nights on a TV show, so I'd go from there to here, and then I would like it'd be like 8 in the morning, and I'd be getting Jack in the Box, and like sometimes I'd just pass out from eating it. Well, no, just from all these things. But then I'd pass out from like the rapper would still be on my couch or something. It's terrible.
Oh, okay, because I never hear like people's like fucking eating stories. Everybody tells their weight loss story. Like I want to hear. This is just fucking hot chocolate in your fucking cheeks, man. When you're just filling your gills up.
I used to go. I got to 315. That was the highest I ever got.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was every night getting 2 packages of Reese sticks and 2 either Swedish fish or gummy bears. And Reese sticks? Yeah, those are the best.
Are they good?
Those are still the best. I can't have, but those are the best. And then either Swedish fish or gummy bears. Yeah, and just have them. And I would tell myself I would have the other. I would have 2 of each the next day, but it would never happen. So I miss that. Now I have a fudge. And it's depressing, but it still tastes good, but it's not.
It covers the spread, but you really fucking want. That's the worst. Now you grew up where?
Louisiana.
How far from the States? A suburb?
About 40 miles, yeah, 45 miles.
So your family's eaters.
Yeah, our family's like, we didn't eat a bunch of food, but we ate as much as we had. Pretty much.
I mean, I've had 3 experiences in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And 1 outside of New Orleans. And all my experiences have always been around food. It's a very food culture. People love to eat food culture. And depending where the fuck you go, you'll get some alligator,
shrimp po' boys.
The shrimp po' boys like a motherfucker, they'll fucking. When I went to shoot grudge match, we shot that in the morning. But I was a little man on the totem pole, and they put me in a hotel where they give you all the meals are inclusive. And at first I was like, I'm fucking in a fucking hotel. Oh my god.
Hotel food was good.
Every fucking meal was world class. And it was all like a 7 course.
Yeah.
Start to finish, salad, dessert, appetizer, everything was fucking delicious. So it's a food culture. So you're in great shape. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I like
you eat what you love. You have great metabolism. You work out a lot.
Not as much. I work out a pretty decent amount. I wish that I fucking started. I wish I actually ate more. And like, just like you would do, like you did, just like some of that I just want to honestly just fucking. It's fill myself with fucking food and salt and fucking
It's fun
sugar.
for a little bit, but I would give anything to be as skinny as you are. So it's,
really?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been skinny, so this is like a new thing for me.
Oh, well, your whole life's fucking feeling a little bit different on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still 228 today, so it's not great, but it's better than 315.
You didn't look fat to me, then I was just thought like, man, this guy he's got kind of a unique shape, but he's chill. But then I was like, oh, and then you feel fat. That's like,
I don't feel any different at all, but it's like I would imagine. I'm surprised you're not like beignets. Are you serious? If I lived in New Orleans and had beignets and shrimp po' boys, I've never even had one. But I just see it and it just looks.
Used to be a place in Boulder.
Baby formula too, actually down there.
Baby formula.
You see a lot of the sisters are getting baby formula outside of the French Quarter.
In a bottle? What do they do? In a bottle?
No. It's just a can, brother. It's just can.
Just this morning.
It's true, man. A couple of sisters out there getting it.
It's it's weird you talking about this because I think that like my best eating period, you start off skinny, right? Out in high school, you play football. I had a friend that used to eat a box of fucking cereal for breakfast, and that was cake. How the fuck did I have a gallon of milk? Whatever the fuck the milk is with the cereal.
Was he driving a truck? That's it.
No, he was in high school. Oh, that's weights. And then, I was eating too. I had a great appetite. And I moved to Colorado. They took away the night eating because no one would drink. Going to eat what I was used to eating, right? Was an open steak sandwich at 2 in the morning with a felon and a turkey soup.
Not even brushing your teeth.
Shit, just going to bed with dirty teeth.
Yes, that's how I do. So that's where I'm from, man. A place you get to bed with dirty teeth.
Dirty teeth. You know, I don't eat yet. At night I go home. If I'm really high, I'll eat whatever my wife cooks, which is controlled. It's like a chicken cutlet. You know what I'm saying? It's not like 20 chicken cutlets. But it's 20 chicken cutlets. You can fuck shit up. Still be like, what leftover chicken cutlet? I'll eat a chicken cutlet and an apple. You know what I'm saying?
That's amazing. I've been lucky all week. My mom's been here for almost a week. And I haven't eaten this good in 4 years. She's cooked breakfast. She hasn't made, we've been sleeping a little late. We actually had a couple days she made breakfast, but it's been like, she made brisket. She made a couple kinds of different kinds of chicken, and just stacked all my entire fridge is full of it. Like peach cobbler. She made icebox cake. Have you ever had that? All you do is you take a layer of graham crackers and you have to get the cook and serve pudding, not like pudding cups, but you have to cook pudding. And you just do layers of pudding and graham crackers. You put it in the fridge and let it freeze up, and then put some whipped cream on it. Paula's been talking about it for 3 days. She loves it. It's so good.
We used to have this game where you would fill like two dudes would fill their mouth with sugar, you know, and then you slap each other in the fucking cheeks. But here's the thing, bro. It's hard to hold a whole bunch of sugar in your mouth and keep it all. Well, here's the thing: it starts dissolving, but you get parched because all your moisture is going to this thing, so your body starts to dry out. So then you're basically holding the sugar in your dry mouth at a certain point, man. You feel like the desert.
How old are you?
I don't know. Like you was a child.
Okay, like when I was like 8.
Like 8, yeah, 7, 8, 11, and 14 even. 14 even. And this one 18-year-old chick. 14. We used to have this fucking girl who was probably 14 that went shirtless, bro. And she was like fucking 4 to 14 shirtless, bro. Shirtless. Why was that? I don't know. It's just the whole family was pretty much shirtless, and they didn't do any different by the girls, man. This girl was shirtless. And we all thought, like, damn, she's like a long hair. She's like the most best looking dude you ever seen, right? We thought that until about 11. And then somebody's like, that's a girl, man. She just goes shirtless.
You told her to put a shirt on in school?
I don't know about the school. But she was in a children's school. I was a little bit older than her. I never saw anybody just be completely shirtless.
Put fucking sugar in that mouth.
Well, it was a cheap game, bro. It's like if you don't have a bunch of money to go do something, you fill each other's mouth up with sugar. And y'all just got to slap each other in the cheek.
There was a kid by name with John Carney, not a bad kid, always great sense of humor. He had a brother, Brian Carney. In those days, kids didn't have ADD and autism. He was just retarded. Where he had the cheeky eyes.
He just wasn't cut. He just wasn't cut, man.
And they used to torture him.
Yeah, we called him God's favorite.
They used to make him drink piss. They'd piss in a beer bottle and close it and put it in the last bottle. He would take it, clap his beer, and he'd fucking drink it. I was never involved in shit with Brian Carney.
Was he handicapped?
No, he just wasn't sharp. You know, he just wasn't a sharp kid. Nice kid, always said hello, Brian Carney. But they did weird things to him. Like they used to make him eat shit. Like they pay him like $15 to make him eat a lot of like weird
so much shit. No, I think actual shit.
No. Like fill his mouth with pepper and shit like that. And then this other kid, the guy who they just fired, Miami Hurricanes defensive coordinator. When he was a kid, his brothers and all those guys, they used to tie him up on a bicycle, make him eat raw eggs and blow him up in his mouth and all that shit. Like put the eggs in the shell and smack him, blow the egg in his mouth. No wonder my man went to Penn State was an All-American tackle.
I would have hide in your town.
It was sick.
God, I was too early for that.
The guy I got into it with when I did that club, before I met Lee, I did a club in New York City. Well, the first times I went to New York to do comedy on my own, I moved to a music club, right? And I went there, the guy that started the fight with me, his name was Brian Burns. And we were kids. When you were in grammar school, you already had a legend. What he would do is he had a gang of guys that would take you, tie you down, and they would put duct tape on your balls. which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with Gestapo. He was known for all that stuff, for spraying stuff on your balls. He was a big time bully. And you know what happens to bullies, bro? They get beat up later on in black people. And I remember that night, like, I was like, I can take this fucking damn. And I had already a plan. He kept coming in and trying to apologize. And I kept going, you know what? I can take this guy. I can kick him in the fucking knee. You can see he got like 300-something pounds. Right. Stop beating.
So when you felt like, so it was crazy because the tide had switched with that dude. Like back in the day, he was a bully. He was a bully kid.
He was not, bro. When I was in 8th grade or 7th grade, he was already in high school torturizing people. They said if you play football, be careful. Because if something happened during football practice that you hit him hard or something, he'd get his friends to give you the tape. Especially if you were Spanish or something.
Yeah. Oh, that shit got racialized.
It was what it was. Yeah. It was what it fucking was. I mean,
we had one Mexican kid that showed up our time. We have any Spanish people. We had one Mexican kid. Let me think what this kid's name was. I think it was Nick, right? And I remember we all had science class, and actually in science class they had these hamsters you can play with until the second bell rang or whatever. Then you had to get, put them in a cage, and everybody would get able to do learning, And this fucking one time they had this hamster, right, Superman, we named him, and I was holding him in this fucking big sweatshirt I had, right. And after class, I forgot he was in here. He fell asleep in a little pocket where you put your hands, right. So after class, I just throw him a book bag. I'm running. Next, you know, get in a fight with two brothers, right? Get beat up pretty good. And whenever I fucking killed this hamster that was still in his pouch, he fucking punched me. So I've never had it, like, sometimes I'll be out fucking, I'm not even joking, bro. I'll have dreams where I feel like I had an abortion.
Poor Superman. I guess something wasn't going to be good.
I think his name was Superman. Let me think for a second. It might not have been Superman.
Just take the fucking hamster out of class and put it in your fucking pocket for it anyway.
You was sitting in class and just nothing to do. And it was nice to kind of have something. Next to that town, a couple away from there, called Covington, Mandeville.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to LSU and University of New Orleans. I graduated from University of New Orleans eventually. So we made it through.
You went to LSU, they still talk about this.
Oh, dude, the town I grew up in.
Get the fuck out of here.
He lived and died in our town, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and Leo Harvey Oswald went to middle school in our town.
Get the fuck out of here.
Swear to God, dude. And I mean, I say this a lot, but in once in the 80s, in 1994, a bunch of infected monkeys got out because Tulane University had a big testing facility center in our town, and a bunch of infected monkeys got out. They let us out of YMCA summer camp, told the police to look for them, bro. I remember they came to summer camp.
What?
Basically took the kids to look for them. Not kids, dude, the tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out, and we helped them look for them. I remember surrounding a couple of chimps outside of a Kenny Rogers Roasters, dude, on the Highway 190. That's a true story, dude. Huh?
I was surrounded some chimps next to a Kenny Rogers Roasters.
And then the shit got racial. Like, people go around town, they were like yelling. I mean, this is fucked up. I mean, this just shows you how far in the South you are. People were like, 90 monkeys just escaped from this place, whatever. You literally have, like, people riding around guns and fucking Confederate flags. It's like, dude, these are animals, man. Like, relax. Like, the shit almost got, it was weird. Like, people were like, these fucking monkeys, like, they planned it. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was.
I just drew that name out because today's paper on Twitter, it said the basketball player from the Lakers is producing a Mr. Pete Mary.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm sitting there going, what kills me about today is that those biopics about people that these motherfuckers don't even know that movie should have been done. But they accept he fucking died.
Yeah.
But nobody thought about doing it, Do you know much about this?
I mean, I think I know a pretty good amount about him. I mean, I know he played, I know he played at LSU. I know he played for the Jazz. I know his two sons.
Really?
Yeah. They played ball like whenever I was growing up. So one of them like a little younger, one of them a little bit older. So I mean, they were legends. It was kind of, it was a small town. Like it was like, yeah, no biggest name in
If he lost his father, won't let him sleep in the house and shit. Make him sleep in the fucking yard. It's his son, the basketball jack.
Dude, they had a half court or court in their upstairs of their house, above the in the attic. They had a basketball
court. They didn't fuck around. The marriages didn't fuck around. That old man didn't fuck around.
That dude
drank. That's why he drank himself to death, Pistol Pete, because there was no childhood. His father made him go out there and do wind sprints and shit.
Yeah.
And that guy wasn't fast, but his fucking handling skills were just phenomenal.
He made up for it.
In my life, I've seen two people handle a ball fucking phenomenally. One was a guy named Pistol Pete Maravich, who was an NBA player. Another guy was a kid from South Carolina. His name was Jackie.
White kid or black kid?
White kid. He played basketball in acid. That's why he didn't get drafted, because he was such a freak. But his handling skills, I saw him play, and I played against him when I got older. His handling skills were so fucking unbelievable what he could do with a ball. And unless you see that right, it's really hard to explain, right? Even if you see Kobe Bryant pass or whether, Stephen Marbury pass, it was nothing. What drew the control that Pistol Pete had for a white guy. And he had a tragic life. I don't think he ever won a championship.
He ever won a championship. I know, I think he still has the highest average per game for guns.
Yeah, because he shot 90 times a fucking game. His father would say, fuck those four guys.
Literally.
Fucking ball. Fuck those four motherfuckers.
I heard he even tried to, sometimes he would wear a completely different jersey. Like he would be on a team and they'd play a team and then he'd show up in a total different jersey and be like, I'm going to play both you guys. And they're like, yeah, it was nuts, bro. But yeah, man, we got out to look for all types of chips that I got out of that joint. You can still look for it online. They got some cool stories.
It's crazy because
they had a lot of let's go on. Sorry.
I grew up in New York City, but in my heart, after I saw different places, there was a couple places I wish I would have grown up. One would have been New Orleans.
Yeah.
One would have been Houston. And there was one other place I wanted to grow up when I was a kid. I don't know why.
I always thought New York would be really cool.
You follow me, like there's always places like, oh, I'm proud to be from Jersey. I love being from where I'm from. But it would be interesting, like when I go to New Orleans, I'm driving around, I always go, I would have turned down if I was growing up on this farm.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like the song gets a bad rap up north. But when I was driving, I drove across the country 3 times. I love this song. I love it. Everyone's nice. It has nice weather. Like, I felt like I got a bad rap when I was playing there. People are fucking, I don't know, people are chill down there, man. But it's a lot of the same, like you definitely notice there's a lot of old-fashioned ideas down there, like people, concepts of slug.
But that's what makes the South the South.
Right.
Listen, that's what makes the South the South. I read something last week when those guys, the terrorists, shot those people. Like the neighbor said he suspected something, but he didn't want to call the police because they didn't want to seem racist.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Because he was politically correct. You understand? We point out lines who were too politically correct. Look what happened yesterday. Fucking Trump makes that announcement against Muslims. His fucking rating is the highest it's ever been. It's like 35%. He's 20 points ahead of the fucking competition. 19 points ahead of the competition.
I like, you like Sleepy Black?
What's that?
I don't know, Ben Carson?
Oh, Jesus. I can't vote, so I don't really know what you can't even vote. No, I got felonies. I don't want to fucking vote. It's too much pressure. Then you got to be responsible for your fucking vote. I don't have that type of fucking conscience.
If you get a felony, you don't have to vote?
I can't.
Oh, that's awesome. I
can't vote. You can't have a fucking gun. That's what that's the punishment they give me. Like, really? So I can't vote and I can't have a fucking gun. I can see not having a gun. But what voting got to do with it? I was disappointed, but after I thought about voting, I go, you know what? It's too much pressure. It's too much pressure. I don't know how people just vote and move on with their fucking lives. Voting for me is like gambling. If I would have voted on fucking Obama, I would have been pissed off right now. But follow me, you're in a corner of a fucking movie theater because you voted for fucking Obama. That's what they should do to people. Like if you make a bad vote, You know you voted for them? Take 50 people out of each neighborhood, throw stones at them, you dumb fucks.
They're all liars. And I don't vote. I got in a big fight with my mom and Paul when they were here. When there's no popular vote, I think it doesn't matter at all. Especially when I grew up in Mass. There's no, if you vote for a Republican, you're throwing away your vote. Yeah. And then it doesn't make sense that the popular vote is the way it elects people. And then even if it did, they all lie anyways. So I don't get the point.
Do you think you would dress like if you were a politician? Do you think like you? Sometimes I think about that, like when I fucking totally change the game and wear like like a white beater or some crazy boots or something, Like if you were like, sometimes I think like, say if you was a governor or something, be like, I'll wear these crazy boots, or I'm gonna wear like a fucking dope jacket.
If I was a voting American, if I really was a voting American, I wouldn't give a fuck about abortion, and that's got nothing to do with the price tags. What are you gonna do? The country's in this state of the country right now. What are you gonna do to get us out of this state? Let's go step by step for your 2 terms. Let's go for the 8 years. Give me the 8 years. How it's gonna pan out? What are you gonna do the first year? What are you gonna take care of? What's second on the agenda? What's third? Do I give a fuck about the homeless problem? Not fucking really. There's a ton of fucking problems you gotta take in before we worry about the right homeless people. Want to be fucking homeless people?
A lot of them are doing fine.
A lot of them are doing fine. You see them over here on the other 134 getting change, then they walk over to their fucking Corvette. They're driving a fucking Subaru, hustling like a fucking savage, taking to a right to fucking like it. And these cocksuckers are getting changed, making $40,000 a year at the end of the 134. Listen, man. It's not the point I'm talking about, but that's why I want to know your plan. I want to know your plan step by step by step by step, how it applies to me as an American. I want you to plan it out for fucking people who make $50,000 or less. I want you to tell
real people.
Real people. Yeah. And now you were talking about the South, that they're slower, and that all that shit. You know what? I like that. Yeah. I like that that's there, and the reason why it's there. There's a reason why a white guy would say that he's going to stop Muslims from coming in right now. And people raise their hand and say, half of them that say, it's cruel or whatever. But the other half are Americans that feel, we got to stop this somewhere.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to shut it down, bro. If they had walls, you could press a button right now and put them up everywhere.
But it's not just that. It's, look at the fucking, the people, the white dude, it's people who shot up the movie theater. Let's not just blame one fucking
source. We gotta find out who's in there. I just want to know who my neighbors are. We all gotta figure this shit out. Who's here?
Listen, man, you said it best yourself. They're building buildings and people moving in and out. They just said that these people have a fucking passport duplication. You don't think they're here? You don't think they're
making millions on oil? They have everything. It's just, and I don't know because what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go around now knocking on your neighbor's doors like, hey, we're gonna check all the Muslims out? Well, you can't.
It's not even Muslims, but even just regular people.
I don't pay too much attention. If Trump hadn't said the things he said about Hispanics and the stuff about the Muslims, I think a lot more people would be on board.
Yeah.
I actually read an article yesterday that they're predicting that Trump is going to bow out at the end, just like he did the last time. So maybe he doesn't want too much support. I don't know. Right. But it's crazy what people say, and then if you lay out a plan, right? What happens when they don't do any of what they said? Yeah. Like I voted the first time for Obama, and he said the whole thing like 100 days of close Guantanamo. That was like the first thing he said, and it's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like,
let me ask you something.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't know nothing about nothing.
I'm a little high. Are you guys still?
I'm very high.
Okay. I'm just making sure everybody's high.
Why was it important to you that they were closed one time? Why is that such a... I'm not arguing with you. I just want to know.
Personally, I have no thoughts on that, but that was just the only thing I could think of right now. Right. That was, he said in the 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure.
Other people want them to close Guantanamo?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's they're not giving them like fair trials. They're just keeping them there.
I did comedy there once.
Did you?
Yeah. For the troops there, not the prisoners, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know enough. it's chill in there. The chicks only have like 7 chicks, not even that hot, but some of the guys seemed friendly, and then we went swimming and everything. We had a good time.
Now, what made you want to get on stage?
My dad was real old when I was born. That's all. How old was you? 70. My dad was 70.
Hold on a second. I gotta go get a tissue.
You should? No, that's not shit a little.
No. I gotta blow my nose.
But yeah, I wonder what kind of hats I would wear, special pants I would wear if I was the president, bro. You ever wonder that, man? Like American flag pants? Yeah. Yeah, like a little, you know.
When somebody breaks your
How's the podcast going?
It's so good. It's on. It's on right now.
Huh?
I guess no. You know, look at that stream. Yeah, we're streaming right now on YouTube. That's so. Your dad was 70 years old. That's crazy. How was that?
How was it? It was pretty nuts, bro. So wait, who's high? You're high?
I'm very high.
Okay. Joey's high.
Oh yeah,
I'm high.
I think most of the people listening.
Do I seem super high, you think?
No, I thought it was funny when you said like going to do learning. Something else.
Oh yeah, man, I get caught up sounding like retard sometimes. I'm pretty high though. Like if I'm trying to think, like say if somebody's like, say if I wasn't myself and I came up to me, okay, and I said, probably that didn't make any sense, and I said, hi, fuck, what were we talking about? What were we talking about?
Yeah, no, it's sometimes I wonder that, like, if I was sober watching a high person, would people know they were high?
Dude, I wonder if you came up to yourself, bro, would you even like who you are? Would you be like, look at this bitch right here?
Oh, that's deeper than I was thinking. Sometimes I try to think.
So what do you think? Would you like yourself, honestly, if you met yourself, dude, being 100% authentic, 100% honest?
No, I don't even like looking. I hate when I do a movie and I have to go watch it. Or something makes me, I'm dreading watching this fucking special. You know, I'm dreading all that shit. I don't want to see me. I don't want to fucking hear me. I don't want to see my body. I don't want to see my physique.
What is it? When is it special?
No, we just shot something in Vegas.
Oh, y'all did? Was it awesome?
It was what it was. You know, I gotta see it. You know, I just went through the motions. I don't fucking know. It's good. I'm too high right now.
Oh, it's good.
Oh, it's not. No, I hope it is. So your dad had you. You were 7.
Yeah, he was old.
How old was your mom?
32. She was young.
Your dad was slinging some dang.
He was throwing it out there, man.
That was his first marriage.
No, he'd been married a couple times. He'd been married one time before.
Maybe he's still alive. What we talking about?
No, he'd be old. Sorry. That's all right. Shit, man. He would be almost high. He'd be 106.
I'm sorry. I don't know. You like your 22, so I'm up. I know you've been around here for 10 years, maybe. So he had you when you were 7.
Yeah, he got old, man. He just, I don't know. And that's something my mom, like, when I think about my mom, like, who would bang, like, an old guy? Like, that'd be crazy, I feel like.
Was he like an attractive man? Was he like...
Yeah, definitely handsome, but he didn't have any money. You know what I'm saying? Like, who kind of thugs it out with an old dude that many times?
Let's get back to the
you know?
How old was your dad when he passed?
86.
So he was around till you were 16. God bless you, bro.
Yeah.
You got to have him till you were 16.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, it was kind of wild having like an old dad because all the time you spent with, it was just like a little bunch of like kind of vignettes of like he would take me to this bar sometimes with him, bro. And, you know, the lady would get me fucking chocolates, right? And then, I mean, one night the lady, I'm not even joking, kept giving me chocolates, and my dad like, no more chocolates for me. And I had probably 30, bro. Like, nothing could stop me from eating chocolates, bro. I'd just continue to put chocolates. If they had chocolates around me, I would just continue to put them into me. And this lady, my dad said, no. And then the lady took me to the side of the bar a little while later and just gave me fucking like almost like this lady wanted to like poison me or something, you know? So he used to take me to do like weird shit like that. I don't know.
God bless you, brother. Yeah, no. You fucking know. I lost my father when I was 3. I lost my brother when I was 16. So,
that's crazy. Yeah, so you know some of the...
But right now, I have my daughter on 49. Every morning I wake up, I can't lie to none of you guys. I wake up, I put my feet down, I go, God, thank you for giving me the other day to see this little fucking girl. All I want is enough time just so I can give her the fucking mentality of the church. That's all I need to let her work it out like I worked it out without my mom. That's the best way to fucking do it because I feel like I'm going to die. I didn't blow. I ate ass. You know, God fucking knows. You get shot by one of these fucking monkeys. Who knows? Yeah. But you always, it's amazing that now, like I would say, who the fuck would have a kid at 50? Yeah. Don Johnson had a kid at 52 when I did a movie with him. Looking at him going, why would you have a fucking kid? Yeah, that's the most selfish fucking thing in the world. Also, I knocked my wife out. So now you're looking to live. Like, you're like, wait a second, I want to live for this child. Right. But fucking 70 and dead and balls of steel. Brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I got 2 younger sisters and an older brother. So
same mom and dad.
Same mom and dad, yeah.
Oh, shit, you got 2 younger sisters.
Yeah, man, we had a wild. It was pretty wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to think like more about what it was like. Like I remember like weird shit. I guess. I mean, I don't know who do it. So I remember like my dad would he let me drive like say as soon as I was tall enough, like 11 years old. I remember being 11 years old and my dad being like, "Hey, will you drive me?" Because he couldn't turn his neck, So, like, he's like, hey, will you drive me? And I'm like, yeah, I'll fucking drive you. I'll hit like 5'10". I grew up at a little growth spurt when I was 11. So, next thing you know, I was driving my dad places, dude. Like, I remember we dropped at the post office and he said, go around the block. And I went around the block and fucking hit like 7 cars, bro. It was fucking solid. My dad had a Cutlass, like a Delta 88, like a just straight up fucking rig rider, bro. And it was a piece of shit. It was all backed up. And I would just go around the block. And then one time he let me drive on the interstate. I was doing like 70, 80 miles an hour driving to Hammond. And it's probably about like 30 miles. My dad's just fast asleep in the fucking passenger side, son. So those are the fucking good old days, man.
What I feel from you a little bit like you tell me the stories, you're happy, you miss them and everything. But all these stories weird to tell sometimes. They're weird to tell.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
it's not the normal American family like me. I have the same family.
Right.
So I could see that we both share that same little twitch because as you get older, you'll appreciate those stories more because nobody fucking had a life like that.
Right.
When you're 11, you're that like trying to fucking cook.
Yeah.
That's cool.
We were all begging to drive the car.
You're begging to drive the fucking car at that age.
That's a good
point. It's a small city. Right. Cops knew each other. You got pulled over. 30 fucking years in those days. Yeah. But just the fact that sometimes when your parents give you a lot of trust, it does something to you. It's good and it's bad.
Right.
Like you had an older dad that he saw life for what it was at 70. And I bet now when you tell those stories, sometimes you're like, should I even say the story? Let me tell you something, Theo. You have no idea how lucky you are. You have no idea that you had this life because most kids can't even imagine that shit.
Right.
Most kids had to steal a car at 16. There's so many good points of growing up. No matter how you grow up, as long as your parents were around, right? Just having a life is great. I know it's tough. People get adopted when they get stabbed, they get beat up and shit. I'm very lucky. My
dogs and Muppets, man.
My mom died after going to the system. I was old enough to make my own decision. It's so weird. Until today, I realized I didn't do paperwork. My mom died. My friend said, "You want to live with us?" I'm like, "Yeah." That was it. I kept going to high school. Like nothing. I just switched my address. And
nobody asked any questions.
Who was your legal guardian? Me. My legal fucking guardian. Me.
Those are the fucking days, dude. I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the, I don't know, it's just this ambiance. I think before some of the technology we have now that just made everything fucking dope.
One of the reasons why I wanted to go home with my wife and the baby was because of my paranoia of dying. I wanted to walk my daughter up and down the same streets I walked. Right. I parked the car, I walked up Given Terrace, I walked down Union Turnpike. But the best walk we did was in the park where I used to play basketball. Yeah. It was open. I took her in the park. And now they replaced the hut. There used to be the hut there. And one of the most racist things I ever heard come out of a person's mouth was in that fucking hut. That me and everybody in the park looked at each other and just kept fucking shaking our heads. There used to be the hut there. The guy's name was Mr. Kennel. His 2 sons are still alive. The one son's still alive. Nice kid. I always liked Jackie's his name. This has to be 1975. We're in this park, and we're just playing tag, whatever the fuck you play when you're 11 or 12. There was a basketball court, but in those days we weren't allowed the basketball court. The older kids were drunk. Unless they picked you, you couldn't fucking, so we just played whatever, the monkey bars and shit. Chill. That hut was there, and it was the summertime. I'll never forget that Mr. Kennel was in that hut. And there was...
He was calming in there?
No, he was sitting there with a fan on him in this little hut, and the window was slid open. And he's sitting there, he's got his glasses on. Mr. Kennel's got to be 40.
Right.
And there's 8 Spanish kids, 20 Italian kids, 6 Irish kids, and 1 fat black girl.
Blowing him?
With a huge, with a huge Julius Irving afro. She's a little kid.
Right.
She's got to be tight. She's just, she's throwing rocks at the kids. They're all throwing rocks at each other. They're all having a good time. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of the white kids spits at Marlo. And Marlo spits back at the white kid. Mr. Kennel sees this. Now we're over here. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. He sees this and he slides open the window. And he pops his head and he goes, hey, don't let that nigga spit get on you. Right? This is 1975. He goes, that shit'll go right through you. And he closed the window. And me and the other kids sat there and looked at each other like we had never heard. Like I heard nigger on a Richard Pryor album. Yeah. Like, that was it. For him to yell it, that was the most great. And Marlo just kept spitting at the white kid like nothing happened. Marlo didn't give a fuck.
Damn, man.
That is great. Well, that hut is gone. My point is, the hut and its racism is gone, right?
They had this kid that lived down the street from us named Boogie. And the dad was like a bus driver in our town. And he used to cut our hair, right? And
he's a bus driver that cut hair.
Yeah, he was a bus driver that cut hair. And here's the crazy part, I didn't think about this. The only haircut he knew how to give was his own cut, right? Like the style he had, right? And it was a fucking, it wasn't even a style, it just looked like shit, right? So all the boys and most of the girls had the same cut in our town. Everybody looked jacked up. But what were we talking about? Black people? Oh, no. The priest yelled that shit, man.
The first time I really wanted to go to New Orleans was when I read about fucking the mafia down there. You know, that guy ran the mob, and how everybody thought that whole Kennedy assassination came out of New Orleans. It was also very interesting to me that I saw a movie called Richard Gere and Kim Basinger.
Fatal Attraction?
No. Fatal fucking Attraction. That's the chick that shows a pussy.
Oh, that's me. I know it is. Sharon Stone.
Right. This is.
What if Sigourney Weaver showed her pussy? Would you look or not?
Fuck yeah, with that overall. Actually, I love that sexy.
No Mercy?
No Mercy. It was a movie that came out in 1987 about white. 86 about white motherfuckers killing each other in New Orleans. And the guy that was her boyfriend bought her. Bought her like that. Yeah. He bought her from her mama.
Right.
He raised her. They put a woolly out and fucked her. She was beautiful. Kim Basinger. Imagine buying Kim Basinger. She's like 13.
Cheaper then.
And just feed her steaks and fucking fatten her up. When she's 18, you give her a stab and you're married. She don't know no different. You hide her from the world. What time is it? I have no fucking idea. It's been 1982 for days. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask.
Do you think we all come from incest, really, when you really think about it? Like,
well, we have to. Fucking islands.
Oh, then you have to probably have.
There's incest. I know for a fact that my grandmother and my grandfather like third cousins or something like that. So there's got to be, I'm retarded from bloodstream. You know what I'm saying? Something along, I know something happened. My uncle told me for the first time.
He said something right.
No, he told me because you know that your great-grandmother and your great-grandfather were like third fucking cousins or something. That's why the maiden name is kind of weird. It's Valdez Malvarez or some shit. They just dropped the Malvarez or some shit. So it's an island. You come from a fucking island. There's got to be incest somewhere along the line.
I don't think I'd ever do incest, man. Even if I think I had the hottest family member ever, bro. Ever. Think about that though, dude. Say if every cousin.
Listen, I don't want to talk about incest on the church. Though.
Okay, my bad.
We got fucking boundaries here. We can't be talking about incest. The only cousin I wanted to fuck too is
Okay.
I ain't about nobody. I ain't bullshit nobody.
I thought you just said we couldn't talk about it.
When I was a kid, I had sex with like Puerto Rican cousins.
That's crazy.
Like your families grew up together, but you're not really blood. And they're like, you guys are cousins, or some families encourage you. You guys should hook up and be a nice wedding. And I had sex with a little girl. She wasn't a little girl. She had hair. I didn't.
Wow.
First time, Evie was her name. She was older than me by a year. And I used to sleep over. One day she goes, look at it. And I looked at it and almost fucking died. Really? Hair on it. I sniffed it.
Dang, you got down there, huh? Young fella.
No, I didn't eat it. I just sniffed it, I think. And I fucking ran away.
Yeah, that first smell is pretty strong. It's a real,
I don't remember. Why you gotta talk about smells? What's
I don't know, my bad. Is it Monday?
Thursday. What is it?
It's Thursday, dude.
Lisa has got to go back to his house, stoned, killed.
Hope to God my mom's asleep.
Why?
Because look how high I am.
Because you're
Nah, you'll probably be fine, man.
You should bring her a happy joint with you. Just tell her how it's gonna go down.
Yeah, you want to fucking do some Krav Maga? You're fucking wicked.
Because if not, you gotta argue with her anyway.
Yeah.
No, she knows.
Bring home a half a bum like that savage right in the living room.
Yeah.
No, guys, as I was leaving, she was like, do you want me to freeze the food? Because she made me a whole bunch of food.
Wow.
And I was like, hey, you know what? Everything we had tonight, just leave it out because I'm gonna want to eat that when I get home. And she's like, the whole breast. I was like, yeah, the whole other breast.
Man, I'm trying to think of what I was gonna say, man. What were we talking about?
What made you jump on a fucking stage? What made you jump on the stage the first time?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I just thought I guess making people laugh was just the funniest. That was the best thing. Like if people weren't laughing, I was like, what the fuck are we doing? We're just doing all this other shit, and then we wait for, and it rarely somebody says something funny and we laugh. Like why don't we do a little bit of the inverse? You know, like we do all this other shit. The best part is when somebody's laughing.
Was your dad funny?
He was pretty funny, man.
Where was he from?
He was from Nicaragua.
No wonder.
A homeless Nicaraguan.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No wonder he was slinging dick at 70. He should have made. When I thought he was a white dude, I was like, okay, he's crazy. I thought he was like somebody from, like one of those guys in the South. Oh,
yeah.
I'm a fucking right. I don't give a fuck to get dirty, too.
A lot of reptile.
You listen to Filipinos and those Spanish dudes. They got sperm eggs and that nutsack for their fucking 90. I swear to God.
They'll start a kid like a magician.
Those fucking old spicks, those fucking Filipinos. Janice, my daughter's godmother, her father had a kid at 74.
Yeah.
Why did you just pull out?
Bro,
40-year-old, 70 fucking.
Dude, they could do semen into a pond and it would start up at some point, man. They are so.
But then I watched that movie with Alec Baldwin, the young chick. Yeah. And he was at a fertility clinic with a bunch of other fucking dudes. They're like 50-year-old, 20-year-olds.
What is that?
It's complicated.
Yeah, man, I remember. Oh, Puerto Ricans you were talking. They used to say that's when you guys. Oh, I was talking about the first Mexican kid we had in our town, right? So we had class with the hamsters, right? Going back to that, right? That man, Mr. Blackwell's class. We had the hamsters.
They let you keep the hamsters after Superman got killed?
No, that was, I just mean it was that same time, right? Everybody would get a different pet. And we used to play this game where you would, like, somebody would lay down and you would put a snake on their back or a fake snake on their back, right? And you would play guess if I have a snake on my back or not, right? And people would literally bet if they did or what they were going to guess. And then sometimes we would put this game where because they had this one rabbit in there that was always falling asleep. It was like almost, like whatever rabbit narcolepsy kind of is, where he just drifts off. Because it's a rabbit, they're not doing much, And you would set a rabbit on a pile of money and you try to pull the dollars out from under him and without waking him up. That was like the biggest thing we used to do in class before class. But the problem with the thing that happened was this Mexican kid moved in named Nick, right? And the first thing he ever said in class, the man was in science, they also taught you sex ed, right? So like the first day this kid Nick was in there, it was during the sex ed part, and he stands up and he goes, what does pop that cherry mean? That's what he said. He asked the fucking teacher like as serious as could be. He's like, what just pop that cherry me. And then he ended up banging some girl like in 6th grade, right? And she broke up with him, broke his heart, and he started to like rap music, and he wore this t-shirt that said Nick the Rapper that he wrote on it with a marker, right? But he only put one P in it, and it said Nick the Raper on it, the fucking shirt that he wore. And they fucking expelled him. They expelled him.
That's racist.
I guess he was Mexican. But see, Mexican didn't play a part in it. He was a bad speller, and he fucking was asking stupid questions. What does pop that cherry mean?
Pop that cherry.
I'm not saying you don't hear that anymore, dude.
Never hear that.
Never hear that shit.
Pop that cherry's been popped. And you can tell if you look and watch how she walks.
I never popped anyone's cherry.
You didn't? No. You're still out there, though. Are you married?
No, almost.
I'm trying to get an opera. You'll get a little bit of fucking trim that's fucking never been anywhere.
I don't know. That's a little pressure.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching this gal's vagina after the dance. And we were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came out, right, and heard it, and kept smelling my buddy's fingers and while he's standing up by the fire for probably like 40 minutes. Is that fucking nuts?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, you be rubbing your pants? Oh, you do?
Gnarly, right? And then the same night, bro, I was sleeping in this guy's room, and he had a bunch of pets stacked up along the walls because he loved all kinds of pets. And there's 5 of us sharing a bed, right? And all night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro. And I can't sleep, right? And so I'm just thankful this dog keeps barking, man. I'm so high. But there's this dog. I'm just thankful that this dog outside the window keeps barking. I'm like, because I'm awake, I can't sleep, right? All the other 4 kids in this bed are asleep. And you can just hear these pets moving in their cages. And you had a big ceiling fan in the middle of the room that was spinning, right? So it's like whirling all these pets, right? And even though we can sleep is keeping them awake, because you got to think, a ceiling fan for a pet, that's got to be like, a fucking tornado going off constantly, right? We don't think about that, So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, this dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside. And then you hear boom, 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 boom. My buddy's dad walked out there, killed the dog, right? Outside the fucking window. Boom. Went back to sleep, dude. Same dude that hours earlier had been smelling a young man's hand, man. Same man. And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how could at one moment a guy be so gentle?
That's just a monster.
And then 7 hours later, be blowing a freaking animal's head open because it was barking. You have an animal in the woods, bro. It's gonna bark. You know which woods is out there. He probably hears everything. They said they can hear everything. Imagine hearing 6 times something. You'd fucking be angry. Your neighbor, 4 houses over. I don't know, man. I'm high, bro.
If you talk about incest, they gotta talk about killing dogs. So you gotta bring me down.
If I bring you down,
bring that down.
Fuck off, dog. I'm sorry.
Cicely told me his girlfriend don't do laundry.
Oh, damn.
I've been fucking depressed.
How you gonna get the laundry done?
You don't live with me. Why don't you do my laundry? I do my laundry. I just bring you to the thing.
Bro, if you're really in love with it, you should fucking leave a load over there when you go back 2 days later, see if it's clean.
Her mom would
That's
do it.
just love.
No, but the thing is, she still lives with her mom. Her mom would do it.
Oh, wow.
Her mom has offered.
Bring out fold the others, put starch on.
Is her mom married to a brother or not?
Have you ever had fucking? Have you ever had starch the other way?
Starch in my underwear? No, that's not terrible. Why would you want to start?
Fucking tremendous.
Like you feel like an adult.
Soft.
Shit. Like you feel like you have a checkbook, It makes you fucking feel good. That's what I miss, bro.
Look at fucking you gotta go into the house now. How you gonna act?
Nick the Raper.
The rapper. So what's the first place you got on stage?
This place called Brown. Down in Louisiana. There's a bar down there. And then I went on this thing called Semester C, which is like a university, like a floating school that goes like you literally circumnavigate the globe. And I was in college, and they had they had an open mic on there, and they had a senior passenger on our cruise ship that had died, right? So they was keeping him in the freezer, right? So I just made some jokes about, like different, like, cold cuts and shit. Like, this sandwich tastes like berry, and just vague shit like that. And kids were kind of laughing. And so then I got up, like an open mic thing on there, and I got up on there, and it was fun.
For a nice looking kid, you're a dark dude, and I like that about you on stage, or you take people in a weird direction, and I look at you like, oh, this fucking kid, I trust him with my fucking animals.
Thanks, man. Well, not that one, though.
Fucking dogs, like you fucking
well, a couple of brothers beat that animal up. I never did that. Superman. I never did that. That was just, to be honest, a couple of brothers.
I killed a fucking rat a couple times.
I actually backed over a deer once with a fucking lawnmower. If I'm really gonna share stories, I swear to God, man, it was a big bush hog, and I used to work on this farm in the summer times, right? And this man let me cut the grass with a huge bush hog. So one day I'm just cutting, and I backed around and turned it around, and a fucking deer, man, ran over a deer with it. Actually, I ended up killing a deer. Damn, it's just dark.
The deer jumped at my car once.
There you go. You killed it?
No, I mean,
You probably killed it. No.
Yeah, but I was going like 20 miles an hour.
You hit it at 20 miles an hour. Talking how fast that is.
Well, yeah, that's true.
So I hit a dog in Wilshire.
Oh, no.
10 years ago, coming home, notched down, running my own business.
Wow.
Doing the speed limit. You're on fucking Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't even on Wilshire. I was on that block that you cut from Olympic all the way up to Sunset. Vermont, one of those. Veteran, 107 fucking a dog. I didn't hit him straight up. He ran into my car. And he bounced off my car and got more shot. And he was limping. Cars were going around him. I pulled over and tried to get him. He ran that motherfucker. Once you hit them, they fucking run.
Yeah, they run forever.
You feel terrible. I mean, you feel fucking horrible. Whether it's a squirrel or whatever, you feel fucking terrible. But
on a happy note,
accidents happen.
I had a great time watching your cats. Watching your cats last week.
Thank you very much.
It was so much fun.
My cats are good fucking animals, man.
Yeah.
I never had a cat.
Really, you had dogs?
I'm ready.
Yeah, you're ready.
Yeah. We didn't have a dog, but I'm thinking about getting a dog. I've been thinking about it. I'm still considering.
If I didn't have as many allergies as I do, I'd get cats. Because, it was funny. They have, little setups. Roy would sit right at the edge of your kitchen and wait for somebody to, attack him and, get by. I'm on TV to start watching them.
And Demi runs into her cousin. So Demi will go fuck with somebody else. Somebody else will swat her. He'll give him a look and go, fuck you. And also go right into Gray. And Gray will hit him with 3 quick rights to the head. And he'll go, fuck you, dirty bitch. And he'll go in the kitchen like, no, shit, that bitch is crazy. It's a show to watch animals, whether they're dogs or cats, especially at night when you have 1 or 2 or 3 of them.
And Grandma went crazy for the ham chewing and stuff.
They should have a cat, do they have a streaming cat channel where you can just watch cats whenever you want?
We should get you, that's what we should do. We should get an iPad and put it up and periscope the cats.
Yeah, you should start a cat town and dress them up like different fucking ethnicities. So when they show up and interact, you could it's almost like a game of Risk.
I don't like when people dress up their fucking dogs and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why they do that. There's no dog that wants to have a fucking tuxedo on.
They had a kid in our time, and this is no correlation, but that had really bad, I don't think it was Down syndrome, but something pretty close. And his mom would dress him up constantly. Dress him up almost like costumes all the time. He's in a pirate costume this week. His mom, he was it was always Halloween or something for him,
You're a crazy young man. That's why I love him, buddy. Some shout outs.
He's a panther,
I want to give a shout out. Happy anniversary to Tina and Jimmy Joe, Aiden Diaz, Jesse Bryan, Peter Mandy Barr, Jim Jorgensen, Paul Lynch, Jack Bratcher. What's happening, you bad MMA motherfucker? And my man Henry Solari. You better show up to class this week, cocksucker.
And Dustin Zawacki just had a baby.
Dustin Zawacki had a baby. Yeah. A lot of fucking things going on in the church fucking world.
Good energy.
Oh, and one quick thing. Steve Simone is doing a GoFundMe. Did you hear about that?
I heard that. Something like that.
There's a bunch of great,
he's doing great things for a couple families and kids, and wants to do more for people at Children's Hospital in LA. But we tweeted it, wild tweeted tonight. It's just he's giving some kids who have some pretty terrible diseases like some happy times during the holidays. That's awesome.
It's a good fucking
Great heart, man.
He's over there giving blood, bringing sandwiches. He plays with the kids. Hey, listen, man, it means the world to people when you visit him.
Yeah, he's exceptional, man. That guy's got a million hearts, bro. Good dude.
You know, it's really weird. We live in a place where people do weird things. You know, like people do weird things to get attention.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about Steve Simone, he does everything from the heart.
Yeah.
Good intentions, you know.
100%.
He's one of those dudes that's in LA that you're happy to be his friend. He keeps you grounded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you come from a society that's not selling their fucking blood in this town to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people in this town that you know who they are. They come up to you, they talk to you, they don't give a fuck about you, man.
Yeah.
When you start making money, all of a sudden you're the best thing in the world. They're there with their hand out, telling you how they help you. We always believed in you. You know, where were you when I was living in that one-bedroom apartment? You wouldn't take my call.
Yeah.
But you have to put it all into perspective. But there's a certain element in this town that you look at, and when the coke finishes, they're gonna be
gone.
And then there's a certain element in this town that when the coke finishes, that's when they become your friend.
Right.
So one of those dudes. You
Yeah.
know? It's really a bright shit day.
He does.
Old school.
He had lunch with me and my mom yesterday.
Oh, he did?
We went to Domingos.
Unbelievable.
He has a lot of old school values that you look at. We went to eat last week. We got to New York Thursday night. We didn't do much. We got to New York about 5. Then Friday we started a fucking jaunt. Then Friday night we went to Rudy's. Did you go to Rudy's?
Yeah.
Place. It's been there since 1970. And when I was in high school, they used to serve me and they have squid. And that's what they're known for statewide. You go in there,
Rudy's squid.
Rudy's squid.
Yeah.
Mussels with red sauce.
Oh, like
He
that.
got mad at me because I was too nervous to buy something expensive, so I got ravioli.
Oh, and it was still delicious.
It was amazing.
It was amazing. Everything there is amazing. But we're eating, and I could see something. My wife, and I asked her what's going on. And she goes, you know, I don't see this now. Like, people are having a conversation. Nobody's looking at their phone.
Yeah.
Guess what happened last week, guys? You ready for this? A girl who I fuck with on Facebook. Hi, how are you? She was sitting at the table next to us. Me and my wife sat there, and I go, Terry, this girl on the table over here on this date. I fuck with her on Facebook. Watch this. And when she went to the bathroom, she came back and go, and she was like, oh my God, I saw a post that you were in a park with the baby. I didn't know you were in Cliffside. It was fucking amazing. Like, what are the chances?
Clifton?
Cliffside. Cliffside Park is where this place is. And I saw somebody, you know, love this story. And I saw this girl, Joyce. And I saw her. And I go, what's happening? She goes, oh my God, how are you? And the guy she was with, like, I knew her 30 years ago when she was married, but they break up, and now she's dating a kid named Mikey Moore. That was one of those kids in the neighborhood that you always bumped into at 2 in the morning.
Right.
Like, if you bumped into Mikey Moore, you were onto something.
Right.
Mikey Moore had a few bumps. He knew it was a few bumps. He might have a Valium, but he was always solid. Like, Mikey Moore is solid. But it's clear he had a lot of claim to fame. Like, Mikey Moore was one of those guys that people underrated.
Yeah.
And he'd light some motherfuckers up. Like, one time we robbed a Chinese restaurant delivery. We just took his fucking card. First of all, like, we called the delivery to the park. Like, hey, you show up at the park.
How do you say that? Deliver to the park?
You fucking believe that?
That's great.
They said deliver it. They deliver it to next to the park. And when the guy came, we fucking bum rushed him. We took the car. But listen to this. Mikey Moore delivered the Chinese food, kept the check, and came back and gave me a little taste of the pig. You understand me? After he dumped the fucking car, cleaned it off for Prince, the guy got hit in the head with like a bowling pin.
Rob somebody with a bowling
pin. You fucking believe
that's gay.
It's next to this park. This place, this North Bergen is known for all these little parks, like 51st Street Park, and each park had a different personality, a different person represented that park. Like 64th Street Field, they would deep into fucking drugs and booze and fucking AC/DC and fucking music, and they fought, you know. They played football and they were heads, but they fucking fought. You know, 88th Street had more blue. That park had a couple dabblings of heroin up there.
Artsy.
No, there was no artsy there, dog. You know, I was telling somebody in my neighborhood stores, with the Spick store and the Chink store, the Dragon Grocery was all like Chinese Cuban. That was the Chink store, and the Cuban place was the Spick store. That was our artsy. There was no art district. It was the Chink neighborhood, the black neighborhood, the fucking Spick neighborhood.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's it, man. And the South is just like that. Black and white, you know, it's just black and white, though. That's the crazy thing in our town, just black and white. That's what I would love about maybe like New York and New Jersey. There's so many types of people around there. That must have been awesome.
So what made you wake up and say Los Angeles? Anybody call you?
Yeah, I had a buddy actually. I had a buddy who was like, come help me move, right? He lived out in San Francisco, so I was like, all right. I know he's like, come out and hang out with me one weekend. So I got a plane ticket, came out to meet him, right? When I get there, he's like, I'm moving. I'm like, what the fuck? Do you know what's coming in this weekend, right? He's like, nah, man, I'm moving down to LA. So I just went with him, and I just stayed for a while, back and forth, and stayed. It gets you, bro. It's kind of like this thing here. I don't think I'll stay forever. Oh, I miss it every day, man.
Really? Still 10 years east. How many times a year you go back?
Yeah, probably 4 times a year.
2 planes to go back?
One plane to go back.
You drive the 40 miles?
Yeah, then I drive to get a rental car. I got nieces and nephews now. I actually had a niece who was just born like less than 24 hours ago, a little girl. So
congratulations.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Stella Blue, that's her name. So, but yeah, it's a chill place, man. Good family. Good to go home, you know. I love going home.
I had you on the show for a reason, Theo. I just don't put fucking anybody from the store on the show, anybody like that. I like your work ethic. You know, I think you're a solid guy. When I got to the store, I noticed something. The older guys were dicks.
Yeah.
They were real dicks. First week at the store, I got to a fist fight.
Did you really?
First week.
This last time back?
No. 1997.
Oh, okay.
I get past February fucking 19th.
Wow.
By February 24th, I'm already in a pushing match / fisticuffs in front of the Comedy Store. What saves me is Mitzi's getting out of her car. And she goes, what's going on, guys? And she sees me. She sees the other guy on the floor, and she looks at me, and she smiles. So she knew what time it was. My first week as a regular. I don't fuck around, all right? So I thought about you tonight, and I thought about why I was having you on. And I look at a lot of the guys at the Comedy Store. I give them the utmost respect, because for me to be a better comic, I have to be a better gentleman to you young guys. What makes me, what's trying to make me a great fucking comic is the love I give to you young guys. Not what I can pass on. I can't pass on none to you but addiction and chlamydia and a bad fucking funkito. What you can learn from me is what I didn't do, what didn't do. But the love I give you guys is the better I get as a comedian. And I know this because those guys that used to fucking hate on me, boom, they're gone. They're gone. I don't even think Facebook's lets them on.
Right. They're gone.
You know, they're gone. And they were miserable at the end. They sat there and they sneered instead of sitting there and being supportive and giving that young guy a hug. I don't go on stage. I go on stage to do my motherfucking act, Theo, right? And when I see you back there, you have my utmost respect, as you could have canceled or faked an injury or done whatever. And you go back there, you fuck up, then go give it for Joey, you fucking bang it. I watched you.
Yeah.
Don't think I don't watch it.
Yeah.
So I want you to understand where I'm fucking coming from. Dog, I got to a beef. I remember one time, Phil, what the fuck would you do if I said, coming to the stage, there's nothing good to say about this guy, Theo Von. What would you do to me on stage? I didn't do anything. I think I didn't want to go at that realm, even at that youth and comedy, even as crazy, coked up, Indian as I was. Something at that moment, but to this day, I hate that guy, and I don't see him ever again.
Damn.
I won't see him
another store comic?
Another store comic.
Yeah.
Like those older guys, I was there the night when this older comic went at Joe Rogan on the main room. he brought Joe out, but he insulted Joe, and Joe said something to him, and they had to stop the show. They were going to duke it out. Fucking man.
Over what?
Over
the intro they got again.
It was, listen, man, the guy moved to town a year later. He's making 30 grand. Lee, you're here 20 fucking years, still getting the 1240 spot in the main room once a month.
Yeah.
What are you gonna fucking feel like? And all of a sudden, this young kid comes that's dirty, and he's on an NBC show. Meanwhile, they've been telling you to fucking work clean, get a trumpet, and and all of a sudden, this young kid comes along, and I learned from. Instead of hating on the young guys, I learn from you fucking guys. You guys keep me current. I sit there sometimes and fucking, and I'm talking about not Sebastian. Sebastian's established. Roberto's established. I'm talking about you and Santini's and the fucking other guys.
Yes.
These are all young guys. Those people after midnight, I've been there.
Yeah.
I fucking been there where it's 12:45. And everybody went over. Now it's 1:10.
Yeah.
You got a 10:15 at ABC.
Yeah.
You follow me, and there you are going, fuck, but you stay. So the only way for me to become better is to be, listen, if I want to be a mentor, I go back to prison,
right,
and help momos get their GEDs. Okay? I can't mentor nobody. I'm not here to mentor nobody. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sit here and give you notes every little fucking line. I give you fucking notes. These comics, I go fucking lie. I give you notes. All I can do is tell you and go, you're a bad motherfucker. Keep fucking these motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. And I think you become. I learned this the last 2 years of the store. Really? Because I've become a better comic. Because I'm sitting there, I went to the studio, I would go out and see these young comics, and they would inspire me.
Yeah.
When you get older, you see these young guys, and you're like, God damn, I gotta pick my motherfucking game up.
Dude, that's a good attitude.
You gotta go back to training camp. These young motherfuckers ain't fucking around. And then I backtrack, I go home and smoke a joint, like, I remember when Joey Diaz used to dot his T's. Whatever, dot his I's. You know what I'm saying? And top his T's.
Dude, man, that's deep. That's fucking just. I mean, I don't even know, man. It's nuts.
So always remember, like,
I don't know what to say. I mean,
that store is our fucking home.
If you could go back in time, if you go back in time, do you think were you the same way a long time ago, or you say you just feel like you learned this really now? Like, do you feel like you were always like that? Because sometimes I feel like it's hard to get the negative shit out of your head in this town, you know?
I had nothing going on. Why would somebody hate on me? Right. I wasn't good looking. I was long in the tooth. I had no agent. I had nothing going on. The only person who gave me any fucking love was Mitchie Shaw. Yeah. That was it. And these old guys would sit there. They'd get there at 5 after 9. Theo, even if they didn't have a spot. They'd sit there and they'd sign up for that fucking list, and they'd work all night. And when you pulled up, you could see like all 6 of them go, fuck, you know, like they would beg for you when they show up so they could do their 15 minutes and get their glory for those 15 minutes. They would sell their soul. They would wish a heart attack on you so they could get up and do your 50. You know, it was just a horrible feeling. You know what I'm saying? I remember I had surgery. One of the reasons I started going to the store was I had a fat ball in my neck. And it kept getting big every time I got excited. It was the funniest thing. It would come out of here, and it would just throb out of my fucking neck. It was a fat ball, and I finally got the balls, and I went down there. It wasn't cancer. It was just a fat ball. And the doctor had to slice my neck and stick his hand down there and take this fat ball out. And he showed it to me in a jar. Yeah. I'll never forget what the first thing I thought. When I looked at that fat ball, I thought about all the people that came up to me at the store. I don't know why, man. Right there in that operating table. When I'm coming out of my anesthesia, I'm talking to my wife, and he comes over because he wants to see the fat ball we took out. And when he showed it to me, first thing I thought about was all the people at the store that shake your hand. And he turned around like, fuck him. You know, I thought about all those people. Hey, congratulations on Spider-Man 2. Fucking cokehead. Right. And you feel it, you know, on your team. Yeah. And you go home, and 20 years ago, I would come down off my coke and actually go to their house and knock on their door and say, what the fuck was your problem last night? But as I got older, I thought about why would they act that way? I can't lie to you. When I got here, guys, I was jealous of people from 97 to like 98, man. And then I figured it out. If I stopped being jealous, I could take that energy and do something good with it.
You were jealous of what they got. That energy. It's basically adjusting that energy.
It's not a jealousy of a specific human being. It was a jealousy of how the fuck did you get elevated? I was in the belly room one night at 11:30. The fucking guy came up to me. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm here all the fucking time and nobody says boo to me. You're here at the fucking belly room on a Sunday and elevated. That's fucking hello to you. That's what you're fucking trying to tell me. How did you get Bruce King Gray? I was in the main room on a Tuesday night. I did a spot during the Black Show. What are you talking about? And here I am all the time. So it's that type of jealousy. How he had an agent and I didn't. Meanwhile, I was getting spots at the Improv, the store, and the last visit. Wow. 3 months in, I was already in.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because I knew Gilbert Escobar, so he put me up Mondays at the Laugh Factory. The Improv, I was a regular at the store. That's all I had going on, right? So I couldn't figure out the hostility of these older comics, and it was like you dealt with 3 or 4 of them from Tuesday to Thursday. On the weekends they disappeared, do whatever fucking shit they did, and then you dealt with another handful of them. And Charlie Hill was a good guy. Alan Stevens was a great. Alan Stevens got me on fucking Arliss opposite James Coburn. He saw me at the store. He's like, I got a role for you. It's coming up, trust me. And all of a sudden they called me. They gave me a fucking role. Charlie Hill was an Indian guy. I'll never forget him pulling me aside. Listen, you gave me belly laughs. Keep doing what you're doing. Right? Don't get me wrong. There was 2 or 3 of them that were gentlemen. But there was 10 of them that were just there to watch you fucking fail. So they could talk about you. So that's why I give you guys all the respect. That's what I want to
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man.
Someday when you get older, you guys will be there.
I'll do that.
You know what, man? I'm going to give these young guys the respect because I know what they go through in daily life. Yeah. You got a bunch of no's, man. Yeah. So sometimes an older guy comes up to you and says, no, I ain't about to take you. Yeah. Get up tomorrow morning like you got the lottery ticket in your pocket. Bitch.
Everywhere I heard it.
Fuck these motherfuckers. What up, Lee? San Diego the 17th is already sold out. So what they're going to have in the second show, you're going to give them the mama the high hard one up in fucking Utah up here. Give them mama the mamita juice, huh? What dates you got coming up, my brother?
I got coming up. I got Pittsburgh. I got Boston the 17th and 18th of this month, December. Sorry,
Laugh Boston.
I got Laugh Boston.
That's a great club.
Yeah, Laugh Boston the 18th and 19th. Actually, I think it is.
Don't forget to go to
Legal Scene
and tell them Lee sent you get 10% off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Done. Great. Yeah, Done. I've heard of it. I worked there for 2 years. And I got I got Pittsburgh January 6th through 8th, I think it is.
You got a Netflix special.
Yeah, 8th through 11th, 6th through 10th in Pittsburgh. Something like that.
Which I'm proud of you because you got the shooting in the state.
Thanks, I got the Netflix special.
Representing like a motherfucker.
New Orleans, baby, holding down the South. Trying to, man. It was awesome. And I never felt so much love and support from my hometown and all the people I grew up with. That just came out to fucking, it just like blew my mind, man. Like it was like kind of like validated like all the fucking negative thoughts you have when you're a kid, it's like, oh man, maybe these people like I was an okay person, I don't know.
How old were you the first time you left Covington to go to New Orleans and adventure by yourself without the parents get your dick sucked?
15.
Did you get your dick sucked?
Yeah, I got my dick sucked. It wasn't great, but lightly sucked pretty much by this girl.
When you were 15, you were already a man.
No. I was just, I was getting out there.
What was your mentality like having an older dad,
I knew I was very aware. Very aware.
And you were more aware than the kids your age. You just didn't say that.
Yeah.
You had to say why you do these things.
Yeah, and then you seem weird. I feel like you're trying to explain yourself.
You've always felt a little. That's the way I've always felt.
Yeah, I've always felt a little. I've always felt pretty strange.
As you get older, you talk about it, but you still twitch. It's like I couldn't tell these stories 15 years ago.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way.
Well, dude, watching guys like you just fucking inspires like guys like me so much, man. Because it's like you just say whatever. Like I'll literally have to see one of your sets. I'm like, God, I just. To get to that spot in your life, you can just be so open about shit. It's unreal, man. It's cool. It's inspiring. So thanks, man. Thanks.
I don't understand. You work hard, you come out here, you develop, and all of a sudden you get some guy that goes, Theo, I really like your southern style, but I really like you for you to do the more family show like a pitch.
Yeah.
And then you go to Lee on the side and go, hey, Lee, man, you're a pretty good writer. Look me up in the afternoons. Let's write together.
Yeah.
And you write this act that isn't you.
Yeah.
And
oh, it'd be tough, man.
You understand?
I couldn't even imagine.
Sometimes when I got here, I was so desperate. There was times I didn't have a voice.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, yeah.
Every comedian goes through that, right? Where you come here and they confuse you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you thought you had the goods, but now you start hearing things. And it's like Ronda Rousey right now. Ronda Rousey's not now because she got knocked out. Right. Ronda Rousey doesn't know where the drawing board, where to start. Right. So it's the same thing for comics. Like you don't know, you get the wind knocked out of you. It's I don't know what the fuck I was doing.
I haven't been. It's intense. No worries. I'm Texas person. I'm gonna meet at 9 right now. Just like that.
Let me do the fucking sponsors here. We'll get you the fuck out of here.
No, I don't mean that. I don't want to go. I'm just saying.
No. Don't worry. We're gonna get the fuck out of here. I'm going on jiu-jitsu party, Joey. He's gonna do a couple backflips like circus decent. Like,
I'll watch that shit, dude. I'll watch that shit. The only other thing I got is I have a Netflix special coming out at the end of February, so check it out. It's called No Offense. And thanks for the love, man. Thanks for having me on too.
Hey, man, you know I love you to death. Like I said, I love all these young guys. I like watching you.
And all my friends love you, man.
And I go home at night and I think about it. I go, wow. You know, it's nice I can talk to all those younger guys. It's nice that they don't treat me like I'm learning. That's why I go to the store. I do my spot and I leave.
Oh, dude, you have the max on
because I don't want to be like the old guy with the fucking Joey D is smoking pot with young kids.
It's so
I am fucking ashamed of myself.
It's you.
You know, I shouldn't. Like a grandpa, I should be a whole fucking mending a sweater, rubbing Lee's feet in the future. Whatever. If I was your grandpa, you know, I'm a dirty grandpa. Anyway, let's talk about fucking underwear, all right? It needs to be comfy, snug in all the right places. It needs to look good and feel good. I mean, that's the way, you know, you just don't want to wear underwear that's comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's MeUndies, plain and fucking simple, okay? I love MeUndies. You know why? Because it's got mold out. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro mold out fabric. Doesn't sound sexy right now, but once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to wearing regular underwear ever again. When I go to jiu-jitsu, I go to a gym now, that's all I wear is MeUndies. Yeah, because I want my nutsack to pop out. Yeah. Oh, I got that old man syndrome. MeUndies, it keeps it tight, warm, it pulls the sweat away from your skin, your moisture. I've been in a position one time when I had the knee surgery. I had the same underwear on for like 18 hours.
Oh, that's a good feeling.
That night I went to take my underwear off. I thought my nutsack was going to smell and be moist. It was fresh. That's why I got sold on MeUndies when I had the fucking surgery. So let me tell you something. With MeUndies, you'll feel more comfortable than ever before. Plus that, MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from. It's the only place you're going to find the same styles for him and for her. And they got a new signature design every month. They also just launched a new boxer line. It's like wearing nothing at all, only better. And with the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes a perfect gift. I think it's a little too late right now. But you know what? Fuck it. Give it to them a little late before New Year's. You know, you never see the motherfuckers on the 25th anyway. Agreed. All right, so do me a favor. These are not your parents' stocking stuffers, but who cares? Get them a pair anyway. Your dad needs some action. Everybody needs MeUndies. I don't care how old you are. Everybody needs a pair of MeUndies. So go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey, and you're going to get 20% off your first order, plus all orders in the U.S. and Canada. Tell them, Lee, they ship for free. Always. MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep them, and you get the full refund. Bam! Wow. Plus the tax. That means you have nothing to lose, okay? What's today's date?
December 10th.
Boom! So if you order MeUndies before December 13th, your MeUndies will arrive on time for Christmas. Plain and fucking simple. That means you got till Sunday to order MeUndies. Go to MeUndies right now and get 20% off your first order of the world's most comfortable fucking underwear, head to head with any other pair of underwear. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com/Joey right now. I got the fucking leopard one with the sabotage with the swirl. I love those are my favorite ones. The black ones are a little too tight. Then they sent me these long pants. I cut those into underwear. That's the best money I ever made.
We've done that.
I took it to the Armenian fucking sewer. She sewed them down. They're like loose boxes. You have no idea how comfortable MeUndies is. Go to MeUndies.com right now and get /Joey and get 20% off your first order. Free shipping in US. And Canada. I mean, what is going on?
They coughed up, but it got like super strong. I don't know if it's because
Is your mom gonna be fucking pissed, bro?
It's gonna be interesting. I'm praying to God she's asleep.
You have to, you gotta Periscope that, dude.
Yeah, Periscope your mom coming in, yelling at you, looking at your eyeballs, where your eyeballs leave. Stop and get somebody see. So you don't look so fucking obvious, cocksucker. Anyway, my favorite people in the world, especially now over the holidays, let me tell you something. There's no better gift than a gift to Onnit. Onnit's got, listen, Alpha Brain, 100% money back guaranteed. Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, Hemp Force Protein, kettlebells, weights, weighted vest, teapot. I mean, listen, I can't sit here and tell you all the great products they got. Do me a favor. Go to Onnit.com right now and press in. Sure, get 10% off your first order. Me, I'm a hemp protein go-go type of dude, and I also like the Shroom Tech Sport before I go to jiu-jitsu. I'm still out of shape, I'm still a fat fuck, but at least I go. I want to congratulate my brother Lee for taking 3rd place in the fucking John Christmas tournament. What we know about it, he didn't take Shroom Tech. I thought he would have taken 1st place. Anyway, back to motherfucking, all right, here we go. You ever looking for you ever got a magazine, you're looking for a particular article? It's a pain in the ass to find, but guess what? Texture will carry your favorite magazine. Let's get to something about the magazines here. Texture's the app that gives you an all-access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. Browse through hundreds of magazines and cherry-pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with full access to top magazines across just every interest. Texture is the one present to open again and again. Do me a favor. Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now. You go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues, from Hot Rod, Diabetic Living, Entertainment Weekly. We gotta start that one again, Leah. Disregard that fast that. Listen, for all you magazine readers, let me tell you what I got for you guys for the holidays, all right? 2 words, 1 word, texture.com, all right? Texture.com will get, listen, all I know is magazines are a pain in the ass. You ever go to People magazine that says they got a story in there, and you gotta go through the pages, 80, Texture cuts that in half. Texture's the app that gives you all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. You get to browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics that interest you. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds, you're going to gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content with the full access to the top magazines, just about every interest. Texture is the one present that they'll open again and again. Let me tell you the magazines you got on Texture, right? You got Bloomberg Market, Bloomberg Business Week, Money Sense, Runner's World, Rolling Stone, 17, Siempre Mujer. You got Vanity Fair, Woman's Day, The New Yorker, Today's Parents, Surfer, Teen Vogue, The Hollywood Reporter. I could go on for an hour, all the magazines they got. The best thing is, Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to the one on newsstands today. All of this fantastic gift for your loved one before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Listen, man, you gotta fly. You You want to read certain magazines, you download them before you go on the flight. You pop open your tablet, and there's your fucking articles that you want to read.
Everything you want to read.
Everything you read right in front of you. Plus, it gets deeper. It goes to certain articles, other articles that might interest you. Well, listen, do me a favor. The only way you're going to know for sure is go to Texture.com/Joey and order right now. You're going to get a free trial when you go to Texture.com/Joey. You can download articles with whole issues for offline reading. Plus, you can share your subscription with the entire family, right? That's how much they
So that means it's basically a gift for you if you think about it. I like it. You share the subscription with your entire family, so then you get to see the magazine.
And let me tell you what else I got for you guys, because I'm giving you all the action I got before the holidays, so you don't go, Joey, what the fuck? You don't tell me what you got. It's the holiday season. You don't know. You show up at these fucking places, you don't know what to buy these fucking people.
Yeah.
You know, like right now, I'm looking at gift cards or whatever. He scratches his head. Hats. You don't know what to give to him. I got the fucking answer for your questions. And it's cheap, dude, when it gets delivered right to your door. You ready for this?
I know what it is.
Club W. Yeah, like Joey, what the hell is Club W? Club W is a what do they call it? A wine. What do they call it?
It's a wine club. Wine subscription.
But it's a wine subscription, but it's something. It's the Great to Glass wine revolution. What that means is, let me break it down for you even better. For 9,000 years, people have been making wine. That's how long people have been confused about which wine to drink. Red, white, Chardonnay, You get a headache after they drink the wine. But for many of us, it's the shopping that causes the real headache. So many choices, what to learn. They're chewing chicken, they got beef, and there's no guarantee you even like what you buy. All right, let me tell you something. It's tough getting a bottle of wine, especially on the holidays. You gotta stop, park, do this, blah, 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 blah. I hate all that stuff. This is why I recommend this more than anything. I joined the new wine club, Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com. That's clubw.com, and you answer 6 simple questions. Their algorithm creates a palate profile just for you. Let's say you like fruity wines, you like sweet wines, blah, blah, blah. You want to eat chicken. Then they send the wine directly to your door, perfectly customized to match your taste. Club W is the leading Great to Glass wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards and they cut out the middleman, which saves you dough. So with Club W, you get premium wines customized to your taste at a third of what they pay for at the store. You even have a no-risk, 100% guaranteed that you'll love what they send you. Let's do this. Let's end the fucking drama here. Right now, Club W is offering my listeners 50% off your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey. That's clubw.com/Joey. Stop wasting time. Stop and messing around at retail stores. Start drinking wine. You know you're gonna love shit. Go to clubw.com/Joey and get 50% off your first order and end this whole holiday bullshit with the fucking wine, right? That's clubw.com/Joey. I want to thank Club W. I want to thank Texture. I want to thank MeUndies. I want to thank Onyx. The reason why I was giggling was there's a candle right there. And all I kept thinking about how that candle was, and I like that piece of paper. Is that a lollipop stick in there? Oh, that's a wig. That's a wig. So everything's beautiful. Everybody's copacetic here. We'll be back Sunday night. We might be back Saturday. We might do our own little fight companion on, Periscope. We don't know what we're going to do. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn. Thank you. I want to thank my main man, Lee Sciatica over here with this bad motherfucking hairdo. Beautiful eyeballs. And that's it, guys. I'll see you next week. Don't forget, next Thursday, San Diego. And after that, I'm at Ventura at the Chinese restaurant the 23rd.
Really? Amen.
Yeah, you
Can I come?
Amen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Theo.
Shit, I don't know. Just because they're vegetables or because they're psychedelics?
I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm finding out with you. This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to this show, the Church of What's Happening Now, get a special discount of 30% off of your entire order. That's right, 30% off of your entire order. Just go to thetracker.com, thetracker.com, and enter promo code CHURCH. That's right. That's thetracker.com, thetracker.com, and enter promo code CHURCH. 30% off of your entire order. And the show is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Helix Sleep allows you to get a custom mattress online for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey. I'm doing good. Can you guys believe it? I like, this is the best I've ever done. I'm so happy. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey and get $50 off of your order. That's helixsleep.com.
You read like the smartest brother in junior high.
I was always really excited. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey to get $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey. And go to honest.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of the great optimization products like Alpha Brain and New.
Damn, I think I got Alpha Brain right now, bro. You better put a track on your fucking dome, Sayat. You're losing ground, player.
Okay. Oh shit! You have no fucking idea what cave you walked into. It's the Church of What's Happening Now, motherfuckers. Kick that muley. Reefer. Mushrooms. Edible. Laughter. 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 Get your shit together, motherfuckers. Wednesday, May 25th. You are here. The day the devil was buried, raped, given a Cosby pill, and fucked in the ass. What's happening, gentlemen?
Amen, brother.
It's that type of party tonight. Theo Vaughn in the house.
Putting the devil to sleep.
Lisa I with his little blue shirt on tonight. It's looking beautiful. We've got Lee in training. He fucked himself last week. Why did I fuck my husband up? My girlfriend, we ain't like forced us to leave. You're in training. Yeah. You cannot go backwards when I'm out of town. Yeah. So he fucked up for 2 nights. I kicked up the milligrams, bringing mushrooms and hash and fucking.
Just for the record, he's up tonight. What he's saying is that on Saturdays when I take 500.
You're in training.
I get this through the punishment.
You're in training, Mary. I go to 8,900 because all week we're flying with 8,900. You let your time.
Yeah,
bro. That's okay.
It's all right, son. I think you're an astronaut, dude.
Star One, they don't give a fuck. They just want us to keep eating fucking stars.
I'm never gonna stop eating stars.
No, they're delicious. They're delicious, nutritious. And they take you for the fucking psychological ride of your life. Theo Vaughn, what is it, baby?
I'm here, man. I'm freaking here, dude. I'm trying to keep the devil out of my system, bro.
But he's here. Those mushrooms are fucking calling.
I'm feeling positive, dude. Ate me a little stem. I think I maybe might need another, bro, just to get daddy, you know, just to get the fucking devil off my neck, son. There you go, huh? Something that's a little torch, bro. This little baton, huh?
This little black one.
Please,
That's the longest one. That's the longest one in the bag.
That's the other dog.
That was the main one under the shit. I'm not even gonna
We'll break it out with a half.
No, you give me the worst half. Look at
cheers, bro. Yeah. Cheers,
how
little
come
fucking monster.
light?
Come on, man. Get your brain up, man. You already Jesus. It looks fucked up. Your head is holding blood, bro. Your head's holding extra blood from your body.
That mushroom tastes terrible with this shit. I let it sit in my gum for a minute. Jesus Christ. We're gonna see some psilocybin shit. The church was happening now. You never know what's gonna happen. We might eat a mushroom. We might fucking eat acid. We might just do an edible. We might just be ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
We might eat ass, bro.
We might eat ass. Listen, all avenues are open on a Wednesday night. You should leave your fucking avenues open. I've been telling motherfuckers for years. I'll tell you what happened tonight. I had to go to Hollywood at 4:30 to do Ari's thing. I had to do the beginning of it because I didn't do it yesterday. At least I didn't even like this one.
So what's happening now?
Yeah, so I get off the fucking 101. First I see two accidents on the 101. Back to back. Like that. Two dumb motherfuckers right in front of me. Went to get into the same lane. It was perfect. It just went bam. And then this idiot kept going and hit him. I went right around that fucking moron.
Oh, you saw it happen?
I saw right. That's beautiful. And people are like, call the police. I ain't calling nobody. It's got nothing to do with Uncle Joey. I got shit to do with people that say I gotta get back in the HOV lane where shit is always.
Let them fight, let them gun each other down, bro.
So then as I'm pulling off, another motherfucker goes straight. I mean, this guy shoots into the fucking lane of the people coming from like Universal City off to Lancashire. And he just shoots into that lane. sideswipes the motherfucker. I just went around there. like,
do you really go by like on one of those 80s?
I beeped at him though. I just beeped at him. Hey, they both looked at me like, what the fuck?
I know you did. You always beep at him when you like wave.
I waved both of them.
That's really messed up. You're beeping and then it's like,
how the fuck I wave?
They just look at me like fucking. So I get off the fucking I get off I exit Lancashire and I go north down Lancashire and I make the fucking left on Magnolia and I'm thirsty as fuck. I got 10 minutes to kill before I gotta pick up the baby, so I go to 7-Eleven. As I walk into 7-Eleven, it's bump day today at 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah,
it's fucking major league bump.
I got brothers out there up front.
One brother.
First of all, get him, dude. Every black community, you got to go to your local 7-Eleven. That's somebody's dad. That's somebody's uncle. That's somebody. Any 7-Eleven, there's a brother out there right now. Go get him and bring him home.
There was one brother. There was 3 white dudes. There was a creepy white dude.
Oh, that's the worst. That guy.
I come out and the simple brother says, "Hey man, I'm having a rough time. Can you spare some change on the way out?" Very polite. The 3 white guys are like, hey, we need money. Can you help us? And the fucking moron just sat there talking to himself with his hand. Like, he was like one of those language people. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. I go in, I get the water. You know what, man? I refrain from giving those people money because I saw that show where they stand on Laurel Canyon. And then they fucking drive to their fucking BMW. They walk to the BMW with, $20 in quarters and shit. And I fucking had a dollar bill. I had 20s in the wallet, but I paid with an ATM. I don't know. Oh, no. I paid with, I had $3 bills. I bought the one water. And I had the $1. And I said, you know what? I'm going to give it to the black dude.
Okay. You went, brother, I don't know why.
He was by the door. Someone was. He was polite.
Right.
The 3 white dudes were young. At that age, I was robbing motherfuckers. I refused to ask somebody, a dinner or something, but not to stand in front of a fucking place. 3 of them. Not one of them. 3 of them. That's not necessary. 3 you guys panhandling. Okay, split it. How about one guy panhandles and the other 2 go mug somebody? Do something. You gotta do something. Be proactive. Go to that diner across the street after they take the garbage out. Do something. No, they were like expecting people to give it to them. And the other guy was just half retarded. I'm going to give him $1 to do what? To go over to the market and his head with a tree 1,000 times. So I just gave it to the black guys. In the fucking car, the 3 white guys said shit to me. Started saying racial shit.
Really?
Black dude got up and said, I like you 3 white motherfuckers. Tremendous. I just saw 2 car accidents, and now I'm going to see 1 black dude go up against 3 young white dudes. The 3 young white dudes backed up.
Wow.
3 fucking dudes backed up. They tapped out like Ted Cruz.
Damn.
We ain't fighting. 3 white dudes, 3 little 19-year-old white dudes. Against 1 black dude that was homeless. If you hadn't had a meal like an hour.
Oh, you got nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose. And I sat in my car and I watched. I told the 3 dudes to go fuck themselves. And they looked at me and the black guy continued at him. Wow. I just closed the car, opened the window, listened to it. The 3 white dudes walked away.
He just tuned in.
Fuck yeah. Oh, you never get to see a good fucking smacker movie.
No. Oh, not especially not on the West Coast.
No, you never get.
You see a shooting or
you see a lot more smacker where you're from.
Down south. I saw a brother take a bite out of a Vietnamese guy once, dude. Took a huge bite out of his fucking arm, bro. Meat and everything, bro. Ripped it right out. The Vietnamese guy was like threatening him with all this karate shit and everything. His brother just grabbed his fucking bit right into him. Right in.
Think about it. That's the way to do it.
Oh, yeah.
That stops karate all the time. Because I don't care what type of karate you got. They got no defense for a fight. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got. Well, what if a motherfucker goes to fight you? Hold on, I gotta call the main jack. Fucking Okinawa.
My Komodo on, dude. And they bite your ass, dude. And you remember that every time you try to fucking hug somebody and if you got a little divot in it, you got a speed bump in your fucking hug.
Why they let me talk to eat mushrooms on a Wednesday night? Look at your head.
Look at me, bro. Open your eyes, bro. Damn, dude. What the fuck?
You're already fucked up.
You give me 800 before they let
we're training. I told you, when you go down when you join the Marines, they don't send you to Miami. With a fucking seagull. No, they send you to fucking Paris Island.
What Marines and they put money in.
My own private. It's what's happening now.
I love it, bro.
Our own Marines, they come in all shapes and sizes.
Hey, man, well, enlist me,
Police
man.
got used to the Marines. You know,
No, I don't.
believe three dudes through that fucking plate glass window with two guys in there. You come flying through with a helmet. You know how much damage you could do?
Yeah.
Leave. Come on.
Why are you gonna throw me in? I'm not sleeping. I was just trying to imagine being like a human battery.
Yeah, you can do that. God. We'll put some shoulder pads on you and a fucking helmet with no t-shirt on. You come through that window. You have no idea. You thought that black dude scared those 3 white kids. You ain't seen nothing yet. With a SWAT stick on your forehead and a bead, nobody's gonna stop you. Hey, yo, people will put their guns up and go down.
Yeah.
This guy's got a SWAT stick on his head with a helmet and a fucking pair of shoulder pads. He's showing up like he's got bad intentions.
Yeah, bro. Oh, you should run for governor in that outfit.
What's up, Lee? You have a good time last night?
I had a great time last night. It was it's fun. I've been in the last few times because they've done. I think they did 1 or 2 seasons of digital, and then this is the 3rd season of like TV. And it's just like the people I got to hang out with Steve Simone all night. But then like I saw like Brian Regan was there, which was cool, and
Big J. Okerson
was there.
Time last night.
Wait, Ari show?
Yeah, last night. A lot of people just hanging out.
Yeah.
You know, and who else was there? Josh Adam Myers had like 6 bitches with him. Eating fucking set food.
Yeah.
Are you going up? No. He's just there with 6 bitches. Fucking set food. They combing his hair.
He's like, I just took the bus over for dinner.
You don't give a fuck, Josh Adam. If it's a Comedy Central, but he's there. My show got picked up. I don't give a fuck. They're happy to sing a song. Not the one.
I saw Vince Vaughn last night at the Comedy Store too. He was just hanging out. He went to I guess him and Steve Byrne, his buddies. So we came out to hang out with them. And then him and Sebastian Maniscalco were talking for a long time. But he was super cool. I went right up to him because I did his Wild West Comedy Fest last year. So I went right up to him. I was like, Vinci. And he was super cool. He's like, yeah. And then I was like, I met your sister last year at the Comedy Festival. We talked for about 10 minutes. He's cool as hell. Anyway, so that was just kind of cool at the store. But I'm jealous that I get to do the Ari show, man. This is
a showcase for it.
Yeah.
Showcase. It's at the school every Tuesday upstairs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Just ask them where. Put me on and tell how many stories you got.
Yeah,
you got more stories than most people forget in their fucking life, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And I'm fucking feeling high.
I watched your special, and it's my favorite part about your special.
Oh my god!
It's just you're so goofy, and it just goes in ways like that's my favorite part about Joey's comedy. Just sometimes when it goes ways they don't expect.
Right.
Because sometimes if you watch enough stand-up comedy, sometimes you can just guess the punchline.
Right.
And when you can't, and when especially when it's so goofy, it was great. It was like because Joey and I always talk whenever there's a new special up we watch it. We discuss it. It's good. Yours is one of the only few that's been.
You and Ali Wong.
Yeah, Ali Wong killed it too. But
dude, thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. Especially coming from somebody that's seen so many comedians and it works with Joey, man. I appreciate that.
Well, the funny thing is that you do your joke what we like. That's what I like. Sometimes that people have too much respect for the punchline. It's not really the punchline. It's that little stupid line you say afterwards. And listen, right now, working today, there ain't nobody better than you saying that little stupid line afterward, because that little stupid line is a funnier thought than most people get all day.
Right.
And it's your inner voice.
Right.
I have the same inner voice. My inner voice cracks me up all day. Yeah. What you think is funny, it's so fucking bizarre. And then you throw that last little, and that kills it. And people from the South do that. They have that last little 3-word fucking sentence at the end of it that just fucking makes the whole joke,
Yeah. Well, you inspire me, man. After seeing you over at the store, dude, because you just because you're selling, it's not like you're selling, but my intention when I came out here was never to sell jokes. I wanted to be me. And then I got caught up for a long time. I thought like, fuck, and then nobody likes me. I gotta fit in just like everybody else. But then I saw you at the store one night, dude, and that fucking music went off. I'm like, what is this going on? I'm like, are they about to park a cruise ship on the fucking stage? I told you, you got up and fucking ripped everybody up. Bunch of fucking hamsters in there. When you left, I was like, I am never not gonna be myself.
When you come out to Los Angeles and you're here 3 months or you're here 2 months, and somebody's interested in you and they take you to lunch and they sign you as a commercial agent or theatrical agent or a manager, doesn't matter. They're going to send you out for an audition. Most people don't know that it can be any audition, a commercial audition. And the first words out of your mouth, I don't give a fuck if you're classically trained, is, I don't know what to do, or you're going to say something. Their response is going to be yourself. And you're like, thanks. And you hear that, guys, for fucking 15 years before one day you go, oh, I know what they want now. Yeah. I wasn't getting it. The whole time I'm here, I'm trying to be Doug Stanhope. I'm trying to be Paul Mooney. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it. I'm trying to be Nick DiPaolo. I'm trying to be Mitch Hedberg. What if people go home and go, what if I could put Nick DiPaolo or Mitch Hedberg? But the funniest character they're hiding is the character they're hiding. Because that's the reason why they came out here, is because of that fucking character that's gotten them through everything for 15 years, that voice. Yeah. That voice that you only let out in front of your friends. Yeah. And then your friends like that is fucking hilarious. We're having a conversation at the store one night, like last week. Some guy got found with 30 pounds of hamster bones. You know, they did in my town. They just busted it. It just doesn't, right away, you gotta stop what you're doing in that conversation and giggle. Because 9 out of 10 people wouldn't be proud that that happened to them all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wouldn't even mention it. If somebody comes up to me and goes, are you from New Orleans? Not really. I'm from Texas. Wait a second. I gotta go. You know, you get to that point, most fucking people would be embarrassed to say something like that. Or it would take them 10 minutes after everybody told their story to say, oh, by the way, this guy was, no, we were just talking. We were ready to go home. And you came out with it. And I'm fucking me and Lee were dying in the car. Like, what's he talking about? Hamster meat? What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, they busted it, man.
Listen,
they got it. What if they got it? No, I'm glad they got it, dude. 30 pound bag of hamster. Like, I mean, that's because there's not as much meat. There's very little bone in a hamster, bro. A ham probably has like a quart, like an eighth of an ounce in its chest plate, bro. You can't even make a wish on their bones, you know? There's nothing in there. Where do you get all those hamsters from? Well, they breed them in our town. I used to work for this group. They used to sell tattooed hamsters and guinea pigs after,
they tattoo them?
Yeah, they used to brand them with concerts and rays. They would say it's tattooed just to make people not be as sad about it. But it was a brand, bro.
So what?
But like heat and ink, bro.
For what? Like, what is that?
311, Green Day, anything like a different band or from the town. Toadies. I swear to God, bro. Toadies, Acid Bath. Who else? Raves. Whatever, bro. We used to truck these hams into the city and fucking vend them, bro. We did, man. Because there wasn't much work in our town, dude. You know, you had to get what you could get. They had a man that bred hamsters, and then they had to do the tattoos, and they fucking met up, and that was a merger. That's big business, you know. And they started
I got to pay some 300 miles of my house and shit. And some other guy's like, you know what, man? I'm a pretty good tattoo artist.
That is Louisiana.
A merger is formed.
That means someone listening to this right now has had a hamster with like a band leaf on him.
Who the fuck buys a hamster? Listen, if I went to a club and they think I'm bringing a hamster home with my crazy beast, no, I'm not. I'm about to run. I'm going to be fucked up the whole night with this hamster in my
When you leave, Coco, when you leave the place, that's when we get you, bro. You get it there. Hey, people are leaving on ecstasy pills. They're on Molly. You leave, you get that fucking ham, you get that one more piece of God that is, and buy it every time, bro.
I was on the Rothschild podcast and I told the truth. My main infantry, if he didn't fuck with you, come to me. Don't say nothing to him. You come to me, this guy fucked up me, this way, and I'll ask you a bunch of questions. And we'll lay a road plan for you to torture this guy, mid-slap him, shoot him, just fuck with him, light his house on fire, steal his mail, whatever the fuck. And at first, like I was a kid, I really was like, if you fucked a man, dude, we rob your house. Just rob your fucking house. That's it. Like, you get your house robbed. That's it. And I'm taking the most important thing to you in that fucking house. I would steal 8-ball cash, jewelry, but if I knew they loved their sneakers, I'm taking the sneakers too. So when you see it, they're like, man, somebody busted into my house and took my sneakers, they took my other jewelry.
So, just stealing spoons, bro.
Everything. I knew we'd get to. I'm a professional torturer. And when I got to Boulder in '87, got to Boulder in December.
In Colorado?
6 years. I was running from cops, drug dealers. They were like $60,000 cash.
So you went to Boulder?
I was in Aspen, fucking causing damage. In the 86. Please, you have no idea. I was international. You understand? So I'm up in Aspen, and I fucked up. But the girl up from Boulder, I had already a warrant in Boulder. And I'm like, let's take a chance, let's go back to Boulder. I got pulled over, no warrant, but I got arrested for fucking reefer. It doesn't really matter. The whole story is, I got a job the week before fucking Denver gets beat up by the Giants in the Super Bowl. Like that fucking Thursday, I started the job. And,
at least on the griddle over here.
I just fucked up.
Hang in there, bro.
He's gonna see the devil for a second.
I love it.
We'll cut it short and we'll do a periscope with the lights off. Black Sabbath, we sold ourselves for rock and roll. And we'll lock the door and make bets to see how long it takes before Lee comes from shooting out the window.
No, we locked this big girl in our town. We locked this big girl one time. We ate some ass. And we locked this big girl into a room at this party. And we kept going in there with fucking pots of fucking warm water. Fucking poured it on. I feel bad. I feel horrible, dude. I didn't look. We was kids and we're on acid, dude. And then, bro,
you can't tell me this story when I'm straight. You gotta tell me how much you locked the girl.
I just remember.
How old were you?
I just remembered. Probably 16.
That's terrible.
I know, but here's the thing. Let's say I was 14. That way it makes it sound not as bad. But look, she ate acid with us, bro. She ate acid with us, dude. And what happened was, and we kept going in the room with like these pots of warm. I don't know why we had the pots of warm water because I think we just were fucked up, dude. And we would like pour a little on her, but not like torture. She wasn't in a cage or nothing. She was just, free range in this room, right? I think she was scared to come out. And then one time we went in, bro, we heard this loud sound and we went in. And she had ran against one of the walls so hard, bro, and fucking moved the entire wall in this house, dude. Huge girl, about 240 pounds. Beautiful girl, too. The most beautiful, biggest girl that I've ever known. Beautiful girl, beautiful hair, beautiful face, large and beautiful. But she fucking got lifted, bro. And yeah, man, fuck. Just came down a little bit on that. I just had a little mushroom fucking high, bro.
So I get
what are you talking about? You're a bull.
Oh yeah, I'm making different wages. They put me as a shagger. It's a body shop. Combination detail shop. And they made me a shagger, which means I clean bathrooms, I take garbage out, I pick up customers. And it was $175 a week for like 90 fucking hours. I was the first one there. I had to be there at 7. The thing opened at 8:30 or 8. I had to be there at 7 to fucking sweep, shovel snow. $175 a week. I'll fucking clean off all the cars, start them all up, all of them, bring them into the body shop according to order numbers. I did the whole thing, man. And I liked it. Listen, I was fucked up for a long time. This was a great little job for me. But you know what, man? I'll be fired for all these hours. These motherfuckers are getting a little fat off me. And I'm like, fuck it, I want to go to the detail shop. So I started petitioning to go to the detail shop. I was a really good fucking shop. They knew my work ethic. The guy was from fucking New York State, Steve. There's so many fucking Steves in my life that every time I look for his name was fucking Facebook, but he was good to me, Steve. And in fact, Steve was the dude who introduced me to Steve. Well, the dude who I kidnapped Ken Vella with. So, that's how I knew all these guys. So I petitioned Steve. I go, Steve, that's it, man. I'm a great shagger. I want the fucking job in the back. I'm sick and tired of making $175.
Yeah.
I'll make $200 a fucking day like these fucking canoes.
Yeah.
So one of the guys heard me. He didn't like me. His name was Dirk something.
Oh, fucking Dirk.
Dirk wasn't a tough guy, but he was one of these guys that would fight me to the end. And he had the body shop guys. He had the whatever guys. The detailers.
They were on the side.
The detailers were kind of that little cunty, right? I know like two of them that were really cool. The other two were cunty.
Well, because they were above you.
Yeah, he was a supervisor.
It's hierarchy.
So I said, how am I going to get this motherfucker? I see a dead rat in a corner. And I took it and I put it in his jacket pocket. That's old school. I put it in his jacket pocket. The next morning, this guy comes in with a dent in his car and the jacket holding on to me. He drove home all night with the mouse in his pocket. And then the next morning, he fucking started his car, reached to the front pack of cigarettes, and there's this fucking rat in his pocket. And he crashed the car. He fucking got
That's what the dent was for?
Oh, fuck yeah. I think he fucked up the side of his car into like the trees or something like that. He loved this car. He was one of those dudes. I love this car. He would wax it out and everything. Shit, don't think, get the fuck out of here. Holy.
Beautiful, man.
We too deep. We like another start bounce.
Yeah, you gotta fucking bounce out here, right? Get some fucking horchata, bro. You need to fucking get up the Mexican milkmaid, bro. Get it a spray in your mouth a little, fucking thing. Get your back. You got a baby bird a little. Get your back on the branch. Get your back on the branch.
It's fucked up for you people when I watch this.
Dude, I remember one time we Joey's fucking died a million. I used to have a friend.
And he was describing the girl I was dating to me. He was her father. And he goes, that guy, you got her off me. He goes, when she was a kid, I used to call her Dollar. Because he Dollar. Dollar. That's a great fucking name. What does that mean? Dollar Nut. Give me a dollar. Give me a dollar. Give me how many fucking dollars? How many fucking dollars do you need today? $1 dollar.
Dude, I remember this. Yeah, now I feel bad about what we did to that bigger girl, bro.
You can't, but
But we didn't do it because she was big. We just did it. She just wanted to. She just got fucked up and she couldn't get out the room. Like I got fucked. One of my best friends got fucked up one time. And he started talking about Asian people. We never even seen any Asians in our life. And he started, no, and I guess maybe like in a past life he might have known some Asians, And so he starts bringing up their names, bro, and knowing them and knowing shit about them on this mattress in this house. And I'm like, fuck, dude, you're fucked up, bro. I'm leaving, right? So apparently I'm the kind of friend that when your friend is at his worst, you fucking leave, bro. Because I was just
talking about Chinese people.
Yeah, well,
I've never met Chinese men.
We never known any.
So what is he saying?
He's just saying like, hey, you remember fucking like you remember fucking Sun Lamb, bro? He was there for us, and all that shit. We're also in Lamb, bro. We don't know him, dude. And he was fucking like talking about Dorothy. We didn't know any Asians, bro. And I'm like, I gotta get away from this guy.
There was no Asians. But not when you were there. Now there's probably more.
Yeah. No, we live in a small town, dude. I mean, I remember we probably had about 2,000 growing up.
Oh shit.
This one dude I remember was trying to be an Elvis impersonator. He said he was an Elvis impersonator, but he was just fucking alcoholic. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need any Elvis, bro. We got 2,000 people. We need fucking gas money, and we need jobs. Yeah, we need ideas, bro. Give us some fucking ideas.
Those fucking Elvis impersonators are paying the ass. They really are.
Get a fucking life.
I gotta tell you something. I told Lee before when I first got into comedy. When I got serious about it in '94, there was a guy in Denver He said, "Oh, the Tommy works." And I know his haircut looked familiar. You know, when you look at somebody like their haircut looks familiar, oh my, I'm on cold pills. You know, I'm being badass. I got mean bad. I got terrible habits. Who the fuck about somebody's haircut? I'm fucking terrible. And all of a sudden, I got a call from the guy. He goes, "Hey, I'm doing a gig. You know, I'm doing in those days, $50. You know, and I'm like, yeah, I'll be there now." And I show up, and he comes to the door, and he's got to weigh $350, and he's got the belt on, the whole Elvis suit. And, you know, I mean, the guy is, and you know that was going to be like, no, I knew the whole time. I was at home preparing for this shit. When I walk in the fucking door, there he is, all fucking bigger than life. And I'm like, he's like, "I'm the Elvis impersonator, just do 10 minutes in front of me." And you know what? I think I was supposed to get $50. He gave me a yardstick. Wow. And then he called me 3 months later. He goes, "Hey, I opened up a bar. Hilarious." So I get to this bar. It's Wednesday nights. He's the main act. And he brings in 3 comedians. At the end, he's singing all those Elvis songs, and he's fucking horrible. I mean, he's fucking horrible. He's smoking cigarettes. His teeth are green. Yeah, they're horrible. He's fucking fat. He had let himself go. But sounds like Elvis. That sounds like a voice. God, you know what this guy did? He was an Elvis impersonator and someone that was just claiming fame. I mean, the whole inside of the club was Elvis themed, right? But it had no wall with write-ups about him. You know, all the awards he won and shit. He was a Vegas boy. He was no good. Maybe at some point, you know, at this point, and he fucking bought this club. They bought him out in Vegas. Like, they bought him out because his voice is so bad. I don't fucking know. And he went to Colorado and he opened up a fucking little bar. Like, it wasn't even a bar, guy. It was like an old boutique. And he turned into a bar during the week. And he sang Elvis. It was a woman's club. Hysterical. But you know what, man? Whatever the guy said, he would always pay me. He paid me double. He never tried to stick a finger in my ass. He never did drugs or nothing. But he always bought me a drink. You know, take a drink. You know, don't pay. Because I'm not going to give you $2. I'm going to be responsible if you drink. Even if you have money, I don't want you to drink any. I'll drink next door. Yeah. But he was solid. Like, he liked me as a comic. And he always paid me. Low smoke on my ass. It's not like he was going to make a video and take me to Vegas. Thinking back, and I forgot his name, and I'm really sorry. Like, dude, this is a terrible Elvis. Yeah. You know, if Elvis fucking, no. I think if Elvis came back to life, he'd shoot half these impersonators. Like, that's hell for Elvis. Like, that's his hell. That's a great movie. Elvis comes back. Elvis fucking back and kills all your fucking impersonators. Let's hit all the bad ones that make it instead of ISIS coming in and shooting everybody. It's a fat Elvis with a missing leg and a decapitated neck and shit. He shoots people, he goes to the kitchen, he takes some, he leaves and shit. And the cops don't mess with him because it's Elvis. Yeah, this dude was the worst, bro. He was the worst, and he wasn't like, he had no work. They let him dress up like like Santa around Christmas, let him wave at the trains and shit coming into town, you know, like seasonal greeter, you know, and he'd always like you'd see him and he'd be like, oh, you know, it's like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. It's just us. You're an alcoholic. Yeah, you know, fucking Elvis impersonator. You're not even in uniform. You're in an alley right now. And his kids made him be Pentecostal. He had 4 kids, no mom. Made him be Pentecostals, kept them in the yard. What's Pentecostal? It just means they wear like big clothes and believe in like God, like I think a lot. You know, but they wear like just huge clothes, like cheap clothes. Like they look like the kids look like rodeo clothes, you know, like they just look. You know, like, and the girl let me feel her breasts actually one time through the bar. They had a barbed wire fence around the house. The girl let me feel some fucking titty. What was her name? I said Barbara, I think. Barbara fucking Barbara. Yeah, Barbara fucking breasts, right? Fucking, let me feel that fucking hard nipple through some fucking barbed wire, right? His son used to eat fucking tuna and ice cream every day and vomit on the bus. And people would fucking beat him up. Wait a second. Would he eat the tuna first or the ice cream? I don't know. He started with both of them already in them. People would fucking beat him. He'd already be sick. He'd already be sick, dude. And the fucking dad made the kid a wooden shirt one year for fucking Christmas, dude. Made him a fucking shirt out of wood. I'm coming up from church.
It's Wednesday. And they're in the garage, bro. I swear to God, dude, like cool, or was it just like a big box? You know, it was horrible. I mean, at the time it was cool. You know, at the time it was. I mean, it was kind of beautiful. The kid like cried and shit when he put him in it.
Right now, watching Empire jumping up and down, black people. Yeah, fucking donuts and shit. And you're over here telling me this crazy shit. Who else eats a mushroom on a Wednesday? I'm sitting here going, what is wrong with me? I should know better, but I don't give a fuck anymore. I guess I got to the point in my life where, you know what? I look at my drawer and I got Quaaludes in there, I got fucking grenades,
You got fucking baby pacifiers.
I'm done. I gotta do all the shit that's in there. Baby pacifiers.
But those are for you.
You know, you look at all these mushrooms and people on the road, you're like, what the fuck? People actually doing this shit every night, and I'm sitting, you know.
Yeah, but my friends today, they were excited. Like, you're going with Mad Flavor, dude. We're going to tune in, you know? I mean, so I think that you know, we're getting to live some of the dreams that other people don't get to live, you know? When you're sitting at home, and, you know, you probably sit next to your wife or your husband, or, you know, somebody you might not even fucking, maybe you do love them still, but who knows, you know? You need a little fucking speed bump, you know? But yeah, that dude made his son a wooden shirt, and then some kids spray painted swastikas on it, man. How the fuck, man? That's fucking... yeah, they spray painted swastikas on the wood. But no, we didn't have any Jews either. We didn't have anybody, you know. People just seemed like a swastika on like a pamphlet or something, you know. But we didn't have any Jews. It was just, you know, this local art. And somebody fucking spray painted this shirt.
The population, how many black people out of 2,000?
He probably had, I would guess, about 1,100 brothers. And they were gaining ground quick, dude. You could hear them fucking at night. Almost, bro. If you put your ear up to the woods, that's what they would say.
No.
But it was like,
I mean, Latinos, the market at that time, creeping in.
Yeah, one kid.
How long have you been gone for now?
One kid. I've been gone for, from that town, I've been gone for, until when I was probably maybe 13. I've been gone, yeah, I'm 36 now, whatever that is. 23 years, thanks, mate.
That's a real Jew, even with mushrooms. Fucking sucks.
I don't even catch.
He could be passed out, but just pop us up 23. He'll go right back to sleep, a little sleep after.
He's still giving estimates. They have one Mexican kid, this kid, Nicholas, man, the raper. He fucking supposed to write rapper on his shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that?
Yeah, raper.
Yeah, they fucking wrote raper and they spelled, that was the first Mexican we ever had. What? Is it what you guys man? Oh, man, my dad was Nicaraguan. I'm Polish Nicaraguan. I'm one of the few, you know? There's probably 11 of us out there.
Polish Nicaraguan. That is fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. So I was getting fucking...
So when you were 13, where'd you move to?
Moved to this neighboring town. I went, like, live with a family that had, like I got emancipated and lived with a different family. So
they were cool?
They were cool. They were organized.
But it would be a mistake. It's crazy because I always think of my mom died. We didn't do no paperwork.
Yeah.
Like I just moved to the people's house. I just changed my address at school. That's it. There was no fucking paperwork. I didn't do nothing.
That was it.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, what's weird about when something like that happens when you're young is that there's no real stop. Life just goes on. That's when you realize that life just fucking goes on. When something heavy like that happens, you lose a parent, and the next day is just there. So, I mean, when the next day is there.
I spoke to a teacher of mine that just lost his mom. This guy's 64. 60 fucking 4. He's like, I think a year every day since my mom died because I can't imagine how you did it. It's being like bulletproof. You're like bulletproof at that age. You don't even know what's going on, but it catches up with you. All that shit catches up with you. Caught up with me 5 years later.
Really?
Yeah, you know, because you're young. You're involved in activities. You have so much going on.
Yeah.
That it never really sets in. It sets in like level 4. And then through the years, you still have to pay for that. You still have to do that work. You got to talk to somebody. For me, it was just fucking going in a closet by myself at night and getting high for 12 hours. 11 hours. That's when you know. Like, I got high like anybody else. You do a couple lines, you giggle.
Yeah.
But then the fucking grams chopped up between 4 people become grams divided by 2 people.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden
Oh yeah.
I should have brought more. That's the beginning of the end.
I've been at the end before.
People don't know the beginning of the end. It's when you start going home.
The end
by yourself. You know when you're like, I'm locking the door.
Yeah.
I got booze, I got ice cubes. I got pornography, I got straws, I got everything. I don't need nobody. That's where fucked up. That's when your mind is somewhere else.
Oh, it's 7 a.m. You're tugging on a fucking hot dick that's limp.
Oh, shit. You're in the shower now. Trying to fantasize a 4th grade bang. It's horrible. It's a horrible existence. But damn, it's cool when you're out with people and talking. You know, you get in your car, there's no more blow. And nobody has to go get another baggage. That's when it's fun those days. It's gone. Okay? What do we do now? I don't know. We smoke pot until everybody passes out. That's it. But then that's how it starts. You're by yourself. And then you start calling people when you're by yourself to get more.
Yeah. I'm fine.
I used to go to El Compadre.
I've done that recently.
I used to go to El Compadre by Graham at 9 o'clock.
Damn, over there on Sunset?
Yeah. Run home. The whole Graham and 2 lines. 1 o'clock, start coming down. I call another guy that was a DJ. And he would come over at 1:15, 1:30 when he got off work somewhere in Hollywood then. What the fuck did I call him? I called him something.
I don't know, my brain is fucking traveling right now, bro. I feel like a spaceship just fucking took off out of my head.
How about you, Lee? How you feeling?
That was a good explanation of what's going on.
What's it?
Yeah, go with that.
I'm more tired than anything. I didn't sleep last night. You didn't? No, I got home. We got home at 12:30 last night.
Yeah.
When I went in the house, drank some water, took my shoes off, put the TV on. I thought it was 11:15.
Yeah. Next thing you know, it's 2.
And it was 12:30, 12:25. He called me like at 12:35 to say I'm walking in my door or something. He said,
yeah.
I think I stayed up till 1. And I went to bed, but I didn't fall asleep. I started tossing and turning, thinking about your set, thinking about who was there. You know, it's too real when you're there.
Right.
Sometimes you go to those parties or functions and you see somebody like Theo Vaughn, but he's talking. And I'm talking. And Theo's cool. Theo knows talking business or this chick's a bitch. I'm taking this picture from home. You know, there's always something. And you go home and that hits you that night. You had to say hello to Theo.
Right, I feel bad.
I didn't see Theo. That's the shit that I got through before you go to sleep.
But it's nice because you're a friendly dude. That a lot of people, bro, when that shit doesn't go through your head, I think that's when that's when something's wrong.
When you get high, listen, you get high, you have the cocktail. So sometimes the fucking camera moves really fast.
Yeah.
It's not till you go home and look at the paperwork, look at the film.
Yeah.
You're editing the film, you see what's going on. And now is when you see, oh shit, I fucking saw Theo there. Wait, did you see Theo there? Yeah, what happened to him? I don't know, he was talking to somebody, he didn't say hello to you. No, was he mad? No, he smiled, he was talking to some broad and some guy, and talking about videos. And next thing you know, you're off. And the next morning, you'll say the same thing.
Yeah.
I seen Joey there last night. What the fuck happened? How the fuck didn't I talk to him? That's what happened. You know, you go home and you play that channel, and I was drinking. I don't drink.
Yeah.
I just smoke dope. I can't imagine if I drank when I used to drink and I could decipher the night. The next morning, you just wake up and just lay in bed for 10 minutes. Yeah. You pee, you grab something to drink, you sit back down. And you're like, what the fuck happened last night? And you see little flashes, and then, you know, you put shit together, and the next thing you know, your buddy calls you. Did you really hook him with that girl? What happened?
That fucking monster. It's always some fucking monster, dude. Bro, I remember this one girl, we had this thing for a while. If you would fist clean a chick, right? That's if you would bring a chick home and she would fall asleep or at her place or your place, and you put like a piece of fist clean over her body, right?
What the hell is
Like,
fist
clean? It's like, you know what it is?
It's like that material.
Yeah, like some painters. Yeah, the raiders keep rain on stuff, right?
What the fuck? People can't hang out with you.
Yeah, because I hear like if you really want to go to spook a girl girl. Then that's like I hear from a woman I heard who woke up under some biscuit once. She said it was the scariest experience of her life, bro. So then we were like, oh, we gotta do this to some chicks, right? So we had this thing. We would fucking put biscuit over.
Is it like the blue thing that they put down? It always has holes at the end because they always need to rope it together.
It's clear. No, it's clear. It's the clear stuff.
Oh, the clear thing. Okay.
It's that
It's all confused. It's a little thicker.
Yeah, it's a little thicker, bro.
Oh, yeah, this week.
So you wait
that. You know what I used to use that for? Roofing.
Yeah, it's for that. It's for painting.
For the first layer of roofing in Colorado, you got to use visqueen because it's cold. It was cold at the time, the first 18 inches or something like that. It's the same. Yeah. It's a little thicker. But this shit comes with glue on. No, it doesn't. Who the fuck? What the fuck do I know?
I mean, but there's about 30 chicks out there that have woke up under some fucking visqueen. You know who you are. You know what I'm saying?
The board of biscuit on them?
No boards. That's fucking gangster.
Just the
biscuit. That's because I'm sure they're big up and they have been murdered. You know? They probably think they're gonna see a detective when they pull that shit off, bro. That's gangster, son. If you could do that, that's gangster. We did that, dude.
Would you watch them wake up or would you just
fuck no, we wouldn't watch them wake up. Fucking Dexter. Damn dog, we laughed, dude. We had to go to the airport. I'm sorry, Leon. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just fucked up.
I've known Lee a long time. Lee always asks you $1 million question. Oh yeah, Lee knows for $1 million question.
Typical Hebrew, right? And you with that fucking
typical Hebrew.
Damn, man,
this is a fucking podcast.
That's what I'm talking about.
Motherfuckers laughing, giggling for real.
Fucking
don't get me wrong. Some of this mushroom cloud is helping this fucking laughing. We'll listen to this tomorrow and go, what the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck is wrong with us?
Fucking hamster killers.
You gotta loosen up from time to time, people. Every once in a while, you gotta take the stick out of your ass and giggle. And wake up the next morning and go, wow.
Check out a Mexican girl. Fuck a girl, you don't even know what she's saying, bro. You know? I mean, make sure the expression on her face is positive. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise that shit might be illegal. But that used to be something I would do when I got into town, man. I would have somebody set me up with a girl who I didn't know what she was saying at all. You know, I'd go out and I'd just try to use like my, you know, just like regular, you know, like just, it's almost like playing Clue. It's like playing charades, but you fucking the end, you know? That's what it's like, dude. Take somebody out you don't know, learn something different. Meet a girl, take a girl out from Nairobi or from fucking China, you know, somewhere.
What do you want?
No, it's just interesting because I was talking to Steve Simone, like you were talking to like a group of 5 or 6 guys last night, and you like could talk to all of them at once, like command like the circle. It's just I can't do that, and it's like something I'd always want to do. I don't know, it's just cool. Like I'm always a more one-on-one kind of person.
Yeah.
But to be able to talk to command the attention of like 6 people, it was just cool to watch.
I wish I could be more one-on-one. People tell me I can't. I'm not good one-on-one, so I trade with you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? One-on-one. When there's people like that, you just tell them the story. You know, that's the shit I used to do growing up in Ashways, where there's 8 motherfuckers hanging on the corner. If you want to, where I grew up, if you want to say a word and people pay attention, it better be funny. You got one shot at this.
Right.
Because there's 8 motherfuckers thinking about what they murdered.
Oh, especially in your area, I'm sure. So, yeah. In the South, you had to be able to speak.
When you bang, you better bang. Right. Listen to you. Because you only got like 4 bags left. Right. That people won't pay attention. Oh, yeah. All right, keep it up. You know, quit your day job, whatever.
Yeah, dude. That used to be the funnest, man, was making people laugh at the lunch table, man. That was the funnest thing. Until they had milk spray out of their nose. That's when I would leave. And it'd always be the bell would ring, everybody would be back in class. And one motherfucker would just keep listening for some reason. And I would just hold him by his fucking arms across the table and keep telling him shit until they fucking sprayed out of his nose. And then I would leave, dude. You know, they had the first wigger I ever met was from our town. I think the first wig I ever met, this kid named Brian St. Pierre, bro. And They put him in
He was a white
class.
dude that was trying to be black.
Yeah, he was a white dude. They
Where
put
did he
him
move from?
nowhere, bro. He fucking just, he was raised like, kind of like, he was like Mowgli, like he was just fucking spent a little bit of time on the other side of town, and the brothers really got a hold of him. And it was cool though. He was a cool dude, man. Mowgli. He was, bro. He was like a Mowgli,
My whole body just shook. I thought it was an earthquake.
He was fucking That's an inner yoga, bro. That's an inner yoga. But look, man, they put him in the fucking mentally handicapped class, bro, because they'd never seen him before. They'd never seen him before. They put him in class with kids with Down syndrome, with kids in wheelchairs. They put him.
What? Just a dude who had and couldn't he just be like, hey guys, this is just the way I want to talk?
I don't even know what the fuck you're saying, Lee, right now. You sound like him right now. They'll probably put you in that class.
Lee would be it, dude.
You don't even know what you're saying. You like that fucking.
No, they put the wigger in the spiritual class.
That's what you sounded. That's what that dude sounded like. They wanted $1 to it. He was like, cousin it? Shit. I'm over here,
Before we started, Lee kept thinking he was hearing a buzz in the
Oh my God, people, we started late. Now he was looking around the room like,
now he's making a buzz in the lights.
Listen to him. He's the walking buzz over here. When I was 19, I was with Louis Castellino and this dude Kurt DiLorenzo. It was the night after AC/DC at the Palladium. It was like summer of 1980. Yeah, it was right after AC/DC came back. So it was a Saturday night. Right, going to the movies to watch. I had no idea. On the way back, me and Castellino gave each other a look. And Kurt kept saying, I hear something. Because the night before we did that, I said, whoa. And throughout the whole night, he kept saying, I keep hearing my ears right. You've been fucking 16, and you do a grandma blow and a fucking mic without acid. Listen, him and I did. We've stopped. One of the most awkward people. I grew up in a cocaine culture, so I knew when people were doing it. My mom's hand would stick close to the thing.
Yeah.
Like a little
T-Rex.
What's a little T-Rex? My mom was one of those with her hand, like you thought it belonged to somebody else. Right? So I knew the hand movement. When I was 16, I got a job at Rendell Lumber, and there was a guy there who blew my fucking mind. There was a tip of my tongue that I forgot the fucking guy's name.
I just forgot what I was talking about.
It really don't matter. The guy was an Irish dude, really nice guy. But once he did one line of coke, every inhibition, every physical strength he had was off. And he would do like duck faces in his hand. His name is Jack Finn. Jack Finn. I'll never forget the one day.
Jack Finn, bro. He started fucking swimming.
Oh my God, he was fucked up, sadly. And he walks into work. I'm 16. He walks into work all fucked up. That's the first time I heard that expression. He goes, boss, let me get 100 on the arm till Monday. And the boss looks at me and goes, my arms are heavy, and walked away. I'll never forget that. Jack Finn was a fiend. Yeah, but once he, the word on the street was, Jack Finn is tremendous until alcohol hits his tongue, right? Then it's a different, you should have seen it. And he was tremendous. He'd give you money when he was drunk. He was a great guy. But just to see the transformation. But Jack Finn had something else. Jack Finn hung at a dirty bar in Weehawken, which is Weehawken.
They got some gutter puts.
This is 1980 before they started breaking those down. Wow. The people that hung in Weehawken were fucking savages. Damn, they sold this cocaine and just looking at it. Fucked with your eyes. And I had done it twice.
Drano out there.
AC/DC came back to the Palladium.
Oh, we used to sell hamsters at the AC/DC shows, full circle.
Just stop it the fuck. Sorry. AC, this is when Bon Scott died and Brian Johnson joined the band. That's how old I am. This was fucking huge. Him and me and Kurt were walking into the city and we go, where are we going to get coke? We're going to take a bus from Union City, New Jersey. We go, let's take a cab down and we go. We saw Jack Finn. And for $15, he gave us a bottle. And when we got out of there, we got back in the cab. We made the cab wait for us. In the cab, we did a little bumps of coke. This is when it came to a bottle with a spoon.
Oh, yeah.
There was not a gram in there. There had to be like 9/10 of a gram.
Right.
And me and Kurt kept doing it. And it was August 2nd, 1980. And it had to be 95. What's the temperature? 95 degrees, but 100% humidity. New York City.
Right.
And I'll never forget, I had Lee jeans on with a white t-shirt and sneakers. And that's the first time ever that, even after the fact that I got home,
thought you might be.
No, my pants were drenched and my socks were drenched with my sweat. Wow. Like I had sweat so much at this concert that I jumped up and down so much.
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
Then in the concert, me and Kurt popped the acid. And we had like vodka and Gatorade. We drank it. How old are you guys? 16. Okay. 16, 17 pounds. We're fucking lit. Yeah. We get out of the concert, we still gotta have that bottle of blow. Yeah. We're on the train, we're on the whatever the train back to New York. Fuck. Bumps. You guys are trouble. So we didn't finish the gram. Kurt went home. I went to bed where I was living. Next morning I wake up, there's coke. I'm fucked up. So the next day, it's a light night. In those days, that was called a light night. That was a Friday night or whatever. It was a Friday night, so Saturday. Let's go to the movies. So let's go to the movies. So we went to the movies, but that whole day, Kurt kept saying, look, my ears are still ringing from the blow last night. That's how good that coke was. So we went to the, here's the whole day passes. That morning he said it, but the whole day passes. We're at a movie now. We walk out of that 11 o'clock at night, and I forget it was raining. And we were walking back down from Fairview, New Jersey, into North Bergen. It's fucking raining. And Kurt kept saying, guys, my ears are still ringing. And all of a sudden, I look at Digger, and Digger looks at me, and we play. And we're like, I hear some ringing too. Kurt looks at me, and I'm like, yeah, I hear some ringing. I hear some ringing. I fucking sold it. You know, hey, dog. Yeah, I fucking hear it. I can't believe it. Kurt's like, you guys hear it? This ain't me. What the fuck? And there was a pothole. There was a pothole like 8 feet away. It just rained. There was gutter water, and then Kurt ran over, took that pothole, and started splashing it. And he's like, okay, I'm good now. You guys still hear the ring? I'm like, we fucking hear it. He just took off with that puddle of water on his face. Oh my God.
Did you ever see him again?
Yeah, the next night. Oh, yeah. He just died 6 months ago. Oh, man. He bought a Subway sandwich, went outside, and opened it, killed the whole flat. He didn't even eat the sandwich. He just looked at it and killed it.
That's how he died. He just bought a Subway sandwich and he fucking
walked outside.
You gotta switch to quit.
I'm telling you, though. That Subway, that should have killed a motherfucker. I've been telling Lee for years. One day he's like, you know, man, I thought about what you said. And I think you're right. Those people have no respect. No bread. I had a guy who worked at Subway told me Lee was in there twice a day, every fucking day at attention. Damn, that's how long this motherfucker had a loyalty card. Damn, bro. He knew the Mexicans in the head. That chick that don't lift the right hand because he got hit by a car. He won't fuck. He knew her name. He knew her.
I knew the shifts. They got a one-handed. You knew the shifts.
Oh, he knew shifts. He knew who gave me more lettuce.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He knew what I'm telling you. He was like the fucking co-assistant manager.
Wow, bro. That's crazy.
The Red Zone in real life died fucking 6 months ago.
Rest in peace.
Like everybody, it was shocking. Yeah. He bought a Subway sandwich. How they knew was they had to get the cameras from the Subway sandwich. And they saw him sit down, open up. He smelled that motherfucker. I didn't kick the bucket.
Your girlfriend. What? Damn, what? He's like, you Yeah, that's sad, man. Dude, rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace for sure. First concert I ever went to. Oh, this pedophile took us, right? I'm joking, dude. Rest in peace, he's dead. This dude, Richard Langenstein, bro. His family owned a fucking deli, dude, over in New Orleans. Famous. How did he bring you to a concert? I'll tell you that, bro. He's not telling you. Me and my little girlfriend at the time, Jessica, we met him at church, right? Because he was, I guess he was daylight as a decent person, right? So we met him at church, okay? So I was like, hey, that's, and they called him Big Richard, bro, because he was big and he had all the fucking, his skin was scabbing up, he had different colors on his arms. And we're like, the fucking Lord's leopard print was fucking coming out of him, right? Oh my God. So we went over to his house. We're like, let's go to his house and I'll take him some cookies on Sunday and watch the Saints game with him.
We should eat that second step.
We should.
No.
Oh, yeah. I'm crying.
Oh my God.
I'm crying and I have no words.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, look, I'm amazing.
I just want to let you know I'm fucked up till it goes.
Okay, I'm amazing.
There's a lot of nights I can't even I walk out of here, he's all fucked up. I don't get it. Tonight is my God's punishment. I'm fucked up. I should have not eaten that second night.
That's okay,
That shit was grown in fucking cow shit. I can still taste it in my mouth. I used to go on the Restream 2 times.
So we went over to the dude's house, right? We took some cookies over there, watched the Saints game. Then he started substitute teaching at the school I was going to, Big Richard. Big Richard. And the kids listen. Parents, I'm going over my buddy. I want to cuddle with this old man and watch. Well, I told the guy, like, my parents, I told the girl's parents, like, she was there, the mother was there, we met him at church. Like, yeah, that's sweetie, y'all. Go over there and watch. Yes, he started substituting at the school. I didn't realize it at the time. Like, now I realize it's ironic the dude starts fucking subbing. Because I'll be honest, I was a handsome kid. The dude starts subbing. I had fucking long hair, beautiful hair, fucking strong, and a fucking, fucking chest and shoulders like the strongest French bulldog you ever seen, right? So, we go over to his house. Then the next time I see him at substitute at the school, then he's like, yeah, come back over. I'm like, my girl can't come. He's like, oh, let's come over and watch the Saints game, right? I'll come over, breaks out a little bit of herb, right? Gets me high, right? So then the next couple of times I start bringing my friends over there, dude. Then he starts fucking getting us all stoned, and everybody was smoking out of apples, and we're doing all kinds of fancy stunts, just fucking herb stunts. My buddy Scott, my buddy Glenn, we're over there herbing up with Big Richard, and you smoke a little extra with him because you think he might die, he's older, he's in his 80s, He's in his 80s? Still pervert? Yeah, bro.
You'll be a baby and still be perverted.
You gotta respect the game.
This is way before my act. Yeah. This guy got thick. He just saw an ice cream truck. He got hard. You know what I'm saying?
He just wanted to get a look at it.
How the fuck are you 80 and still perverted?
So he was out there PVing, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? So one time, dude, and I'll tell you how we found out that he was a pervert, right? We didn't tell me. It didn't catch on with us, right? So we fucking dumb, dude. I'm so gullible, bro. I could have been molested a million times. Like, I would tell this. Molesters, if you're out there, bro, do you have so many fans? I'm sure you got about 30 fucking child molester fans. Statistically, dude, cue me in here. Statistically, bro, you probably got 30 fans of the child molesters. You missed your chance. I'm gonna say that. You missed your fucking chance with this kid Dynamite, dude. I was gullible, bro, and I was a good kid, and I was strong, bro, handsome, long hair. But anyway, well, fuck. Joey's gone, dude. Joey's fucking left, bro. You want to finish telling you? What's up? Oh, you don't even know. You want to finish telling you the story or not? Go for it, buddy. Give me update me so you even know what the story was about. You know? I knew a second ago, but now.
Keep going from where you told it.
All right, so the child molester, bro. We didn't know. We just thought he was an 80-year-old man.
So he had like a full career.
I guess, dude. Like in our town, you could be 80 and still substitute teach, I guess, right?
So that's like. I thought you just left.
He's coming out fucking great.
Oh, my fucking dick feels old right now.
Oh. How's your dick got to do it? You don't leave. We're gonna have to do heroin on the show.
No, that's what I do.
Not tonight, though, man.
Not.
Okay, good.
Fuck, because I'm
gullible.
We'd have to get a guest that's down.
Okay, yeah.
Don't come out like that'll be like.
Unless y'all have never done it, I might do it with y'all first time with
I did
heroin.
when I was locked up.
Oh, you've done it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but never with a needle. Like I'm a pussy. I would never do it right.
Now
I can handle it with a needle. I'll put Santana on the iTunes and look the other way on the iPod. This is a little black chick down at Bob Hope. That chick, you don't even feel it taking the blood out of your arm.
Damn.
Oh, she's
At Bob
tremendous.
Airport or hospital? I'm serious.
Fucking that.
Okay.
Oh my God,
Dude, get up
when I walk in there and the Bob Hope, like I do a physical or whatever, I always see her and I get happy. Because I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
She's been good.
She's a champ, huh?
There's a little Filipino chick up here. I'll put this one up here around fucking Martin St. Laurent, whatever that hospital is over here, right there by the fucking Boston Market. I don't know the fucking thing. I'm just saying, they always keep names to all the hospitals out here.
Yeah. Who gives a fuck? Just write hospital on the side.
I just want to know where I'm going.
I give a fuck. Yeah.
Think I'm going to drive me to
perfume name. I don't think there's a hospital there. Martin St. Laurent.
That is a fucking perfume.
I don't fucking know. No. Would I look like I'm sophisticated? I'm not sophisticated, dude.
I'm not. But here, I just want to at least let everybody know that the pedophile died. I don't want people thinking that
he was 80. I couldn't even see him. 90 is still pedophile. Jesus Christ. A 90-year-old pedophile. Somebody has not been doing their fucking job.
He took us to a Marilyn Manson concert, my first concert ever.
How old was he?
He was probably about 82, right? We were 14, bro. He takes us to Manson or 15. But I remember being in a bathroom, me and my buddy Scott, and somebody's like, how old is those kids? And somebody else is like, oh, they're fucking like 13. And I remember the guy going, oh, somebody's gonna fuck them. That's what the dude said, bro. In the bathroom, an adult. We're just like, what? Dude, and then we were back in the audience.
Just to say that. Not even go home and go, what happened to those two kids? I'm gonna get fucked.
What the fuck is
You're lying there in bed that night, you know, I'm gonna say my prayers. How can you say your prayers? Don't you say what happened to those two kids? They might be getting fucked right now. Nobody intervened.
What fucking savage would you say that to some kids? What a heartless fucking Muppet monster.
What about the parents? Like, what? Was it just like free, like babysitting?
Oh, I don't know.
Where were the parents?
His parents went home watching daytime television. He was 14. He told me he was going to the library to do a fucking book report. And the girl told her parents the same thing. But they already had it worked out with this 82-year-old pedophile. And we're going to Marilyn Manson concert. And after the concert, we'll see what happens.
What did he dress like? Did he dress like an old man or did he dress like
No, he dressed like fucking Tom Jones.
What does he look like? He's just like in your vision of him.
Like, it was even like an old man with like khakis and a brown belt.
What difference would it make? What difference would it make? He fucking knew. He gets this guy.
You're the fucking top 4 of pedophiles.
Give a fuck. He's a profiler of pedophiles.
What pedophiles wear?
What are 82? Yeah.
82.
And they're doing Marilyn Manson concerts. Like, I didn't know we wore like the jeans and the shirt, like the Marilyn Manson shirt. Like, tried to rock out in 82.
What, dude? What are you fucking saying? I'm not blaming on you, bro. I am fucking on it, bro. Cyan. Fucking Asian Americans. Right there. Fucking go.
What's up, Hadley? It's a beautiful fucking night to be alive, people. This is it. Those are things that you can sit there and go, I owe this guy 800. I owe this guy. Oh, you can fucking giggle your way.
Yeah, that's true, dude. You owe everybody.
Fucking million I sat there crying, wasting my time. Like, wasting your time, whatever. Yeah, they understand.
What changed it for you, man? Because I literally feel like I spent the last time fucking
sit there at night like a momo, you know. Listen, man, it's a DNA thing. You know, I'm the type of guy, if I go out before I come home, I drive by Lee's. You know, I drive by Felicia's. I my Gratians just to make sure the house is not on fire.
Yeah.
So, like, I knock on the door, go, hey, Joey's out here patrolling the area. Right. I just drive.
Joey's out here fucking facial moisturizer. I'll be honest, bro. I use fucking facial moisturizer, bro. I'll admit some shit, dude. I'll get some shit off my chest. I use facial moisturizer, bro. What else, dude? I fucking went to bed when I was 28. Okay. Yeah, you got never mind.
Not every week.
Yeah, not every week. Like a fucking month. I get like a fucking Bichon.
Yeah, don't fucking let it go.
Once he said this ain't for you, toilet. I'm fucking keeping it for myself.
I knew it until like middle school. Yeah, it was tough. Because like you can't control it.
That is true. You can't control it. And other kids, like you can't go sleep in other kids' houses. So
sit there like a fucking
you gotta hurt the summer camp. I can't. Yeah, you can't
bring special sheets.
Yeah, you sure.
It's not to bring special sheets, bro. It's Sacred Heart. They used to have those special, the one that they put under the sheet, like a fucking rub like a baby.
It sounded when you got on the bed, it sounded like fucking.
Grandma's French. Sounds like it's like break.
Dude, they used to have a buzzer. They would give you that, the buzzer, if it got wet, it would go off and wake you up. They had these buzzer underwear in the early 90s or late 80s. And I remember they gave it to me, and the buzzer, if the buzz went off, it would wake you up. And you
bad fusion?
That was a bad idea for sure. I'm sure some fucking retard died.
The second step, that was
dude, yeah, I gotta fucking be on stage in a little while. You think?
You ain't driving.
You know, but I didn't smoke any weed.
That shit lies to you. Mushrooms lie to you. All mushrooms, acid, they lie to you. Like, I just got a good lab. You get in the car, you start that motherfucker, all of a sudden you get that second rush. This is deadly shit. This comes like a wave.
Yes.
We got some weed. We got some record players.
Terry, very important.
That's it. Listen to music. Fucking get stoned. I didn't bring enough weeds and leave them fucking wants to get high, so I just brought a little canister full of them.
Dude, I'll tell you, the child molester, let me just say, yeah, he died in prison, everybody, so
he didn't get arrested.
Here's how we knew. One time we went and got steaks with us, and my buddy was in the kitchen. I was in the kitchen.
I was in the kitchen,
and my buddy was sitting in the living room with him. And I yelled back in the living room and said, hey, Big Richard. I said, do you have any sour cream? And my buddy Scott, who's sick with him, yells back, no, but you can have some of this sweet cream, right? And then I hear Big Richard sitting next to my buddy. Saying to him, can I have some? That's what he said, and that's what it all changed in our heads. Like, he's having some friendly older dude buying us steaks and smoking us out. Yeah, he's fucking mad, man. He's got that fucking, his goose is loose and he's looking to fucking touch some young jump. I feel that fucking young fucking pump in his head again, you know?
He specifically says that he's
anyway,
Christians
you know, I sit here
this
in front of you like a man. I tell you that I was in front. I grew up around some fucked up people. Like I didn't know till years later, you know, like how they died and got in prison. But I grew up around some fucked up people. Like my mom took chances with me being in that bar. She took a big chance. When I was a kid, she'd tell me, I'm like in that fucking bar. Because every night, she's in that bar. when I was a young, I saw the gay guy Martin pull a gun on not doing his brother in there, like in the afternoon, like I do in the afternoon, or money go, or faggot in Spanish. That was the
Gay fella pulled a gun?
Oh, tremendous gay fella, tremendous. And then that was that. And then the other night there was an incident with two guys pulled a gun, and I was in there. I must have been about 11. And after that, my mom said, you know what, man, that's it. No more hardship, but it was my world. It was my little fucking world. That little stock office in the back was made. The area was made. Is that you, Lee? Was it fucking snoring over there? Somebody's house. I'm thinking like it's my emphysema. And it's not even me. I'm like, fuck, my emphysema is acting up. It's fucking Lee over there passed out. Snoring up a storm.
Landed like I'm fucking dead.
That's what I think about it, man. Like these fucking guys I was around. And not once was I asked to touch somebody's dick like I read somebody's testimony. Yeah, my heart stops. Because I didn't come from this world. Not at all. Like not at all. One time in 8th grade, I fucking got in some guy's car. And his hand slipped and he touched my dick. And now I think about it. You know, not an accident? No, it was purposely. He touched my dick on the way up just to see my reaction. And if I was meek, he would have attacked. As the door opened, and I just ran out of there with the basketball. And it's so weird. I've been thinking about this topic because now I have a child. And you have to watch him, you know. And I was talking to my sister-in-law. And my sister-in-law's the sweetest person in the world.
She got molested?
No, and she told me one day, we were talking, and she goes, listen, do me a favor. Now that you have a child, I just want you to know something. Trust nobody. Wow. You don't watch those people do surprise attacks. Don't trust nobody with your kid. Yeah, you have to. And she's a Christian. Yeah. Chick, don't curse, don't drink, don't smoke dope. You know, this isn't like a paranoid individual. She raised the daughter. And I know there was issues one time, and there was issues with the guy at the church that was a pastor. You know,
why do you think they go to the church? It's a safe place, huh? They probably go to the church because honestly, they probably feel like they really need God. They just don't want. I mean,
why do people keep bringing their children to Michael Jackson? Even after it's like the people got up, I was doing people like cokes. Not for nothing, you can't smoke coke. You're gonna die. And we kept smoking coke. Hey, bro, you can't keep smoking cigarettes. We keep smoking cigarettes. So you can't go to McDonald's and eat cheeseburgers. We love it. That's one thing. But for you to bring a child to somebody that you know is a fucking pervert to give you $2 million, that's fucking. For years, other people should be burned, man. That's murder, bro. For years, other woman that grew up in a cult. And the fucking stories were beyond belief. I mean, I got some stories that are beyond belief if you want to get down and really get down. But why go there? Right. There's no reason to go there.
Yeah, that's why I mean,
what this girl told me made me hate her parents. Because, again, I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck about what you do. But for you to drag your kid down the dark cave. What's up? Yeah, that's what's going on, buddy? You all right over there? You want to go outside and get some man?
Oh, okay.
Tell me the truth. You want to go outside and get some man? Let me do some fucking call and shout out to you and we'll wrap this motherfucker. He's feeling fucked up. No, don't start. Let him get electrocuted. It's all right. We need somebody to get electrocuted on the show.
I got electrocuted when I was younger, man. Actually, you know what I'm saying, bro? I think this a brother saved me, man. And I don't know if you're out there.
Would you stop already? You got electrocuted.
Yeah, the fair. They used to let us come in a day early to test the rides. We didn't know. We didn't know we were getting 30 cents, you know, to ride. Please on the ones and twos now. Like a fucking, yeah, like a fucking doing it now. I'm not afraid. Machine gun.
You want some head though? Is it time for you to get some head? Wait, we don't give a fuck.
Smoke the fucking can and hit Lee.
Yeah, you get up. You need help to get up and get some air. You're not gonna vomit on the fucking table.
I'm okay.
The can and hit Lee.
We went out 3 nights in a row. We had me doing mushrooms on a Monday night. My main man, the Australian warrior, Boss Warrior, my man Conrad LeClaire, Burning Sage, Parish Mickey, Pearly Sweet Cake, Bobby and Crystal, my main people in Austin representing. Freddie Correa over there from Comic of the Year in Vegas. Lance Armstrong, my dog, and my fucking band, Hero Jr. Making it fucking happen.
Rest in peace, man.
Them bad motherfuckers.
Oh, they died. I thought it was people that died.
I just don't let me get I'm calling them out. If they were dead, I would give them French report. Lee, how you feeling? You need some air? You need some water? Man,
I'm fine. I'm good.
Don't keep telling me you're fine, bro.
They don't want the ones I throw my dates. I throw my dates.
You know what? Hold on, we ain't close enough.
Oh, my bad, man. I'm fucked up, dude.
No. You should never say that. You're a great guest. You made me fucking die laughing. To see you and Lee tonight is a fucking the way to end the month. This is a true fucking Labor Day, whatever the fuck it is. What is it? Memorial Day. Memorial Day soldiers, yes. You gotta put the fucking flag if you're a fucking soldier. Shit. Represent these motherfuckers who get on a plane and go stab people who are fucking creepy.
They're warriors, dude. I could never do that.
I really do. Think about it.
I could stab somebody.
Fucking, listen, dog. That's the problem. Everyone has to wear a suit or a fucking flag on their lapel. That's all bullshit.
Hey, man.
It's 10 minutes of your time when you're on the balcony smoking a joint. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at the fucking freedoms that I have.
Yeah.
Look at the freedoms that I have right now. I'm not doing dick.
Yeah.
There's a dude right now who's smoking a joint over there in war zone. It's because for the last 16 hours, he's been getting hit with fucking shrapnel and body parts and smelling fucking people getting lit on fire.
Yeah.
And here I am complaining because I gotta get up in 4 hours. Ain't that a fucking bitch? You know what I'm saying? So you always gotta think that's the real Memorial Day. It's not about a fucking barbecue and you know gotta look at a wall, make believe, give a fuck. It's about just realizing what happened. You know, Jesus Christ, that's the biggest thing is realization.
Yes.
Getting on a fucking plane and going over to a foreign place. People talking to you in a fucked up language and they're trying to attack you. You don't know who's who. They all look like Lisa Yet. You're like, what the fuck is going on in my world?
Yeah. You don't know. You want to fuck them.
So, this Netflix special, you're doing well with it. Yeah, it's great numbers. People really like it.
I feel like it.
People.
I think people like it. But you just don't know. It just inspires me. It gives you a chance. I know you know, putting out a special now, you get to see yourself a little bit. It gives you a chance to step away from that. Now, for the first time, I feel like, you know, people recognize me as a comedian. I have fans for the first time, you know, and so I feel like that's like a blessing. I never really realized before. I thought I had a million fans. That's just a lot of that's in your head, but now I feel like I have real fans who like want to know what's going on. Like I have people who are excited I was coming here today, you know. So that's good, man. That shit made me feel fucking human, dude. You know.
Except all that fucking time.
It's beautiful, though. It's beautiful. He's just got the fucking Lord running through his face. I love that, bro. That's Christ. That's Christ reaching for him. You can see that.
If you've been with the podcast since day one,
you can see that.
Lee is the fucking man. And tonight, we finally fucking.
Lee.
I can see it. I can see it. After this podcast goes, you have no idea, people. I'm the motherfucker who sees him an hour after this and sees how funny Lee is. He'll pass out right in front of you.
Yeah, he's an
Turn the lights out. We're Black Sabbath time. So we come to life every like 8 minutes. Man, Shane said I'm getting scared.
And that's the crazy part. Some people would be like, that's fucked up. But to be brave enough to just let yourself go like that and relax like that, that's a beauty that I fucking don't have. I wish I had. You know? He's looking for fucking Easter baskets, bro. You know? That's beautiful, dude. Fucking just left out and stuff looking for Easter baskets, bro. You know? When you feel like the fucking brothers ain't chasing you. Like, I'll be honest with you, dude. 90% of my day.
He's thinking about brothers chasing me.
I feel like they got fucking brothers only 2 blocks over.
Leave the brothers alone. Leave the brothers alone. They ain't chasing no.
I know they're not. I'm just saying that's what I just think. Oh, let me to share.
No, I have the same problem.
Okay, well, damn, dog.
It just wasn't brothers. I had 15 different people chasing me. The real fucking deal. I had Czechoslovakians. I had countries you never even heard of and shit. People chasing me. Ray, wake up. He needs some fucking air. You want another starter balance job? What do we need?
I don't even know another starter balance, man.
That's easy. He needs some pH. The star I got to you.
I don't think you know what pH is.
Listen, pH 1 is a beautiful thing. What we do is, he's got special stars that have a special pH to bring you back to life.
I feel like a fucking Christmas trailer right
I'm telling you, dog, that's the way to do it on a fucking Thursday night.
It really is.
Sitting around with your little fucking buddies, all right?
2 p.m. fucking Coco Diaz, we did it. I'll be in Cleveland next weekend.
At hilarious.
Nope, I'm actually at the Hard Rock Casino.
I'll get you right downtown in the middle of everything.
Hard Rock Casino.
Motherfuckers.
So I'm looking forward to that. That's Friday through Sunday in Cleveland. The week after that, the week after that, because it's already the end of May. You know that, Joey?
Oh shit! I'm the same fucking thing. I'm already thinking about June 1st. Man, right? Because I got no business till June 8th.
Yeah, I'm at the Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland. It's actually in the burbs, man. Hard Rock Casino in Cleveland, Northfield. June 3rd through the 5th. And then I'm at Punchline in Atlanta, June 9th through the 12th. You can catch me on Doug Benson's podcast. I'll be on his podcast there, too. I think they're taping that there. Then I'm going to the beach with my family. We'll be down there in fucking St. Joe's. I don't know if it's Alabama or Florida. It's going to be fucked up. I'll be vlogging a little bit of that. I dropped the vlog on YouTube. You can check it out. It's called This Past Weekend. And I'll be with my family. And then that's it, man. I'm fucking just saying crazy shit now. I'm so fucked up. In July, I'll be in
you're like, man, next May, I'm gonna be at the barbecue.
I'm just going through my calendar.
Jesus Christ.
You're in 2 days.
He whips out the webpage. He starts dropping dates in fucking 2018. He's going to tour Marvin show in 2018.
I'll be giving blood.
And this other fucking zombie gets married already. You gotta sit there, like a bunch who's been shot.
Hey, but look, in typical Memorial Day Festival, we ain't leaving this fucking soldier. We ain't fucking leaving this one in the world, man. And just thank you guys so much for having me.
Who are the Warriors? You see those people rip themselves up?
I love it.
So I hate fucking those people. I hate all those fucking fake foundations.
Oh, all those fake foundations, man. It is sad when people do that.
Anyway, why drag a dog in here?
You want to give your money, bro? Give your money to your fucking neighbor. Find somebody who you know in person that fucking
Black dude at 7-Eleven ain't bothered no fun.
There you go.
First met the door was polite, all right?
There you go. First one at the door is polite. And I will be at that bar. No, that ain't.
Let's do this shit. All right, listen. Hold on one second. It's not church or what's happening now. Listen, you're unique. You don't walk like anybody. You don't talk like anybody. You don't sleep like anybody. So why is your mattress one size fits all? Because a custom mattress will cost you $5,000 to $10,000. Wow. Until now, introducing Helix Sleep, where you can buy mattresses online, customized for you, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. You follow me? You go to helix.com right now, you answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences, and the result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress. Listen, you'll have to sleep on your life. Everybody has a fucking bum mattress.
Oh, my mattress is horrible.
It's fucking bum mattress. And sometimes they say, well, you spend the extra dough. This is fucking the real deal, Holyfield. And for couples, you customize each side of the mattress. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week. And shipping, you ready for this? Is 100% fucking free. Helix customers report 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You got 100 nights to try it out. And if you don't love it, if You're not in love with it. They'll pick it up for free and give you 100% refund. No questions asked. Who else does that with a mattress? 100 nights. That's 3 months of your fat ass rolling around a mattress, killing it. And if you don't like it, you send it back like the savage that you are. No questions asked. You follow me?
Send it back with your wife in it.
That's right. You have 100 nights, okay? That's why everybody from GQ Magazine to Forbes all talking about Helix Sleep. You go to helixsleep.com right now. This is what I'm going to do. /Joey. And I'm going to give you $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey. And that's $50 off your first order. helixsleep.com/Joey. Listen to me. If you like sleeping, this is the mattress for you. Love the shit who you like. Who you think you're focusing to join for that? Number 2, here's the best one. You got smart cars, you got smartphones, you got smart homes. Technology has made everything smart. But losing your stuff still makes smart people feel stupid. Beam Delray said for the first time in his life he lost his keys yesterday for 45 minutes. I told him the same thing I'm telling you people around. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a coin-sized device that locates and displays keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location within the tap of a button. It's that easy. You lose your phone? No problem. Press the button on Tracker and your phone rings. Listen to this. Even if it's on silent. Who's better than you? That's what Tracker does. You got with over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world. So your lost item shows up on a map, even if it's miles away. You're never gonna lose anything away again with Tracker. Listeners of the show, you ready for this? What I'm doing for you? Bam! I'm gonna give you 30% off your entire order. Go to Tracker.com and enter promo code CHURCH. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. But do me a favor. Again, go to Tracker.com right now. Tracker.com right now and enter promo code CHURCH for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's Tracker.com, promo code CHURCH. CHURCH. Who else better than your people? Again, Tracker.com right now, hit the promo code CHURCH, 30% off your order. That's how we make it happen here at the Church of What's Happening Now. And never forget Honest.com. Because, without Honest, I wouldn't fucking be here right now. I'd be fucking, without the alpha brain cycle I do, without my head force protein.
You on steroids or no?
No, look at me. I'm a fat fuck with steroids. If I was on steroids, I'd have muscle. I'd be choking him right now. I'd be helping him out right now.
What's got him? Fucking steroids. I didn't know. No, you never know. You look strong.
Fuck, dog. I got no muscle.
It could be fat. It could be muscle. It could be loose muscle.
I got itches over here. I got a rash under my armpit. That's the other shit.
Put a diaper on it.
Fuck that shit. Now I'm getting all itchy from the mushrooms and shit. There was some fucking chiropractors and shit. This poor guy.
He's trying to fucking.
You might as well find one right now and put Tracker on your ass. Or Tracker.com. Just God knows where they're gonna take you. I'm gonna lose you for sure. I know you gotta try. No, that's not cool. That's not one of those Mexican ambulances down the corner. They'll take it to a
It'll take forever. $150 to jerk you off.
And they'll jerk you off. That's the type of people. They might make
I know a girl for $360, dude, will fucking treat you right for 24 hours. Beautiful woman.
360. There you go. Look, he's falling asleep. Anyway, that's why the problem with this fucking mamook is he don't take shroom tech sport. He don't take shroom tech immune. He's a fucking mook. Anyway, do me a favor. Go to Honest.com right now and press the code in the church. How do you spell it? CHURCH. There you go. Boom. And you get 10% off. Your order delivered right to your house, man. Don't play around. Listen, Honest is the way to go. I wouldn't blow smoke up your ass. It's a great. You show your fucking hot. Look, he's taking his shirt off. Like this is a muscle contest. I'm high. By the way, you're saying, who am I on steroids? Look at me, I'm a fat fuck. Cheeseburger was bad and shit. Same muscle. You just made me scratch my arm. I pulled my shirt up. If I had muscles, I wouldn't have fucking sleeves. Anyway, again, Tracker.com right now. I want to thank Helix Sleep. I want to thank Honest. I want to thank my main man, Theo Vaughn, for coming on and saying, fuck these motherfuckers. We're going to eat a shroom, and that's how we do it. Man. That's what people died for us. That's right. It's fucking Wednesday night in the church studios. We love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. See you Sunday night for a special late Memorial Day little edition of the church just to break the monotony of life.
I love that, bro. See you Muppets in the mud.
With the fucking music on.
Put it on,
Let's do this.
Church us out.
The quicker you do this shit, the quicker we fucking get it. Oh shit. Listen to this. I'm getting all scratchy from the fucking mushroom now.
No, bro. That's
it's like eating 3 Vikings now. I'm burping fucking bullshit. I burp in the back. My lower's worse. My burp, my piss.
The worst is when you're trying to get when you eat a girl out.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Be able to say, you were right. Since the Jews were there originally, since the Jews possessed the ancestral tradition, then the only way that new tradition of Christianity can be validated is if its originators were able to say, yes, in fact, we were wrong, we were right, let's move on to this new faith. This is a complex kind of theological relationship that is really baked into Christianity. It's not nearly as strong as Islam. Islam developed a couple of notions that allow Muslims to regard Jews who are kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their spiritual parents. And so there's more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but it's very important to Christianity. And in fact, it colors much of the Catholic relationship with the Jews and with the state of Israel through the present day. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, basically, the Doctrine and Witness says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, if the whole idea is to keep the Jews around in order to reinforce Christian belief and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are, obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous before their neighbors. If you have a Christian peasant walking down the street and he sees, 12th century a Jew driving by in a Bentley or something, he says, wait a second, how come I live in my hut and this guy drives a Bentley, right? So the idea is that the Jews have to be sort of repressed so that their success in the material realm is not expressed to the outside world. This is seen in many different pieces of legislation. The requirement of Jews to wear a distinctive humiliating badge, restrictions on their movement, their settlement, their economic activity, and so on. Much of which is really antithetical to what the state is trying to do, which is to expand Jewish privileges because they bring a lot of money. So this is something that's sort of like built into Christianity. We see it repeated several times throughout the legislation from the Church canon. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly seen in canon law with regards to Jews is a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization between Jews and Christians. We see it in the Council of Elvira in Spain in the 4th century, where the Jews and Christians are specifically banned from conducting meals together, and drinking wine together, things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in pretty similar kind of legislation that emerges from the Talmud, for example, the ban on drinking wine untouched by non-Jews, the discussion about that. So the idea wasn't trying to keep them separate, so that both Jews and Christians could maintain their distinct traditions. The Christian legislation seems to be very concerned that Jews will, in fact, affect Christian belief and would erode it in a very significant way. So we see a lot of these kinds of things. It's also fascinating, by the way, to know that they have to pass laws like Christians are forbidden to attend Jewish religious ceremonies in synagogue, something that apparently was quite popular in John Chrysostom's Antioch and elsewhere. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe in particular, besides the fraternization issues, which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century and the 13th century as the church grows stronger, one of the things in the early period that is especially important is we discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave ownership, specifically slaves who become Christians. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, who is based in Lyon, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard was absolutely furious at the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a demeaned state, according to the Doctrine and Witness, should own Christian slaves. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. Everyone owned slaves. He wasn't trying to change the institution of slavery. What he objected to is the idea that Jews, who should be in a lowly state, should own Christians, and they should, Christians should be forced to do what Jews tell them to do, not in a regular employment arrangement, but in a slavery arrangement. So he offered, for example, to compensate Jews for Christian slaves, which threatened the social order. We see that after Henry IV's charter specifically forbade this because the slaves could say, hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized. Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free. And it's a great way out. So the state specifically wanted to stop that because they wanted to keep the social order the way it was. They wanted to keep the Jews using their slaves as we should also know that Agobard's offer was quite as generous as it sounds because he value in his lifetime, and he was offering to pay the old value when the current value of slaves was actually higher. So anyway, Agobard wrote a lot of things in his disciples wrote a lot of things pertaining to the increasing position that slavery was not a big issue. But it's also important to note that there's another phenomenon. There's a strange story about churches. The story is he was born in 1814 to an aristocratic family. He was educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then he showed some talent, so he was moved to the imperial court. Very scholarly, room for high office, and something weird happened. He asked for permission to go on a pilgrimage to Rome. He was given that particular privilege, but on his way he changed his journey. He went instead to Spain, converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife. The whole thing was absolutely fantastic. This was like this was like a scandal. And what was even worse is that while he was in Spain, in the Muslim-controlled part of Spain, where Jews had a lot more freedom at this time, he engaged in debate with a Jew who had converted to Christianity. A lot of that correspondence has been preserved. So the whole discussion of his conversion is absolutely fascinating. And it points to kind of an insecurity on the part of the church that what would happen if Jews were what would happen if Judaism expands to a great degree and Christians are attracted by it. This is especially true because at this time the church was especially interested in discovering the Hebraic veritas. They've been working with a Latin translation of the Bible for a very long time. It's called the Vulgate. But as scholarship developed, we actually can we really rely on the translation? Wouldn't be nice to know what the actual Hebrew original said. Of course, we don't know the Hebrew original. We got to go to Jewish aspects. And all this content of churchmen and scholar Jews pose the risk to Christian thought. This is likely what happened with Bodo. By the way, so anyway, he engaged in this, extensive debate with this individual named a Jewish convert to Christianity, and this was an explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of so much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular. We're going to have to see how this relationship is full of relations. Thank you very much for watching.
Check out Behind the Flow, a podcast documentary series following the launch of San Diego Football Club.
San Diego coming to MLS is going to be a game changer because this region is hungry for a men's professional soccer team.
Listen to San Diego FC Behind the Flow on America's number one podcast network. Open your free iPad app and search Behind the Flow. Start listening.
I am too.
You couldn't let
the
stars, though.
I didn't puke all of them.
You gotta leave at least 3 more. Shit.
Get your fucking life in order, Lee. Oh, Jesus, you fucking muscle hamster.
This show is presented by Onnit. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The new year means a fresh start for your business, and a great year starts with making great hires. Our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter.com/church. The show is also brought to you by Lyft. Go to Lyft.com. Lyft is where drivers can make up to $35 an hour, and getting started is just a tap away. Sign up today at Lyft.com/Joey. Sign up today to drive for Lyft at Lyft.com/Joey.
Oh shit, kick that mule, motherfucker. It's all over. It's 2017. The restraining order's over. It's over. We're kicking this mule with Theo Vaughn, my nephew Lee Sayat, and your uncle motherfucking Joey. Kick it, Lee. Blast the fucking speakers. I want the speakers to blow up, Lee.
I want to see somebody's balls blow up. They're happy for us. I want to see my dick try to fuck my ass up. But,
oh shit. Oh shit. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Happy New Year to you and yours. I hope this is a happy year for you. I hope you're healthy. Because if you ain't healthy, you can't get your dick sucked, and you cannot make any teethers. You understand me? You can't hug your kids. So, my number one, one of my favorite people in this fucking city is on the show tonight, Theo Vaughn. My little fucking Jewish nephew already started the new year off. Puking the edibles tonight. I don't know what's happened. You know what happened? You know what happened, bro. You know what happened? Fucking little mom. You're away from me for a week. You didn't keep up the training.
Okay. First of all,
I don't want to hear a story. I don't want to hear a story. I know exactly what happened. 10 years you've never puked around me except that one time he asked me. Then I went deep. I even burped in my own mouth.
wow.
You know what I'm saying? You really? Yeah, you burped a little mushroom. You pissed and all thing. You burp. A little bit of belly gum, bro. A little bit of fucking yellow acid and fluid. What?
Get your
I was going 4 or 5 hours that night, Lee. I took you to fucking SEAL training that had you going under fucking barbed wire and shit. That was something that I felt horrible about. But tonight, you didn't even let the medication hit you. You fucking.
those trauma Luna is.
But you told me you bought 4 and you took them down the wall.
I did. You can see. I have video evidence. That's why. This is why.
Did you eat the whole thing?
Of course I did. What do you mean eat the whole
Did
thing?
you see it on camera do magician tricks like
No,
you
I
did
didn't.
in the
I
video?
never do it.
I used to have to watch him. He would put these at you. Yeah, you got those fingers. They move real. Best magician with a
Oh, they keep 10% of the tricks in their
Oh
pocket.
yeah, they invented the fucking magician. Fucking Jews. That's who invented the magician. They used to look like Batman and shit.
Yeah, they're all magicians out of the womb, bro.
So,
Hey, man. Last time I saw Lee, he was up here squealing on the patio. The craziest part about that, Joey, was when I came in, I thought I heard I'm like, there's kind of a squealing in the microphone at first, but he's like, I'll fix it. And by the end, it was like, I was like, look like a fucking disabled gerbil, bro. Like a fucking.
That's how I felt. That was like the deepest I've ever been on mushrooms.
Oh, damn, you look like a damn welfare gerbil.
It was chocolate mushrooms that smelled like Parmesan cheese. He was eating it and it was falling out of his mouth. I just put it in my mouth and drank it. I didn't deal with it. He wants to fucking chew it. He wants a sandwich. He ate this sandwich one day. You gotta swallow them drugs, dog. You can't be fucking
That's what I tried to do tonight, and that's why I puked up all over the floor, because you said you were making fun of me. You're like, just swallow that motherfucking thing, Lee. And it was like still a whole chunk, and my body just is like, I think my body is starting to fight back, because I wasn't getting that fucked up over the weekend.
Because you do them every night and you do little amounts. You gotta go deep.
You gotta get in there, bro.
16, 1800 by yourself.
Yeah, you gotta get your bowels hot, Lee.
800. They don't deliver to nobody.
You just tell us we talk about.
Advertiser in your world.
First of all, no, I was doing over 1,000.
No, you weren't.
I was too.
You gotta get your bowels hot, bro. I want your shit to be scared. That's how high you gotta get.
It's so funny. We were having a conversation before the podcast started about, about this is it. Like, I guarantee there's a lot of people today walking around with an ice pack on their head going, what the fuck happened 2 nights ago? Like, I went up to get 2 drinks, I ended up blowing 4 guys. My asshole shut. You don't know what realm you get into, and when we spoke today, right off the bat, you like, listen, dude, I'm trying to keep my life together. I'm a young dude. I'm good looking. I don't want to fade away, so I've been behaving myself. Was your main thing alcohol, and then you went crazy?
Yeah, I mean, well, I just ended up getting key, like I ended up getting into drugs usually sometimes at night.
But drugs without the alcohol, or they have alcohol had to soften you up first?
I think I would just. That's a good question, man. Alcohol has never been a thing for me. I never cared about alcohol. Once people started having cocaine around, I just kind of like the smell of it. You know what I'm saying, bro?
What about that? Nothing else?
Oh, no, nothing like that, dude. We used to do back in the day, some dude came through the neighborhood, I remember, with some kind of, I don't know what, LSD suppository, some kind of suppositories, dude. People were doing, yeah. It was like just, putting these like little, they were kind of, I don't want to say pink, they were kind of reddish looking little, fucking throwing rainbow treats up your ass.
It's not manly enough if it's pink?
I mean, it was, yeah. And people was doing these LSD suppositories. This dude had I remember he probably had about 400. I don't know where he got them from, Germany or somewhere, Iceland or something. And to us, that was like, they got them from Saturn. We never even heard of that. Germany, fucking do this. And people were doing acid. Or whatever it was, doing the suppositories, I remember for a while. So I liked psychedelics a little bit when I was younger. And what else, dude? And then, but out here, I don't know what happened. I just had a couple of crazy nights. And then I was like, I'm going to try something different, man. So I just decided I'm going to stop partying. So now I got about 6 months. I've been sober since the last time I walked out of here, I went over to the Improv and did a set high on mushrooms, and they were flicking the lights on the stage. I still have it on video, man. I'll put it out. For your for your legion.
How old are you now?
36, man. I'm an adult.
It's tough to say to yourself, this is it. You have those nights, and like we were saying, you had a spectacular night. In my world, like where I came from, that's a spectacular night.
Oh yeah.
Get to the cab, go off a blow. Then the guy who showed up with a chick, you fucked the chick in the cab.
No, he did.
Oh, he fucked her in the cab. Oh no, this is crazy. Now, what time did this night end?
Dude, so what happened with that night was, let me revamp it for you. So what happened was, I went to a party, bro, and I didn't plan on drinking.
No, you're in New York.
I'm in New York City. Yep, I'm in New York City. Yep, I was doing comedy. I had a sublet there. I was just kind of experiencing the city. We talked once or twice when I was there, and I was enjoying it, man. It was good. And then I went to a party one night, and afterwards, they were drinking at the party, and I just felt uncomfortable, dude. To be honest, man, most of my life I have felt uncomfortable, bro. I don't know what it is. Like in a lot of environments, I just feel uncomfortable.
Out of place. Yeah.
You feel that ever?
All the time.
What do you mean ever? There's more times that I feel in place. That's the weird times. But it's like my girlfriend and I were just talking about it because we stayed in on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
But seeing the shots of Times Square and seeing the shots of the clubs, maybe I should have done something a little bit more social, but that's that is not. I'd rather be in a box than in a club. Like it seems that would feel so uncomfortable there. Like a New Year's Eve like club, like that's not me at all.
Well, you don't see in a club today. Show you the picture. You don't see people getting fucking molested in the background and people, you know. But at least light a candle or something. Later, you do anything?
Oh well, yeah. Well, he's gonna make fun of me. We went away the weekend before. We went to Long Beach. As funny as it sounds.
Took a trip to Long Beach.
I don't know.
Probably to pick up bread. Right?
This is amazing. This is just amazing.
So anyway, Rock, that was it. You took your girl to a fucking Long
No, she took me. She took me.
Jesus Christ.
But then we just decided to come home because it was raining.
Because it was raining.
Yeah, what are we gonna sit in someone else's apartment on New Year's Eve down in Long Beach when I have a nicer apartment up here?
Bro, what the fuck?
It's a horror show. I tried. And I keep
It sounds like the Notebook.
By the one.
It sounds like the Notebook for two people on Bill syndrome.
No, this was something that when he told me, I go, what? Now, when he told me, I thought they were going to leave Friday night, go to a hotel like normal Americans, right?
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, go to room service, gives her a stabbing.
Yeah.
Take a walk down, come back, smoke a joint, eat a star. Maybe about 6. Take it to a nice fucking restaurant, 6, 7 o'clock setting, dog. So you're out of there by 9:30. You take it back to the apartment, give it straight up, eat 3 more stars, and watch some stupid movie. I thought that's what he was doing. I got a call from him Thursday at lunchtime. So we're about to leave. And I go, leave where? Long Beach. I almost shot myself in the fucking head. I go, this kid can't be this stupid. And then that night I went to dinner. I had to do a set last week. And I had 2 hours to kill. I said, told my wife, don't even make dinner. I'm going to eat dinner in Hollywood. There's no sense of me coming back.
Yeah.
I did a set for Penn State. So I had 2 hours to kill, so I went to Chivo. That's one of my favorite places.
It's a good place. I've never even been there.
I don't eat the pizza. I don't eat none of that shit. I get the salad. It's delicious. Whatever salad. And the Big Mama spaghetti with no meat. Just pasta with sauce and big like cheese. And they give you a small serving. It's always been good. I've been eating there for fucking years.
Wow.
And that's what I eat. I go there 3 times a year. No. If I'm lucky, I got 3 times to drive by. I got an hour here. I got audition. I plan it. I go, okay. I got an hour and a half. I might as well go to fucking cheaper. I get excited. Yeah. I sit next to a guy. I go to the bar and I see the bartender. He's an old door guy from the Improv. We start chit-chatting. 2 things down for me is a guy from Emerson College. And right away, I got to ask him, what do they teach you up there? Because I know Emerson College. And I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. I go, I hired him because I thought he was sharper than I was. But lately, he's been slipping. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
And that was late?
That was late. Wow. We went to Long Beach Thursday afternoon. For New Year's. Now, I can see, like I said, Friday after all the traffic is here's the best one. Here's the best one out of all. I call him Thursday night, or he calls me, we're talking in the conversation. Also, he goes, we Airbnb'd. I go, you're not even in a fucking hotel with like a fucking elliptical. You go to the elliptical, you've been home all week with her, and now you go down there for 2 more fucking nights with her to do nothing, to look at each other and eat cookies and shit.
At a stranger's apartment.
And watch really bad TV in a stranger's apartment. This was something that I was like,
squatters, bro.
I don't know. Like
fucking squatters.
When he called me Saturday and told me he was coming back, I wanted to tell him, just GPS the car to the ocean, to the Santa Monica Pier. Take the car right off the fucking pier. Because it ain't getting no better in your life. He went away to Long Beach, and every morning when I woke up, since that, today there was a burglary in Long Beach where the guy shot the burglar. He shot the burglar every day. I woke up and that morning, all I was waiting for.
You were praying for it to be like Lee's apartment?
Like to see Lee fucking shot in the head. Like Lee got hit by a car coming with a box of wings. And they got poor girlfriend on the thing. I don't know what happened. The guy didn't stop at a red light.
The saddest part is
who the fuck goes to Long Beach?
I don't know. Okay. Lee used to treat himself to a nice night at Chivo at the bar. And now, a few years later, he's finally got a girl.
No, that wasn't me. He was at Chivo that night and he was thinking about me.
The guy was from Emerson. I had to ask him, what do they teach you there? Do they teach you anything? Well, what the fuck do you have to eat there?
I'll be honest. Okay, this was we couldn't fly anywhere. We didn't have enough time, so this is what she chose. But we actually had a good time. The fucking aquarium and Queen Mary are fucking awesome when you're stoned as fuck. But this is what I did want to talk to you guys about.
So
Airbnb
the aquarium
is it feels like it was the weirdest experience of my life.
Got you touch any animals? Like at the petting zoo in there?
Yeah, well, the aquarium, yeah, but at the, I thought you were talking about the apartment for a second.
Not at the Airbnb, dude. You fucking like had other roommates.
Like there's roaches in the apartment.
You massaging other roommates.
No, thank God they weren't roommates.
Imagine if there was a roommate. He takes his lady out.
No, it was a horror show. Yeah. I live in a fucking world between him and my wife. I'm not gonna make it to 56. I'm not gonna make it to 50. I just got 4 weeks in that house with my wife. Wow, it's a torture chamber. Fucking house of horrors. I love it with all my heart.
It's a torture chamber. What's the worst part? Like, what's the worst part? Honestly,
it being 9:30
in the morning
at night, and just sitting there not having a spot because I don't want to be at the store every night, bro.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to be that guy. I don't need to be at the store every night. There's young guys coming up. I know how I felt when I was coming up, and I had shit to do. And there's some old guy that's coming down. I'm good enough. 2 spots a week, I'm good. This week I'm doing Thursday. Tomorrow night I'll do flappers. If I get out jiu-jitsu early Wednesday, I'll pop into someplace. But, you know, I got a gig Friday. I'm fucking good. I'm not working on nothing. I'm just putting a couple bits together, finding my new fucking voice, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, when you travel, it breaks the monotony up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And I was home for 4 fucking weeks. And it was the holidays. And one of those weeks, the baby was home all week. That's tough.
Baby's off of school?
All week. 1 week vacation.
What did
and it rained 3 of those days. You know what I'm saying? So she wanted to ride the bicycle.
That's like a triple threat. So the parents hate.
And the truth of the matter is that I'm a dud. I've always been a dud, you know. Lee says that he feels uncomfortable. I'll tell you where I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable in a bar where the bartender's a good-looking woman in 1924.
Yeah.
She still has tits. She wears push-up bras. She's got freckles on her tits. She's got a sense of humor. The bar seats 20. She serves some fucking food in there that's kick-ass. There's a jukebox. There's music. You know what? At this age, I don't want a fucking pool table.
Yeah.
And I don't want a dartboard. I don't want a lot of movement. I never like movement.
Yeah.
Sit down, have a fucking beer, and talk to me if you want to do this. If you're going to be moving around, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Pool and arguments. I can't walk. This guy's throwing a fucking dart at me. You know, I just want to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want to do. That's my ideal bar. And to be strictly honest with you, since the age of 16, that was always my ideal bar. Once we started going out to those discos, I've said it once, I've said it before. My wife asked me, we were right home the other day from dinner, we were listening to Studio 54 on Sirius XM, and she goes, so you used to go disco dancing? Are you crazy? I was a kid when that shit came out. I go, when I was in high school, I could put a handful of times I went to clubs. I went to Studio 84. There was nothing going on in the studio no more on Thursday night. 84? Yeah, I was going to Club Harrier like twice. I went to like the Rooftop 4, 5, 6 times. But I was never a club guy, bro. Look at me. I knew who the fuck I was. I belonged to the neighborhood bar with a bartender named Lila. Yeah. She had a dog behind the bar. The dog slept the whole fucking time. That's the bar I grew up in, Joe and Mary's. They had a little circular biscuit thing, like a bakery thing in the middle. And they would have a cover, and in the middle there was ham and cheese sandwiches. That's beautiful. So if you want a sandwich, you just went over and got it. They had Stewart sandwiches, and next to it was don't cook tonight called Chicken Delight. It was a chicken fill, not Chick-fil-A. This is when chicken was chicken. And one of the kids we hung with was the fucking cook. So at the end of the shift, he'd come over to the bar with a box of chicken, and load up the chicken for the fucking night. It was then you had a tab, and the guy that ran the place was a loan shark. So if you fucking paid the brand 8 ball, you could borrow $300 from on the spot. I still own $8,000 in 1980 fucking 2. I never. The first time I went to Vegas, dog, I knew it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
I just always felt very insecure in those places. Always, still do.
Yeah, that's how I felt,
Still
man.
do. And I always had an excuse in my head on why I felt insecure. When I was younger, it was that I wasn't good looking enough, and I'm a criminal. These people are all nice people. These are the environment I want to hang with. These people don't want to hang with me. You know? And when I got to a certain age, I was too old. And now I'm like, I just feel like I'm playing out a fucking pervert.
Yeah.
Like I remember being 25, see like 50-year-old guys thinking, why is this fucking guy here?
This dude's a pervert.
Lee is a sweetheart. I've seen Lee at a bar.
No, I can tell he's a gentleman.
Lee wants to go to a bar and watch a football game and have a bucket of wings. And he wants to yell maybe a little bit. He doesn't want nobody close to him yelling. He doesn't want nobody. Lee will pay $3 extra just to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's in the white section.
Lee, what's going to go to Studio 54, Lee? What's he going to do? Have one drink? People are trying to talk to him. I never liked going to a place where the music was loud. That's where you lose Uncle Joey.
Yeah.
If I can't talk to you the way we're talking now, I'm lost. I'm lost, you know?
Yeah, see, that's the same as for me, man. But for some reason, I kept making excuses that made me, like, less than, you know? So, like, oh, it's my fault that I don't fit in here, instead of just being like, oh, this isn't my environment, you know?
Now, why didn't you feel it was your environment?
I just felt like you said, older. No, I felt like, you know, like these people were rich, or these people were better than me, or these people, I'm kind of a bit of a miscreant, you know. I grew up on the other side of the tracks, and these people.
But they don't know. Like that's the thing I always thought, because my whole thing comes from like I've always been chubby and short. You're like a tall, in shape, good-looking dude. I look at you and I think there's nothing wrong in his life at all. Like there's no way he's self-conscious about anything.
Well, that's what goes wrong, man. I look at you and I think this guy's fucking
what environment
got it all.
What environment do you feel comfortable in?
Just a more real environment, a more just calm. Just
10 people, 50 people, 100 people.
Yeah, as long as, I can feel okay in 10, 50. When it gets to be a little more than that, sometimes it's just too much. But when the music's loud and I can't communicate with people, then that's where I start to feel uncomfortable.
That's my end. That's my fight.
But I kept going back. I kept thinking there was something wrong with me, that the environment was okay. But it wasn't, man. And that's what happened that night. I went to this club, and they had a party for my friend's fashion line. And then I got in this taxi after this girl gets in with me. I left early because I was going to be on Opie and Jim Norton. This when Opie and Jim were still together. And this beautiful girl gets in the taxi with me, this Asian girl. And she just started talking about the night. She said that she had fun at the party, but that her boyfriend wasn't in town. Then she goes, her boyfriend's never in town. Then she's like, what happens in taxis stays in taxis, right? That's what she said. So I'm thinking, fuck yeah, you know, like, she wants me to make a move on her. So I make a move, shut me down. And I don't know if that's what made me feel weird after that or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after that. And then it was just me and the driver, bro. And this dude spoke another language, you know, something fucking fancy, you know, something like I play soccer, you know, like this dude fucking, you know, like this dude was betting on fucking foreign soccer games on his phone for sure, you know. And I thought he said drugs, dude, and I just said cocaine. That's what I said. And next thing you know, we're in North Harlem. He bought some cocaine for us. He comes back in the car. We're doing cocaine. And then he's like, I got a gift for you. I got a gift, you know. And I thought it was going to be, you know, I grew up in like a troubled area. I thought it was going to be his dick, you know. Like, that's what I was expecting anyway. And then a hooker, prostitute knocks on the door, you know. This lady gets in, and I think it was a man, honestly, in hindsight. She had these big sunglasses on. Kind of a man's face that was under the sunglasses.
You have cocktails in you at this point?
Yeah, and a couple tequilas, dude. And so now we're partying, bro. Me and the driver were first partying for about an hour. Dude, I got so high, I remember thinking, where's the driver? That's how fucking high I was. And he was sitting next to me doing cocaine.
Yeah, at what point does this become not a taxi cab ride? Like, when does the meter get turned off? Like,
the meter's going, bro. The meter's at about 270, bro.
No.
So he's got to fucking be positive because I'm paying for this experience, bro. So then, dude, this hooker gets in. She had kind of long hair. huge sunglasses covered about 60% of her face. And the 40% of her face you could see, to me, looked like a man's face, right? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just, like, if I were on a game show and it was like, guess 40% of this person's face, I would have guessed man first, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, look like a man's face, you know? Or it looked like a woman that just shaved recently. That's what it looked like, you know? So anyway, we're all getting high together, and the hooker starts making advances towards me, bro. This sounds ridiculous. And I got out of the car, man. I felt uncomfortable, dude. So,
you'd be like, I don't understand. In my world, I'm thinking, you're a Louisiana boy in fucking Harlem. No shit do you feel out of place. I feel out of place. No, I always felt comfortable in North Harlem.
Yeah.
Like I know that neighborhood where you're at. You know what I'm saying? You're not in the Bronx yet. Right? You're not in the Bronx.
I don't know where we're at.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't know where we're at.
Was it dark?
It was a dark.
That's all that matters, yeah. You ain't having a good time if you got the dark neighborhood on one part of the night.
I was racing when I know when I'm back.
God.
You know, I know when I'm back.
Now, what time is all this going down?
It's about 3:30.
All right, so what time? So you walk out of the cab. Where are you now? You getting another cab?
No, I'm in the street. Luigi comes out after me. That's the dude I was partying with, the driver. And dude, you know what's crazy is he had even one of the lights on the taxi wouldn't go off, and he made like this little paper mache thing and put it over the light, bro. Like this dude was, I mean, I don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was about the most romantic fucking cab driver I've ever spent time with, dude. And dude, it was more romantic in that taxi than it was in your fucking Airbnb, bro. That's the saddest part. So, dude, I get out, he comes out after me. He made me give him $100, right? And I gave him the 100 because I was a little scared at this point. And I'm thinking he's gonna pay the hooker and she'll go. But then I look back over there a couple minutes later, a minute later, and they're kissing on each other's necks. He spent him 100 with this hooker, dude. He fucking just got this 100 out of me, bro.
Wait, so your taxi driver bullied you into buying him a hooker?
No, he owed him money anyway. But right away, he took the money. Luigi took the money and said, hold on 5 minutes. Let me go get $20 worth off this hooker.
He took that money and reinvested it in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And look, I respect hookers, man. Like, you know, I've been through some tough nights, man.
Not fucking North Harlem.
But still, man.
I don't give a fuck.
I respect women that are out there if they got to be out there selling their body.
I don't have nothing against that.
I know you don't.
But in North Harlem, you ain't getting into nothing good. You understand me?
You keep saying North Harlem. Are there
Harlem? I don't know.
Like East Harlem?
Listen, all I know is I used to go to Harlem to buy coke, and I'd see women out there. And dog, let me tell you something. It's an illusion.
Yeah.
It's an illusion. First of all, 4 out of 10 of them got bigger dicks than you.
Oh, damn.
4 out of 10 of those chicks.
They don't like those
in those days. It was, you gotta remember, up in Harlem in those days, the Bronx, it was open fucking corral. In the 90s, the Russians came.
Oh, yeah.
And I never saw it, but I had friends tell me, you go to Queens, and there'd be 6-foot Russian blondes with leopard mini skirts. Then you give them 300 just to eat the assholes. They were that hot, banging, like they took over. So all the other ones, the crack holes disappeared.
Yeah.
All that, you know. But in those days, even when I got in trouble with my buddy, you know, Dodger, and we were going over there, those hookers, yeah, those city rat fighters, those days. You gotta, that takes a certain nerve.
Yeah, a lot of them work at the Popeyes during the daytime.
No, they don't work. They're at the clinic in the daytime. Getting blood transfusions.
Dude, we used to have this lady Victoria, Miss Victoria in our neighborhood, bro. You could pull up, bro. You could eat her ass for like $40, right? She'd sit in your car window, dude. Just basically put her ass in your fucking car window, like a fucking to-go box, you know? You could, if you had somebody driving, you could even have them drive the block, and she would just sit in there like a little side item, bro. But so this dude, Luigi, I give him the 100. He gets back in the car. They're making out. I'm kind of pissed, dude. I don't want to bring that negative energy back into the car, right? So I deal with my feelings out in the street for a minute, kind of process through that.
Why do you want to bring negative feelings back into the car?
Just because I'm really extremely high, man. I'm under the influence of cocaine. It's almost 4 a.m. And I don't know these people that well, and I still need to get home. And for some reason, at this point, I feel like Luigi is responsible to get me home, right? So I get back in the front seat, right? And they're hooking up in the back, little blowjob, like it's getting wild, you know? and I want to still do cocaine, you know. So, but I don't want to interrupt him, dude. So I remember trying to quietly do cocaine in the front seat, just like the softest little inhale you could do. Oh yeah, some dude. I was definitely listening hard. I mean, no, I didn't cologne.
Oh, you smells like cologne. Like when you walk in the middle of them, oh, you smells like fucking heavy duty perfume. Covering up.
I'm trying to remember. She smelled like violence to me and tattoo. She was a tough lady or man. I mean, I thought she was a man. The face looked like a man's face to me, but she had big sunglasses on. She could have been one of those taller Vietnamese people that kind of look black at night, you know. So we're in there, and now I'm in the car, and I'm trying to quietly do cocaine, dude. Like, just like a fucking, just like a, like just doing it in like an installment. It's like had a bump on layaway.
Why do you have to get the light? They're back there fucking. Why can't you just?
Because there's something wrong with me where I'll sacrifice other people. Like I just feel like I got to be considerate at all times. I don't want to interrupt him, dude. I guess I don't know, man. I was fucked up, bro. So they're partying. At one point, I remember even turning my head back and just dumping cocaine quietly into the top of my nose, like that. just as quiet as I could be. And a cop goes by, dude. Cop goes by. I get scared. I tell Luigi I'm scared, bro. He don't give a fuck, dude. That's when I realized like he didn't care about me as much as I cared about him, I guess. And he's like, "You drive." And that's when I got in the driver's seat. And I drove, man. I drove us about a mile and a half, dude. I don't even know where I was, dude. And then I pulled over because a voice in my head, bro. First, a voice in my head is like, dude, at least you're out here, bro. You're high. You know, you're doing cocaine. But at least you're making money, you know? Like I was working, like I was the cab driver. And that's like, dude, my brain's fucked up. Like this ain't my cab. You know, I gotta pay for this. And then my brain was like, you don't have a commercial driver's license. And that's what got me to pull over, dude. That technicality that if a cop stopped me, that I wouldn't have one. And I pulled over. I got another taxi, got back to my hotel room, finished doing my cocaine. And I had to be on Opium Jim Norton that morning. And it's 5:30 now, dude. I took 3 showers, bro, in 10 minutes. Right?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Did he pay Luigi or did he just kind of get out and just get into another cab?
We ended up in a little bit of an argument at the end. I left $100 on the car seat. And yelled adios at him really loud, bro. I don't even know if he spoke Spanish, dude. I'm just screaming adios at him and this fucking hooker who had the smallest tits I've ever seen, bro. Looked like a man's chest. But then I go to Opium Jim, dude, and the other guest for the day is Daryl Strawberry. And I could not even feel my face, dude. I couldn't even think. And that's when I was like, this is a bad look. You know, I couldn't even talk. They're asking me questions, dude, and I couldn't even, like, I couldn't feel my face. All my thoughts was coming out of my neck. Like I was running on neck thoughts, dude. I'm fucking thinking with my neck, bro. So I fucking sat there for 3 hours, bro. Just roasting. Now I know how you feel, kind of like. I just sat there, just boiling in my own fucking drug-induced bullshit. And then I fucking left, bro. And I'm halfway on the walk over there, I realized I had on fucking sweatpants with jeans over them, bro. Horrible. That's like a catheter outfit. Like if you might be getting a catheter and you might have to stay overnight.
You know, while I'm sitting here, because I'm like, you know, just people like Lee, he's a sweetheart. I wish to God Lee never does a drug. He would never do a drug. But for some people, some experiences like that experience.
Yeah.
To wake up on opium, because you basically woke up on opium, Jimmy, and you're coming down off the juice. You're not paranoid, but you can't talk either. You're in that stage. Yeah. You're in that stage of fucking, why the fuck am I even here? It's horrible. I'm sitting here going, I remember doing that 10,000 times. Not being in a cab with a hooker, but when you said Harlem, when I was growing up, I had a friend and he had a girlfriend. He was about 7 years older than me. He's dead now, God rest his soul. But he had a girlfriend, dog, who was fucking banging. Wow. And I saw her naked once when I was like 18. That shit stayed with me. That was jerk off material for like 6 months. I go ahead, I disappear, I do my thing. I go to Colorado, I do a little time. I'm back in Jersey in 93. And I reconnect with a friend of mine. And he goes, what are you doing tonight? I go, what do you want to do? He goes, let's go out. Meet me at Teaneck at this, I forget the name of the place. It's a popular place for that age group, and I went there and met him about Teaneck? Yeah, Teaneck, Tenafly. There's a Teaneck. It's artist cafe, something like that. Something like very chic, so a lot of kids from my neighborhood thought, as they got older, they went there for a few drinks. I was at this time, I'm 31 years old. I'm doing comedy already. I'm not getting nowhere with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking on no doors and shit. But I'm doing fucking comedy. And I hook up with them. At the time, I'm a fucking fiend. It's 35 a gram on 178th Street. 25 if you want it clean. You know what I'm saying? I go in there and get 3 right off the bat. Jack. Bam! This shit was glass. By the aluminum foil, and they give you a blast when you walked in. That's beautiful. They sat you down. They go, what do you want to do? And you go, I don't know. Let me taste the 35. And then, what do you want to do? You want to taste 20? And you go there, and then they walk you out to the door, and you walk back to your car, and the cops are paid for, and they put you back on not Amsterdam, but one of those streets under the bridge. Yeah. And then rule number 1, you took the Lincoln Tunnel back. Go in to get a fucking hot dog, roll a joint. These idiots that would get back on the George Washington Bridge, they had spotters. Right. They just seen you go over. They pull you over, now they confiscate your fucking car. You have to give it to them, because if not, they're going to bring the dog and they're going to get you anyway. Right. So don't fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? It was hardcore. Damn. So I went over there first. That was my automatic first stop of the night. And I had it down to a science in those days. Sometimes I'd walk over and take the bus back. Same difference. You'd be high on that bus, though, huh? No, I wouldn't do it. Oh, yeah. Wait till you get home. No, I'd do that little blast that he'd give me. By the time I got to the bus, I'd be coming down like a little bit like.
But how Theo was saying that he felt uncomfortable there his first time. Do you remember how you felt the first couple times you went there before you became old hat? Like, were you freaked out, or was it already at that point?
Since my mom had a dry cleaner in the Bronx,
probably in your system.
Yes, and my mom had a bar in Union City, and my mom had a bar in Harlem at a young age. It's in my system. Yeah. I had a friend of mine take me over once to the city, and when I got back in the car, he goes, it's amazing how you blended right in. He goes, you knew the walk. I knew those first 10 years of my life. I lived in New York City. Those first 7 years of my life in this country, I lived in New York City. I went to school in the heart of New York City. I went to school on 89th Street, PS 166, from K1 to fucking 3rd grade. Then I went to Catholic school in Jersey. But all that time, I got the patois of the city. Yeah. My mom's action was on 125th. My Santeria action was on 148th. I knew the fucking city. You understand me? Then I got older and I knew George Washington Bridge. I knew the fucking streets. My stepdad shot a dude on 148th Street right by the Santeria party. I knew the escape route. I knew where to drop the gun on Riverside Drive. I knew that situation. So I get the coke, I go back to Jersey, I meet him, and in those days, dog, I'm not a big drinker, but I'm the type of guy, see, I'll call you up and go, what are you doing tonight, Theo? No, let's go get a drink. On the way there, you go, Joey, I got an audition tomorrow, dog. Don't even start your shit tonight. Theo, come on, bro. I wouldn't invite you for a drink. I got a joint in my pocket. We go, we have 1 drink, we have 2 drinks, we have 3 drinks. All of a sudden, that chick you used to fuck shows up, and with her friend that sucked my dick in the bathroom that time, I don't come by right? It's 9:30, it's early. Theo, let's get a taste. No, bro, I got that big audition on ABC. Fuck, you can give Theo 10 more minutes. I'll get the chick to buy another fucking double kamikaze, then he'll be begging me for a blast. And that's right there. bringing me down.
Yeah.
I went up with the intention. You know, I got a good, like, I'm pretty good when I tell you, listen, we got to do shit tomorrow. I'm pretty good about it. Towards the end, I wasn't good at all. I would snort an hour before a fucking audition.
Damn.
I'd have to go down to an audition on Fox. One time, towards the end, towards 2006, dog, after the longest ride, I got a little fucking weird.
Yeah?
Yeah. And one day, I get this audition directly from Fox. Like, they're like, we want you to read for this role.
Yeah.
You know, it's been done before. The crazy roommate owes the bookie money.
Right.
You know, his mom supports him. He can't get a job. Hasn't shame. And they were looking for Artie Lang.
Yeah.
All right. And I'll never forget my fucking coked up, ready to quit mine. I said, you know what? They're looking for this guy. I might as well go in there like this guy. So I did something I never did a day before. I stopped shaving.
Oh, that you glued hair to your face.
No, what do you think? I'm fucking half a fucking mook.
No, dude. We used to glue hair to our face to make beards. Pubic hair, too, during Halloween.
Stop. Some of it was gray, you know. I didn't put gel in my hair. I just put water in my hair. And I fucking went in there like 2 hours after doing coke. And I went in front of the camera with the casting director, me and the camera, bro. And after the first read, she goes, stop. She goes, I think you better go home. I'm going to make believe this never happened.
Really?
Yeah.
She knew you were high?
Yeah.
How did she know? She must have been grammed up occasionally.
Yeah, I could tell, but it was very disrespectful. She never said a word.
Wow.
She never called the agent at the time and said, hey, this kid was fucked up.
I hit on an Asian lady recently who was casting director, and she told her manager on me.
Really?
Yeah, I get back home, and he's like, she said you did a pretty good job, but she said he was hitting on her the whole time.
Which casting?
I don't even remember. She's beautiful, though, too.
Down on the south side. I don't know.
Oh, this is
west side?
No, this was in out here in Burbank somewhere.
Okay. There used to be an Asian girl in office here that was something out of a fucking movie.
Yeah.
She used to cast on the west side. Her and her partner used to have a cat, and the partner was no fucking slouch either. I walked in there one day, I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, what's going on with these casting directors?
Yeah.
I don't know where she is now, but it's probably the same one.
This girl was stunning. I didn't mean to hit on her. I was just being a natural man, you know? Like, I can't help it. Like, oh, what's offensive? And I wasn't saying anything like, you know, touching my crotch or anything like that, you know? I was probably just saying, oh, you look nice today or something like that, you know? Like, I can't help it if I got a little fervor in my voice for a woman. You know, that that's a sin out here these days, you know? Oh, you want to bust a nut on a lady? You're a fucking, you know, you're a deviant, you know? You're Charles Manson if you want to do that, you know?
Charles Manson studied Scientologists. He still studies Scientologists. How crazy is that shit?
He's a little pussy, dude. I'll beat that dude's ass. I swear to God, you let that dude out for 1 minute in a fucking used car lot, I'll beat that motherfucking dude's ass, bro.
Why do you hate Charles Manson so much?
Because he's a pussy, dude. He made hot chicks go out and kill people. I mean, it's kind of romantic and shit, but at the same time, he's a pussy.
Let me tell you something. As a child, I read that book, and that book fucked me up.
Did it really?
When I was about 13, after I got let back, it really fucked with me. Because I wasn't let back material. I had just gotten caught up in some fucking fantasy world.
Yeah.
But that teacher, Mr. Kingwell, who was a fucking prick.
He left you back?
Yeah, he left me back. No, I let myself back. I had summer school, but when I went to summer school, I did the same fucking thing. If you have 3 misses in summer school, you're done.
You're done.
I fucking missed 3 classes over this chick because that's the only time I get together with her.
You missed the first 3. Joey missed the first 3.
I was in love, dog. I didn't give a fuck.
That young love will get you.
And I thought that my dog was going to just say, pass him to the 8th grade. Nah, they held me back. It was fucking brutal. It fucked with me. It fucked with everything I had. So, Mr. Kingwall is part of every month you had to do a book report for him. The only problem was an oral book report. So he would take the book and dissect it. At that time, man, I was so pissed off at myself. He was still my English teacher. Even though I got put in Mr. Barone's class. Who Mr. Barone, I took him to the premiere of the to grudge match.
Wow.
That's how tight I am with Barone.
That's beautiful.
No. Barone was tight, but here was the beauty of it. Me and Barone hated each other in the 7th grade. Like, he kept telling me in the hallways, you better not get left back, because you're going to get me next year. It's going to be all over. And so that fucking last day of school, if you have to go to the 8th grade, you go to the 8th grade. If you have to go to summer school, they just put you in the other 7th grade class. So the whole fucking 8 hours, Barone kept busting my balls. It's going to be fun. You sit here all next year. I'm going to fail you again. You're going to be in the 7th grade to your 9th. Because you're going to be driving the other kids to school. And he would torment me. So he tormented me, dog, for like 4 or 5 hours. And on the way out of the classroom, I saw his keys on the desk. I took his fucking car keys. I walked home, I threw him the fucking weights away and some shit. And about an hour later, he pulls up my house with a cab. Where's my fucking keys? And we didn't talk again. And the next day, I got a lot back. And I was in his classroom, and he never mentioned it ever again.
That's pretty cool of him.
And after about 2 months, we became tight because I realized he was a good basketball player and shit. So, how the fuck why did we end up talking about this shit?
We had this dude, Mr. Larry. We had this black kid in our school, Mr. Larry. He got held back so long, they just made him a janitor one time in middle school. He was there. Probably, I remember him being like, he could piss. His trick was he'd come in while you were peeing at the urinal, he'd piss over you into the urinal. And finally, he was in 5th grade for so long, they just made him a janitor. I mean, he's probably still, if that school's still open, he's probably still there.
Can you imagine only being in 5th grade, they pull your sons? They're talking, and the staff has been talking. It's not going to work out for you. But lucky for you, we have an opening in the janitorial services department. What does that mean? Listen, we'll give you $1 for every $1. We'll match it so you can join the army when you're 30.
I saw that probably means he was at least 16 or something. So that was what, like 7 times going through the 5th grade.
I'll tell you something. When I was a kid, if you were stupid,
really handsome too.
Listen, when I was a kid, if you were stupid, they pulled you aside when you were 16.
Yeah.
The teachers at school pull you aside and go, listen.
Oh my God.
You're wasting your time here. When you get to high school, just sign out. Get a job as a mechanic. I swear to God, teachers were honest in the 70s.
Well, that's a better way. Now they want everybody to push forward. You know, I remember the first Wigger went to our school. I told you guys that before. The first Wigger, this kid, Brian St. Pierre, went to our school. And they'd never seen it before, you know, and they thought he was mentally handicapped. They put him in, they made him eat the third lunch. You know, the third lunch, a special lunch where those kids are in there. You know, they make some of their own food and then they eat it. You know, to make them have a talent. And he was in there, dude, this Wigger. So you'd have like, you know, you have like kids who really had mental illnesses and, you know, everything, all the DS and everything. And then you'd have fucking Brian St. Pierre wearing a Charlotte Hornets pullover, dribbling an invisible basketball all day, bro. Just posted up mental kids in the lunch line, bro. They'd never seen it. They thought he was mentally handicapped just because he wanted to, you know, play with the brothers. So
they had him cook lunch every day still. Like, he didn't say anything.
Once a week, they'd have them make some of their own recipes for lunch. You know, it's cool. I mean, we had a good group of handicapped kids at our school. I remember.
I'm fucked up, dog. Those stars hit me hard tonight. That's what happened. You know why they hit me hard? Because I trained last week. I didn't eat stars last week.
Lee sprayed out of his face. I didn't get
stars last week at all.
I sprayed it, but I'm still high.
Still here, bro.
You kept eating stars and shit. Fucking around.
I had transmission fluid.
No, you didn't. You threw the chocolate away.
Oh, Jesus. That's why I have to do everything on Periscope. Thank God for Periscope.
Lee's fearless, man. I don't see how you do it, Lee. I really don't.
He's really not the choice anymore.
He does like a little bit. He goes like this in front of the camera. He goes, I'm going to eat some chocolate. He takes a bit right there. He chews, and then this 80 milligrams, whatever, he throws this away. And he tells people he ate it. And tonight he ate the whole thing. And it was coming through his fucking fingers. You should have seen him.
He was killing out, huh?
You know, when you were telling your story, bro, the thing that I was thinking about the most were the 200 of those stories that I had that I wish I had the time. I wish I had the fucking time to... And I got 10 that roll around in my head sometimes, and one of them will pop up in the middle of the night before I'm about to fall asleep and my whole body shatters, bro. Those are those type of stories, especially when it comes to drugs.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to fucking drugs. And the next morning you wake up and you're like, that's fucked up. I gotta get my life together. I gotta call somebody and shit. But, 10 days later, it happens again. And, and sometimes it's sex, or sometimes it's crazy sex. You go to a girl's house with her sister and her stepfather in the room, and everybody's banging, and you're like, what the fuck am I a part of? I just want to watch the fucking thing.
Is that a real scenario?
Lee, you would be fucking surprised what you bump out into when you're out there.
Yeah.
Especially when I started to do comedy, you'd be surprised what I bump into. And I had you one night talking, my body was shaking.
Yeah.
My body was shaking, telling Lee, just triple tours, just bolder, just, I thought life was a certain way when I lived in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Boy, was I fucking wrong.
I remember trying to fuck this girl on roller skates one time. You ever try to do that, dude?
No.
At Halloween. Unbelievable, bro. But that was drug induced. I remember.
Never been arrested?
Dude, I got arrested in Mississippi one time. We're all high at some house. And they brought a kid. The cops show up and they brought a kid from downstairs, right? And they said, this kid is here. Everybody's going in for contributing delinquency of a minor. And then but once you got outside, kids were paying and getting out of the thing. They put us in the slave shackles, the things they put between two legs, and then they put the person in front of you. What is it, that shit, dude? And they made him walk downstairs. So it was the dumbest thing ever, bro. It must have taken us 40 minutes to get downstairs in these fucking leg shackles with these two stupid cops. But they brought this kid down, and then later there was a rumor that this was a stage kid. They were hiring, paying somebody's kid to fucking. They would sneak him in the back and put him in people's houses and come down in pajamas and then making money because they're busting everybody in the house because now they got a charge on everybody contributing. What else did I go in for? Nothing real serious, man.
Oh, God bless you, man. Listen.
But that was the thing. I just wanted to get. Part of me was like,
96, you got a fucking career. You're on the upswing right now. You know what? You fucked around. You got your dick sucked. I'm not telling you to go get married, but it's time to start watching your back, because this is when you're a good-looking guy. Shows are getting developed and written. You could be the number 2 dude, pick up a check, 5 years, no drama. You already did it.
Yeah, I've had so much fun, bro.
Once you get everything out of the way, this place becomes a complete different animal.
Yeah.
And then listen, Lindsay Lohan survived it. The fucking Hilton kid survived it. Some people don't.
Yeah.
Some people don't, man. I told you when I walked in here, I'm happy about the podcast. I'm happy that I get to see Lee, and we get high and we talk shit, and he makes a living and I make a living, and we sell tickets, and guys like you come on here and people get to hear you. I like doing stand-up. I don't think I could do this shit if I was doing blow.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way. This podcast would have been done.
Would have fell apart.
Lee wouldn't even have been talking to me no more at this point. Lee would have gone. He left me there 4 fucking days in a row. Who's gonna come out of the house?
Yeah, and that was the thing. I was just like, I need to take if this is where I'm kind of ending up once in a while, even once in a while, I just want to get.
So nothing happened after the cab ride. After that shook you enough.
Oh, well, seeing Daryl Strawberries what shook me.
The next day.
Because he was 13 years sober, and he was like, this dude was eloquent. He had his life put together. He's a multi-millionaire now. And then he was pushing the documentary 30 for 30, the new one with Doc Gooden.
But Doc Gooden wouldn't show up.
Doc Gooden couldn't show up because he's
all
sick.
Fucked up. Yeah, he's all fucked up.
And I know my life isn't their lives, but it made me think, okay, you just got to monitor what's going on. Because I didn't like to party. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation.
Fuck yeah, me too. That's what I was thinking about the whole time you're saying that. I go, I don't miss the drugs. I miss the 6 o'clock on a diner or waking up and some girl gives you a Audi to drive home. You're like, what the fuck just happened last night?
Yeah. Dude, I was in Louisville one time. I came out of a show. They had a big group in a limousine. They invited me to go to an after party with them, right? I was like, I'm only coming if my boy can come. And they're like, who's your boy? And I'm like, LeCedric. They had a brother nearby, right, wearing this Louis Vuitton jacket, dude. Probably about 60% homeless, right? And they're like, that's your boy? And I didn't even talk to this dude, right? I was like, yeah, that's my boy. Like, all right, he can come. So I fucking walk over to him looking right in the eyes. And I was like, what's up, man? I'm Dio. He's like, sit with the sit. And I was like, all right, dude, I told these people you're my friend. You ever been in a limousine? He's like, no. I was like, all right, come get in with us. Just act like you're my friend, right? We're going to a party. He's like, all right, man. So we go in the limo, bro. We're in there, hot chicks, dudes, people fucking. Little Cedric kept saying, we're friends. That's what he kept saying out loud, right? Kind of fucking not the best actor, bro. Did we get to this house party? It's a nice, cool fucking party, bro. I'm downstairs, I'm in the kitchen. Somebody's making us a drink. I'm talking to somebody. Fucking 6 minutes later, right? I hear fucking somebody scream. I hear a window break, right? Somebody comes running down. They said some dude just stole like 4 purses out of the coat room upstairs and fucking jumped out a window.
That would have been me, Doug.
And that was fucking LeCedric, bro. And that was like, and everybody there was like crying and pissed. And some girl was like furious because all her tampons were in there or something. I remember she got pissed. She was a tough girl. She was like one of those people that slide the thing on the ice, she said. Curlers? Yeah, she was a curler. And, but I was, in my head, I was like, this is the best fucking night ever.
No, that's...
So just shit like that where I just love to put life just in precarious situations, man.
Did you black out ever?
You never got into another house party?
Oh, I blacked out one time here in Hollywood, and that scared me. I woke up in my own bed, had no clue how I got there. I wet the bed. I mean, I wet the bed till I was about 30 anyway. So, did you too?
Not until I was like a teenager.
Oh, that's nothing, bro. And that was a pretty crazy night.
Hold on 1 second. You went to bed till you were 13.
I don't know, probably around there, I would guess, yeah.
I gotta watch you like a hawk.
Damn.
Those people always arsonists.
Yeah, dude.
It might have been a little bit, maybe not 13, but close, maybe 10, at least.
Well, 10 ain't far from 13 if you're talking at least.
No, but yeah, I had a huge issue with it. It was terrible.
Dude, I used to have those buzzer underwear, bro. They put these underwear on you, and when the urine would hit them, a buzzer would go off, right? I'm not joking. Look them up online. This ain't no joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell them that I had these, right?
I'm really hoping these are a real thing and not just a torture device your parents put on you.
Not at all. They made by themselves. This doctor gave it to us, dude. This dude was a bona fide. This dude was a bona fide doctor. So we went there. I got the electric pants on, dude. You know?
Wait, what should I Google?
I'm getting my rest. Probably, buzzer underwear for urinators. Google buzzer underwear for urinators. So then, but they didn't tell my grandfather, right? So they had a small house, bro, a little bitty house. So my fucking crotch is just like he wakes up middle of the night, dude.
You're on fire?
I'm not on fire, but I'm buzzing hard, bro. Because I had apple juice, man, and I piss big on apple juice, dude. I fucking spray out on the AJ. So I'm in there just buzzing, dude. I didn't know. And he came in.
They still got it?
Yeah.
Give me a pair, Lee. Give me a pair.
He didn't know what was going on.
Oh my God, that's right.
He comes in, he's scared, bro.
How loud is it? How loud is
In
this?
a little bitty house, you could hear it from down
I just want to wake my wife up in the middle of the night like twice a week.
I would just do 2 drops at you, and it goes off. And so my grandfather's in there, right? And he's all scared and shit. And
this would have been terrible when I was a kid.
And he's pushing me with a broomstick, dude. He thought I was dead, dude. He didn't know what had happened to me. He thought I was possessed or dead. He's pushing me with a broomstick to wake me up, and he was worried because he had one of those heart makers, and he was worried he would get electrocuted. He thought something was happening. He thought the house had short-circuited or the phone company had fucked up. That's what he thought, the phone company had fucked up. So he thinks I'm fucking just laying there buzzing like there's a fucking mystery. But he died, man. My grandfather ended up. He died.
I love people. I love laughing. I love laughing at shit like this. That's yeah, right there.
I forgot about that. I did, man. past 2 days, man.
What was wrong with you?
Oh, man, I had adult diarrhea, bro, to be honest.
It happens. Those fucking flights. You're eating fucking Katrina leftovers.
Yeah.
I still got some guys got it in stock.
Oh, this serving fucking crippled pig pussy down there, bro, and I was eating it by the handful.
Fucking around down that track. Oh my God. I'm high on those stars because, like I said, I ate fucking transmission fluid and a couple of these moon things. The night I killed the cookies was the night I ate the transmission fluid and the moon thing. And I was home all night. Oh my God, I fucking killed those cookies.
I want some cookies, man. Dude, I ate half of a pie cookie one time. I never had one. This was a couple of years ago. I invited this casting director, right, out to a comedy show. So she comes, but the comedy show was the next night. I had the nights roll. So I felt bad, and she was cute. And I was like, well, at least I'll get her dinner because she came all this way. I didn't want to be like a, just like you said, like a mook, So buy this lady dinner. We're sitting there eating dinner. She gave me a pie cookie. And I got high, man. I never had one. And I didn't know how we knew each other. And it was like a nice restaurant. And I started thinking that this was like my girlfriend. I was like, fuck, dude, I'm the one. And I tried to make a move on her by the cab stand, dude. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing? And she wasn't my girlfriend, man. And anyway, that was it. That was it, dude. But yeah, so dangerously. I think that's what I'm getting at here.
I thought it was a buzzer, like a vibrating.
No, it's like a.
It makes sense.
I still can't get over. You got in the car, drove an hour and a half to go to the apartment.
Dude, yeah, Airbnb is not for anyone.
When you told me that, lady, I was like, I can't. This is a horror show. This is so what happened. What are you mad at Airbnb for?
Yeah, you should host a romantic getaway.
I'm not mad at Airbnb. It's just it's a weird. It was just weird. It was just this person's apartment, and like her stuff was there, and it was just her bed. Like I was like, we should bring sheets. And it was just not.
You brought your own sheets?
I wanted to, but we didn't. She's like, no, this is what they do. They make money doing this. This is all they have. It's an industry. I don't know, but
it's an industry.
Yeah, I like hotels. So from now on, I just said from now on we'll do hotels.
Yeah, man, splurge, man. Throw the extra $9 out there and get a fucking hotel.
He's young. He knows all the sites.
No, I've been to hotels.
He knows how to menu. He'll get 90% off fucking hotels.
You should be
on Dean Del Rey. They know how to get a hotel room. I don't know how to do none of that shit.
People try to be like, I don't know. It's cool. It's like you get to be a part of the community. It was right on the beach, which was nice.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
But it was cool. But I'd still rather be in a hotel on the freeway. It's just, I don't know. Like even though I know more people probably are on those sheets, to be honest.
And sheets made you nervous?
Yeah, I do. No, I didn't cook. I didn't cook with none of their silverware. But ever since I've been with him, I just get on luck. I never had skin issues, and now I get styes. If I'm looking at a hot tub.
So trust me. In about a day, I get a call. His ear is swollen.
Dude, that's why I sleep on my stomach. I was
sleep on your stomach?
I do.
Like a fucking dead animal. Yeah, like an armadillo.
Yeah, or on my side. Mostly either my stomach or my side.
Jesus Christ. Do your arms touch the ground?
Yeah.
How do you even do that, bro?
You have no idea, dog.
Who sleeps on their stomach? Face down?
No, yeah.
Oh, face to the side.
I have pillows, yeah.
Oh, face to the side. Jesus Christ, I thought you slept face down.
You mean I have like a massage table in my bedroom?
I don't think
No, but
I'm just trying to. Dude, you're a fucking unreal league.
I forget what we were talking about.
They should have dolls. They should have the Lisa had dolls, bro. They're indestructible, dude.
Oh yeah, it was just Airbnb. It was not. It's a hotel. We was just. I get it in like places where you want to rent a cabin or something like that.
Was it a spare bedroom or was it?
We had a full apartment.
It was her personal bedroom, though.
Yes.
Okay, see, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
All that people banging my bed and come on my headboard and shit.
People spraying out.
Oh yeah, we disrespected. We disrespected that bad.
Let me tell you something. You just come on the headboard and rub it in like fucking lemon. What's that, Joey? What's that shit you polish wood with?
Yeah.
Old English. They come back. They gotta sleep with that old DNA and Diaz lurking over your head and shit.
Yeah, I did.
Old English. That's a liquor. It's a malt liquor.
That's why we left it. I knew it was gonna rain. There was gonna be fireworks, so we were gonna stay if there was gonna be fireworks. But then it was raining, and it was just like this person's. It was like her college apartment, kind of. It was like everything that had was like someone else went to IKEA,
and they stayed out of the dorm at fucking
pretty much
Cal State Long Beach.
It was not good. It was not good. But my girlfriend is young, but the activities were great, and she just isn't making a lot of money yet. So
did she have a good time?
Oh yeah, we had a good time.
The activities are great.
Dude, she had a good time, Lee. That's what counts.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. And we had a great time. We have a great time together. It's just
that's love.
I'm the old weird one who just wants to be in hotels. But
now, do you try to act not older on your girlfriend if she's younger? That's one thing I've noticed.
Well, I'm not that much. I'm like 2 years older.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's not weird.
That's not bad.
But people should go to museums stoned more. It's fun. It's like that. Have you been to the Queen Mary?
I've been to the other place, the museum down there, the fucking Zooland, yo.
The aquarium?
Yeah, it's cool down there.
Yeah, the aquarium was supposed to look too.
Yeah. It's a nice time. It's beautiful down there. It really is. They redid Long Beach.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just not a vacation resort like.
And we had the best Mexican food I've had in California.
That's the first thing I said to you that afternoon. I go, make sure you get the Mexican food, but don't get a fucking chain.
My boy Simon Rex is going down there with him a couple days. You know him, Simon Rex? Dirt Nasty?
No.
Oh, you gotta meet him. He's great, bro. So funny.
No, it's great to fucking get sober, man.
Yeah, it's cleared my head up a little.
Sober. Listen, man, I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. And the quicker you catch yourself, the better off it is, you know?
Yeah.
And it might take you a year to get sober. But it's so good when you do it. Do you feel better? What's the difference right now that you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
no reefer, no sleeping pills.
No,
nothing. Just straight up water.
Maybe I'll hit up a Cialis 5 milligram, you know, if I'm trying to party a little, you know. If I'm trying to treat a lady to an evening or something. But, you know, I'll drop $9 on that. I got a dude that, you know.
When does that start happening?
What? The Cialis 5 milligram? Oh, I throw that just because, look, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I can be Michael Jordan, but if I could have Scottie Pippen next to me, bro, I'll do it, you know? Like, there's no point in not having him in the ring with you, you know? You know, you don't show, you know, you gotta bring a knife to a bun fight, you know what I'm saying?
I'm so petrified to eat one of those things.
Oh, I'll put one of those in my butt, dude. They go quick to your cock head, dude.
What is this fucking? In the last week, we've had somebody who what did she put in her asshole? Coke?
Ecstasy?
Ecstasy.
Oh yeah, boofing. These kids are boofing when they blow cocaine in each other's butts.
What?
I read about that. That's a Colorado thing.
What do they do?
They put cocaine in the end of a straw, and then they put the other end into somebody's butt, and they blow it in there. It's called boofing.
I did that 25 fucking years ago. I invented that with a dollar bill. You boof with a dollar bill. You get the hepatitis C attached to the dollar bill and shit. If I don't have hepatitis C, I ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? From all those fucking dollar bills and snorting that shit, I stare at them. Oh my God, what the fuck?
So yeah, I hit a sabbatical, man. But I hit a sabbatical, so that's where I'm at. You know, but it's chill. I just feel what I feel. Because I just got a lot on my plate right now, and at least each time I can show up for it, you know? It's like every day I know I can do what's required of me, you know? And my mind already tries to beat me up a lot. My mind, you know, first thing out of the gate, my mind is like, you fag, you know, you nigga. Sometimes my mind calls me nigga, you know? Like, Jesus Christ, I guess my own brain using the N-word, you know? And it's just like, that stuff's just tantalizing, you know, sometimes. So at least I know each day when I'm sober, it's like, or if I haven't been drinking or partying, then I'm able to get up and like battle my own demons and go at the day head on, you know. And I got enough war stories, and now I'm able to think out my war stories a little bit better. Because sometimes I was too busy making new stories to even think about the old ones. So now I'm able to look through the old ones and be like, oh, this could be a good story. And I can share those stories. So I feel like my stand-up has gotten better. You know, I put it together a new hour in the past year.
You ready to shoot another special?
I'm ready, man.
You feel good about it?
Oh, I feel good, dude.
Where would you shoot this time?
This time I would do Chicago, or I would do here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends that understand me. You know, that might be delusional. Otherwise, I would do Dallas. Dallas, bro, I love those people. They're fucking everything, dude.
Where you work in Dallas, the Improv?
Yeah, I worked the Improv, but I worked the one out in, Addison.
Addison?
Yeah, I worked at Addison.
That was one of my favorite clubs.
It is a great club, isn't it?
One of my favorite, but the hotel used to be 50 yards away. Now they switched to there.
The one I stayed at was really close.
You could walk.
I could walk.
How many minutes?
Literally, not even joking. 2.5 minutes, maybe less.
And they put you back in that hotel. They said they took you out of this. I was like, nah.
Oh, they did take you out for a little while. The first time I went, they had me stay at some other place down the street.
And we had to drive down there or some shit. Yeah. Fuck that.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that shit, man. But yeah, man, I had some other crazy. I mean, I remember one night, body slamming a bunch of hookers dressed up like a fucking Genghis Khan, doing the good Korean hookers, and
one of the last times I saw you, you had gone out one night, you went to the apartment, and you were gacked up, and you called the chick, and they sent you the wrong chick.
Oh, yeah, some lady had some lady with a mole, a big mole, and I set her up with my buddy, the dermatologist.
I didn't know how to answer that.
Yeah, but hookers and stuff were never really my deal. I mean, my deal was just, I would just want to party and create stories, you know? Like, I never got into really that. I mean, that guy brought the hooker into the taxi, you know? That's Luigi's deal. That's his life. It was nice of him, because I think he was trying to be a friend to me, but, you know, I didn't need that. You know, I was just looking to party.
It's really weird when you live a certain lifestyle. You come to a point one day where you go, you know what, I can't do this no more, because eventually something bad is going to happen. Luigi could have stabbed me.
Yeah.
The hooker could have slit my throat while I was putting my neck back to put coke in my nose. Fucking 1,000 things could go wrong. You know, from experience, man, now if I could do it again, I always went into my business. Listen, I went into those neighborhoods late at night. I think about it, my fucking skin like just wants to shake like a spirit touched me. Like, it's the weirdest thing. Like, I remember being at a bar in like Fort Lee, New Jersey, and knowing that the place is going to close at 3 and we got to make it over at 3 in the morning. But when you get to that place, the place is closed. So now you got to get to the Bronx. Are you fucking kidding me? Now you gotta cross a bridge and another bridge with coke in your fucking car. They're confiscating that car and you're doing 7.5 years somewhere. And you're still doing it.
Yeah.
And you're still going to that bad neighborhood. And that's all you need is for a cop to see a hooker walk towards your car and her talking to you, you get them pulled over.
Yeah.
It's that easy. They see a woman 18 inches from your car, you get fucking pulled over.
Unless you're Miss Victoria, dude, who just drop her ass into your passenger seat, dude. That lady would hang out the side of your car. That's basically the, what's that food place where you go and they run out to your car and set the thing on the tray on the side? Sonic, that's basically the Sonic. That lady.
Well, I'll tell you better than a Monday, the first Monday of the new year. Look at you and shit.
Amen, man. It's good to be here, man.
Good to have you.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Victoria, I wonder what she's up to now.
Who's Victoria?
The hooker. That lady who would drop her ass in your car for $16, $18 probably. I stopped by my old neighborhood the other day. I'll tell you about that next time.
Whereas the church gets a hand descending basically. Church, the synagogue gets a sword to the skull.
How you feeling, Lee? How you feeling?
I'm feeling
So the second day they did the chocolate came out.
yeah, I also ate the first half of the chocolate bar. So it was like something. Some parts of something stayed in me. Whatever's in there's working.
Unreal.
Hey, it's on fucking Periscope. That's the fucking craziest thing.
You got the whole thing?
You always do great. I thought to yourself, oh, you bought 4 bars, you trained last week like a soldier. But as it was happening, I go, I should have known. I had that feel like Ronda Rousey when she was standing next to the referee. I should have known this was a hoax.
Listen, I mean, no disrespect. I know a lot of great people who make a lot of great edibles. Chocolate doesn't really ever sit well in my stomach. It's weird. Wow, a chubby dude who just chocolate is not in it for me.
You ain't a chocolate guy. I don't remember that.
No, sir.
How many weeks a month do you travel?
Probably 20 weeks. I do like 20 weeks on the road, and I spend time with my family. So I do 3 weeks at home during the year. And then I'm doing enough work in town where it's good to be home, Like I can make, I can make decent money just even staying in the city.
You go out every night during the week?
5 nights a week, I say I get up. Actually, I'll probably get up 6, dude, honestly. I try to take one off, though, just to make sure that I'm able to know what I'm doing when I get to the club,
If I'm in training, I want to be out 6 nights a week and get 6 cents. If I'm fucking around, I like to do 4.
Yeah.
I'll go out one night and bang 2. Just so I'm out 3 nights and I can stay Friday night with my family, leave it open. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean on the road?
Yeah, I have to go out twice a month, man.
Yeah, twice a month. That's what I like to do.
Twice a month is the most I could do. 6 nights. Let's do this shit. Do this shit. Do this shit. Oh shit, Lee Sciatico, look at you with a new shirt on. What'd you do with the old shirt?
It's not bad. It's in the trunk of my car. I just didn't want to wear a stinky shirt. But, oh my god, that was fucking... And you just eat them like they're nothing, which is the weirdest part to me.
There's no fucking state of mind, Lee.
There's no state of mind, but things I take.
It's chocolate. It's chocolate. I don't taste nothing.
I was thinking about it the other day. Mushrooms have shit on them. And you just told me.
Yeah, not all of them.
Oh, yeah, they do.
The ones I give you, I clean off for you.
You don't clean nothing off.
Yes, I personally clean the fucking mushrooms off for you. Well, before you came in, I was telling Lee that, you know what, man, I really like the holidays. But those 5 days after were just really rough on me, man.
Yeah.
I just want New Year's to fucking come and go. I had a nice time New Year's. I'm happy Joe had me open from down at the Orpheum, Tony Hinchcliffe, nice fucking people. We did the show and got the fuck out of there. Nobody hung out, nothing. But, I was home by 11:45.
That's beautiful.
Bad. Nobody got their feelings hurt. My wife was there, But that's it. I'm not doing it no more. I've done enough of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
25 years. I've done probably fucking 20 years of New Year's. That's it, man. I bombed hard on fucking New Year's.
New Year's is hard.
New Year's is hard. I bombed fucking hard. One of the hardest bombs of my life was Miami Improv, where I was fucking kicking ass as a feature act.
Yeah.
New Year's, like 99. Oh, did I eat a bag of shit in front of Ames Salazar?
Oh, really?
Oh, boy.
I saw him at a diner in New York not long ago.
How bad does he look?
Dude, I swear to God, Joey, I'm walking with Sarah Tiana, you know her.
Yeah.
And there's a guy sitting in the diner by himself. It's 2:30 in the morning. We've been at the comedy clubs and stuff. We're gonna eat. And I'd never met Angel in my life. I'd only heard stories about him, right? I'd seen a couple pictures. And I was like, I think that's Angel Salazar. He's drinking a glass of wine in a shitty diner. We go in, dude, and it was him. We sat there and talked to him for a while. We tried to fuck Sarah a little bit, which I respected.
Yeah.
And then that was it.
What's your name?
Yeah.
Why you gonna live with me?
It was cool to see him, man, because I only heard stories.
He works in percentages. He's an interesting fucking fellow. You know what, man? He gave me a lot of encouragement early on. You know, I can't lie. He's a good dude that way. When I got to meet him, it was, I appreciated what he had done. That was a little too fast for me. He was rocking and rolling, Jack.
Yeah, he used to party hard.
He goes hard. And I was going hard at the time. I was going, wow, this guy goes fucking hard. Like El Paso. We get to El Paso. It was Tuesday through Saturday night. Let me tell you something. As soon as I got down there, there was somebody waiting for me with a chunk that just got over a border in somebody's shoe. That first night,
it smelled like a size 10, huh?
I get fucking lit up. This shit was fucking tremendous, you know. And from there on, every night there was somebody at the club who had something that's El Paso, bro. When he would come to town, the phone at the condo would start ringing the night before.
Wow.
People, because Angel had people wanted to take him out. And that Scarface thing, people would be, when he's 80 in a funeral, in an old man's home, every day somebody would be taking him out, taking pictures of him, check it out, buy them lunch, bring them clothes. It's amazing. People fell in love with that character hard. It just goes to show you. He still sells tickets. He's not selling out.
Right.
But he still sells tickets. He's not fucking Michael Jackson.
Right.
But he still sells 100 tickets a show. It doesn't matter. He takes pictures. People go there, look at him. It's 30 fucking years later. That was 30 goddamn years ago, right?
That's amazing.
83. Well, yeah, 83, 90, boom, boom, yeah.
That's amazing.
He was born in 94, right?
88.
88, 94. Who gives a Frenchman? Fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, fucking late, bro. Unbelievable. I'm just happy to see you alive every time I come back in here, man. It always boosts my spirits to know you're still going. You know?
We ain't going nowhere.
I know.
We ain't going nowhere.
Indestructible.
We're going to take a leave for a ride and then we'll talk about this shit. Kick him out the car, make him walk home and stuff. Meet a hooker. His name is Luigi. In a car. We used to scare Lee a little bit at night. Lee's never really had fun.
Yeah, we need to get you out of one of the neighborhoods one night, dude. Get you a little clan outfit.
Sure.
Take him out of one of the neighborhoods.
It's gonna go right now.
Oh my God, I'm joking, bro. I don't think you'd make a good clansman, Lee.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think you would.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, you could cross over though. Because you have to be Christian first to be a clansman, you probably do.
I think it's like, you just can't be Jewish.
They'll be like, hey, what are you talking about?
What do you want to do this year, man, as a comic?
This year, man, I want to get this other special. I got my new album that's gonna come out soon. We just locked it actually about 3 days ago. Called 30 Pound Bag of Hamster Bones. And so I'm excited about that. And what else, man? We got a couple of great shows that we're pitching, so I'm excited about that. I wouldn't mind meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, you know, or at least being an honorable boyfriend. You know, I don't know if I've ever been that in my life, dude. You know, I was out there, you know, licking pussy after dark, you know, out there in the streets and just, you know, just tasting the flavors of the universe, you know.
Now that you quit drinking, it's a different game out there, huh? It's not that easy to lure them back.
Oh, no, girls want you more now.
Do they?
Oh, I think in a heartbeat, yeah. I've had more offers these days for like, I've just had more offers, I think, just because I'm...
Because you look like you do it, like, oh,
because I'm clear-headed.
If I go sober, it's not like people are going to be like, oh, Lee, I want to suck your dick. Like, well, no.
They might, Lee.
I don't think so.
You know, bro, they might. Look, I didn't think, you know, I've never thought I was very handsome, Lee, if that makes you feel any better.
You're stunning, sir.
Well, it's nice of you to say. But yeah, I think so. Those are some of my work dreams, you know. Outside of that, I want to be a better brother. I want to have a little bit more relationship with a God, you know, a higher power. Yeah, those are things that I want to do, man. And I want to help other people somehow. I just want to do something, even if it's little, you know, answer the phone when somebody calls if I know they need help. Not that I would, even if it's some muppet, you know, that I normally wouldn't fucking answer, you know.
You're 36. This is about the time that you got to sit there and go, Jesus Christ, what's next now? I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this.
Yeah.
What the fuck does it go? Where does it end up? Do I join the Beatles?
Yeah.
You know, this is I moved here, you know, like at 30-something, and it was rough. I don't know for sure, and I'm like, if I fail at this, I don't have a lot of options. I can sell over the phone, I can sell cars and shit. I don't think I can sell things over the phone for 20 fucking years, so I gotta make this comedy shit work one way or another. Like, that's how I didn't know. This was it, man.
Wow, that's brave, bro. That's brave.
Look, I had done everything else.
Yeah.
Come on, how the fuck are you kidding? I had every opportunity in the world to learn how to be a brick mason, a roofer. Oh yeah, I could have been 1,000 things. An electrician.